The father died when the main character and his sister were still small. The mother then told her son to become a shaman, because he has potential, and the spirits will protect him. If he does not choose this path, he will get into big trouble. She forced him to study the religious aspects of shamanism, poetry, as well as magic and even strange things unknown to him before. But then he already knew what he wanted from life, or all these teachings did not interest him at all. Therefore, he devoted all his time to scientific research and 10 years later became a part of society. But in the end, it so happened that he died. This tragedy happened after he fell into the wheels of a car. Naturally, this is quite difficult to believe, but his mother was right, and trouble still overtook him. But this was not the most surprising thing that could happen then. After all, his rebirth was unique to this situation. After a while, it became clear that life was not alone at all. In addition to all this, it turns out that everything that his mother said turned out to be really true. It was after death that he realized this. In turn, I realized that some things can only be learned through personal experience, because now he is also doing what he wanted to do. The guy hit the page of one of the books quite hard and shouted that the lesson was starting. Today they would continue to create a magic circle. So it turns out that the guy works as a teacher at a magic academy, and a series of events brought him here. A fairly large number of people had gathered near the platform where Roger was heading, waiting to board the train. The conductor checked the passengers' tickets and wished him well, even after that. It was the guy's turn and the man greeted him and then asked to see his ticket. He did this, and after the procedure was completed, he was thanked and wished a good trip. After that, he immediately followed to the train where there was a boarding point. There was a search for the compartment in which he would travel, and it was the 403rd place, namely the 4th carriage and the 3rd compartment. After a very short period of time, he finally found the very place to which he was heading. Roger opened the door, and saw a man already in the passenger seat opposite him. The old man also raised his head when he heard someone come in and greet the guy. In response to this, he also did the same, only bowed his head in front of his interlocutor. After some time and after a short wait for transport, he finally set off and headed towards the designated path. Now only the wheels on which he was riding were knocking on the iron rails and cutting off their own path. The trip was not fast enough, so the locomotive went to various places. Even a colorful thief drove by who were snow-covered, like the trees in the area. The main character continued to ride with his compartment neighbor, and both of them were involved in readings. After a while, the guy got distracted and turned his attention forward to what that same person was doing. He in turn read the newspaper intently. Then the hero saw the pictures and realized that the Civil War and the Kingdom of Utah had finally ended. By the way, we can say that the princess is faction 1. Roger smiled when he saw this and said that it had finally come to an end. The interlocutor turned his gaze to him, and it was clear that these words somehow reflected strangely on him. But then the old man's face changed and smiling a little. He said that it was so, in turn, he was also wondering when all this would stop. The guy noticed that just recently the prince's faction was recruiting soldiers, so it's good enough that the war didn't last long after all. He further apologized and said that he forgot to introduce himself, so he noticed that his name was Roger Chalili. The man also introduced himself in response, but stated that he did not have a last name, so let him just be called Gerard, and it seems that the interlocutor is of noble origin. The guy replied that he is a fallen nobleman, and let him not worry about it. The old man noticed that everything was clear to him now, and Roger asked where Sir Gerard was going. He noticed that he was heading to Lindenboyne, the capital of the empire. After all, I heard that this is indeed quite a popular place among tourists. The guy said that the Exilian Empire is famous for its advanced magical engineering, so just because of this there is definitely something to see there. He also said that he is heading to Leatherwalk in order to join Theon's academy. The old man noticed that this was really surprising. He was so young and must be an outstanding specialist in some field. Roger only became embarrassed because of this. Then he said that in fact this is not so because he was just lucky. Gerard noted that many people want to be in the place of this man and let him be proud of himself. Roger then smiled and thanked him for his wonderful words, then stated that returning to the topic of war had the rumors already reached that person. He speaks exactly about that person. There is a faction princess who won. Everyone else says that he had neither experience in magic nor the highest knighthood. So it turns out that he was just a traveling mercenary whose name was Machiavelli. The old man lowered his gaze and coldly replied that he understood everything. The guy noticed this and said that the interlocutor was not particularly surprised by this. The man replied that he simply thought that this was nothing more than simple gossip. But Roger, in turn, knew that this was not so, because Machiavelli was the one who wandered the world in search of one thing. And this name was exactly what the main character used in his past life. The old man interrupted his thoughts and turned to Sir Roger, with a smile on his face. He asked if he would take charge of the class at the Anne's Academy. Roger noted that the interlocutor understood everything correctly, and he would be responsible for the second-year students. Gerard asked in surprise if he was really starting right away from the second year. If in reality this is the case, then he is more capable than the man thought before. Suddenly something radically changed in his facial expressions. The guy noticed why something happened and asked if something was wrong. The neighbor in the compartment noticed the window and asked to wait a second. Then I noticed, a little surprised, that something was about to happen. Indeed, after a few seconds, when this old man set his phrase near the train, which was heading along the rails, an explosion occurred. The locomotive began to throw from side to side, and so people could barely hold on, and the guy asked what was happening now. It was completely unclear whether the engine could really explode. Gerard replied that this simply could not happen because he was protected by magic. The old man began to listen to something, as if he sensed some kind of danger, and after a while he shouted that this was a trap. Roger asked in surprise, but why set it up at all? The interlocutor in response to this stated that probably someone wants to rob rich merchants and nobles. But it would be bad if they really caused this explosion, because if all this turns out to be true, there is definitely a magician among them. They, in turn, should hide or get off the train. Roger began to open the compartment door and asked to wait a little, because he would go first to check everything with you. After collecting all his things, he slowly opened the door and then looked around to see if anyone was there. And after looking around, he still didn't notice anyone. Then he told Gerard that there was no one in the fourth carriage. The man came out to him and asked if the other passengers were really safe. The guy in turn said that the compartments were still protected by magic. The interlocutor replied that this was definitely not a guarantee. It was dangerous to stay in these places. If it was cast on them, that's the same. Because if it was the same magic spell and his defense had already been broken through, Roger asked if he understood correctly that the explosion came from the direction of the third carriage. If this was indeed the case, then why were the robbers not still here? Gerard noted that if he were them, he would have headed to the first carriage. The guy thought for a few seconds and noticed that this is exactly so, because there are first-class passengers there, so they are lucky that they are in fourth class now. The old man suggested leaving through the back door. They just need to wait for the border guards. Suddenly a robber appeared in the window near which they were standing. He went down there from above and with his feet opened the window, but then a guy came under attack. The guys are the same man and told the old man to stand behind him. The robber was wearing a mask and also looked at the people who were here with a rather crazy look. When Gerard saw this, he said that the whole situation looked pretty lousy. The robber immediately took out his weapon and prepared to attack the people in front of them. Roger realized that the situation was going for the worse and immediately used his magic. As a result of this action, the opponent was thrown with modest ease and flew quite far into the compartment. The old man just stood nearby and watched the situation that was happening. Then, with surprise, he asked the guy if he had really killed him. The hero replied that this was not so, because he had neutralized it for a short time, and that was all. Then Roger began to come closer to that man, and the man told him to wait. Because it was dangerous, the guy said, "Everything is fine. He will just ask him a couple of questions." Roger stepped on the body of that same robber, and pointing his cane at him, stated that he told him why he climbed into this carriage. The same person did not answer for a long time and then made a small sound. Immediately after this he began to laugh quite hard and thereby irritated his interlocutors. Roger was a little surprised because of this, and then said that he did not allow him to laugh, and let him answer the question posed. The robber with a crazy look called his interlocutor a dirty human, and said that he would kill them all. When this happened, he opened his clothes on his chest, and it was clear that there was a fairly large amount of dynamite with a detonator. In addition to all this, it was clearly visible that there was no time left on the timer, and there was only 1 second. The guy and the old man noticed this, and the latter shouted to Sir Roger to hide immediately. And literally only moments later, after all the words had been spoken, a fairly powerful explosion was heard, and a stream of flames scattered to the sides. After the first explosion, the locomotive remained on the slope of one of the mountains, and now the explosion was even more powerful. Soon the smoke that rose as well as the fire began to gradually subside. Gerard remained alive, and now he sat with his head covered and bathed below. She mentally realized that everything was fine with him, and immediately turned to Sir Roger and asked if he was okay. But when this man raised his head up, he would have been discouraged by what he saw in front of him. And all this is due to the fact that there was no diary in front, and only the right side of the car, near which there were people, was destroyed. The man gradually began to approach the very hole that had formed in order to take a look. Then he began to call his neighbor in the compartment, and expected that he might answer him. At the same time, I touched my cheek and felt something strange there. It was clear that part of his face began to peel off and he realized that everything was bad. So he gradually began to connect it due to the fact that the disguise had already failed. Of course, Jara didn't like this situation at all, and he said that this suit was made to order after all. A few moments later, this man completely removed his mask, and from under it appeared the face of a completely different person. Then he turned his attention forward and asked himself why he was constantly noticed in some very. It turns out that there is no specific reason why the hero chose the name Machiavelli. He simply took the name of a famous person from his past life. He in turn needed to completely change his personality, so as not to get into various troubles while he traveled around the world. So it was this image that was supposed to help him. It was a difficult day, and he attracted unwanted attention when he should keep his identity a secret. Fortunately, the princess and her soldiers were overcome with triumph, and he managed to hide as they lowered their defenses and caught the train to Linderbrunn. But the hero exhaled sadly and did not understand why all this was so serious. At the same time, it was completely incomprehensible why something like this always happened to him. Machiavelli, after his thoughts, immediately threw away this very mask that he had been holding in his hands all this time. Then he looked ahead and mentally wished Roger to rest in peace. It turns out that in broad daylight these people launched such an ambush. The guy turned his attention to the side and thought that he did not even expect that that same person would detonate a bomb, because ordinary robbers would not have pulled off such a thing. It turns out that only a crazy person intent on killing everyone could do something like this, and perhaps their target was not the passengers, but the train itself. The hero heard something behind him. It turned out that it was one of the train employees who asked if the man was okay. Machiavelli looked at him and the man asked what happened here. In response to this, the guy said that the train was recently attacked by armed robbers. In turn, it seems that they are heading to the first carriage. By the way, it's probably better for them not to get involved in this. The man turned around and said that he needed to evacuate the passengers through the last car. Then he turned around and said that this man should also evacuate. But the guy suddenly ran up to him and grabbed him by the throat, throwing him to the ground. The old man with the squad asked what this sir was doing towards him. Their Machiavelli changed to a colder one, and he asked if the man really thought that his pathetic performance would convince him. After all, it turns out that robbers don't attack any passing train out of the blue, not even to mention the protective spell that coincides in itself. As a result, from this situation we can conclude that this is a difficult trick that cannot be performed without the help of a person who knows the mechanism. The county worker was amazed at how insightful this man was and looked at him in surprise. Realizing that the situation was getting out of control right now, his face immediately changed. And in order to resolve this situation, he immediately took out a blade that was hidden in his right hand. Naturally, Machiavelli noticed all this. Therefore, he grabbed that very weapon with his hand and shouted that he should not even think about it, old man. It turns out pretty quickly. But who is he anyway? In addition to all this, it was quite interesting why he was here. The guy picked him up and threatening him with a weapon said that if he remains silent then fine. Even if he ends up stomping and dying, literally after a few steps, the hero felt that this was strange and shook his head. He stopped and felt something strange in a sound, and thought that it was quite familiar. So could he really understand everything correctly? The guy pushed the train worker forward and he himself moved away to defend himself. When all this happened, the body of that same old man was pierced through by several dozen bullets. Machiavelli, in turn, managed to hide and wondered when he managed to give the signal, because he was watching him. If the signal was raised, this was the only option left. After all, in this case, it turns out that all this was planned in advance. While the hero was thinking about it, the entrance door to this car was broken by his foot. Several robbers entered there, armed with automatic weapons, and one of them asked in surprise what it was if a survivor had really appeared here. At the same time, it was unclear whether he really dodged the fire. The hero rose to his feet and said that they did not even dream of killing him. But his opponents pointed their weapons at him, and the chief ordered to finish him off right away. Machiavelli continued to stand in the same place and carefully watched their movements. Each of the robbers present immediately pulled the trigger, but nothing happened as a result. Just because of this they immediately began to check their machine guns, and one asked why he couldn't fire, and another person behind him asked how the machine gun didn't work. The main one turned his attention forward and asked what it was, because this guy was doing something. The hero in turn used his power of magic and cast some kind of spell. Opponents said that it turns out that he is a magician, and also with the help of his powers, knocked out the weapon. At that moment, the guy immediately turned his attention to the side to see, felt something strange, and there, out of nowhere, some kind of force appeared that was similar to the wind and was heading towards him. The magic that Machiavelli worked in his hand a few moments later was destroyed. He looked at his hand in surprise after what happened, and wondered if it was a suppressor. On the other hand, a man came out from the carriage and noticed that he did not even expect that there would be a magician on this train. The hero was squeezed on both sides. The man who spoke to him ordered him to surrender and not to twitch, because in this case he would be granted a quick death. The guy paid attention to the very person who communicated with him, and realized that he felt that he was an unusual magician. In addition to all this, there is a high probability that perhaps he is even 4th rank, like the guy, but he is unfamiliar with this person's face. 10 minutes have passed since that strong explosion, and it will take a lot of time to leave the erect mountains. Machiavelli realized that he too could not just stand there and wait for reinforcements to arrive, so there was only one thing left. He immediately jumped into the gap. The enemy magician asked if he had really jumped and also told his subordinate to check, who naturally agreed to this. Then he looked out of that huge hole, and when he turned his attention there, he declared that he saw nothing. Therefore I think that most likely this man really jumped off the train. There was a high probability that they scared him. And he left. Only he did not have time to finish this phrase before he was killed. The man realized what had happened and shouted that the same man was on the roof. The robbers asked. But how did this happen? Did he use flight magic? In addition to all this, is it possible to do this while the train is moving? The wizard shouted for them to cover their mouths and find him immediately. He, in turn, is a magician, and they cannot use all their strength against him, so let a few people still remain here. Everyone else in turn should head to the first carriage, and then several people started shooting at the roof. Indeed, the hero ended up there. And when he realized that they had started shooting at him, he began to run away from there as quickly as possible. Of course, people heard a man running on the roof, and the main thing was that he was heading towards the tail of the train, so they should run after him. In order to move to the next carriage, they had to open the door, and one of them did it. Literally at the same moment a rather powerful explosion occurred, which struck several people nearby. The robber asked if it was really a trap, and his interlocutor, who was dumbfounded, asked how that Max made it so quickly in general. The chief among them was also quite discouraged and thought that the one they were fighting was different from the magicians he had encountered. Right now, the efficiency and result of his work are on a completely different level. One could even say that he looks more like a hunter than a magician. Moreover, even this is an incorrect judgment because he may have been a mercenary. The robbers heard some strange sounds from the side. The leader in turn also heard them and was very surprised because he understood what was happening. Then he began to run forward and told everyone that this was bad, because that same person was separating the cars in order to escape. At that very second he began to wonder how he could not have guessed this before. It turns out that the enemy in turn had no intention of fighting them. The robbers paid attention to the doors and noticed that they began to move away a little. And after a few moments nothing was visible there at all or just white emptiness. Well, this happened naturally due to the fact that the cars were separated and they had already stopped. The distance between them at that very moment was already quite large. Yeah, the chief among the robbers realized what had happened and it was very bad. One of the guys noticed that they had missed him and could not leave the train in order to go in pursuit of him. After him the magician entered the conversation and said that he would remember his face and would definitely track him down and then kill him. The facial expressions on his face changed dramatically after a few moments. But now he felt something terrible and began to ask himself what it was. Then I turned in the other direction to search and thought what kind of powerful magical energy was there. But where did it come from? But when this man turned around, you were simply discouraged by what you saw there. The main characters were in that very place, using their magic and preparing a powerful spell. Then Machiavelli raised his hand and prepared to let him go, and hit his opponents. The enemy magician wondered where he could have come from here in the first place. I also wondered if this was another trap against them, and the hero used his spell and immediately sent a powerful energy beam. It spread quickly enough around the entire perimeter, and was ready to hit targets. The enemy mage saw this technique and first tried to do something with it using his magic. But when he saw such a powerful destructive force in front of him, he immediately shouted to his comrades to run away. Although already at the moment when he spoke about it, it was quite late. A few moments later, the hero finally completed his attack using magic. The targets that were in front of him were hit, and only the smell of burning was in the air. Machiavelli looked at them carefully, and thought that everything ended at that moment. The man who was the head of these heads was still on his feet, although part of his face, as well as his left arm, were in a deplorable state. When the guy saw him, he said that surprisingly this man survived. The interlocutor said that he was just a scoundrel and asked why and how he should kill them. At the same time, he asked whether his conscience really gnawed at him for such acts. The people he killed were ordinary patriots of this country, and it also turns out that they are fighting only for peace. Machiavelli did not listen to him at all and said that he was crazier than he thought. The magician, who at the moment looked like a living corpse, asked what he was actually carrying. In response to this, the hero asked if they didn't try to kill him first, and now he still dares to accuse him of some kind of atrocities. He further stated that let him say this to everyone who is no longer breathing in this place. In addition to all this, it was he who said that he would find him and take his life quite recently, so it was he who complained. The guy also said that to be honest he would really let him go. But it turns out that this person who is in front of him knows him by sight, and this is bad enough. In addition to all this, if he was going to get him better to solve everything here and now, this would make the interlocutor quite angry. Just as he was about to start shouting at him, his friends split the ice into pieces and spread from top to bottom. Since Machiavelli did this to me, he was surprised by what happened in front of him and expected what would happen next. At the same time a sound appeared behind the opponent's back coming from steps ahead. There in turn a knight appeared walking slowly and it was he who killed that man. The guy saw the ice spreading and the interlocutor asked if he was okay at all. He must be scared at this point, but he shouldn't worry about it. Then this man smiled proudly and said that the Knights of Cold Steel had already arrived at this place. In another part of the locomotive, there was a tense atmosphere, and dozens of bullets were flying right through the compartment. The robbers who were shooting back asked if they were already here. It was unclear whether they had used flight magic in such weather. One of the knights was right in front of those people, and using his magic protected himself from the bullets. After he killed them once again, he immediately directed his power in the other direction. At the same time, he rushed forward in order to attack the people who were shooting at him. The robber saw this and became wary because of how fast the attack was. At the same time, another person was already struck by the knight who was on the other side. After this man got even with one of his rivals, he immediately turned on the other. Naturally, the guy realized what awaited him and was quite frightened. Soon, only screams could be heard from him. Soon the man who dealt with all these rovers reported that the second carriage had been completely cleared. She also contacted the one who went to the first carriage and stated that it was clean, and that the passengers were now safe. Someone turned to the lieutenant and asked her permission to report on the situation. At the moment, the situation on the entire train was completely under control. The leader said that this is just a great job, and let them all grow up so that the passengers get to the next station calmly. After some time, the locomotive finally reached Leatherwalk Station. There were quite a large number of people on the platform waiting to board there. The main character at the same time was still in his compartment, and looked out the window at people passing nearby. Suddenly the door to him opened, and when he paid attention then, he saw a girl. She immediately asked how he was, and whether the terrorists had accidentally wounded him. Machiavelli replied that he was fine, thanks to the Knights of Cold Steel, and now he was simply lost in his thoughts. The interlocutor noted that she was glad to hear this. Then she smiled and said that she should have introduced herself right away. She did so and said that her name was Veronica Deville. The hero exhaled and in turn also wanted to introduce himself to this girl. Suddenly a man came up and interrupted him, asking for forgiveness. The lieutenant drew attention to him and asked if he wanted something. The stranger in response to this asked if she was the commander of the Knights and White Steel. The girl said that it was so, she was Lieutenant Veronica Deville. The man pulled out his ID and said his name was Jason. He was an officer with the Leatherwell Police Department, and was also aware of the situation that had occurred. She knows about the attack on the train in the Arid Mountains. The knight said that they, in turn, eliminated all the criminals. The interlocutor, of course. Thank you for this. Then he noticed that there was still one thing, because there was something quite strange in the report. The girl noticed that it was not clear what they were talking about and inquired about it. The officer noticed that the attackers had captured the same train too quickly, even using magical power. They could not break the defense so easily. Veronica was really surprised when she heard about these details that were in the report. And the law enforcement officer continued to say that most likely there was someone on board the train who helped those same attackers. The girl thought for a while and said that this was a fairly sensible idea, and the interlocutor managed to notice that this was just his assumption. It is because of this that they will not detain people and will simply establish their identities. The knight immediately said that she understood, and of course, this is necessary. Then she turned to the main character and asked if he had heard. At the moment the main character honestly answered the questions posed, and then everything will be fine. The guy in turn just continued to smile, and said nothing about this. But of course he didn't like this situation very much, and he thought that he was in big trouble right now. There is nothing suspicious about the very personality Gerard portrayed just recently, which is why he easily passed ticket control as expected. And as a result of this, he legally boarded this very train. At the moment, the only problem is his face, because he will definitely not be given 45 years. In turn, if the main character really ends up in trouble, then sooner or later his secret will be revealed, and in this case, he will definitely be hanged. If you are lucky enough, you will be subjected to severe torture. The street is now full of police officers and knights, so it is simply impossible to escape. Besides, as he can understand, the lieutenant is simply merciless to criminals. Now she is smiling and having a conversation with him. But as soon as everything becomes clear and they begin to suspect him, the hero will definitely be cut down. After some time, the law enforcement officer interrupted the guy's thoughts and asked if he was absolutely okay. Of course he apologizes for that, but it took him a while to get the passenger list. He doesn't have to worry about it. Just confirm his identity, and that's it. If he still has his own ticket at the moment, he asks to show it. Machiavelli took it out and immediately handed it to him. The assistant who was standing next to the man said that this was the 403rd place. The officer said that he would look now, and Roger Chalili had been here for 25 years. And also Jihad, a man in his 40s, so the police asked where the second passenger was. The heroes responded to this by saying that during the attack he was caught in an explosion. All this happened while they were passing the Arate Mountains. It was at that time that he fell off the cliff. The law enforcement officer looked at him carefully, and did not say anything. Machiavelli tried to sit calmly, not showing any emotions in order not to get caught. Soon Jason asked him to stay put and not move anywhere, but the night came closer and said that he could not be a suspect. The man asked what she meant now, and the girl responded by saying that when they arrived, he was fighting terrorists. And in this case, he asks if a traitor would behave like this. Jason asked if he really fought with them, and this is surprising. Then he thought a little and said, "This is what happened after all," and then he apologizes for it. But at the same time he called him Mr. Roger because he took him for a young man, and not for an old one, of course. The hero was amazed by this. Next, the interlocutor grumbled about the information in the report, and asked if he had really been hired at Theon's academy. Veronica was also interested and asked if this was true. They began to look carefully at Machiavelli, and the guy didn't even know how to answer them. Thinking a little about the current situation, he smiled. Then he slowly rose from his seat and, taking the suitcase in his hands, said that it was all true. Then he put on his hat and said that it was so, because he was the new Professor Roger Silesi. After some time, they were all on the street, and the law enforcement officer asked for forgiveness for the inconvenience caused. The guy said there was no need to apologize, because he was able to get here. All this happened only thanks to them. Jason said that he would take him to the academy. But Machiavelli replied that it was not necessary, because he was not obliged to do this. The interlocutor said that future empires are in the hands of this man, and how can he not carry it out? But the hero thought that this was not so, because it would be better if they left him alone. In order to get out, he said that he had business, so in this case he could no longer detain them. The officer noticed, and immediately insisted, then nothing could be done. The hero turned in the other direction, and with a smile on his face said that then he would go, and his acquaintance with Miss Veronica was short-lived, but he was glad that he met her. The girl immediately smiled when she heard such words and told Sir Roger that it was mutual, and it was also possible that they would meet again. Machiavelli did not answer anything to this, and only turned in the other direction and walked slowly, merging with the crowd. He, in turn, walked forward step by step and felt that he was approaching the long-awaited freedom. After a while I even joyfully thought that I could, and he still did it. At that moment there were small worries, and he mentally apologized to Sir Roger, and thanked him for saving his life. He in turn is glad that of course the quality of the photographs is much to be desired now, because it is difficult to distinguish him from the real Roger from the picture. Now that the problem has actually been solved, he is definitely fine. For now he needs to hide and create a new identity. Suddenly the guy's thoughts were interrupted by an unfamiliar voice, which asked if he was Roger Tlichi by chance. The main character immediately turned to this man, and he said that he recognized him, and so I'm talking with the knight. It was an old man who bowed down and introduced himself, stating that his name was Wilfred. He, in turn, worked at Theon's academy. When this man heard about what happened, he immediately came to meet him. Glad that the young professor was not injured after all. Then he asked him to sit in his carriage, and he would take him straight to Theon. The main character naturally did not like all this. At the same time there was nothing left to do except confirm his alibi and agree that he was Roger. Wilfred drove the cart they rode in with a mechanical horse leading the way. Machiavelli in turn sat right inside and was very thoughtful at that moment. Then the guy started. He didn't understand that this whole situation looked very bad. It turns out that the academy ordered to meet someone who is not the most ordinary person. If you take a closer look, this old man has a fairly fit body, and moreover, the heroes did not notice how he ended up nearby. Based on this, perhaps he was a knight. The hero thought that if it so happens that he runs away using a stupid excuse, then it will seem suspicious, and this person will immediately follow him. Therefore, it would probably be better if he postponed his escape, since ever since Gerard was considered dead, he has been nothing more than a ghost in this country. And all this means that if he disappears, then no person will even notice that this happened. Looking up, the guy thought that of course it's good that now he has an ironclad alibi, and as long as she has it, he can live the life of Roger Seeless. After some time the carriage stopped, and the old man told the guy that they had finally arrived. The main character looked around him, and the man noticed that this place was the inn. The scale was truly amazing, so Machiavelli thought what it was. Did everything really belong to the academy? It can be said that her possessions are larger than he imagined. Wilfred said that he would take him to Madame Rector, and also his luggage, he could entrust him. And after a few moments together they headed straight to the main building of this academy. The old man who escorted the guy was waiting in a fairly large hall, but the hero entered the door. When he did this, he immediately introduced himself and stated that his name was Roger Selassie, and it turns out that he had arrived here on behalf of the rector. The room in which he was located was quite large, and at the end of it there was a small table on which the rector sat. She listened carefully to what the man said and smiled a little slightly. Then she raised her head and said that she had been waiting for Sir Roger all this time, introducing herself and stating that her name was Elizabeth Willow, and she was the rector of Theon Academy. Although the room was large, it was easily illuminated by the windows. The woman asked if he was okay. He had heard about the terrorist attack. The hero replied that everything was fine. The knightly order came to the rescue in time. Director smiled joyfully after this, and said that she was happy to hear all this. Because if this person had suffered, it would have affected them too. Machiavelli was a little surprised and thought how she could talk so openly about the possible consequences for them of being inactive. Indeed, one can say that he simply cannot wrap his head around it, but he is more disturbed by the strange feeling that arose immediately as soon as he entered here. Naturally there is a high probability that he imagined it. But I wonder if Madame Rector met Roger before, and whether she had accidentally picked him up now. The woman herself gave the answer to this and said that they had met in person, and he was so tall and handsome. Based on this, the hero can say that, apparently no, he thanked her for the compliment, even if she was giving it out of politeness. The rector replied that he was saying that, after all, she, in turn, is sure that it will become popular among students. Then she held out the document and asked to take it. She would repeat all this information again. This is what he received shortly before. The salary is indicated there, and also that the employment contract is for 2 years, as well as food and accommodation at the expense of the academy. The hero noticed what was written there and thought it was a contract, and it doesn't matter much if he runs away soon anyway. But there are 30 imperial coins a month, and if we translate, then this is 30 million dinars in state currency. And we can also say that this is as much as 300 million won. Soon Elizabeth asked him about the contract, and whether it was true that they had good enough conditions. Machiavelli continued to be surprised and said that they were not bad, but in his head he thought that this was not just the case. Because it turns out it's just crazy what a jackpot. Although you should be calm, because probably with such a salary, Theon's professors have a lot of responsibilities. The main character wondered if he would be able to hide his lack of knowledge of teaching at Theon Academy for the sake of every first one being a genius. But in any case, his work here has already been decided for a long time, so it would be quite suspicious if he abruptly abandoned it. Therefore, at the moment there is absolutely no choice but to agree, lie, bluff, and read the mood of the interlocutor. This is what he is very good at. So she said that he was satisfied with everything, and he was ready to sign the contract. Besides, he had experience and knowledge of his present and past life, and he was quite confident that he could play the role. The director extended her hand and said that it was wonderful, and so she would be glad to work with Professor Roger. The guy answered Mrs. Willow that it was mutual. I also thought that he only needed 2 years to survive this time, and he would be free after a while. Night fell. Machiavelli sat on the sofa and thought that he had 3 weeks before the start of the semester. In principle, this time should be enough to prepare well. Of course, he did not think that he would be given the whole house in which he is now. Then he exhaled heavily and said to himself, which means that this time he will be a professor at the academy. After a few moments, memories of the past, and how he came to this world 27 years ago began to flood into his head. It so happens that then he was reborn and retained all his memories, but lost his other abilities. He could not rely on his parents, and only on himself. So he had a lot of hardships, but he never thought that he would become a professor. The hero thought that technically he got a fictitious job, but to put it more precisely, it was taught to him without his own desire. Although if you think like that, then he just needed a new personality, and the situation with Roger played into his hands. He is a man whose noble family comes from the small kingdom of Quoden, the only child in the family whose parents had passed away. The style of the letters that Machiavelli found is quite formal, which means he has no relatives. Because of this no one should reveal the guy's identity. It's impossible to find a better disguise than the one he now has. The guy needs to sort out the lectures and find information about the academy, so he got up from his seat. At that very second he decided that the first thing he would do was explore the area. But he just stood up and felt his stomach growl, so he noticed that he had not eaten anything at all. Oh, in that case, I put off all my business that I had planned for tomorrow, and I was wondering where their restaurant was located. Sometime after what happened, a new day finally arrived and the weather was sunny. Machiavelli sat at the table drinking a strong drink and looking at the documents. In the interval between reading, he thought that 2 weeks had already passed, and that was fast enough. But generally speaking, he had managed to collect the necessary information. I have also prepared well for the classes, and in the remaining week, I need to learn how to apply new knowledge in practice. Visitors to this institution are already arriving, so he's going to go home and get ready for the water course. The stranger who sat down next to him said she's glad he's safe. She, in turn, was worried that something could happen to him. The main character realized that he was turning to him, and immediately became wary about this. Just the two of them were sitting on the terrace near the cafeteria, and there were no people nearby either. Then the girl asked why he had not been in touch for 2 whole weeks, because the rest of the organization members were also worried about him in the First Order. Machiavelli sat sipping his drink, and wondering what he should say next. After a few moments he put down the cup, as if saying that he would now give information. The interlocutor immediately rose from his seat and answered, for which he had to check something, and also thought that if he understood correctly, then he was being followed. Although he expressed it incorrectly because, to be more precise, they are watching Roger Selassie. The interlocutor went on to say that the terrorist attack was a surprise. They in turn did not know that the rebels were planning an attack. The hero listened to her carefully, and then said that he needed information about the academy. The girl asked what she was saying. Did they really not send her earlier? Machiavelli said that he had to make sure that it was reliable, to which the stranger replied that now everything is clear. And the guy in turn realized that he almost got caught, and wondered what was going on here. It turns out that now he must try not to arouse any suspicion, so he asked if they had taken care of everything. The interlocutor said, of course, this is so because before meeting him, they did not deal with the main figures of the academy, whom they were targeting. They also tracked down and eliminated the traitor to the organization. As far as he knows, the traitor fed their own limbs and the remains were thrown to the dogs. Therefore, I asked if this was not a worthy punishment for them. The hero became even more wary after that, and thought that everything was very bad. First of all, he still had to calm down, so he took the drink to sip a little. Suddenly, the interlocutor began to spin around sharply, as if something had happened a few moments earlier. She lowered her head and immediately apologized, saying that she should have personally verified this before reporting to him. Machiavelli didn't even understand what she was talking about, so he said that everything didn't matter and asked her to tell her what was the reason for her abrupt appearance here. The interlocutor replied that he had been in this place for a month, but they had not yet contacted them. The hero interrupted her and asked, so she decided to take matters into her own hands. She became wary and immediately apologized, and the guy ordered her to remain silent. Then he put down his cup and said that its appearance also attracted unnecessary attention, so it got on his nerves. So is she really looking for them to be noticed now? Machiavelli understood that she was reacting quite sharply to his words, so at the moment he was absolutely sure that she was afraid of Roger, the girl's hands, which body were really shaking now. Soon the hero said that in any case, now he listens to her report, and wonders how many people they took. The stranger replied that 31 people from the Third Order and 7 from the Second were successfully infiltrated, and also other members of the First Order had already taken their positions according to the plan. The guy said that it was good and everything was going as it should. At the same time, if the salary is over, then they separate. The girl agreed to this and said that next time, let him come to the place agreed in advance. Machiavelli interrupted her again and asked in a rather rude tone if she was really telling him what to do. After that, he turned to his interlocutor and asked how she dared give him orders at all. Then the guy returned home and began to look at documents about Roger, that he was a great nobleman and without a family. In addition to all this, he is the youngest magician of the 4th rank and is also a professor at the Academy. It was clear that this whole situation looked pretty bad, and the hero wondered why he didn't feel something was wrong earlier. Before this, Roger's personality seemed simply ideal to him, because it was specially created so as not to arouse suspicion. Otherwise, he simply could not have infiltrated this academy. The letters that Machiavelli found were most likely encrypted by someone. Now the guy was in despair and did not understand what he should do next in this situation. He laid his head on the bed, looked for a while at the chandelier that was above, thinking. In the end, he said that he had really miscalculated, because he couldn't believe that he had gotten himself into such a mess with his hasty actions. In order to resolve this situation longer, he rose from his seat and went to look at the books and documents. The hero realized that similar Roger used the Kden language to encode messages. The construction of sentences immediately seemed strange to him. But he in turn did not think that this was the case. He is the first in the city, and whose task is to infiltrate the academy and win everyone's trust, but then periodically take into account progress. But this is not the only thing that worries the guy. He became lost in thought again, reflecting on the current situation. At the same time, he understood perfectly well that the more he thought about it, the less he believed in everything. It was unclear how the head of a secret society could die in a terrorist attack. After all, it turns out that he is one of the strongest members of the organization and was sent to spy at the academy. Such a person should definitely have survived in that situation. After a few moments, Machiavelli exhaled sadly and thought that after all, there was no point in condemning the dead man. To all this, to the secrets of the hero was added the whole story that happened between Theon's academy and the secret organization. Thinking about this, the guy thought that perhaps it was good that they had contacted him after all. After all, if we judge according to the words of that same girl, the secret society consists of 4 orders, namely 0, 1st, 2nd, and 3rd. And even if the main health does not know anything regarding the 0 order, at least he knows about its existence, and that is already good. Machiavelli decided that now he needed to quickly find out what else the First Order had sent. If it turns out that that same person knew Roger well, then there is a risk that the hero will be told. So now the main thing is not to get caught. The best option for the guy would still be to use the on to get rid of the secret orders. The secret organization will not be able to resist the powerful academy. This will not happen in any case. No matter how strong it is, the hero must get the necessary information without either side knowing about it. He soon realized that this game on 2 fronts was giving him a headache, and it was hard to think about it. Now Machiavelli seemed to have 2 rather difficult years ahead of him here. After some time the next day arrived, and at the same time the semester was supposed to begin. Quite a lot of students appeared in the corridors of the academy, and because of this it was too noisy. Some students took their seats in the lecture hall and waited for the teacher for the next class. One guy from these people asked the guys if they had already heard the latest news. After all, it turns out that the subject of the theory of spells, as well as the visual representation of elements, will be introduced by a new professor. He was asked how this is new for the 2nd year. If so, it looks like he knows his stuff. The man said that they had no other choice since the former professor suddenly quit. Although what else could he do? When the student disgraced him in front of everyone, showing that she was more capable than him, the girl approached the other, and noticed to Flora that it seemed they were talking about her. The girl with blue hair in turn asked what she had done, because she simply showed the professor that his magical techniques left much to be desired. In response to this, I heard that this was so, but clearly the guy said that he had heard that he had a brilliant reputation and wrote a bunch of reports as a military officer. The interlocutor said that it seemed that he was a respected person and not some simpleton. One of the students asked if they knew that this professor was a fallen nobleman. The rest of him were inspired after that and asked if it was true. In this case, you don't have to worry about grades. Flora thought that they had made a smart conclusion. While the lecture hall was quite noisy, the front door opened and the main character began to enter. He slowly walked up the steps that led straight to the podium where he was to speak. When Machiavelli approached his workplace in order to attract attention, he slammed his hand on the table. Naturally the students took notice of him, and he announced that he was their new professor, and his name was Roger Salici. He was pleased to meet you. After he said this phrase, you immediately noticed how the students behaved. They in turn sat very calmly and did not say a word, trying to listen to the teacher. The guy went on to say that they don't have a schedule as such yet, which is why he will make a few reassurances before they start the main course. It turns out that he will go to the city of their spell, but the structure of the lesson will be unusual for them. They will study not only theory, but also develop practical skills. It also turns out that classes will not be held exclusively for second-year students, and first-year students will also have the opportunity to attend them. Panic immediately began in the hall, and people began to whisper among themselves. Machiavelli heard this and told them to be quieter. He understands that they are not happy with such a situation. Even so, and I was very worried because the workload would be the same. A student raised his hand and asked if it was possible to know the reason why they decided to combine the courses. He was a girl who looked at the new teacher in surprise. The hero drew attention to her, and realized that he had already seen her somewhere. Therefore, in response to this, he said that he considers it his duty as a teacher to allow everyone to gain something useful from classes, regardless of their level of preparation. Also, in any case, they should not expect standard lessons from him. The girl said that she still did not understand and asked to explain a little more. But the professor said that it would be quite boring. But if he revealed all the cards at once, if he interested them, then they would see each other at the next lesson. There's one last thing he would like to point out: if any of them think they can earn good grades without stressing, because the new professor doesn't. He isn't in a hurry to disappoint them because of such thoughts. At the same time, he thought, just don't let them come to his classes and it will be bad. As a result, he thought that even though he had prepared quite well, it would still be easier for him to teach as few students as possible. While the pride of second-year students in turn will be hurt if they allow themselves to attend classes on the same basis as first-year students. Besides all this, who would want to learn from him if it was difficult? So he told the students that that was all for now and asked if there were any questions. One of the students thought that this man was oppressive with his energy, and that working as an officer probably affected him that way. Another girl thought that he was rumored to be the youngest rank from age, but was it true? They had so many questions. She in turn understood perfectly well that she could not muster up the courage to ask even one question, and Flora became interested in this man. A few moments later, Machiavelli announced that if there were still no questions, then he declared the start of the semester open. Soon the hero left the lecture hall when their lesson was over. Walking along the corridors of the academy, I thought that the students had no questions at all. He, in turn, thought that they would not want to clarify anything or find out about him. Well, despite all this, it's even better for him, although one can say that the answers prepared in advance were never needed. Then, after a few meters, Machiavelli wondered if he should wait, if they had deliberately remained silent. Now I guess if that was the case then he should have been more friendly. So maybe he hurt their pride. Soon after the professor thought about this, he raised his head up and noticed something. Several students who actually had classes for him stood near the wall with downcast gazes. There was also a guy there who also looked rather uncertain. As a result, a fairly large number of these young people gathered, and they stood in a row on both sides, literally making a corridor. Machiavelli was amazed by this, and wondered if all this was true because he just assumed. Suddenly a woman appeared, apologized and greeted the young professor. She asked if she understood correctly that he was their new professor, Sir Roger. The main characters drew attention to her, and the girl said that her name was Selina, and she was pleased to meet you. She, in turn, was also working here for the first day. The guy noticed that this was mutual, and asked if she wanted to ask him something. The girl replied that this was indeed the case. At that moment she came close enough and asked if this man had already had lunch. Soon Machiavelli was surrounded by some teachers. The man said that it was nice to meet him. His name is Brian, and he teaches how to summon golems. And the woman next to her stated that her name was Matilda, and she was responsible for charms and hallucinations from the section on curses and to spelling magic. The hero said that he was glad to meet you, and his name is Roger Kalichi. He teaches the theory and practice of spells. Then he wondered if this was really a meeting of new professors of the academy. But is it possible that all this was done to get to know each other better? The woman said that he was even more attractive up close, and the guy thanked him. The hero, in turn, drew attention to one of the people standing in the distance, and they made eye contact. Machiavelli looked at him rather angrily, as if he did not trust the man. The stranger saw how their gazes met, and after that he immediately turned away. Matilda came closer and whispered that this was Professor Chris Benamore. He was the first of them to join the academy, and as the others could see, he was a nobleman. It's not that they are commoners. Roger replied that everything was clear to him. He thought that besides him, among the new professors, there was one nobleman and 3 of humble origin. But it turns out that even despite their different status in society, they are the best in their fields. As a result, if we talk about this situation in other words, there is a high probability that there is another member of the First Order among them. Also, the fact that Chris was the first to join the academy does not say anything about him, and one cannot take his colleague's word for it. Soon that man exhaled and said loudly that he could no longer be here. It was just interesting to look at the new teachers. But in the end, it turned out that they were some commoners and a fallen nobleman, so that if he wasn't with them, they were on their own, and he was on his own. Then he drew attention to the main character, and said that this man in particular. It turns out that after all, he shouldn't pretend to be such an important big shot. The hero didn't answer anything, and just silently looked into his eyes. Matilda joined the conversation and said that his status did not give him the right to look down on them, so she asked Professor Roger not to pay attention to him. The main character said that everything was fine, and since he was against their company, then they should go without him. The others agreed and said that it sounded good. Together the new teachers went somewhere, and Machiavelli thought that he should be glad that he had company at lunch. Soon, the first lesson of the main character's lecture was about to begin. It was night outside at the moment. Some kind of device was deployed around the room of one of the students, through which it was possible to communicate with the others. A question appeared in the message window if others had heard about a new professor named Roger Salici. They say he is the youngest magician of the 4th rank and worked as a military officer. It also turns out that he participated in the hunt for cryptids, and the Magic Tower listed this man as an independent specialist in magic. One of the girls asked if they thought it was true and continued typing her text. She, in turn, wondered that in no case would she allow Mr. First Order's first lesson to be disrupted. That is why, in any case, he is going to make sure that as many students as possible come to him. Using a communication device, the guy asked if the freshmen could come too. Some of the students immediately thought about this, because this proposal was interesting. One of the guys must have written that this sounds really tempting. That's why, after receiving the information, a fairly large number of students decided that they should try it. After some time, the main character walked with unhurried steps straight towards the lecture hall. In turn, he thought about the fact that today was his first lecture, and at this point he was wondering how many students had decided to stay. It turns out that he specifically warned that his class would be quite difficult, so most likely the majority would definitely not come. And if at least someone appears, it will be only because other classes will be filled with students. After all, they themselves drop the schedule and decide how many pairs. Machiavelli thought that at best there would be about 30 people left, and there would definitely be no more. Several students were chatting with each other, and asking each other if they had read a particular post recently. And the main character in turn entered a huge auditorium which was full of students. He looked around the countries and was amazed at what was happening right there. After the situation that happened, and which he himself did, he didn't understand why there were so many of them. And was it really possible that now all 80 places were occupied? It was also interesting why there were more freshmen than sophomores. The students thought that the atmosphere had changed a lot when he walked in, and really was a military officer. Machiavelli wondered if they were not at all afraid to attend classes with the second year, and he was definitely set up. Then he walked up to the board and touching his face with his hand, thought that this was not true. He probably simply underestimated the students. At the academy where he found a job, young teachers learn from the best of the best from all over the continent. So right now there's a good chance that he seems to have awakened their competitive spirit. Naturally, the main character really didn't like this whole situation, and he thought that it seemed like he had no choice. So he started his lesson and said that new faces would come out. So you need to introduce yourself. His name is Roger Saliki, and he will teach them everything about spells. Also decided that you are a liar at the moment to the maximum. The student said that he has a question and underteach everything. Does he really mean all 4 training profiles? The hero immediately drew attention to the person who said this. In response to this, he coldly said that he had not yet allowed questions to be asked, but today he would be favorable. It turns out that from this very day onwards, those who disrupt the course of the lesson or question his authority will be deducted points. They will have the opportunity to dial them again, so they should not relax. But since the question was asked, he will definitely answer it. It turns out that the guy was really right. The professor will teach them all the training profiles of the 4 profiles we mean liberation, elemental magic, telekinesis and strengthening, as they are called. Flora thought about the fact that she usually teaches a maximum of 2 of them, but it turns out that this new professor aimed at 4. If we start from her own opinion, then he raises his bar. Sir Roger said that today he would show something that would stir up interest. Then he took a pointer and pointed at the board. After casting the magic, he said that this is a 3rd-level fire spell called Trembling Flame. It is created based on release. This is done using heat, combustion, compression, expansion, dispersion and acceleration. A technique of synergy of all 7 components. She, in turn, is 3 times faster than modern methods of performing this spell. The students immediately began to whisper, is he really going to speed up the process of creating the spell? Although some of them asked whether this was even possible, because it all sounded very unconvincing. The girl asked Flora if she thought this man was telling the truth. In response to this, the girl said that she was not sure and did not think that this was possible because Roger had changed the basic structure of the spell. In turn, it turns out that there are flowers for storing spells, as well as memory reverberation, but both methods have their limits. The girl thought that, of course, there was a possibility that he used one of them. But if all this is really so, then she will be very disappointed in this young professor. The hero continued to use magic and said that he thought they had a lot of questions, so he would answer a few of them. The student raised his hand and said that this was Alex Silent's 2nd year. I asked how this technique could be 3 times faster than the ones they knew. The teacher replied that it reduces the time to create a spell and asked the next question. And then there was Dahlia, a 1st-year student, who asked if this meant that he had changed the structure of an existing spell. The hero replied that this was not so. The technique should not be remade. In another case, it will be a completely different spell, but he will teach them to speed up the process of consciousness, spells, while maintaining the technique in its original form. Flora raised her hand after hearing all this and told the professor that this was simply impossible. He heard these words perfectly and without answering, looked carefully at this girl. Before that, she said that her name was Flora Loomis and she was a sophomore. The students immediately drew attention to her, did not know who this girl was, and understood that she had become her way out, so the professor needed to take care of himself. A few moments later, Machiavelli said that he did not allow her to explain anything, only to ask questions. But despite this, he would still listen to her. Then why is she sure that this is impossible? The girl said that in order to speed up the process of creating a spell, using familiar techniques you need to constantly train. And to be a master in this matter, does he want to say that he is capable of something that is beyond the control of even a genius? Because of this personal thing, she definitely does not believe him. The professor stood looking thoughtful, and then stated that if he said that a genius could learn it but just didn't try, the student asked what he meant. Sir Roger said that magic stagnated because it was focused on history and custom, while at the same time science was constantly progressing. This is the only reason why it threatens to overtake magic. The professor is not trying to say that science is a degree higher. He just means that magic has room to grow, so he can say that this girl's statement is wrong. If no one tried to improve her, then he will be the first person. Flora was surprised, and at the same time asked if he really thought so. Wondered what the hell was going on. Was he really so proud of himself that he had lost all shame? The main character stated that it is difficult to explain in words alone, so he asks to be allowed to demonstrate. Then he noted that if he remembers correctly, her name is Flora. Does she know how long it takes on average to create a trembling flame? The student said that it depends on the abilities of the magician. Perhaps it has crossed the 3rd rank. He will do it in 10 seconds, and a magician of a higher rank can do it in 5. Roger said that this is true, but he believes that it is not necessary to rely on rank. For example, he wants to take them to a student. The interlocutor noted that in this case, it would take at least 5 seconds and proudly said that she could do it faster. The professor immediately looked at her and said that her confidence was impressive, and then asked if she could go to the board and set an example for everyone. The student immediately got up from her workplace and agreed to his proposal. She slowly approached the board and using a pointer began to cast a spell. That same magical flame quickly began to appear in front of her, and soon the spell she wanted to do was already completely completed. The rest of the students who were sitting in their seats said that it was quick enough, of course. It was immediately obvious that she was the daughter of the Luma's family. Machiavelli looked at his stopwatch and said that 4 seconds had passed, and 78 milliseconds had passed. It was hard to believe now that she was a second-year student. After all, this is truly an impeccable performance. The girl of the city turned to him and said that there was nothing special. And the professor interrupted her and said that in any case it was too slow. She was surprised and asked what he was saying. Roger said that the best time for a rank 3 mage was 4 seconds and 41 milliseconds, so her time was a little short. Flora said that she would speed up if she practiced, but the teacher replied that that result was also not fast enough. One of the students asked if it was serious, and the one sitting next to her asked how fast he was. The hero used the wand that was in his hands and told the others to watch how to create a trembling flame. He immediately raised his hand and began to use his magic. The girl in turn did not understand at all what he was doing, because this was a completely different technique. But after that, literally a few moments passed, and the technique she created for this was exactly repeated. The moment Flora saw this, she was actually dumbfounded. Also, the other students closely watched his movements, and were surprised by the picture that was in front of them. Someone even got up from their seat and asked what it was all about, because the spell that the professor did took 1 second, and perhaps even less. Flora continued to be surprised and thought that this was not a friendly flame technique because it had completely changed her structure. After a few moments the professor asked if everyone had seen it. He in turn would repeat the spell for those who had not noticed it. After that, he again directed his hand forward and began to use magic. So a moment after this happened, that very friendly flame spell happened. The student who was very close was dumbfounded again. Of course, this was accurate, like the rest of those present here. Sir Roger said that now they have changed their minds. Then he noticed the stopwatch in his hands and said that it took him 0.24 seconds to create and this in turn is much faster than the official record, and the spell may seem strange, because for the first time he used a different technique. But even despite this, nevertheless, it remained the same. In other words, he used one technique to create another. The students asked each other how he created one technique to use another. It was not clear what this meant. The professor said that they changed the initial data and come to an already known result. In this case, it turns out that a kind of program is being created, as if the body were not equipment. But the very accumulation of magical power by the data of the program called technology would activate the software, that is, magic. It is this entire process that the main character calls source code. Flora received this information with surprise and thought what the source code was because she had never heard of such magic. But who is this person even then? The young professor turned to the student and asked if he had cleared up her doubts right now. Of course, she did not want to admit it, but she said that it was so. Sir Roger that she interrupted the course of classes without his permission, and all because she was rather biased towards his words. Therefore, wondering if she agrees with him now, the girl looked down and said that she agreed. The teacher continued his speech, saying that she acted unjustifiably rude towards him. Therefore, he can tell student Flora Lumos that as punishment for this she will have -10 points. The students began to whisper how this could have happened, because it was unclear how she could have been fine at all. The girls in turn also didn't like it very much, and we had an argument about it. But she couldn't do anything in this situation, so she immediately turned around and started walking towards her workplace. But the guy stopped her and said that, however, she showed the perfect technique of creating and reflecting flames. In that case, he will return 10 points to her. All this is because he really respects diligent students and Flora is really great. She, in turn, held her fist quite tightly and barely squeezed out a word of gratitude for it. The students started whispering again. What happens is that the penalty points were cancelled, and they are happy for that. The girl returned to her place, but her friend asked her how she was. The interlocutor sat down and said that everything was fine, and she thanked Shirley for her concern. The neighbor smiled and said that it was good, but at the same time she thought that she let this situation go so quickly, and how else after all this is Flora. So the girl was no longer worried about her, because she thought that the situation had been left out. But the student herself did not completely let go of this situation and thought about it for a long time. Sir Roger took off his outerwear and said that this was just an introduction, and now the lesson will begin. He in turn will choose students who will listen to him carefully and teach them the source code, so let them work hard enough. The students saw this look on themselves, and some of them immediately became wary. After some time, the class continued, and the professor told his students the information that he had to convey to them. One of the guys who was sitting on the top row heard those students saying all sorts of stupid things about the professor. So he was afraid that he had come here in vain. But even so, based on what he saw now, he was wrong. And it turns out that now he understood why Thien is the strongest academy. The clock made a characteristic sound, and the teacher said that this was the end of the lesson. He turned to leave and finally stated that the students could be free and let them repeat this material at home. The guy on the top floor thought that he was simply incredible, and the source code he simply could not believe that he had seen something like that. The voice of this man was heard by another from above, and then he asked whether such nonsense seriously impressed them. The guy with glasses drew attention to him, and he said that this only shows how narrow-minded they are. It's just because of the situation that commoners have no place here at all. The interlocutor did not answer him anything and just sat silently. Then I turned my attention around and saw that there was no one nearby. So I was surprised and asked if he was really turning to him and apologizing for this. The man asked if he was making fun of him. The bespectacled boy became wary at that moment, and noticed that this was not so. Under no circumstances would he have grabbed it. The student got angry because of this and asked how he dared to look down on the eldest son of Baron Filio. The boy noticed that he was telling him that he didn't want to. Suddenly, another guy asked who Baron Filio was, and whether this estate was located on the far border of the empire. A descendant of the aristocrat drew attention to him, and asked if Theon really accepted children now. The interlocutor noted that this is better than the stupid sons of baronial families. These words really warmed up the guy quite a lot, and the facial expressions on his face changed. So he took his wand and prepared to use the magic, remarked that they were scoundrels, and how dare they insult a nobleman. As a result, they will immediately answer for their words. The guy paid attention to him and looked closely, and then he said that he should still try to do it. The baron's son asked what he meant. The interlocutor in turn began to go down and said that he said to try, and then they would see what would happen if he attacked right here. As a result, he doubts that the academy will turn a blind eye to this just because of his status. Did he really not even bother to read the rules before joining? Before raising his voice, it's better to let him look around, and there he can see that they even have observers. The aristocrat immediately turned his attention there, and saw several guys looking and whispering to each other. He, of course, did not like this situation, and he told his interlocutor to look around later. Then this man left, and the student with glasses finally exhaled with ease. After that, he turned to the guy who came up to him and thanked him for his help. His name is Adrian. In response to this, the interlocutor also introduced himself and said that his name is Leo. Don't thank him, because he was simply infuriated that he was boasting of his status. Adrian was happy and said that this was such a good guy in front of him, but he got a little angry and asked if he had heard what he said before. He noticed that he was leaving then anyway. The man with glasses noticed that he was leaving with him, and Leo replied that he didn't even know where he was going now. The student asked if he understood correctly that this was a chemistry textbook in his hands, and he was also taking a class on alchemy. Leo paid attention to him, and then told him to do his e-nose. Then he said that in any case he shouldn't be so obvious. The interlocutor asked and surprised what he was talking about. The guy noticed that he was talking about the fact that he was a hillbilly, a commoner, and that he could not study magic normally. Adrian asked if it was really so obvious, because he didn't know it. The comrade replied that he still needed to find out how everything was built at the academy, especially the second-year students, among whom there are those who have a strong position in society. Firstly, now we are talking about Flora Loomis, who is a second-year student. The guy asked if he was really talking about the one who spoke in front of the class. He noticed that this one is true, and heard that she is not a gift, so we should not approach her, according to rumors. The previous professor of the theory and practice of spells quit, and all this happened due to the fault of this particular girl. Secondly, you should pay attention to the native of the noble family of the Ecclesian Empire, the third princess, Adriana van Exilian. Such a commoner as they are, it will not be good if they somehow offend a person of royal blood. The bespectacled man noted that it seemed that he understood who he was talking about. Just recently he saw her at a lecture. Leo said that the third student who leads the most famous second-year company, consisting of nobles. We are talking about Jonathan Wolberg. The interlocutor asked if it was really this family, which is one of the three most noble duke families. The guy replied that everything is correct. For them, they are midges, so it is worth staying away from him. And fortunately it seems that he does not visit this subject. By the way, that scoundrel is precisely in their company. But he managed to piss him off. Adrian said that there was nothing to be done, and whether there was anyone else. Leo said that he could not understand whether he was brave or stupid. There were several more students, but he is going to talk about these people along the way. The bespectacled man said that this is great. And if he would like to have lunch together, the guy asked in surprise what he would want. Somewhere at the same time, Machiavelli walked along the corridors of the academy where he taught. On the way, he thought about the situation that happened. It was his first lecture in his life. Thinking about it like that, their reaction was better than he had previously imagined, but he didn't expect it. The time in this world corresponds to about the 19th century on Earth, so even if we take into account the presence of magical powers, science here is not so advanced. After all, in his world at that time, it was the 21st century, and it was better, so he created the source code through a combination of magic and also science. He in turn really didn't think that it was their parasites so much. When his teacher saw this development, he said that it was not bad. The man was short enough, so the hero expected something similar from the students. The process of creating a spell should be fast and precise, but it is complicated, and also still limited to the third-rank Machiavelli. Can't teach them just the source code, so you need to prepare more spells to avoid being exposed. He approached some office, near which there was an inscription, and wondered if this was really his office. Having summoned up a little courage to make sure of this, he pulled the handle and opened the door. When the guy opened it, he saw that the rector of this university was standing right in front of the window, and she also paid attention to him. As always, she smiled and then said that Professor Roger was coming inside. At the same time, she was interested in how his office was and the beautiful leaves from the interview. The hero was confused at the same time. After a while they talked to each other, and the woman said that each professor in the academy has a private space. That's why he can use this place at his discretion. Machiavelli said that he understood everything that brought her here. The rector asked if she really couldn't be here, and the interlocutor replied that he was simply interested in the reason for her visit. After all, to be honest, she confused him with her appearance. The woman said that she just came to check how their dear professor was doing, and he was quite frank. But being the director, she is still obliged to keep an eye on them. After these words, she glanced at him. The main character, in turn, slowly lowered his gaze downwards and thought that when their eyes met, he felt a tingling sensation in his body. The director said indignantly that he was so calm, and she thought that he hoped. Roger said that he was sorry, but his portion was surprised and overflowing for today. At the same time, I thought that stumbling upon a ghost at night would not be so unexpected. It was not at all clear why the hell she was making a company in her office. The interlocutor continued to say that for other professors, her appearance was really sudden, but he was the last one she visited. Machiavelli thought, did she really come? And not just to him? And in that case, then why did she leave him for last? Of course there's a pretty good chance that maybe she knows something. At the same time, no matter how well the organization hides, she is after all the rector of the academy. So most likely, suspicious details will definitely not go unnoticed for her. Thoughts appeared in her head about whether she suddenly suspected him of something, but this was definitely dishonest, even though he was in charge of a secret organization. But he didn't work for them. The rector said that she recently heard that he invited first-year students to his lectures, and the hero replied that everything was correct, because he does not divide students into courses. The interlocutor stated that she, in turn, does not accuse him of anything, and in fact agrees with his teaching methods. Among the new students, there are actually strong guys, and there are also students who use unique magic. The guy asked if it was true that he had just received the list. The woman said that in any case, the princess attends his classes, so let him try not to get into trouble. She does not ask for special treatment. It just won't be easy to resolve the situation. If something bad happens, she places more hope on Professor Roger. The hero wondered what kind of thing the princess was. The interlocutor also congratulated him on the successful conduct of the first lesson. She would not worry anymore, because the students had a good impression of him. The hero in turn offered her tea. The director smiled sweetly and said that she thanked him and also appreciated his hospitality. She had business ahead of her, and then she wished him successful work and slowly left the office, closing the door behind her. There another professor was waiting for her, who asked how their conversation went. He in turn wondered whether Mr. Roger could still be trusted. Elizabeth replied that to be honest, she didn't even know about it. So it turns out that she usually watches those who cause the most suspicion. But for some reason she can't say this for sure about Professor Roger. Willow is a little surprised and noticed that this was really so. But if Madame Rector got down to business, it means that everything will soon be resolved. The woman smiled when she heard these words and said that she hoped so. She, in turn, could not even think that this man would not even flinch when he saw her. He had already encountered her enchanting gaze several times. Of course, Elizabeth understood that if he really was a fourth-rank magician, he would have succumbed to him. But the fact that the professor did not react at all was strange. In the end, this all means that he held out only thanks to his own willpower. But if this is so, then for her this is a rather interesting man. There is also that terrorist attack on the train. Knowing that some secret group is operating in Theon's academy, she must be attentive to even the most insignificant details. So what if it turns out that the incident was just a ruse, and the stranger took advantage of the reigning chaos in order to take the place of the real Roger? After some thought, she turned her attention to Wilfred and asked what she thought about it. The old man in response to this just smiled and said that he didn't even know. But in any case, he was sure that he was an unusual young man. It is this information that his old gut tells him. The rector said that it never lets him down. She in turn is not at all sure whether she can trust Roger's words, so she's going to watch him a little more. After talking with the woman, the main character continued to sit in his office and moved away from her gaze. He was confused and thought that the devil would rather have such personal meetings, and she was clearly interrogating him. Although if you think about it like that, then none of this matters, because he didn't do anything that she could accuse him of. So he'll just continue to do his own thing without attracting attention. Machiavelli looked carefully at the list of students that was handed to him. He saw a familiar face and decided that if he thought about it, the Lumos family was the most influential noble family. Then I wondered if he would accidentally get into trouble due to recent events. After thinking for a few seconds, he decided what he needed to do exactly. Most likely, Flora should not have taken his words to heart. He even gave extra points. So this was a sign of reconciliation between them, by the way. The rector noted that he got many wonderful students, and this already begins only with the freshmen. After all, it was for this person that the magic tower vouched for, ending with the princess of the Exilian Empire. Finally, he found the man and wondered if the rector was talking about this guy practicing unique magic. Machiavelli immediately thought that he had already seen him somewhere, and this is definitely true. But he decided not to dwell too much on it, because perhaps he would remember a little later, so he continued to scroll through the list of groups as well as students. And when he looked at it completely, he decided that he still needed to be on alert. Judging by Elizabeth's searing gaze, she still didn't trust him at all. Then doubts arose that perhaps he should stick with the secret organization because that unfamiliar girl called him the First Order. She, in turn, must have definitely seen Roger's face when he boarded the train, which all means that the change in appearance was not unexpected for her. Therefore, if the real Roger was an expert in camouflage and infiltration, then he must do this too. Although he began to nod his head and think that this is not so, because he knows how it will all end if he is really caught, and there is no guarantee that the secret organization will protect him. As a result, now the guy must remain a professor and do only everything in his power. Suddenly he heard a strong knock on the door and asked who was there. Then I went out the door to see who would come. There was a man there to greet Mr. Roger and say that he had come to give him this. Machiavelli asked if he understood correctly that this was the round schedule. The interlocutor noted that he had heard everything correctly, and today was his turn. The hero thought that it seems that the contract actually mentioned this, and the one who brought it said that his authority was over, and he would go. The professor thought that there would most likely be nothing complicated in this schedule. After some time, evening had already come, and there were still students in one of the buildings. There some of them practiced driving on training dummies. One of the aristocrats got angry and asked what her interlocutor was saying. Let her repeat it all. And she replied that she really had the right to stay here, because this particular place was intended for public use. In this case, if something doesn't suit her, why not leave her from here? The aristocrat was amazed by this and asked how such an uncouth commoner like her could even dare to be insolent. The girl replied that in Theon's academy, everyone is equal to each other, regardless of status or origin. Did she really not even know about it? The interlocutor smiled slightly and said that they say that so that she and others like her do not feel deprived. The guy behind said that commoners are so stupid. These insects are actually trying to crawl even higher. The girl heard all these ridicule of herself and no longer responded. Then she realized sadly enough that she wouldn't say they wouldn't listen to her. The aristocrat interrupted her thoughts and said, if she understood everything, then let her beg her to forgive her for her behavior. But the interlocutor turned in the other direction. The students began to say that the commoner was leaving Lady Dynama, and it is unclear why she stood her ground so stubbornly. She knew that everything would end like this. The aristocrat got angry and wondered if the baker really decided to ignore her words. Then she squeezed her wand in her hands and told her that she was a mongrel. It was not clear to her whether we were really thinking of leaving her. When the girl said this, she immediately directed her magic in the direction. She began to spread around the area and flew straight towards her interlocutor. The students were amazed by what happened and asked her what she was doing. The girl who was trying to leave turned around because she heard people shouting at her. And when she saw the magic spell that was already next to her, she realized that she would not have time to dodge. Therefore, she immediately began to scream, but after a few moments the magic collided with another, and because of this, it dissipated. The attack was actually unsuccessful as it was struck by another spell. After seeing this, the aristocrat immediately became angry and asked who it was, who was even brave enough to decide to fight her. The guy who was upstairs asked why they weren't doing this, and were they really fighting in a hall intended for training? Although what is happening right now before his eyes and battles cannot be called. The school year in turn has just begun, and they have already managed to run into trouble. What a disrespectful attitude towards the academy this is. The girl who was attacked asked if it was Mr. Roger. The hero began to descend using magic and said that he wanted to limit himself to a warning, but it turns out that it was a one-sided attack. When the aristocrat heard this, she asked what exactly the problem was. After all this was necessary in order to protect the honor of her family. The professor asked what other honor it was, since all students at the academy are equal. Right now it doesn't matter how noble her bloodline is, so he in turn simply cannot turn a blind eye to such actions. Machiavelli turned in the other direction and told her to follow him now. The girl he was talking to became very angry when she heard such an appeal to herself. So she looked at his back and said that he was just an insignificant fallen nobleman, and nothing more. Of course, after a few moments she realized what she said and how it could come back to her, but it was too late. The students who had only recently defended her were now amazed and asked what she was doing. Also the girl who was attacked was struck. For several moments, the main character stood silently, pondering the situation that had just happened. Immediately after that, he turned around and looked at the aristocrat with a cold gaze, while asking what she had just said. That girl felt a rather piercing gaze on herself, and the enormous power that came from the person in front. When the professor did not hear an answer to his question, he told her to repeat what she had said before. The aristocrat, like the others, was very frightened when all this happened, and she could not even say a word. The student lost her head because she understood that she should not say anything, and soon saw the other and the professor in front of her. He came close enough and asked if he understood correctly that she called him an insignificant fallen nobleman. One of the students called Professor Selina and said that they were there. The woman quickly ran up there and saw that a conflict was happening. In addition, the main character after coming closer immediately raised his hand, as if it seemed that he wanted to hit her. Everyone was immediately wary about this, but in the end he simply pointed his hand at his student's shoulder. And then he stated that she was completely right when she said this statement to him. Of course, the aristocrat became wary and asked what he was saying. The professor, in response to this, noted that he really is a fallen nobleman, and she correctly noticed, however, they are in the academy, and he manifests himself as a professor. In this case, it turns out that she is questioning his authority. Then he asked if he understood this correctly. The girl did not answer anything, because she understood that she was to blame for the situation. Machiavelli continued to say that however she had just arrived here. In any case, it would probably not be easy for her to get used to the new environment. So, despite everything that happened, they will consider that she was spoken, and he will let her go this time. But of course, they will receive a disciplinary statement, because she behaved rudely towards her classmate. Then he turned to Renee and asked if she was injured. The girl replied that everything was fine. The professor remarked that this was wonderful, but even then he would leave them to Professor Selina. The woman replied that of course he could do this. After the words were spoken, the hero turned in the other direction and walked in an unknown direction, and all the students looked in his direction. Renee wondered if Mr. Roger actually knew his name, and remembered that she went to his classes. But in reality, she is an ordinary commoner who does not stand out among other students. Remembering the situation, she remembered the words of this man who said that everyone in the academy is equal. This situation was truly amazing, but on the other hand, it was quite pleasant. So in reality it turns out that he is not such a bad person as he seemed at first glance. Now she feels that she can trust him and follow his example, so she will learn even better this way. The weather was quite good outside, and the main character went out there to get some air. He came to one of the benches that was in the vicinity, and immediately grabbed his head because he felt a sharp pain. Something strange began to happen in his mind and he heard some sounds, and it really bothered him. After a while, when he could not bear the pain, he immediately reached for his inner pocket. Before he had yet to take the medicine, the situation really only began to worsen, and consciousness was almost lost. Sony continued to hold his head, but he felt that he seemed to feel better. At that moment it was completely unclear what he would do without these pills. It was also unclear why this whole situation and commotion happened just now, because it turns out that he almost showed his weak side in front of the students. His symptoms appeared immediately after he entered the first training ground, but then he could still control it. And at the same time, when he felt much worse, he was about to leave, when that girl began to lie louder and louder, so he could not help but intervene. He in turn hopes that he did a good job. His face was probably in complete chaos, and he probably didn't look very good. He had in his hands the last bottle of medicine that he could drink, in which case he could hold out for another 5 days. Even so, he would most likely have to use magic, because if you think about it, taking a prescription to a pharmacy can be quite dangerous. Just because of that, he needs to contact that guy as soon as possible. After a short period of time, a new working day arrived, and the main character was already at the academy. He sat at a table with other teachers, and asked if he heard the woman correctly who was talking about a werewolf. The woman smiled and said that he heard everything correctly, because it was definitely a werewolf. It turns out that students say that last night they saw a dark figure in the city, and she was sitting right on the roof of one of the buildings. Machiavelli, in response to this information, said that it sounded like a city tale about a ghost. Selena asked if he really thought so. After all, it turns out that there are even witnesses to his appearance on the territory of Theon's academy. Mr. Roger asked if this is true. The interlocutor replied, "Of course, all this is true. It could have been something else, but it was probably a werewolf." It is not surprising to encounter such an unusual phenomenon in the magical environment of the academy. At the same time, it turns out that there are even stories about the 7 ghosts of Theon. The guy asked if there really was such a thing, but Selena said that he hadn't even heard of them. The hero said that she probably knows a lot of stories about ghosts. The interlocutor asked not to think that she was specifically looking for information about the supernatural. She just wanted to find discussion topics that would be interesting to the students, so she did a little research and didn't get carried away with such things. The hero thought that it was just a compliment, and said that he understood. So let her calm down. The interlocutor said that this was really not so, and let her understand it. Another teacher joined the conversation and told Professor Roger that she had heard him demonstrate an unusual technique in the first lesson. In the end, he created something innovative, an accelerated process of creating a spell, and what is its name? Sylvia added that it is called the source code. The rest of those present heard her scream and immediately turned their attention there. The woman was embarrassed when this happened, and her interlocutor said that this was exactly so, and whether it was true or not, Machiavelli replied that he took it to be true. Matilda was surprised and said that it was really possible then, but they could not believe that such a spell really existed. The teachers in turn all looked at these people in surprise and whispered something to each other, and immediately, naturally, the main character paid attention to them, but continued to look in surprise. The interlocutor told the guy what he was doing was that everyone wants to know the secret of Professor Roger's magic, and rumors spread quickly. The hero asked if they really wanted to know his secret, and immediately drew attention to the rest of the people. The woman asked if he was sure he could tell the secret. "Well, in such a place this is unique magic," Sylvia said. Of course the magic tower could issue them a patent. The professor noted that he was not interested. I also thought that it was really better for him not to interrogate any patents, because if he lets down his guard, it's easy to get a knife in the back. But until the magic tower contacts him, the other professors are already actively burning him with their glances. The hero saw that this was Chris Benamore, and with such a look he could definitely kill. Then he wondered what it meant before that they had told him about the werewolf. After some time, night fell in the city in which they were on the panel. At the same time, Machiavelli was not at home, but wandered around the neighborhood and thought that it was already late. I thought that maybe of course he should walk around and look for that creature. When she thought about it, someone was already behind you. It turned out that this was exactly the creature that he had been looking for all this time, namely a werewolf. The monster saw a man who had his back to him, and without hesitation immediately attacked him. Machiavelli in turn felt that someone was attacking him and easily returned from the claws at the last moment. After that, without thinking for a second, the same one swung his leg to attack. The same opponent who was the first to start a fight was thrown aside. Next, the professor approached that creature and said that he was wondering where they were wearing it, and he, in turn, means you were waiting to pull off a similar trick. The monster understood that he was in a bad situation and said that so much time had already passed, so he really couldn't even pretend that he was surprised. Then he began to get up and said that it had not been a long time since he had seen his elder. And the main character also smiled and said that it was so long ago and called the interlocutor Hans. Of course it turns out he's still causing trouble, so I wonder what he's done this time. Hans in turn asked if this man really thought that he would like it to turn out this way. He, in turn, did not expect that the dog, which was sitting in the woman's arms a second ago, would suddenly jump and rush towards him. The hero smiled and said that this was a rather funny situation. The beast got angry when he heard and saw this and said, "Is it really funny to him?" But of course it is, because he was not in his place, and it seems that someone cursed him. It turns out that Hans is a human, but he has one peculiarity. As soon as an animal bites him, he immediately takes on its gene and turns into this animal. Whether he wants it or not, it still happens. The man asked so much that in the end, whether he brought the antidote or not, the hero took out a syringe and said that it was here. The interlocutor immediately gave himself an injection and thanked him for it, because he could not remain in this form for a long time. After some time, this antidote worked, and he slowly began to turn into a human again. Then she said that if Machiavelli had not come, he would have had to suffer for several more days. The guy said that it reminded him of the day they met. Then he received an order to catch a cryptid, and he was very surprised when he saw an overgrown chihuahua in front of him. Hans said that thank God. Then he settled everything. It turns out that otherwise he would have been finished. The hero interrupted him and said that now his name is Roger Talici. The interlocutor replied that he remembers, because he wrote to him about it. Machiavelli, after all, became a professor at Vienna's academy, and then asked when he managed to change his personality, and why they met in Lirisvok and not in the capital. It was not clear what happened, and so the main character told the whole story. The interlocutor smiled after that, and said that he was simply incredible. If he were in his place, it would have given itself away immediately. It is unclear how this man even got out of such a situation. Roger said that it was a matter of life and death. Therefore, he can say that he had no choice. Hans asked if this Roger really turned out to be a member of a secret organization. The hero replied that he understood correctly. They called him the First Order and asked him to stop because it wasn't funny at all. The interlocutor looked thoughtful, and the guy asked if this really told him something. The comrade in response to this said that he had definitely heard about him. Recently some guys came to the underworld and the Order was pursuing them. After Machiavelli heard this, he said that he was sure that it was them. Now he was quite interested in what the name of their company was then. Hans replied that if he remembers correctly, it was called Black Dawn. He said that perhaps his comrade was really lucky to survive, but one mistake, and he would give himself away right away. The hero replied that this was true, and he needed to be well prepared. Speaking of which, did his acquaintance bring the suitcase from whom he asked for it? The interlocutor handed it to him, and said that here it was. The hero asked if he looked at what was in it. The werewolf replied that they were not crazy enough to rummage through his things, and even if he wanted to, he still could not open it. The guy said that Sheridan was probably still waiting for him, and that he should convey his apologies to him. The interlocutor noted, who knew that something like this would happen, there is nothing to apologize for. Machiavelli asked if he needed medicine in the fight, then why his comrade in the letter asked to wait 2 whole days and why they didn't meet immediately. The interlocutor was surprised and did not ask what she was saying because he did not understand at all what she was talking about. Roger said in what sense the day before yesterday he heard a rumor about the appearance of a werewolf. Hans noted that he arrived in Leatherwelk only today. In that case, why would he wait 2 whole days for them to talk? After these words, an awkward pause hung between them. But after a few moments, the attention of these people was attracted by a sound, and it was the same werewolf they were talking about. The interlocutor was dumbfounded and turned to the elder, asking what it was. Korish in turn also drew attention to that same creature, and said that he thought correctly. And so it turns out that that very real werewolf appears upstairs on the roof of one of the buildings. The creature sat there making strange sounds and looking up. Hans said that it was just horror, and could it really exist? In any case, it seems that he did not notice them, and he needs to get out of here. Machiavelli noted that this is not so, and he will notice if they move, he thinks he is now out hunting. After a few moments, he turned his attention to the monster, and saw a minor detail that caught his attention. Namely, it was that there was some kind of trinket hanging on the werewolf's neck that was familiar to him. His friend asked what it was, and then he saw it. The professor told him that he had to check something right now. The younger one asked how to check it. Was he really going to come closer? And Roger noticed that there was something sparkling on his neck, and they probably put this very thing on him on purpose. Hans asked, but who would do something like that? The hero reloaded his weapon and said that they don't know him now. The interlocutor, after noticing this, said that he had not seen this man shoot for a long time. The last time it was when he was hunting cryptids. But it turns out that he had a different personality then, but now it was not clear what his name was. Machiavelli replied that his name was Van Helsing, or to be more precise Abraham Van Helsing. A few moments later the monster heard a sound coming from below. Immediately he turned his attention there, and saw that there was a man there. Naturally both homelands were looking for their teeth because this was exactly what he needed. Without even thinking, the creature immediately jumped from the place in which she had been sitting all this time, and Machiavelli noticed how a monster appeared near him after a while. The werewolf raised his head and it was clear that he intended to kill him now. The hero looked forward and realized that, as he had thought before, something was holding this creature's neck. Naturally, he only had questions about this, but he would get answers as soon as he captured this monster. The opponent began to act like a wolf, and after that he rushed to attack the man, but he managed to return. Machiavelli used his magical technique and therefore a circle appeared under his feet. This is how he used his peculiarity to dodge the attacks of a creature that wanted to tear him into pieces. But it so happened that he soon hit a wall, and there was nowhere to go. The werewolf noticed that he had cornered his victim and rushed to attack because he thought he had already won. The main character did not even intend to leave there and continued to stand with a relaxed face. Before he was attacked a sly grin even appeared on his face, and those magic circles that turned out to be traps worked at the same time. The creature was amazed and immediately raised its head up and began screaming in pain. And literally soon the werewolf could not stay on his feet and immediately fell on his back. Something terrible was happening in my consciousness, and incomprehensible sounds were heard that literally tore my head. At the same time, Hans was somewhere on the sidelines and wondered why the werewolf suddenly began to behave this way. Whether it was possible that he had eaten something wrong. The main character answered the question, which he did not hear, that the ultrasonic signal sent to him is unacceptable to the human ear, so you creatures are now having a headache. As a result, he won't even need an expensive silver bullet in this situation. Machiavelli took a syringe out of his pocket, and said that now they won't even look where this creature came from. Suddenly he heard some strange sounds from several directions, and so he immediately listened. Someone was saying that he should run here, because the sound was coming from this direction. In the end, it was necessary to do all this quickly in order to catch up with these people. The hero wondered if these police were really there, and why they didn't appear right now. While Machiavelli was distracted by people who were nearby, the monster got its bearings and jumped up. The guy noticed that his victim was leaving him and realized that he shouldn't just leave it like that, so he used his left hand which had a hook inside it. The hero released it directly onto the wall in order to catch on and rise up. When he was in the sky, the werewolves continued to run away, because they did not want to encounter this man anymore. But Machiavelli could no longer be stopped because he headed towards him and said that he would not let him go. He is one of the policemen, shouted to the others to look, because there is someone on the roof, and the other told them to detain anyone who arouses suspicion. At the same time, the main character was on the roof, catching up with the werewolf. He ran as fast as he could, but the creature that had previously tried to attack him was now running away. The werewolf did not stop and after a few moments jumped far enough. Never did this, you immediately stopped, because you thought that the hero would not catch up with him. But this was not so, because Machiavelli jumped onto the same train on which this creature was located. The moment the guy landed, he said that he only wanted to pacify him before that. But it turns out that right now he simply doesn't leave him any other choice. Therefore, the professor used his power and a moment later a shuriken appeared in his hand with which he was about to fight. The werewolf realized that they could not avoid a collision with each other, and rushed to attack him. And the main character also understood this very well, so he threw the weapon that he had in his hands forward. The creature dodged it easily enough and continued moving forward. So it could be said that now they will face each other in a duel. Shuriken in turn, which had recently flown in the other direction, returned back. Literally the last moments of the monster noticed this attack and still managed to dodge before it hit him. The professor caught the weapon in his hands and then said that he had a really good reaction. But he just wanted to finish off his opponent with one blow. But it didn't work out. At the same time when Machiavelli said this, he extended the cane that was in his hands forward and used the magic. The force he sent forward amazes the monster because he did not have time to turn away from it. The hero was not going to stop and twisted his weapon in different directions, manipulating this force. So she started spinning chaotic around the area and flew up. Then she went back and quite powerfully hit the monster right on the head, of course. This was not enough to kill him, so Roger understood this very well, and therefore rushed to the attack immediately after the indirect blow. The opponent saw this swift attack and immediately jumped back because he was afraid of its power. But even so, he could not dodge the unexpected shuriken attack that the hero threw. So, because of the pain that this beast felt, he screamed pitifully. The guy at that very moment was at the top and was ready to attack the corner. But then, when he swung and tried to hit the werewolf, he grabbed the weapon with his teeth. In the end, it turned out that it was a completely unusual cane, and inside it there was a blade, which the guy pulled out. When he did this, he immediately took advantage of the manipulation and turned his back to his opponent, and after actually freeing himself from his guardianship, he tried to strike again. Subsequently, the beast was only convinced by how the horse radish was very close to him, and reflected in his eyes. A few moments after the incident, the creature's head flew off due to Machiavelli's amazingly fast attack. In a slightly different place along the road, a friend of the protagonist was running, who was hastily trying to escape. He walked along the road and said to himself, he didn't get caught. The eldest said that he wanted to grab the defense of the day. So where the hell is he anyway? While the guy was heading into the period and thinking about it, after a few moments he turned his attention to the side. Out of nowhere, the head of a werewolf appeared, which fell right in front of his feet and scared him. Following her, the main character appeared, who asked how it was for him. The comrade said, damn him and let him warn him next time, because he almost dropped the suitcase. Hans looked at the head of the creature and asked if it was a werewolf, which we have not encountered. Let him not tell him that he is going to leave him here. Machiavelli said that he studied what he wanted, so yes, he doesn't need him now. The guy asked what he was saying, and then why did he bring his head? The comrade came closer and noticed that it was because he wanted to surprise him. Hans noticed that he decided to repay him this way, probably. Unlike him, the guy succeeded, and this is not fair. Roger said that it turned out that you are not a real cryptid therefore, who created him artificially. The hero thinks that they should still do what they planned before. The guy asked if he really meant that. Machiavelli replied that they should settle somewhere here. Because in Lizavelka, it is much better than in the capital itself. And besides, it will be to their advantage. Since he needed to stay here for some time, Hans asked if he wanted to stay in the city where the secret organization operates and Theon's academy is located. They also conduct crazy experiments and operate street gangs. The guy replied that that is why this is the most suitable place, because they will get lost in this chaos. Let him just collect all the necessary information. The comrade asked if he wanted him to do this alone. The hero answered his capabilities. The limited ones are watching him. He needs to keep him informed, and then he will make his move. Hans replied that he understood him, and somehow he is a professional in this matter. The hero thought that he cannot wait until the situation resolves itself, but doesn't he have the opportunity to immediately begin to act? First, he needs to do at least this. Namely, at a minimum, acquire advisors and unexpectedly meet a werewolf in this era. The pendant on him suggests that he was an experimental sample, so the guy thinks it was an unusual experiment. In the end, he figured out the werewolf and hopes he won't get into trouble anymore. The headlines are threatening. The news is spread that unidentified murders continue to operate in Laserwelk. 5 murders were committed last Sunday. As a result of these actions, there are about 10 victims in total. The identity of the perpetrator has not yet been revealed, but witnesses claim that they saw a terrible beast with black fur. According to the police themselves, this was a crazy killer, whom they would soon find and also arrest. The hero read this and said that the townspeople were worried. Machiavelli thought that if we talk about Sunday, then this cannot be, because he got rid of the werewolf's body on Saturday. Is it really possible in this case that there are still werewolves? The guy's thoughts were interrupted by a magic ball that stood to the side and began to glow. After some time there were meetings of teachers and professors at the academy. Selena noticed Professor Roger and asked to sit next to her. The teachers whispered whether this was really the same Roger Salasai. Someone said they heard he had invented an amazing spell, and that's probably true, but isn't he a fallen noble? At least that's what it seems like. When Machiavelli sat down in his seat, the woman asked if he had already heard the news. It turns out that last night 2 freshmen were attacked. Of course, fortunately they survived, but they still received serious injuries, and as if left by the claws of an animal. When they woke up, the students replied that it was a terrible beast. Selena thinks that the rumors that appeared last week are indeed true and that there are victims in Leatherwalk too. One of the women interrupted the teachers' conversations and said that Madam Rector had come, and therefore asked for silence and to talk less. The interlocutor noted to the main character that this woman is a professor of pharmacology. Mrs. Marissa, she's been teaching at the academy for 20 years. Machiavelli replied that he was not understood. And a few minutes later the door opened, and the reactor entered. Now she was not as cheerful as before, and said that she had called them all to this urgent meeting to make an announcement. So it turns out that a criminal had appeared at the academy. Of course, they don't yet know who is responsible for this, but there are witnesses who claim that it was encrypted. And if we talk about this, then we are talking about a werewolf. One of the professors stood up and told the lady that it couldn't be a werewolf, rather it was some kind of mistake, and what else could it be encrypted? Elizabeth drew attention to him, and asked if Professor Hugo had anything to say about this. The old man responded to this by saying that their academy was still under the protection of the Empire. That's why he doesn't understand at all where such a creature would come from, so they shouldn't believe the students' stupid stories about the inn's ghosts. The director said to this person, "Didn't she say that they have 2 casualties at the moment?" Hugo replied that he had heard her perfectly well before, which is why he says that he does not believe that a werewolf is behind all this. Both victims are from noble families. Elizabeth, after hearing this, immediately turned her gaze to her interlocutor. The old man continued to say rather impudently that he thought one of the academy students did it, and that we were talking about a commoner. The woman looked at him angrily again and asked what he was saying. The teacher, in turn, asked whether the director thought that this was the work of commoners, otherwise why of all the students only the nobles suffered. And does she really think that some kind of werewolf could have done this? It sounds much more plausible that someone impersonated the creature. The rest of the teachers who were from noble families immediately began to discuss this and condemn those of lower status. Machiavelli listened carefully to what was happening and thought that it seemed to him that the Black Dawn would be at a disadvantage, and apparently he was mistaken. Still, now there is incitement of the people at a time when they need to unite. Most likely, this is how the best academy on this continent comes out of this situation. While the main character was sitting and thinking about this situation, he felt something land on his shoulder. Naturally he felt it and noticed it, then he wondered if it was a bug. Of course, this attracted his attention because he realized that most likely this was a message from someone. So I immediately took this bug off my shoulder and began to carefully examine it. As a result, it was possible to establish that there was some kind of message there, which was written in fairly small print. It was difficult to read this information, but Machiavelli succeeded. It was written that 3 experimental subjects escaped. If they cannot be captured, we must be eliminated immediately. After all, they are the ones who pose a threat to the disclosure of this guy's identity. After reading the information naturally, he became very angry and immediately clenched his fists aggressively. The professor tried not to show it, but in his heart he was in despair, and wondered why he needed all these tests in the first place. Selina noticed that something had happened and asked Roger if he was unwell. He tried to pretend that everything was fine and said that everything was fine, but I wondered what it means that this whole situation is directly related to the Black Dawn. Apparently they also did not expect something like this to happen. In fact, it is good that their position has been shaken, but the hero cannot allow himself to be declassified. But in this case, you simply cannot sit like this with your hands folded. And in this situation, the hero must get to the test subjects before the on. After all, if he is caught, then everything will come to an end. Elizabeth remarked to Professor Hugo that he has every right to express his opinion, but let him concentrate on his work. The man asked if she would tighten security. The woman replied that that was true, and that he should tell the students not to leave their rooms late at night. It also allows dim merit points to be given as punishment, and that is her decree. The teacher said it was good, and they understood everything. The director said that in that case it's great, and then they will end there, so they wish everyone a good job. The professors began to disperse and discuss the situation. After some time, the main character did not sit still and walked around the surroundings of the academy. And when he walked through the next place, he immediately stopped because he felt something behind his back. There was a man hiding behind a tree, so he told him to stop hiding and come out. It turned out that it was a girl who was watching the main character, and was wary. Machiavelli turned his attention there, and saw a student passing by whose lecture he was teaching. She looked scared or depressed, so she was worried about what she would say now. The main character noticed her, and wondered if this was the same girl who called him the First Order when they first met. Well, now it turns out that she is posing as a student, and this is quite strange. To clarify this situation, the guy asked what was going on. The girl immediately became distracted and could not put together a few words. Sir Roger noticed that she was worried and said that they would find a quieter place, so let her follow him. The interlocutor agreed to this. The professor asked if she wanted to have coffee. The student was surprised and asked what he was saying, but as a result of this conversation, they still headed to the cafeteria. There they sat together opposite each other and tried to discuss something. The main character asked what her name was, and the girl responded by saying that she was Sylvia Rockhen. The professor said that he thought she used a pseudonym after all in order to hide her real identity, so she was interested in what her real name was. The young interlocutor, of course, was confused by this, but stated that this was her real name. Machiavelli was surprised and wondered if this really meant that this was not her pseudonym. Then he noticed that if she still has something to tell him, then let him start talking. The student turned her attention to the side and said that there were other people here, and the guy replied that he, in turn, cast a spell so that no one would hear them outside of this magic circle. She said that this was expected of the First Order. Sir Roger asked that she no longer call him First Order and refer to him as a professor. She asked what he was saying because it was disrespectful to him. Machiavelli replied that this was an order, and whether she understood that this should not reach other people's ears. The girl lowered her gaze and said that she understood everything and obeyed him. The hero noted that now we should talk about the matter, and let her describe the current situation to him. The interlocutor noted that she would do everything now. It turns out that behind the recent events related to the werewolf, there are their daughter groups who are conducting experiments on cryptids using black magic and the teachings of Shamses. The School of Shamses is a group of scientists expelled from society for conducting prohibited experiments. It does not know what the essence of their research was, but the experimental subjects escaped. They ended up escaping through the sewers and causing gruesome murders at the Anne's Academy. The interlocutor then apologized and noted that she was talking too much, but the hero said that this was not so and everything was fine, so let him continue. Sylvia is well aware that Shams's school is responsible, but tells Roger's professor that he was asked to look into this, which is why she is here. Another order, Victor Dreadful, allowed him to borrow this name. The hero said that he did it, but did not think that everything would turn out like this. I thought that if we talk about this person we need to remember this name. The girl said that the situation was out of control, so they should solve it as soon as possible. It is necessary to eliminate 3 objects, so you should try. The guy said that not 3, but 2. And so that the interlocutor would understand what he completed the token about. Sylvia realized what it was and asked where he found it. Machiavelli replied that 2 days ago, he came across one of the werewolves in Laserwell. She said that he was simply amazing. The hero thought that she contacted him while maintaining cover and did not arouse anyone's suspicions. It is not clear why such a talented girl is still a member of the Third Order. In general, what if she was left with no choice? Perhaps the girl is from a noble family, and is unlikely to be an antisocial organization that treats noble as well. She is probably playing the role of a puppet, which was used by someone who was thrown out of the organization. He recently realized what a precarious position Thien is in. Now he knows that the balance of the Black Dawn is also disturbed, and it is because of this that Sylvia will be able to somehow help him in this situation. Machiavelli noticed that she said that they didn't escape through the sewer, which means she needs to be searched. In which case, doesn't the Academy have this information? The girl replied that she understood everything correctly, but she did not know how long they would remain in the dark. The professor rose from his seat and said that he understood everything. Then, using his power, he said that he thanked her for contacting him, and they would see each other later, if possible. The girl hesitated and told Professor Roger that it was so, and he turned to her and said that there was something else. It turns out that I was able to explain it much better. He was glad to listen and hopes their next meeting will be just as successful. Then he simply left, and the interlocutor did not say anything, but it was clear that she liked this information. Sylvia sat quite embarrassed and could not squeeze out even a few words, and when the professor had already left, she was still able to say words of gratitude, but it was too late. The girl continued to sit in the cafe with her head down, and from the side someone was looking out the window at them. It turns out that it was another student from the academy. She wondered what you felt. But is that really what she thinks? When I noticed the teacher, I immediately wondered if this was magic. In the end, even if she was right, why he used the spell there, it was unclear what the hell those two were even talking about. Some time passed after the incident, and most of the students were sitting in the classroom where the lesson was taking place. Flora was also there, but she did not listen to the professor at all, since her head was only thinking about what those two had discussed recently. There were thoughts that, judging by the color of the magic field that she saw then in the cafe, she could confidently say that it was a sound-blocking spell. The magical trace is still almost imperceptible to the receptors of ordinary people. But why was this spell made, and what secret could they be talking about there? The teacher closed her textbook and said that that's all for today. The rumors that are circulating around the academy are true, so let them walk around the campus too late. If they break the rules, you will receive penalty points. One of the students asked if the guys had heard about the werewolf, and they answered that of course. He said that he wanted to ambush him, and wasn't it interesting to look at him? The interlocutor asked if he had heard an announcement recently. If they were caught, they would lose points. The first one replied that they would try not to attract attention, and they would be able to get a reward. Leo asked Adrian what he thought. The interlocutor asked what is it really about a werewolf. He thinks that it is better to stay away and not risk his own points. The guy replied that he knew that he would say so. The student asked what he thought about this. Leo replied that he agreed with him, and it was better not to take risks, and also leave this matter to the professors. Suddenly a classmate approached the guys who looked quite angry as she hit the table. One of them immediately turned around and said good morning to Tracy. The girl was really angry and asked if he really called it good morning. Leo, apparently, is also worried about the spirit and told her that it was time to accept the loss and calm down. The interlocutor replied that they had a draw and should not interfere at all. After all, this concerns only her, as well as Adrian, and she pointed her hand at him and said that this time she would not hold out, so they should fight again for real. The boy replied that he didn't think he wanted to do this. And the girl asked why this was so. He noted that he had classes during the day, and in the evening they had to stay in their rooms. This was done in order not to run into the werewolf. Tracy asked if it was serious. He was just scared and looking for an excuse. The interlocutor did not answer anything to this. And one could say that now he would get angry, and everything would be the other way around. But that was not the case, because he simply smiled sweetly and said that she could think like that. The girl said that they would try to resolve the issue in a different way. Adrian asked what she was talking about. She replied that the speech about the werewolf will be won by the one who grabs him first, and how does that feel? The bespectacled boy noted that this was not what he wanted to do, but Leo interrupted him and said that he had to deal with it. His comrade did not understand why he did it at all. Tracy said that then they agreed and let them just try to escape. The guy replied that they would come, but she shouldn't let the guys go when she loses. Soon Adrian said that she had already left, and then asked Leo why he agreed, because this was just madness. The comrade replied that the girl would not have lagged behind anyway, and that the teachers would still take care of the werewolf before them. The guy only said that Tracy, it seemed, was not joking about it. Leo said that she was not a fool to go at him alone. The bespectacled man replied that, to be honest, she was not ready to do that. The interlocutor said that most likely this would not happen, but then they thought together, and immediately rose from their place. Both looked out the window to see where their recent interlocutor was heading. One of them asked when she managed to go so far, and she was probably going to the dormitory now. Adrian said, thank God that Tracy had not yet forgotten how to think sensibly, but after a few moments the girl's course changed. She, in turn, was not going to the hostel at all, but probably in search of the very creature to whom they had spoken recently. When the guys saw this and realized what was happening, it was already too late, and the situation was bad. After some time, night fell at the academy where the main character taught. As usual, in the middle of the night he was not at home, but was walking along the local roads. At one point he stopped, because he heard something and didn't think that today was in great demand. Before that he was met by one of the professors who offered a deal. The hero asked if he wanted to say that in exchange for restoring his family's reputation, he asked him to look after the students of noble birth. The man said that he simply thought that a little compliance would not hurt, and there was nothing wrong with that. Machiavelli understood that talking with the fallen nobleman made him uncomfortable. He believes that maintaining a good relationship with the rector will bring him some benefit. Roger replied that he does not agree to this. The interlocutor asked what he was saying. The hero replied that he believed that at the academy, there was no division into nobles and commoners, and nothing would change his opinion. Now he apologizes because he needs to return to his rounds. The professor tried to restore him and asked him to listen carefully. The hero thought about this situation and decided that he would be discovered if he did as this man said, and he did not need this. In addition to all this, he does not want to anger the rector, and when he was passing along the road, he felt some rustling from behind. Then he headed to that very place, and using his power won several students who were hiding in the bushes. At the same time, the professor asked why not everyone was still in the dormitory. One of the guys hesitated, and said that this was not what they thought. Machiavelli was not going to listen to them and said that everyone would get 5 penalty points for this. Sent the next batch. He thought that there were already 20 students, and that was too much. The hero had heard about a reward for catching a werewolf, but did not think that so many people would want to receive it, and the threat of penalty points had no effect. At this rate, the situation could escalate even more, and the guy must do everything to prevent this from happening. After some time, he went to a wastewater treatment plant in the vicinity of the academy and ended up in the sewer. There I thought about what Sylvia said, that the turnover did not get through the sewer. This is still the only one in Laservelka where they could get through. Machiavelli, after descending, immediately used his magic to illuminate the room. Soon I looked around a little and noticed that it seemed that the police had not checked this place. I saw clear footprints, and they were definitely werewolves. But were there really 2 of them? Judging by the size, one could say that one was large and one was smaller, and the paw prints led in the forward direction. The hero in turn hoped that they would not be interrupted halfway. For some time he followed the trail left by these same creatures and almost got out of the sewer. There, the guy saw a picture of the tracks diverging, and it was bad enough. He looked at them for a moment, and then chose one of the sides to check first. When the hero headed there, he realized that the large werewolf had gone straight towards the academy, and most likely, he had already gone hunting. So we can say that at the moment he represents the greatest danger among the others. The guy would not be surprised if right now he is tracking down his next victim. At the same time, while Machiavelli was thinking about this, he heard some strange sound from the side and realized that someone was screaming. The sound was quite far from this place, and came through large thickets of bushes. The professor immediately rushed forward in that direction and realized that it would take a long time to follow the tracks, so he would run towards the sound of the voice. As a result of this action, it was very soon clear that the two girls were being attacked by the same werewolf whom he was trying to catch up with. Machiavelli saw that they were students of the academy where he worked, and they were standing trying to defend themselves. Due to the long distance to them, he realized that he did not have time to reach them, and that was bad. So he immediately used his weapon in the distance. The spell quickly began to spread throughout the area and rushed towards the monster. Naturally, the werewolf noticed this attack, but it was too late, so he did not have time to react. The magic spell began to touch him, and thereby blind him so that the beast covered himself with his hands. The main character in turn did not stop and after a few moments got closer and then hit him hard. The monster's body flew far enough and a new professor appeared right in front of the students. They in turn drew attention to him and said that this was Professor Roger, but they were amazed. The guy didn't even pay attention to them, and said that it was Renee, and also Adriana van Exilian. Our girls were surprised, and the first of them said that this was true. They were wondering what he wanted. The teacher said in a rather angry tone that each of them received 5 penalty points for this. They in turn were even more stunned when they heard this information and asked what he was saying. True, the princess was quite surprised and asked to wait a few seconds. She noticed that the teacher still had to make sure that they were in order. The hero asked how she even dared to raise her voice at him now. The girl replied that it was all because she wanted to help her, and the professor said that she forgot to think about her safety, and now she's also counting him. Another girl joined the conversation and asked the man not to punish her. Machiavelli asked what she was talking about. Renee hesitated and said that she accidentally fell asleep while she was studying. The professor told her that he thanks her for her dedication, but she must understand the seriousness of the situation. The interlocutor said that this is so, and she apologizes for it. At that moment the hero drew attention to the princess, who was smiling sweetly, and did not understand that the attitude was contagious. Then he turned to Adriana and asked to accompany Renee to the hostel. He in turn would not give them penalty points for this. The girl asked if this was really true, and the man replied that if they had something against it, then perhaps they should still be returned. But the interlocutor led the younger girl. She said that she needed to go out, and her friend agreed. When the students began to go in the other direction, the werewolf turned around. They noticed what had happened and told the professor to take care of himself, while the hero replied that he could see everything perfectly. The monster finally moved a little away from the spell that hit him and was about to attack. But when this was about to happen, he jumped in the other direction, and the girls shouted that he was running away. Machiavelli naturally rushed after him, and shouted to his students to quickly find a safe place and hide there. As a result of this situation, a chase began between the man and the creature that recently wanted to tear him apart. The werewolf turned his attention back and saw that he was being chased, so he followed to the roof of one of the nearby buildings. The professor in turn did not want to let him go, so he used the hook that he had in his left hand and headed forward. Renee and her friend were heading towards a safe place, but still looked over the chase that unfolded in front of them. The girl told Adriana to look carefully, and see if this was the magic of levitation. The interlocutor looked and noticed that this was probably true. Just like the creature, the main character also hung on one of the roofs, and then they looked at each other from afar. The main characters realized that there was no point in staying for a long time, and after a few moments they immediately rushed forward. The creature saw how the opponent took action to attack him, and as a result, also rushed forward. When all this happened, the opponents fought and struck each other with their weapons. So they exchanged blows for some time, jumping away and attacking each other with different methods. After a short period of time, they finally stopped, assessing the situation. The calm did not last long, and the aggressive monster immediately rushed to attack, which the hero was able to successfully dodge. And when Machiavelli did this, he extended his naval weapon forward and made a spell. The magic ball that was released forward reached its target and hit the monster, and the hero jumped forward after that. This was done in order to attack from behind, so the guy jumped up high enough and pointed his weapon to attack. The students stopped and carefully watched what was happening so that it surprised them. The princess asked if this is really what a real battle looks like. He didn't seem to be able to fight yet, so he jumped up and tried to hit the man hard on the head. Naturally, Machiavelli returned with ease and then tried to counterattack the monster again. As a result, the attack turned out to be quite swift, and therefore he managed to hit the target, which was very close. The monster flew a fairly large distance and therefore could even fall from the roof, but tried to stop. The professor in turn was not going to stop and again pointed his weapon at his opponent, and tried to cast a magic spell. In fact, he succeeded so that he was struck or fell down. After all this action, the pitiful monster screamed because it felt severe pain, and then fell to the ground and did not move. The main character in turn thought that he was feeling tired now, and probably he shouldn't have used a lot of magical power right away like that. But even if so, he simply cannot use magic while fighting right in front of the students, so he needs to finish off this werewolf as soon as possible and find a second one. Machiavelli began to go down, and when he was very close he saw the creature trying to hit him, so he wondered if this scoundrel was still moving. It turned out that the monster was not trying to hit him, but only grabbed part of the stone that he found and tried to use it. The professor noticed this and was amazed at the ingenuity that this werewolf used. The beast, without hesitation, threw down the weapon so that it appeared in his hands in order to somehow fight back. Naturally, this attack did not suffer any harm to the main character because he used a protective barrier. But then I was actually amazed because this creature could really use foreign objects in battle. The beast came to its senses again, and after it did this, it immediately jumped up and tried to attack the place where Machiavelli stood. The man dodged this attack because he jumped up to avoid damage, but also thought that this werewolf, who is his opponent, is very smart. As others can understand, to create this creature, the wolf was taken as the basis for its creation. Only for this reason it can be said that he can only determine the strength of the enemy. After what the professor saw right in front of him, thoughts began to creep into his head. Perhaps they were not werewolves at all, but at night several guys were looking for Tracy. Adrian tried to find out where she was and couldn't get through to her, and Leo was there, and said that maybe they should go home already. Because he can say that they still won't be able to find her. The girl has probably been resting somewhere in a dorm for a long time and nothing more. The comrades said that they could not know this for sure, and in vain they agreed to this bet. Leo asked if he was sure that Tracy was still looking for this werewolf. The guy with glasses responded to this by saying that anyone could have abandoned this idea, but not this girl. The interlocutor had no choice but to admit this, and he noted that he still had to search for about 30 minutes. But if they still don't find her after this time, then they should return. When he said this, some scream was heard quite far away. Leo began to run in that direction and shouted to his interlocutor if he had heard. It was the voice of the steadfast one they were looking for, and they should run there. After some time together, the guys started running straight to find their girlfriend. Adrian ran forward and began to run through the bushes, when suddenly he noticed something in front of him. At the same time, he collided head-on with someone, and because of this, they received a serious blow. After this collision, the guy ended up on the ground and held his head. Leo asked if it was Tracy. The interlocutor noticed them and asked what they were doing here. Adrian immediately said that he heard what he needed. It was not screaming. The interlocutor was embarrassed and asked how she screamed, because there was no such thing. And suddenly a growl was heard from the bushes, and one of the guys said that this sound was quite strange. Tracy said that you should be quiet and follow her. Her comrades listened to her and slowly began to follow her. Looking out of the bushes, we did not notice the creature that was hiding in the bush, and only had its muzzle peeking out. When they saw him they asked if it was a werewolf, but he was so small. Tracy was delighted and asked what they could say about this, because she won. Leo noticed that she just found him, and they were betting on who would catch him. The girl said that if this was so, then she would immediately go and catch him. Adrian asked her to wait a second. The interlocutor replied that she understood he did not want to lose, but she just doesn't want to give up the victory. The guy said that that's not the point. Let her look, because he's wounded and can't move. So he found a secluded place. Or does she now think that he himself hid there? Tracy said that they had previously said that there were 2 werewolves walking around the area. Adrian noticed that he couldn't know this for sure, but if someone helped him, then that's bad. He suddenly turned his attention forward and was surprised. There was some kind of target on the neck of the very creature that was hiding in the bushes, the bespectacled man, as a result of which he wondered what it was all about. He turns out that he has something on his neck, and now he wonders what it is. While his comrades looked forward, they saw a large werewolf behind them. The monster felt the victims who were very close to it, and began to growl and also spread its drool. Leo was the first to feel the danger, and turned around, and saw that there was a werewolf there. He saw that their opponent was about to hit his comrade, and shouting at Adrian pushed him away. And then the same monster that tried to attack them hit the guy who managed to push his friend away. From this rather strong blow the boy's body flew quite far to the side and fell. The werewolf used his limb and grabbed the other one by the head. Tracy was amazed and asked if it was real. After a few moments she decided that she should calm down because her body began to shake violently, and she could defeat him for sure. Despite everything, she had to do this in the name of her family, his name of victory. The creature noticed that it was in danger from this girl and attacked her, but Adrian managed to help her return. Tracy was expressed so selflessly by her comrade, trying to protect her with his body. Leo, who was on the sidelines and tried to move a little away from the attack, was also very surprised. Everything was fine with the guy with glasses, and he asked his interlocutor if she was okay. The student asked why he helped her right now. He asked in surprise what else meant why he couldn't stay away when his friend was in danger. While these conversations lasted, he monster did not stop and was now preparing to attack his victims. The guy noticed what was happening and told his comrades not to worry, because he thinks that he is simply protecting his cub. Then he turned to the creature that was in front of them and asked if he was right. His friend asked what he was doing because this creature still did not understand him. But Adrian continued to say that everything was fine, and he would not harm the werewolf. In fact, it so happened that the monster understood him, and after a few seconds turned in a completely different direction. As a result, he stopped near the baby who was hidden in the bushes and growled a little. The guy saw what happened and said that in reality, it seemed that the cause of this anger was fear for the cub. The girl was surprised to ask if he really understood him, and Leo continued to say that in any case, he can show his true nature at any time. The guy turned to the topic and said he understands it will sound quite wild, but in any case, he begs them to trust him right now, so he approached the monster and asked to listen, because he does not wish him harm. Then he asked if he understood correctly that his baby was sick, and at that moment he raised the flask in his hands, declaring that this medicine would not cure him, but it would make him a little easier. Once again, the creature that was in front of him understood him and slowly began to come closer. The man held out that same medicine, but the werewolf tried to take it quite carefully. But in the end, this did not happen, because someone pierced the creature with the help of their magic directly in the stomach. The werewolf felt quite strong pain and began to scream in the hall, but the magic continued to spread. This very magic was like fetters that wrapped around the body. A few moments later, the owner of this spell appeared, namely the main character who saw his students and addressed them. They also paid attention to him, and the professor was interested in what the hell they were doing here. Tracy and the others realized that this was Professor Roger, and that they would now be in trouble, so they hesitated and did not know what to say. Machiavelli said that everything was fine. They would explain the situation later. But for now, let him return to the hostel. The guy and the girl from the cut agreed to this. But Adrian covered the werewolf with his body and asked him to wait for a while. The teacher drew attention to him, and the guy shouted that they think this werewolf understands human language, so he asks to think before killing him. Serjar asked if this man understood what nonsense he had just said. The boy shouted that this was no nonsense at all, and perhaps this werewolf was not so simple. The hero drew attention to the creature that was to the side. Adrian noticed this rather frightening gaze that looked insightfully ahead. This alarmed him greatly, and he did not understand what could possibly happen right now. The professor soon grabbed his arm and then pushed him away from where they were. The student fell to the ground and then turned around and thought that it was so strange. What a look! When she turned her attention back, you saw the teacher use his magic spell and direct it towards the werewolf. As a result of this action, a fairly powerful stream of flame flared up in front. Adrian continued to sit on the ground and did not understand what was happening now. Actually the professor did not pay attention to them, and only coldly said that tomorrow they would all receive their punishment, but now they should immediately go to their rooms. After what happened, a short period of time passed and a new day dawned. This whole group of comrades sat at the table in a rather depressed state. Leo said that they were stupid and now they were definitely finished. It's not clear how they got caught up with the police in front of Professor Roger. Tracy thought it was a great shame, and she couldn't do anything. After a few moments of thinking, she turned her attention to the other guy. In this situation, Adrian did not say a word and only sat with his head down, and was also quite thoughtful. Soon the door to the room opened and the rector entered with a smile on his face. She noticed to the guys that they were probably already waiting for them. The main character was also there, but the students were more surprised that Mrs. Elizabeth came here. The woman noticed the surprised faces and said that there was no need to be nervous. Let them just relax, and nothing bad would happen. The children understood that if the mistress was here, it meant that they would definitely not get by with a simple disciplinary sanction. Professor Roger asked why they thought he called them here. Leo replied, apparently it was because they were facing a punishment worse than penalty points. Machiavelli noted that this is true, and they must understand how willful the act they committed last night was. If in reality something had gone wrong, new victims could not have been avoided. The students did not say anything, because they understood that they were wrong. The director noticed that they should raise it higher, because in the end everything worked out fine, but she would stop Professor Roger from intimidating the students. The man replied to the lady that after all, they still could not let the name slip this term. Elizabeth asked whether it was right that the situation was resolved in their favor. In addition to all this, he described the situation to her in detail, and then asked Adrian if she had heard correctly that he, risking himself, protected Tracy. The boy hesitated and noticed that this was not entirely true. The rector said that he was sure he did not realize how dangerous and wrong their actions were. Therefore, they received 10 penalty points. But she cannot blame them for the action they decided to take in such a difficult situation. In this case, she gives them 20 points each as a reward for this. The students asked in surprise if this was true, and the woman asked the professor if he minded. The man replied that he would not dare to contradict Madam Rector, and she replied that in that case, let them return to their studies, so the children thanked her. They immediately began to leave this room, and Adrian lingered a little and turned his attention to Roger. Soon the rector asked Professor Roger if he was satisfied. She, in turn, did not expect that he would ask her to be gentler with them. The hero said that this is so. He thanks for the help and hopes they don't find out about his request. Elizabeth answered. Of course, as for werewolves, he definitely didn't notice anything strange. The professor noted that it was nothing that caught his eye. The woman replied that it was good, and in any case she was grateful for his work. After all, thanks to his dedication, no one was hurt and asked him to continue in the same spirit. After a while she left him and left him alone with his thoughts. The hero could not leave that very situation and thought that he had definitely seen something. And while the big werewolf was sitting tied up, the baby began to emerge from that very place. But what began to appear from the bushes, which were carefully hidden, his body was truly amazing. Remembering the situation, Machiavelli thought that what he saw was that it was definitely a man. He in turn was the one who did not complete his conversion, so he was not completely a werewolf. Coming out of this situation, the professor realized that he was not conducting experiments on wolves as he had thought before. But it turns out that they are carried out on people who are caught, and in turn turned into werewolves. The main character was concerned that he did not regret his choice, because if he had not done this, he would have been in trouble. In addition to all this, he was influenced by the fact that quite a large number of people suffered because of them. As a result of this situation, he had no choice but to kill them. While the guy was thinking about this, he remembered the little werewolf and his appearance before his death. At that moment he was quite sad because he understood that this should not have happened. Then he reached into his pocket, and from there took out a magical sphere for communication. But he tried to hide with his friend in order to discuss something and said that it was he, and also told Hans that he had one request for him. Tracy sat on a bench with her comrades and said, who would have thought that they would not only not be given penalty points, but would also be awarded extra points. Then I asked Leo how his hand was. The boy replied that everything was fine, but he still needed to walk around with the bandage for a few days. The girl again turned her attention to Adrian, who was sitting with a rather thoughtful look. She just asked him what was bothering him so much. The guy hesitated and said that everything was fine. There was just something. I asked if they remembered that cub whose werewolf they had recently seen, and some kind of strange collar was visible on him. Tracy asked in surprise if he was really saying this. He was serious. Since it was loud enough, she was asked to be quieter. The guy with glasses stated that this was one of the reasons he tried to stop Professor Roger. But what if they were created artificially? Leo said that if we talk about this, then there's a rumor that suspicious individuals are hiding in Theon. Tracy asked if this is not some kind of fiction. The interlocutor noted that he couldn't say for sure, but a werewolf in a collar is very unusual. And don't they think so? There's something else to all this. The girl asked if he wanted to say something about Professor Roger. Adrian replied that this was true. He did not suspect him of anything, but the expression on his face was strange. As a result, he can say that it was that evening that their teacher was able to do something strange, which surprised him. Tracy then asked if they really thought that he was hiding something from them. The interlocutor noted that he was not sure about this, but thought that he knew much more than they did. As a result, I thought that perhaps all this would turn out to be just his inventions, because Professor Theon would probably not do anything like that. Well, what if this turns out to be true, and suddenly Professor Rogers somehow connected with these strange rumors? The guy's thoughts were interrupted by his friend, who stood up and said that this was such stupidity. She could say that both of her thought too much. Have they really forgotten what Madam Rector told them recently? The teacher told her about what happened in the smallest detail. But in this case, he would act this way if he was involved in something like this. He tries not to show it, but in fact he really cares about his students. So, after all this, are they still starting to suspect him of something? It's quite strange. Adrian stood up and said that he thought Tracy was right. His comrades said that this was true. Besides, what was the point of them delving into this? He was the first to notice that he was hungry, so he should go eat. Leo stated that this was true, but it was already time for lunch, and invited his friend to go with him. She was surprised, asking if they wanted her to go with them. The guy with glasses hesitated and said that it's just that friends often do this, eat together and all that. At the same time, he asked if they were not friends. The interlocutor was quite embarrassed when she heard these words, and then she answered that in that case, perhaps she would agree. The guy was delighted and said that this was great. A comrade asked Machiavelli if he had looked at the papers that he had sent him, and the hero replied that it was so. After he looked at them, he realized that they were the total number of missing people in Laserwelk City and a list of public gathering places. Hans said that he knew a bunch of big guys who always hang around in a band and factory, and this is what they need. The professor remarked that this is a great job. The interlocutor continued to say that regarding the information that he asked to check, several workers recently disappeared outside the city. The man asked if there was a family of 3 among them. The interlocutor responded with a stand of attacks, and this is the only case of the disappearance of an entire family. Machiavelli replied that now everything is clear to him, and he will check that same factory. So night fell on the street, and the main character went there. There were several men in that room together, and one told the other that he was dying of boredom, asking how long they would have to hang around here. The interlocutor replied that it seemed like 2 days. Then he asked why these scoundrels just ran away from here. The colleague noticed that he was more interested in how they could even allow this to happen. It turns out that whoever the same child received an insufficient amount of the drug, they were going to increase the dose. But he began to scream and also cry. In general, we can say that he raised everyone's ears here. But the most interesting thing is that no one was ready to confront his angry parents who saw this. The interlocutor asked how it was because they had already been turned into werewolves, so are they still worried about their child? The man said that he understood everything, right? Therefore, they staged a booth and disappeared. As far as he knows, they have a trusted person who can resolve this situation. So are they really suffering because of some kid? The interlocutor shouted that this was exactly so, because if he had been there at that moment, he would have killed him immediately. Suddenly a sound was heard from the sewer mine. The workers turned their attention there, and then looked at each other. When they did this, the main character had already heard all the information he needed and reached for his weapon. A moment later, several bullets flew forward and killed these men who did not even understand what had happened. Their bodies quickly fell to the ground, and it was clear that they no longer had life. After what happened, Machiavelli slowly began to walk forward. Now he was wearing a hood and also a mask in order to hide his identity, and not show himself to others. The hero turned his attention to the sides, and then remembered what happened some time before. Recently, he saw his friend and said that he had come. Hans also saw him and said that he had prepared a lot, even dressed up well. Then he asked if he was going to go there all alone. Machiavelli also asked him if he really wanted to help him. The comrade answered that he thought he was able to knock out 1 or 2 opponents. The hero noted that he understood everything and could handle it himself. How many of them were interesting? The man answered about 40. They are going to leave, so there's no time to waste. And in 2 or 3 there will be no point at all, a comrade asked. What about combat power? The interlocutor replied that he should be prepared for the fact that they were armed. 2 of them were wizards, and 3 of them were in full combat ammunition. They could get there through a sewer passage. In this case, one should be careful. Machiavelli replied that he understood and told Hans that he had a question regarding that family. The guy noticed that he was listening carefully, and the man noticed that if we talk about the child, how old was he? The comrade replied that if he remembers correctly, then he was only 7 years old, and very small. The hero was sad when he heard these words and said that if he was 7 years old, then everything was clear to him now. Immediately after this statement he left, and now he remembered the whole situation when he killed these non-humans. Machiavelli, without even thinking, began to go inside the building in which all these experiments were to be carried out. He found himself completely immersed in darkness. After a few moments, screams were heard from there, as well as surprised questions about who he even was. Some begged for help and some simply ran, but most of them had already been killed. The hero continued his advance along the corridor, where several dozen people were already dead, and while he was slowly moving forward, some kind of beetle flew after him, which was really strange. Most likely it was some kind of transmitter through which they could monitor what was happening ahead. At the same time, work was in full swing at the factory. People were fussing quite a lot, and it was also loud. One of the men who owned that same insect realized that something strange had happened. That's why I told my interlocutor that it seemed like they had a rat, and he asked if he was from the security department. If this is the case, then we need to fold and fire people. The guy touched the insect and said that it seemed that he was not from the security department. And this situation is simply excellent because it plays into their hands and means that no one will miss him if he just dies. Machiavelli continued to walk deeper and deeper into this very enterprise, and the guards who noticed him began to shoot. Although they tried to shoot, they failed because the bullets did not fly out, and one of them asked what it was. But the professor, who was right in front of them, used his magic, which blocked that very weapon. One of the guards noticed this, and said that he should use fire because the magician is in front of him. Bullets will not help, so he should arm himself with knives. The main characters slowly reached for their weapon, which was attached to their belt, and tried to get it. When the man saw this, he smiled and said that he was a fool because his gun would not work. But before he could even finish his sentence, he was killed at that very second by a bullet from this weapon. But the colleague, who was on the sidelines, was amazed because of this and looked carefully ahead. He turned to the side and looked at the corpse on the table lying below, saying that this cannot be. It turns out that this same magician uses a magic bullet. Suddenly another man who was in a suit approached them and shouted for everyone to move aside because it was his turn. The man was fully equipped with ammunition and also with an electric gun in his hands. He immediately sent his own energy beam forward at his opponent, then laughed and asked if he liked it all. But just a few moments later he saw something strange that made him surprised. The hero continued to stand in front safe and sound, and also used his magic to block the attack on himself. The opponent was surprised and wondered if this was really elemental magic with the addition of alchemical metal. He realized that electrical power would not help here. While the guard was thinking about this, a bullet flew into the tank that was behind his back, with the help of which electricity was created. Naturally, the man turned his attention there and saw that there was a hole there, so he realized that everything was bad. The electricity that was inside began to spread throughout the area, and thereby amazed the people who were nearby. The main character realized that he had dealt with another batch of rivals, and they were already about 20 people. While he was thinking about this, he heard a strange sound coming from above. So, without even thinking about what was there or looking there, he used the weapon and fired. With these very actions, he killed an insect that was flying from above and thought that he knew that he was being watched. In the end, this means that they did it through insects. Machiavelli understood that they used them as a means of observation. But does it really turn out that these are the same insect brothers from another world? Now there is a strong premonition that they have already waited for him, but first the hero should deal with these insects. On this occasion he stepped on the ground and using his magic created a magic circle around himself. Vibrations that were almost inaudible to the human ear began to spread throughout the entire corridor and the entire factory. The insects heard this sound perfectly well, and for them it was catastrophic. So a large number that was floating in the air began to fail and fall to the ground immediately. The same man who controlled these creatures realized that his charges had become much smaller. Therefore, he said out loud the information that the signal that came through the insects had disappeared. He thought that before this happened, he felt a vibration. The man can say that the sound waves were similar to those created by elemental wind magic. If he really has it, then they are in big trouble. It turns out that small insects will not be able to cope with such powerful energy. And it seems that the time has come for the bigger guys, so I told the Baron to get ready. The man noticed that he understood everything, and the interlocutor stated that, according to his intended route, that person should exit through the door that is in front. The guards lined up there and the chief said that they should give him a warm welcome. After a few moments everyone was amazed and asked what it was. Had the lights gone out? They should have been quicker to turn on the spare generator. Simon told the eldest what he thought of this as another prank of their scoundrel. But the interlocutor did not give any answer to this statement, and the man asked what happened. But when he turned his attention to the side, he saw that the body to whom he was addressing was already standing without a head. But the head, which had recently been on his shoulders, was already rolling straight to his feet. The insect manager immediately jumped to the side and realized that the eldest had been killed a few seconds before. Simon realized that the situation was getting out of control and did not understand when he managed to get here. It turns out that not much time had passed since the blackout. He decided that he had to strike before the man got to him, so right from his left sleeve he pulled out a large centipede. She, in turn, immediately began to climb out of there. A few moments began. She was cut apart by a bullet. The man turned his attention back and saw that there was a man wearing a mask and also a hood. This is the main character who threw a salad like this. But his blow was not successful, because his opponent managed to dodge. Simon wondered and surprised, what kind of magician is this who fights hand to hand? Although this person is really dangerous, so he should keep his distance. But the hero was not going to stop for a second, and after the physical attack failed, he immediately cast a magic spell. Simon noticed this technique and thought that it was a flamethrower, a rather dangerous attack. but it is unclear how this person managed to create it so quickly, literally in a split second. There was no time for reflection at that moment, because Machiavelli had already sent a stream of fire straight towards him. The man felt intense heat and began to scream in pain and also flew a long distance and fell. The hero slowly began to approach his burning body. From the others they said that the enemy was inside. They, in turn, were completely unclear how he was able to get here so quickly, and the leader of these people understood that everything was bad. Then he raised his head towards his opponent, and saw the weapon in front of him, and then asked who he was. Naturally, the main character did not answer this man and immediately shot him straight in the head. One of the guards who were on the side said that this was impossible. It is completely unclear how this stranger destroyed these brothers so easily. Machiavelli heard that someone was communicating on the side and drew attention to them with his cold gaze. People saw this and immediately became wary. Just as the professor was about to attack them, he suddenly sensed danger from the side and turned his attention there. That it was approaching him quickly enough to attack, and he managed to dodge at the last moment. But when the man saw what it really was, he was amazed because these were the limbs of insects. This limb was pulled far enough from the body that it lay to the side without a head, and it was the same Baron. The body of this creature began to rise quite slowly and screamed from how damn it hurt. He spoke unnaturally, not like an ordinary person, but a mouth appeared on his hand, with the help of which he communicated. The monster said that he could not have expected that this man's attack was so sudden, and before he even had time to appear, he had already finished off Simon. The main character saw this and asked if he really knew how to turn into an insect. And besides, as the severed head could see, it did not cause him any inconvenience. In response to this, the monster said that his body had finally reached a transcendental state. The one who looked like a person began to swell. As a result, a few moments later the body was completely torn into pieces and another creature appeared. The main character just noticed a huge insect that appeared in front of him. The limbs were large enough to attack and he lowered them to the ground for now. The Baron went on to say that he was in no way grieving for his dead brother, but this man would still pay when he tore him into small pieces. Those people who were supposed to defend this place saw a big monster, and immediately shouted that they should save themselves and run away. But there is a turn. She was not going to leave them alive, so she used her limbs and attacked. The main character, after seeing everything that happened, asks if he really doesn't care that his subordinates suffer. And the huge beetle told him to stand still if he wanted to save them. Machiavelli jumped back and using his weapon fired. The bullets hit the opponent directly in the head, but they did not cause any damage to him due to the thickness of his skin. After the Baron successfully defended himself right there, he jumped forward and tried to counter-attack, but the man dodged. And the hero realized that ordinary physical weapons would not hit him, so he used his magic. It was the same flame technique that he used on his previous opponent, and whom he killed with it. The beetle managed to successfully return in any case. Machiavelli was truly surprised and wondered how with such a body mass he managed to dodge his attacks. His thoughts were interrupted by the creature itself, which grabbed his body with its claw. The professor felt severe pain due to which he was squeezed quite tightly, but used magic, as he realized that the Baron would not dodge. The same flame that appeared a few seconds before it began to be released forward. Soon the technique stopped working and after the smoke cleared, it was clear that everything was fine with the creature. Machiavelli was very surprised by what he saw and wondered how he could withstand such a powerful blow with magical power almost point blank. The insects immediately counterattacked the man and struck with their claws in a completely different direction. This monster further said that in order to fry it, you should use at least a 4th level spell. After that, he continued to hit the wall quite hard, trying to kill the man he was fighting and laughing with. But then I felt that something was wrong, and when I looked, I saw that the claw was no longer there. Immediately thoughts appeared in his head about where his rival in the vegetable could go from his field of vision. The insect had no idea what the hell was going on, and suddenly he saw something start falling from the sky. He turned his attention upward and naturally saw what was there, and it naturally threatened his life. Therefore, in order to protect himself, he cut this metal beam that was at the top. She immediately fell to the ground, without touching him in any way, and the main character in the hall landed with her. The Baron went on to say that with his fast movements, this man reminds him of a winged insect. Machiavelli did not say anything in response to this, or thought that a pistol and 3rd-level magic were powerless against his new opponent. Also, you can't hope for a chance to use a 4th-level spell in this situation. The professor said that he could not even think that he would have to use it right here and now. The monster paid attention to him and looked at him in surprise, because he did not understand what they were talking about now. The hero began to accumulate his own magical power in his hand and said that this insect left him no choice. Hans was somewhere in one of the dark alleys and was shaking, saying that he was feeling very cold, and that he needed to dress warmer. Even talking about this then, in theory, his comrades should have already finished. Fighting dark magicians is still not an easy task, but he's definitely not one of those who can lose to them. This guy's thoughts were interrupted by a bright magical light that spread from the direction of the factory. He immediately turned his attention there, and it was visible how light began to appear from the windows, as well as from various cracks. Then this light turned into fire, which scattered several hundred meters in different directions. The comrade realized that Machiavelli still used this power. He could say that this was his true magical power, or whatever he called it in general. But when I think about this situation, he didn't understand what it all meant, because magic really is magic, and nothing more can be said about it. After some time, Han saw the man in front of him and asked if he had really finished and how the situation was generally. The hero replied that he had already taken care of all the experimental subjects. The younger one said that this means their assumptions were probably confirmed, and after the transformation, they will no longer be able to return to a human body. Machiavelli replied that this was so, and all he had to do was save them from suffering. The guy took the bottle and asked if this was really the drug that made werewolves out of people. There is so much cruelty in this world, and who would have thought that such a large-scale experiment on people existed? It would not have happened if someone had not sponsored it. The hero interrupted him and said that he didn't have to worry about it, because he had already found out who was behind it. Hans asked if he was serious because this simply couldn't happen. Yes, although let him just forget, because one way or another he will not be able to stop this man. After that he turned in the other direction and began to leave. And Machiavelli remained in the same place with his back to the factory, which was burning after his true magical power. The banquet was supposed to take place in one of the rather expensive houses, but the old man shouted and asked if they really dared to call this food. Since this is my aristocrat, he didn't like everything. He threw food around and thereby injured the maids. He further stated that they only want to fill their bellies at his expense, so none of those present here is definitely capable of doing their job accurately. All of them here are just the dregs of society who don't even deserve a penny. The old man called them just idiots, as well as non-entities. After some time, he quickly walked along the corridor of his estate, saying that one and the other are scoundrels, and whoever you take, no one knows their duties. But he, in turn, invested so much money in this business that the name could not be dreamed of, and they could not even follow the objects of the experiment. He doesn't know whose hands it was, but the main thing is that everything is settled with the test subjects. Soon the old man will be able to receive the results of the research, and will be able to proceed to the next stage. As a result, just a little more, and the drug with which he can restore youth will be in his hands. There are other effects besides giving the appearance of his previous years. It turns out that he will make him stronger and more perfect. The years that he spent on achieving this goal were not in vain. Suddenly someone behind his back called him, Belfort Rickson. The old man realized that they had come for his soul and immediately turned around and asked who he was. But the hero was about to conduct a dialogue with him, and immediately jumped to the side so that he knocked her down with his hand. The aristocrat did not understand what was going on and asked what it was, and also tried to get through to the security. Machiavelli told him, no matter how much he called, they would not hear him, because the man had installed a sound barrier that was located around the perimeter of the room. The interlocutor asked with a statement what he was saying, and the professor grabbed him and said that he would ask him just one question. Let him imagine the survival of an 8-year-old child, but he, like his parents, had to face this monstrous reality. Also this very child who looks into the eyes of the killer with a smile before his own death. And in his smile, before everything happened, one could read only gratitude for being freed. After that, how does he think that a man felt at that moment, who had no choice but to burn his family to the ground along with him? Naturally, the aristocrat listened to him carefully and also understood what was being discussed. When he realized what this man was talking about, he immediately began to laugh, and at the same time asked if it was he who got rid of those who had escaped under the experienced ones. He also thinks that there was a misunderstanding and suggested that if he let him go, and not just talk, the hero replied that he would just answer his question. The man said that he simply forgot about what happened and the fact that he killed them because it was the course of events. If you think about it, it's not a big deal. But he also killed a couple of scum. So what? After all, they are a haul and an opportunity to do something useful at least once in their worthless life, namely a chance to serve for the benefit of the development of humanity. So, can't their sacrifice still be called noble? Machiavelli replied that it was good, and now he had heard more than enough. After that, he took out a syringe with the very substance that turns on a werewolf and inserted it into the old man's neck. The man realized what had happened and what kind of substance was being introduced into his body, so he was horrified. And Machiavelli continued to say that it was precisely for this reason that he now does not have a drop of anger towards him. The aristocrat grabbed the neck where the injection was given and asked what he had done to him right now. The professor noted that he looked at the records of his research, and can say that they are quite interesting. It turns out that a small dose of this drug works. Even she is capable of turning a person into a werewolf, but I wonder what consequences should be expected if he took a large dose of it for gas. Something terrible began to happen to the old man. He screamed in pain, his appearance changed, and his limbs took on a completely different shape. As a result of this whole transformation, a huge monster appeared in front of the main character, which had several arms as well as a large mouth. Machiavelli noticed this and thought that no matter how hard he tried to convey his feelings to him, he would still not understand anything. So instead of doing that, he would just make him experience what they experienced when they turned into werewolves. Next, the role used his magic and removed that same sound-absorbing wall. Because of this, the monster screams began to spread throughout the estate. The subordinates heard this and asked what the sound was. It seemed to them that it was coming from Mr. Rickson's room. So several wizards, as well as guards, came running to his room and asked if he was okay. But at the same time when the door swung open they were amazed, because they saw a huge monster in front of them. As a result, it was completely unclear where he came from. Although it was necessary to pacify him right now, one of the guys said that those who do not have magic should look for the master. But the guards continued to use their power, and directed it in fairly large quantities at the monster who was screaming in pain. All these actions continued for some time, and people said that this is a tenacious creature. They should continue to cast spells and increase the firepower. Machiavelli left this aristocrat to his own subordinates, who did not know who he was and tried to kill him. Hans and him were in one of the rooms and he asked how much was there. The elder noted that he could take a little for work and let him hide the rest. The guy looked at him and asked if he was really leaving, because he had been trying to get to that place for so long. And perhaps he should look around first. The hero noted that he would still return next time. He needed a more suitable person to cover. The friend said that he understood, and in that case, let him rest well. Machiavelli, after a short conversation, left the estate and walked along the street at night. He stopped near one of the reservoirs and turned his attention there. A boat floated across the water, apparently carrying passengers or some kind of cargo. The man drew attention to her, and then, as if with anger, he clenched his hand into a fist. And just like that, looking forward, he stood for some time on the shore. The next day, reporters lined up near the estate where the incident happened. They said that it couldn't be the same Rickson. But in general, it's only possible that you were devoured by a monster. The man said that, according to the guard, when they arrived from the old man, there was not a trace left of the room where the monster was raging. So there is a high probability that the rumors about his involvement in dark magic were true. The interlocutor asked in this case what happened to the monster, and the man replied that the magicians dealt with him, and he heard that it took them an hour to burn the monster. Suddenly something attracted attention from the outside. Also, everyone else turned their attention there because some person was approaching them. Reporters began to wonder what it all meant, whether the National Security Agency had arrived, and with them the nightly order of Nightcrawlers. At that moment they were led by Protector and Grandmaster Jessica Lionholm. It was not clear whether the situation was really so serious that it required the presence of the National Security Agency itself. It seemed that this news was heading for a sensation. With the agency, as well as the Order of the Night Serpents, the event is taking a completely different turn. The guard who was standing near the main entrance became wary. The girl came closer to him, and when she looked back, she told them to open the gate. The interlocutor at that moment lowered his head and said that he was ordered to not be allowed in. But the Grand Master was persistent, and said that we were talking about the gate. Let them open it. The men, who a few moments ago did not have enough to pollinate anything, said that everything would be done. Therefore, the gates immediately swung open, and the head of the National Security Agency began to rush there. She was also alone, surrounded by several subordinates who followed her. The man saluted and told Grandmaster Lionhall that he was honored to meet her. He is Chief Inspector Jason. The girl thanked him for the work he had done and said that from this moment on, the case would fall under the jurisdiction of the National Security Agency. In this case, let him provide all the evidence and information that they did not lie and leave the crime scene. The old man noted that if this is so, then good. And then he immediately announced to his subordinates that they should all go to the exit and get out of the knowledge. The agents began to carefully inspect the premises they were in right now. Soon the girl said how difficult it is to remain serious all the time, and the interlocutor remarked that Annie should stop whining. It's her job. The girl asked me to agree because there is no one around. You can forget a little about the image. The colleague replied that they are precise measurements, and should always maintain their own face in any situation. The boss told Lloyd to be quieter, just under any circumstances. Let them try to maintain a confident appearance. In addition to all this, let them not forget why they came here. The interlocutors became more serious, and said that they understood everything. The woman drew attention to the creature and asked if this was really a monster. It was quite creepy. Moore said that, according to rumors, Belfort not only practiced dark magic, but was also involved in hunting cryptids, so the monster's intervention could not be called a coincidence. The guy looked at the document and said that the monster appeared and Rickson was killed. But based on this information, the testimony of the witnesses agree. She carefully examined the monster and said that his body was burned down to charred bones, which is why it would be impossible to find any traces. The Grand Master told her subordinates that they should inspect the room, as a result of which they all began to carefully examine. The woman walked towards the portrait, which hung right in the most visible place. She took a good look at it and realized that the painting had been moved, but the wall was quite clean. That's why I tried to touch her, and when I did, the secret passage below began to close. The guy paid attention to her and asked if she had really found a niche in the wall. The boss replied that it was so, but the inside was empty. But when she examined it a little, she said that, based on the width, as well as the location, she could assume that there was a safe here. Annie asked if it was a safe. Lloyd began to say that Belfort Rickson was called a sinister businessman, and perhaps he hid his dirty money in it. Jessica said that this was true. How could he keep his secret reserve fund here, at least until yesterday evening? The safe was definitely still inside this niche. She thought that this, in fact, was indicated by the absence of dust. Then she began to talk and reflect on the sudden death of a multimillionaire, as well as a monster, and a missing safe. It turns out that too many components coincide to call it a mere coincidence. From all this she concludes that there is someone else. This is the man who took part in Belfort's murder, and the question is, how he got away without leaving a fingerprint. The one. There is only one of the people she knows. Only he could pull this off. And this is Arsène Lupin, she knows no one else. Interrupting her thoughts, the woman called this name out loud, so that what she said was heard. Lloyd immediately asked what she was talking about. The boss replied that she was talking about her own. Next, I asked the guy if he recalled any unusual incidents in Les Orvelka recently. The interlocutor noted that this was just one of those. But we are talking right now about an explosion that occurred in an abandoned factory. It happened just before Belfort's death. Jessica said that she was now confident that they could definitely find some leads there, so she said they should go there. The main character, in turn, was in his room at home and negative effects surfaced in his mind. He felt a severe headache, as well as discomfort from his illness, and understood that this was bad, because these side effects would simply finish him off. The true magical power he had recently used required too much energy. If it weren't for these pills that he drinks, and they help him save magic, then he would be much worse. After a while he said that he finally felt better and let go of his head. Then he focused his gaze ahead and thought that at least he had burned all the werewolves in the laboratory, getting rid of the evidence. Now we can just forget about this situation. Although no, there is someone else he needs to deal with. And this is Adrian. After all, it turns out that he did not retreat until the very end, blocking his path. Machiavelli must have poorly controlled his emotions then. So in this case, this guy could have noticed something since he stood closest to him, and the professor immediately put the werewolves on fire. But just that very split second, which could be enough for him to see something that he shouldn't. The man at the head was only thinking about how everything would work out, because it was not a fact that Adrian would remain silent about this situation. If this happens, he will have no other choice. Machiavelli became very wary when he began to think about this, and wondered if he would really have to kill him. In order to calm himself and his nerves at least a little, he told himself that everything was fine. Then I remembered how I saw the situation from the outside and how this student tried to talk to the werewolf in order to come to an agreement with him. The guy really just wanted to give him medicine. And when the hero saw this, he immediately decided to act to prevent this from happening. Remembering this situation, it was even sadder for him to think about it, and it weighed heavily on his soul. The professor realized that in any case he could not act like this, because he could not kill the academy student, Theon, because it was too risky. In addition to all this, Adrian is a difficult student and is under the supervision of the rector herself. As a result, if something happens to him, he will immediately fall under suspicion. The man fell on the bed and decided that now he should focus on rest and healing of his wounds and not on these thoughts. What if he remembered that this same guy wrote that the action had one wandering swing taught in his special magical technique? So it was unclear whether the hero should perceive this as a strange coincidence. The head of the National Security Agency came to the factory. Immediately she said that everything was as she thought, but everything had burned to the ground. Lloyd noticed the situation, and noticed that it would not be easy to find something. The woman asked where the fire could have come from in this abandoned factory. Moreover, just before Belfort's death, the subordinates said it was possible that it was only officially considered abandoned, but in fact it continued to be used. The boss added that she also thought so. Otherwise, there definitely wouldn't have been a fire. Annie asked what if dark magicians or cryptids carried out their research here, but when they were caught, they got rid of the evidence. Jessica responded by saying that this is a completely logical assumption, and it remains to understand who prevented them. She thought that she knew about this incident. She did not think that she was important. It will also relate to their case. Maybe the arsonist didn't just want to start a fire, but did everything to get rid of evidence, or this is a common coincidence. Although there are too many factors pointing to all this, she asked Lloyd if there were any other unusual cases besides this. The guy replied, no, except for that fuss about the werewolf. But all this was quite recently, and he was discovered at Theon's academy. The head asked if it was her. The interlocutor replied, it was so, and according to reports he got out through the sewer. Jessica stated that the security there is weak, so she's not surprised, but that with the students, really no one was hurt. And what happened to the werewolf? The guy said that he injured 3 students, but one of the professors dealt with him. The woman noted that this was expected of the professor, but was the body identified? Lloyd said that this did not happen because the remains were not found as they were all burned to the ground. These words greatly attracted the woman, and she asked if they were really burned, and then turned her attention to both sides. She stood with a thoughtful look and subordinate, asked if she thought it was worth checking out the academy. Jessica stated that it was not necessary, because they would stay here and also try to find evidence. She received a positive response to this. The woman herself thought that there was a burnt factory, as well as a burned werewolf, but the similarities alone were not enough to connect these 2 cases. But if she finds out that the same person is behind him, she will regard this as a threat to the entire empire, which is why the Nightly Order of Night Snakes exists. In the audience, the children talked about whether it was true that Professor Roger hunted a werewolf. He was a military officer and also participated in catching cryptids. Someone said that this was incredible, and he immediately seemed like a strong man. Renee heard this and did not understand where she should sit, because there was not a single empty seat. More precisely, they are in the middle, but it's unlikely that anyone will want to move. For some reason, all the students began to avoid her. Suddenly, she noticed one place next to the passage. While she was trying to move away, the princess saw her, who greeted her and asked if everything was okay with her. The girl sat down and wished Adriana good morning. Although at that moment she did not understand why she was so unlucky. Because how dare a plebeian sit next to the princess? He also pretends that they are close, and at what point do they communicate so well? Renee thought of it as the thoughts of those sitting next to them, or those looking at them. And so they both thought about the situation that recently happened to the werewolf, from which Professor Roger saved them. The girl then asked the princess if everything would be all right with that person. The interlocutor replied that she should not worry because he was a professor at the academy. But if we talk about what she is doing here at such a late hour in general, Renee in turn hesitated, and then told everything. Adriana asked what she was saying. Did no one wake her up? It's not clear where this is good. She'll go right away and tell this librarian everything she thinks. The interlocutor said that there was no need to do this yesterday. It was her own fault that she dozed off, but that's why she too is not in the hostel at such a time. The aristocrat replied that she decided to make sure that all the students returned to their rooms. The little girl asked Her Highness if she was really doing this all alone. The princess took these words with a smile and told her to call her big sister, because she understands correctly that everyone at the N Academy is equal. Renee thought that one could only think that the princess was making her evening rounds alone, and then, without hesitation, she approached her as an ordinary commoner. As a result, she felt somehow uneasy about what had happened, as if as soon as she let her guard down, something would immediately happen. Professor Roger entered the classroom. When the students saw him, they immediately covered their mouths. The man slowly walked up to the counter and said that they were starting classes. Today he will tell them about the features of manifestation, as well as the basics and principles of elemental magic. It in turn is used more often than other methods of manifestation, and it is the most significant of all. The basis of all the basics that most students are already familiar with, so today he will show them a completely new method. Flora came to class again, and she was interested in it. She looked carefully at the leaflet that the professor distributed to everyone and thought what a new method he had prepared this time was interesting. The main character continued to say that this particular method would help them increase their elemental power from somewhere from 20 to 80%. Several guys began to discuss whether this was even possible, but the interlocutor noted that he thought the professor would not lie to them. Sir Roger turned to Anthony and asked what attributes of elemental magic he uses. The student answered water, ice, and also plants. The man said that in this case, let him demonstrate the one in which he is most confident. The boy hesitated, but said that he would do everything now and began to use his magical power. Machiavelli saw what happened and said that it was quite good. Anthony thanked her for her kind words. But the main character interrupted him, and said that he was very far from ideal. With these words, he turned a cheerful student into a sad one. Then he extended his hand forward and told everyone else to carefully monitor his actions. Literally a moment later, the very attribute he used appeared in his hand, and it was quite clearly visible. Everyone looked closely and saw a snowflake that created a beautiful pattern. Tracy was amazed and asked if he really did it using the same type of magic. Leo was amazed and said that this was a completely different level. The professor continued his story, saying that now that he had their attention, they would start with theory. Flora carefully observed his actions, and this attracted her. Sir Roger said that the history of the attributes of elemental magic was deeply rooted in the field of manifestation. This is why they used to be considered the original forms of magic, but are now just part of the spellcasting process. He created several attributes, and said that in front of them were the 4 main elements that started at all, compared to the 10 elements they use now. We can say that the previous ones in a series are too simple. Then I ask who knows what caused such a strong leap in their development. Anyone who, for example, the element of fire can give the correct answer. He will give 5 points. Someone said that it was not used to dispel darkness, but this was wrong. The girl said that with its help they burned and cleared forests, but this was superficial. A student nearby said that the fire tore humanity from the clutches of darkness, which inspired fear. The hero asked if he had accidentally thought of becoming a poet. Then the professor drew attention to his hand, and said that he was listening to Flora Lumos. The girl was reluctant to say that fire was used as a weapon against people to burn them. Machiavelli listened to her carefully, and said that this was a correct judgment. The students began a discussion and he said that we were talking about burning, drowning, and cutting. Wind currents were used as well as electric shocks, war and murder, which helped push magic to a new level. However, in cold times, fire served as a symbol of survival rather than destruction. But water itself, in turn, has become an important component of the water wheel that is used today. At the same time, the wind rotated the blades of the mills, and in this one electricity, in turn, illuminated the cities. Therefore, the purpose of elemental attributes can change depending on human actions. One can talk about fighting for a better world, and it is with this attitude that they should begin to master these attributes. After they have talked about the theory and are now moving on to the practical part, have them now go ahead and create an elemental sphere. Soon he told Joseph to focus on the flow. For a second year he was too inexperienced in releasing magical power. The guy said he would do everything. Roger asked Irina if she really calls this a plant attribute, as if he were looking at a rotting autumn leaf that lies on the ground. Let him imagine a sprout that breaks through the soil, and she agreed to this. Leo turned his attention there, and realized that he couldn't even find a word. Suddenly, he turned his attention to the side and saw that Adrian was doing nothing and was just sitting silently, looking down. That's why he turned and asked what he was doing, but it was too late, because the professor was already very close. And the main character paid attention to the student, and saw that he was sitting quite thoughtfully, and doing nothing. It was completely unclear what had happened to him, and why he was behaving so strangely. Thoughts flashed through his head that he decided to rebel against him after that very incident with the werewolf. Although if you look closely at the expression on this person's face, then this is not so, because it seems that this is not the case at all. Then there is only one option. The hero asked if he understood correctly that he had not yet practiced elemental manifestation. The guy replied that this was so, and he was apologizing, because he was so embarrassed. Roger understood. This is what it means to be a special student. The owner does not have basic knowledge. Even if he was accepted to see inclusion, it is strange. He, in turn, cannot sell responsibility for a person to whom everything needs to be explained from scratch. Of course, he will still lag behind whether he is from the others or not. Well, it's not so simple at all, and asked to name the attributes that he can use because he should know this. The boy replied that, of course, they are fire, water and wind. The teacher asked to try to use fire. The boy asked in what sense. The hero replied that he would teach and could not leave a student who needed help. Machiavelli told him to accumulate magical power, and he must master the basic manifestation. Adrian replied that he would do everything now. The professor said, and now he should think about how he turns it into an attribute that is, fire. The student replied that he would try now. He tried to do this for some time, but it didn't work. Then the teacher said that thinking about the goal is not enough, because he must allow the senses to open. Adrian listened to him carefully, and then closed his eyes and began to gradually concentrate his power. The hero told him to remember the brightest flame that he had seen in his life. When he does this, let him remember the shape, sound, smell of the touch and literally everything that he felt then. The guy immediately thought about the very situation that happened 8 years ago. All this happened during a snowstorm that was outside the window. There was a bitter smell of burning logs and charcoal, as well as the aroma of a fire stew. In addition to all this whining, his sisters and mother's grumbling, and also the smile of his father who returned home, the boy understood that there was little food then, and the cold wind was getting under the fabric of his worn clothes. That harsh winter, the fire flaring in the fireplace calmed him. As a result of these memories, Adrian felt that warmth, as if it were yesterday. After what happened, the hero said to keep it up. And the guy finally opened his eyes, and when he looked forward, he saw the fire that he had created with his own hands. He immediately thought with joy that he really got it all, this feeling that arose along with the moment from the past. The teacher was nearby and carefully looked at this attribute, and also said that he was great. It turns out that his flame warms and does not burn. His warmth is not capable of harm, and the man knows what he was thinking about. The student looked in surprise and thought, is it really possible to hear more than criticism from Professor Roger? Machiavelli continued to say that the fire in his hands is an attribute, the image of which he imagined in his head, but it is not a simple attribute at all. This power is the flame of his magical power. Adrian looked carefully and asked if this was his magical power. The teacher began to leave there and told the guy to remember this feeling well. He further stated that he was already completely confident that they understood this, and that this is the very method that he recently spoke about, as a result of which, even if they do not rely on the senses, also, their own experience will not hurt them at all, and basic knowledge serves as the basis for using the attributes of elemental magic. The idea of the heat of fire and the cold of ice is not enough, and even a 3-year-old child knows this. A true magician must put something unique into his spell. Just because of this, let them remember a moment that has great meaning for them. They should connect all 5 of their own senses to all this. The same guy who just recently had a bad job with this attribute created it and said it worked. The neighbor said that the difference is really significant. All the students immediately became inspired when they heard all this and began to use their attributes, enhancing them with their memories. Flora sat sad because she thought that she had learned all this a long time ago. Before that, of course, she thought that today she would learn something new. But it seemed she was mistaken. At the same time, it was completely unclear to her why the professor devoted so much time to some freshman, even praising him for simply demonstrating the attribute of magic. It was completely unclear to her where this man had gone, who had disgraced her on the very first day in front of the entire audience. She was not going to attract attention to herself, but everything was not easy. That's why she decided that they would watch him shower her with compliments. And now, she used her power and created an attribute. The neighbor drew attention to this technique and thought, is this really a superimposition of attributes that she is doing? Of course. The girl continued to do her technique and thought that if she added wind magic, she could create a whirlpool. Suddenly, she felt that something strange began to happen to the flow of her forces. A bright enough light appeared, and this technique became completely uncontrollable in her hands. The students asked what else this was, and someone said that it was dangerous. The girl nearby asked Flora to stop. The girl herself understood perfectly well that she had to stop all this, otherwise an explosion would definitely be unavoidable. She needed to set up a barrier so that no one would get hurt. The children who were in the area began to run away from her, shouting that they should save themselves as quickly as possible and run away. The other shouted Flora's name, and she understands that she will not be able to hold on to this power, even closing her eyes. Suddenly she heard a teacher approach her and asked her to concentrate, and also put his hand there. Roger called her full name, and told her not to give up and to control the flow of her magical power. Let her not worry, because he in turn will help her in order to overcome this difficulty. The girl did not respond to this judgment, but it was clear that some other force appeared on top of her. Most quickly the ball, which began to spread around the area, decreased and the technology began to stabilize. Flora returned her attention there and realized that it was no longer as chaotic as it was. It was more stable. Machiavelli saw that she had relaxed and told her not to be distracted because they had not finished doing this yet. As a result, if she becomes right now, her magic will simply dissipate, so he asks if she is really satisfied with such an outcome. There was an awkward pause between them for a while, and they looked into each other's eyes. The girl didn't say anything, but continued to concentrate her energy, and also realized that he was right. After all, in any case, it turns out that she really should finish the job, so she looked down and concentrated even more. Flora thought that the glances that were directed at her all the time expressed the constant loss of power as well as jealousy. But she in turn did not pay attention and continued to move forward. Whatever it was, there was something that she could not bear. And that same factor was the cold gaze of her father, who looked at her quite contemptuously. For the girl, the situation was always quite sad, because she understood that he looked as if she did not exist. Long ago, the professor said that she would receive 10 penalty points. That day, following the humiliation, she was overcome for the first time by the feeling of losing. And it hurt her so much that even such unwanted memories from childhood returned to her, even if she didn't even see his facial expression. And despite this, she knew that he looked exactly the same as her father once did. Lumos, in turn, never forget their offenders. So one day she would definitely fight with this man and win. Or at least that's what she thought shortly before. And right now she looked forward and realized that the magical waves were really stabilizing, a little more, and she would be able to do this. In fact, after a few moments the power that was channeled in her hands took on the form that she needed. The girl smiled when she saw it, and said that this is how it all worked out for her. Professor Roger leaned closer and said that Floralimus had acted rather rashly. And the point now is not even that she tried something new and failed. That's normal, because everyone really makes mistakes. The main problem is that she put other students at risk. The girl released her gaze down, and said that she was very sorry. The teacher continued and said that this, not to mention the inept superposition of two elements. The interlocutor got angry and asked what he was saying. Machiavelli said that she was talking about mixing fire and ice. Making two opposite elements complement each other is a very difficult task. Flora said that this was true, but she did it, of course, and does not deny at all that she went too far in trying to add a third element. But as for the ice, as well as the mismatched flame, it turned out just perfect. The hero looked at her and said nothing. After a few moments, he extended his own hand and created a fire attribute as well as a flame that complemented each other. Soon these elements came together, and there was not even the slightest hint that they were rejecting one or another element. The student noticed this and understood what he was talking about, and the teacher continued his story, saying that she should understand this difference. As a result, we can say that she only managed to freeze the fire, and it looked quite beautiful. Indeed, he can say that one picture is not enough, and he does not understand what she intended to achieve with this. Did she really want to show off? Flora heard him scold her and closed her eyes, realizing that she really was to blame. The rest of the children were on the sidelines, and the party neighbor was worried about her condition. After a few moments, the professor used his attribute, which he combined in his hands and directed it upward. As a result, the same magic that was embodied in the sky began to transform into snow. It spread literally throughout the entire classroom, and students could easily touch it. Tracy extended her hand and asked in surprise if it was snow. Flora also looked up and thought that by using the ability of fire to cover long distances, as well as the coldness of ice, he had combined them into one spell. As a result, he used the same elements. He reworked them into something more practical, and she was a complete failure. A few moments later, the hero turned to a student, but did not say her name. She thought that now the teacher would shout, and the man said that he did not blame her for her lack of skill at all. The girl judged with her opinion, raised her head and asked what he was talking about. I also noticed his gaze, about which one could say that he was kinder rather than cold. Sir Roger said that she had a truly unique talent. Among guys her age, he had never met such a technically savvy wizard. But right now he can say that this is not about that. But about something more significant in his opinion. She was just playing for the audience. Then he touched her shoulder and said that he had no right to tell her what to do. But despite this, he still advised her to choose a different goal. And he asked her to do this only because it will be for her own good. The girl was very surprised by the product. How good it was and wondered if it was for her good. Soon the teacher turned to the other students and told the children to return to their seats. After that, he began to slowly walk down the stairs to take his workplace. Flora remembered the man's look and thought that in his eyes there was neither reproach nor mockery, but only sincere concern. This is the same feeling that was not even in the look of her own father. She touched her head and her neighbor on the desk asked how she was. The girl replied that everything was fine. She just had a headache due to using a large amount of mana, and also thought that it felt like she was about to faint. At the same time, she was wondering how the professor felt, because he spent much more energy than she did. The hero in turn walked quite slowly and felt really strong pain in his head. At that moment, he thought that taking a pill before class would be very useful, because his head was about to explode. I also thought that Flora was able to not only combine the elements, but also complete a top-level spell of 3 elements. Machiavelli remembers how at one time the teacher also scolded him severely after such an outburst. But was the man too strict? He hopes that his words did not hurt her. But even if so, she will definitely cope with it and listen to his advice, because these were not empty words. As he thought about it, he continued to walk forward towards his workplace. Then he turned towards the students and thought that there were no weaklings among them. Madam Rector in turn mentioned that this year many talented children entered the academy, so this is the so-called golden generation. While he was thinking about this, his attention was caught by one of the students who was on the side. The man asked if there was something wrong with Renee. She hesitated a little and continued to try to manifest her element. Professor Roger said that she is unable to manifest an elemental attribute, or rather, it basically does not exist at all. The girl noticed that this was indeed the case. The teacher told the others that the lesson was over for today. And as an assignment, he asked them to repeat everything they had learned today. But the interlocutor who was next to him told her to follow him into the office. Renee and her neighbor looked at him in surprise and did not understand what was happening. But she couldn't refuse it, so she followed there after a while. The man was also in the office and asked him to wait here for a while, to which she agreed. After that, I thought about it. Then she actually called her because he really wanted to conduct a personal survey. Or maybe he was going to kick her out. This is exactly the case. How can a client who is unable to demonstrate elemental magic be eligible to attend spell theory and practice classes? But at the same time, she really wants to continue going to the professor's lectures. And suddenly she noticed that he took out some kind of document. The student was horrified and wondered if this was a statement for a transfer to another teacher. She knew that he still wanted to refuse her. The professor turned to her, but she did not listen to him, and said that she would try and do everything. She just begs for forgiveness, if only she does not forbid him to go to his classes. The main character, in turn, handed her the book and asked what she was talking about. Renee asked if this was really not a statement of translation. The man replied that she stopped talking nonsense, and took this book because he was already tired of holding it. The student took it, and told the professor that this is what she thinks. The man said that it would be for her to master on her own, and she would study from it. After she masters it, a new path into the world of magic will open before her. On the cover it was written that this is not elemental magic. The girl asked where he got it from. The interlocutor noted that he knew one person, and this book was the result of her many years of research. Renee said, it means that there are other wizards who control non-elemental magic. But what is this person doing now? The hero replied that she had already left this world. The interlocutor only sighed sadly because of this, and realized that this was a sore subject for him. At the same time, she drew attention to his gaze, which was now downcast and very thoughtful, so that it was clear that that person was dear to him. The student asked if this meant that she would not be able to study other types of magic. The hero replied that this was so. Did it really upset her? The girl said that she really wanted to master elemental magic. The professor asked what she thought about a person who could only work with one element. Renee said that she thought he was probably mediocre, but the teacher replied that this was not so. Magicians who were able to practice only one element were incredibly talented. All this lies in the area of this particular element. They in turn can influence a natural phenomenon. That's why they are professionals in their field. The girl noticed that this is what it means. The interlocutor noted that this is how she should now tell him what thoughts she has about non-elemental magic. The student hesitated for a moment, and then said that it didn't involve using elements, so it was weird. Roger took a cup of tea and said that in fact this has not yet been proven. The 10th element, or rather the element of metal, is considered part of the element of earth. That's why she shouldn't worry, because the world and magic will not stop, but they change after each other. First, let her read the book, and this is her homework. After some time the girl left, and the man thought that it was quite unexpected to meet a student practicing non-elemental magic. However, she had this reasonable look. He had the opportunity to look into the eyes of a person who knows how to distinguish good from evil. Although she is still at the very beginning of her journey, and does not realize all this. The book he gave to this girl finally found its next owner, and it seems like it was fate. After some time, life at the academy was normal and students went to classes and professors taught. At the same time, Adrian practiced his magic using his own element. He paid attention to it, and thought that even if he was almost finished, this technique that Professor Roger showed him turned out to be very useful. At the same time, when he used the mafia, there was kindness in his gaze, as well as wisdom, so it was probably in vain that he doubted him before. Of course it cannot be that a person who loves magic turns out to be some kind of villain. The guy turned his attention to his comrades first, and then looked at the group of students that had gathered near one of the guys. But it was not clear who he was and why so many guys crowded around him. This man must be popular in Thien. Suddenly, another person approached from the side and asked who they were. It was a recent acquaintance who said, "Could it be Adrian, a student who is unable to materialize his own element? It turns out that he is quite arrogant since he is still wrong here." Leo got angry and said that he was a scoundrel. If he continued in the same spirit, he would feel bad. But the guy calmed him down, and said that he would talk to him himself. He told Jackson that he had no idea what irritated him so much about him. But he asked for forgiveness. Therefore, he wonders if they can just forget about it. And that's all. The interlocutor noted that if they forget, then he agrees. But all this will happen immediately after he kneels in front. Tracy said that he himself is not ashamed to say this, because he is a noble nobleman. The guy replied that the fallen were not given the right to vote. Although what to take from an uneducated incompetence, the girl was angry and asked if he had really lost all fear. Adrian, after hearing these words, got angry and came closer, then said that he could say whatever he wanted about him, but under no circumstances should he touch his friends. He said this with such an angry look, as if he wanted to hit this guy. But Jackson smiled in response to this and asked what he would do for him. Adrian immediately took the white glove into his hands and noticed that it was happening. He didn't mean it in a good way. In this case, he understands everything, and there are no problems, because then he challenges him to a magical duel. The aristocrat in turn immediately said that he was accepting the challenge, and his comrades told the guy that he was the one doing such a thing. The student with glasses did not listen to them and said that if he wins, he will apologize to Leo, as well as Tracy. Jackson smiled and said that they would see who would win first. That's why, let him prepare to fall on his face. Suddenly, the main character appeared, turned to both of them and said that you have not explained what is happening here. The students immediately noticed him and said that this was Professor Roger. The hero looked at Adrian and fought with anger that he had gotten himself into something again, as if he were some very sought-after person in this world. After his thoughts, he said that he expected an answer to his question. Jackson said that this was a fair fight, and he challenged his opponent to a duel. So he agreed. Machiavelli replied that this duel between first-year students was impossible anyway, because it wouldn't work that way. The student asked whether this general thing had become prohibited. The professor was surprised by what this man was saying and wondered what was wrong with this guy in general. A few moments later, he turned his gaze to the other side and saw a lot of people hanging around one of the guys. Then he decided that now everything seemed crystal clear to him, because this man was doing everything in order to impress the student who was staring at him. So he told his interlocutors that he would not punish them for something that did not happen and let them return to their rooms. Jackson tried to get through to him anyway. Suddenly, on the other hand, another teacher came up and told him not to press them so hard. After all, in this case, isn't he exceeding his own authority as a professor? Still, the mentor has no right to interfere in a duel arranged on a mutual basis. Several students said that this is true and true. The main character was quite surprised and did not understand what he was trying to achieve, but he succeeded. After some thought, Machiavelli said that in any case, he could not allow the students to harm each other, so why not sit through the duel? Then he turned to the guys and asked if they agreed to this. Jackson immediately said that he was not against it, and his opponent noted that he was also in favor. The hero looked at the professor, stood up for this duel and said that the duel would take place. The teacher said that there was something else. He came closer and extended his hand and asked if he would like to make a bet on this matter. Of course, he is definitely not obliged to do this and knows that it is stupid to bet on a duel, the result of which is already known. Well, why not? The main character understood what he was getting at, so he interrupted him and agreed to this proposal. Chris smiled and said that he did not expect that he would accept his offer so easily, so who in his opinion will be the winner is interesting. He said that in turn, he bets on Jackson Filio and believes that he is an incredibly talented magician. The boy was happy because of this. Then, with a spontaneous smile, he asked whether he was also going to bet on this guy. Whether they should then bet on how he would win. But the main character responded to this by saying that there was no need for this at all. After all, in turn, he was just about to bet on Adriano. The boy was surprised when he heard what he said. Chris laughed about this and said that everything would be as he said. Although he did not understand his confidence in the student, the hero asked what they were arguing about. The teacher remarked since they both teach spell practice, then how about recording their research? Machiavelli was quite surprised and asked if he also taught this subject. The interlocutor did not at all expect that he would be humiliated like this in front of all the students, and was very amazed. Further reflection on his face changed to anger, and he thought that this was just some scoundrel fallen nobleman. It was unclear how he dared to disgrace him in front of the students, and even if he didn't think it was worth it, he would get away with it. The hero thought that he didn't even know that he also taught manifestation. Machiavelli said that all this was good, and would they agree to have a duel in 4 days. Chris angrily agreed and then turned around and left there. Then Adrian turned to the professor and apologized, because if it weren't for him, nothing would have happened. The hero in response only told him to think better about how to win. Jackson still has the advantage at the moment, but it's really too late to give up. As a result, it turns out that in battles there is always a place for unexpected variables. The student was surprised to ask what he meant. The professor answered him that he had had this variable for a long time, so he in turn only had to use it at the right moment. The interlocutor lowered his head down and thought that this was exactly so, because if he did this, his trouble would be in his hands. However, he remembered the man who smiled and motioned for him to cover his mouth. So Adrian immediately shouted to the professor that he wanted to defeat Jackson using only his skills. The main character was surprised to hear a desperate cry from this boy for help. The student at that moment was confident enough in himself and asked Professor Roger to prepare him. Machiavelli only looked with surprise at this determination of the guy who asked him for help. Adrian remembered the girl who told him to remember what she taught him. It should not be casually flaunted to others, because if he does this, trouble will not keep him waiting long. And what's more, there's something else. It turns out that with these very actions she earns her living, so doesn't he want her to die of hunger on the street? The boy became wary and said, "Of course not," to the teacher. She stroked him and said that this did not mean that she forbade the use of these techniques. It turns out that as soon as he feels that he needs them, let him act. There always comes a time in life when he needs to make one choice or another. It was on this occasion that she told Adrian that you were following his heart. Machiavelli froze after hearing a request for help from this boy. He did not understand what he was saying. It was completely unclear what the hell this student just said. After all, it turns out that he made a bet with another teacher, knowing only about his extraordinary abilities, and he declares that he wants to win thanks to his skills. What kind of skills are these that he doesn't even know about? Then he decided that it didn't matter, and in any case, this was a good opportunity to test his level of training. Therefore, after a few moments of his own reflection, he said that he agreed and would show him how to gain an advantage in a magical duel. Their training may seem like real torture to him, and besides, it does not guarantee him victory. The boy, without even thinking, answered that he agreed. The professor said that in this case they wouldn't start. Adrian asked if it would be right now, although he agreed to this. On the way, the main character thought that it seemed that their rivals were already celebrating their victory, but he would see what their confident faces would be like in 4 days. Sometime after training, Adrian lay in his room and said how tired he was. I also thought about the fact that I almost died during this very training, and it turns out that this was just her first one. At the same time, it was unclear why Professor Roger was so confident in him. After all, he does not use the most traditional magic. I also wondered if the professor knew something that he didn't know. While Adrian had these thoughts in his head, he fell fast asleep. And somewhere in his house was Chris, who said that it seemed that in his free time, Roger Selassie gave personal consultations to that boy. So, most likely there is nothing to doubt because it is true he may not show it, but the man knows that he desperately wants to win. Then he turned to Jackson, who was in the office, and asked what his goal was. The guy was inspired and angrily said that he needed to defeat this tax commoner. The man interrupted and said that this is all I need, because he must show the insurmountable gulf that separates the commoner and the aristocrats. Of course, he has no doubt about victory, but it would be better to play it safe. And so he took out some kind of bottle. The guy asked what it was, and the teacher answered a magic amplifier. Let him drink it before the battle. The war immediately became wary and said that if he was caught, he could be expelled from the academy. Chris said that this was a special invention of the Benamor family. Therefore, he has no need to worry because no one will know anything. This insignificant brat will use all possible methods to defeat him, so they will do the same. Jackson agreed with the man and thought that this was true. Although his honor would be easily hurt, he would never give in to a pathetic plebeian. The professor in turn smiled and thought that his ward had made the right choice. Soon the day of the magic duel arrived and everyone was at the training ground. A fairly large number of spectators gathered and heatedly discussed the events that were about to happen. The guy asked if it was right that an aristocrat has more chances to win, because his level of training is higher than that of a commoner. He was told that a freshman has something to show. In addition, it was this guy who participated in the capture of the werewolf, although in the end it was Professor Roger who dealt with him, not him. The student said that he was coached quite well by the professor, and it seems that Chris is on the side of the aristocrats. The interlocutor asked who it was and realized that she was a professor, and that she was responsible for the second opponent. The man heard this and got angry, and the students continued the discussion. It turns out that they both teach the practice of spells, so they are often compared, and probably this is unpleasant. Chris thought that today he would knock Roger's arrogance. In the end, it was all these people who would witness his defeat. After a while, someone entered the training ground. Everyone immediately turned their attention there and saw how the rector of the academy entered along with the rest of the professors and greeted Chris Benamor. The man was dumbfounded and asked the lady what brought her here. And it turns out that Professor Hugo was also here. The woman replied that she had received news that something interesting was planned. It was only because of this that she brought him with her. Then she said that she had not seen Professor Roger for a long time, and how he was doing was interesting. He thanked him and said he was not complaining. She heard that the men made a bet, so interestingly he bet. The hero replied that he had made Adrian's choice. Jessica noticed, which means Chris bet on Jackson. Now she is looking forward to the battle and hopes that no one will get hurt. The deputy said that the lady is not very worried at all, because protective equipment helps create a barrier responsible for the safety of the wearer. Then she noticed that their participants had already arrived. The first to arrive was Adrian, who was really in protective gear. He had support from the audience. Leo told him to crush this pompous aristocrat, and Tracy also supported him. Also, on the other hand, Jackson appeared, who was also supported and said that they believed in him, and also asked to show real strength. The teacher approached the participants and told them that before they began, they had to pass a short test. Adrian turned to his opponent and said that when he loses, let him remember to keep his promise. The guy smiled when he heard this and said to just dream, because victory will be his. And so the teacher examined Jason and said that everything was fine, so it was the next one's turn. And when I paid attention to the guy, I asked what it was hanging on him. Adrian replied that if the professor talks about it, then this is his military weapon. The man took it in his hands and said that it looked like a sword. The interlocutor hesitated and said that this was not so, because the black one was simply made in the shape of a sword. But it was not him. Then he asked if this was forbidden by chance. The teacher examined it and thought that the blade seemed to be safe and blunt, so he said that everything was in order. The participant was benevolent to him, and the man said that they don't know the rules. The first one with a magical barrier will fall off his protective equipment, lose, and now let them get ready. The curator of the fight said that he would not start now, and Adrian immediately sent his energy towards his opponent. At the same time, Jackson also did not stand still, and using his magic wand, he directed the fire forward. Leo saw what happened and said that they were moving literally at the same pace. The girl noticed that they were quite fast. Adrian wondered what the same guy used with the element of fire. He in turn knew that he would start with the strongest element. The aristocrat began to think that his opponent was doing better than he expected, and he would be at a disadvantage. But this did not happen only if the amount of his mana did not exceed several times. And so his element of fire, which was now used, dominated the second element of his competitor. She completely suppressed Adrian's power, and then launched an attack, so the guy managed to dodge. Immediately after that she flew forward and it was clear that the power of this technique was strong. Jackson saw what happened and shouted to let this pathetic plebeian know his place and continue to use force. In order to defend himself, the commoner also used his technique and directed it into the opponent's element. After this, the forces converged again. But it was clear that the aristocrat dominated this fight because of his power. A friend who saw this fight from the side said that it was bad, because Adrian was starting to lose a little. Quantity fought below and thought to himself that at this rate he would lose and it was time to do something. Namely, he should use the technique that Professor Roger taught him shortly before. Jackson saw how his opponent did not use magic and simply rushed to attack him. So he immediately began to laugh and asked if he was giving up already. Chris also smiled when he noticed this and said that the duel was over. But suddenly he noticed something strange. As the professor took a closer look at the attack that had just been made, he wondered if he was right. After all, it turns out that this is the same technique. Adrian rushed forward, and there was a magic circle at the tip of his weapon. The teacher realized that this was a sliding maneuver. Because of this, he was amazed and did not understand how this boy knew the technique of battle magicians. So could it be that Roger taught him this technique not long before? Although right now there is a more important question, because it is completely unclear how this plebeian was able to master the sliding maneuver in just 3 days. Jackson didn't understand what was happening. Magic was based on concentration, and if he continued to move so chaotically it would be difficult for him to concentrate on the manifestation. Although he shouldn't worry now and needs to be calmer because everything is under control. Because it turns out that he has already cast the spell, and with this he will put an end to it with a trick exactly, no matter what he does there. Adrian in turn rushed forward, continuing the attack and dodging the opponent's force that was ahead. The aristocrat noticed how his spell simply passed through that very place, and there was no one there. Therefore, because of what happened he became angry, because he realized that nothing came of it. After Adrian dodged, he immediately prepared to attack with his strength. The very flash that appeared on the tip of his weapon headed straight towards the aristocrat. With this very action he was hit in the head. Then, when the guy knocked down his opponent, he immediately approached him and pointed his weapon. At the same time, he immediately said that now it was his turn to attack. Jackson understood where this was all going and very wary, asked to wait a second. But it was too late because Adrian was not going to stop and ended this fight in a few moments. The crowd of onlookers that had gathered in the stands exclaimed joyfully and heard that the winner would now be announced. The curator of this magical duel approached the guy with glasses, and raising his hand, said that the winner was Adrian. Leo, as well as a large number of students, were happy and said that he was cool and that the training had paid off. Those who were rooting for his opponent said that Jackson was a scoundrel, because he had tarnished the reputation of the aristocrats. The girl noted that she knew that he could not be relied on, because it turns out that he boasted of being the son of a baron, but he cheated the plebeians, and in the end he turned out to be just a loser who disgraced them all. The guy heard all these words and was horrified, and also wondered if he, Jackson Filliot, had lost. Because of this, a wave of anger immediately came over him, and he told himself that this simply could not happen. Therefore, the guy began to shout that his opponent was cheating. Otherwise, how else would he manage to cast the spell while moving? And in this case, he was just going to finish him off, so the aristocrat rose from his seat and began to use his magic. Tracy saw what was happening and asked what he was doing, and Leo also told Jackson to come to his senses and not do anything. They shouted for Adrian to run away. It was already too late, because the aristocrat did not listen to anyone and changed his technique, so that it was heading straight towards the people. The guy turned his attention there and saw that it was quite dangerous, because the curator also fell under the influence of this fire. So the memory of the words of the teacher immediately surfaced in his head, who said that the moment does not always come when he needs to make his choice. After all this happens, then Adrian needs to follow his heart. And further, the guy rushed forward, or using his weapon tried to protect himself as well as the teacher from this fire. From the outside it might seem that he was literally holding back this flow with the help of his weapon. In fact, the force of this attack was powerful enough to hit both of them with ease. But a few moments passed after it all started, and the fire was completely extinguished. The students who were here asked what it was all about. Could he really be able to cut the magic? Roger thought about it. After all, he was a stubborn boy after all. He did not hesitate to use this technique at the most necessary moment. Professor Chris was amazed, but what he saw in front of him and realized that this was anti-magic, the very direction that allows one to cancel the effects of magic. All this happened in conjunction with the sliding maneuver technique, and it is unclear how he learned all this. Jackson in turn stood, and his limbs trembled. But after Adrian suppressed the technique so that it was directed in his direction, he immediately rushed forward. The opponent saw what happened because of the fast speed and was unable to react. That's why the guy easily approached him and then punched him quite hard in the head. Because of this, the aristocrat's body immediately fell to the ground and was now definitely defeated. At that moment Adrian was quite angry and said that he hoped this man would accept his defeat with honor. But in the end, it turned out exactly the opposite, and the guy did not expect that he would turn out to be such a scoundrel. One of the students smiled after seeing everything and said that Jackson doesn't even know how to lose with dignity. Then he turned to the man who was sitting next to him and asked if this was true. A sophomore was sitting next to him, whose name was Freddie Wilberg. The Cold One's interlocutor noted that he didn't care, because initially he did not arouse any interest in him at all. But if we talk about Adrian, then, on the contrary, you need to keep an eye on him, because this is not the first time he has proven his superiority over the aristocrats. Next, the guy turned to his friend Henry and said that he should leave here. Both of them rose from their seats, and immediately began to snatch from the training ground. Freddie turned his attention to the main character. The man in turn also looked in their direction, and they made eye contact. After this happened, the student immediately turned in the other direction and slowly left. But Chris turned to Professor Roger and asked if he knew that this student had anti-magic skills. The hero replied that he knew and what exactly the problem was. The interlocutor asked if he was still asking. Machiavelli replied that he did not at all understand the reason for his irritation. After all, he is responsible for the first-year students, so he really didn't even bother to familiarize himself with their personal affairs. In any case, anti-magic did not affect the outcome in any way. Chris had no answer to this, and he only got angry. The hero stood up and said that he remembers correctly that they argued about scientific research. The interview he noted that this was true, and whether he wanted to look at something specific, Roger noted that this was not the case. He did not claim that he needed it. The man asked what he meant now. Machiavelli replied that it was simply not his style to argue about the records of other people's research and appropriate them for himself. After these words were spoken, the main character turned around and simply left. The interlocutor did not understand whether he had insulted him again. This was done by himself, Chris Benamore, when the man realized this. You got very angry and thought that Roger Selassie was just a scoundrel. Machiavelli continued her way through the corridors of the academy, and suddenly saw that someone was standing in front. It turned out that it was a girl who was a secret agent, and congratulated the professor on her victory. Only now they attracted even more attention. And isn't that a problem? The teacher replied that everything was fine because it was even good, and the girl asked what he was saying and why this was so. The hero responded to this by saying that Madame Rector was suspicious of him. Sylvia was surprised when she heard this. The man continued to say that she knew that they had infiltrated the inn. Despite his status, it would not be easy for him to gain her trust. The interlocutor did not understand how, after all, he became a professor. He should have been out of danger. Roger noticed that that was why he decided to make a good impression. This had to be done through a duel, but even so, although it was enough, The secret agent now understood everything. The professor turned to her and said that he now needed her help. She was surprised to ask about this issue. The hero extended his own hand in her direction and said that their meetings would be conspicuous until she became an exemplary student. It was only because of this that efforts should be made to reduce the level of suspicion that Sylvia thought that Mr. First Order had given her a personal task. Then he became inspired and said that she understood everything, because she would do everything possible, even if it cost her life. The interlocutor sighed and said that there was no need to die. The girl replied that then he would die on her, even if this mission killed her. It was clear that she was simply glowing with joy. Machiavelli wondered how crazy all this was and noticed what would happen, as she would say, while thinking, "This is a hectic economy." The recent event allowed him to convince everyone that he was acting in the interests of Madame Rector, and to make the Black Dawn understand too. Namely that he cannot act rashly enough, but all this cannot last forever. The hero thought that he really should create his own organization, and for this he needs to do something. His thoughts were interrupted by the communication sphere, which gave a sign that someone wanted to talk to him. Machiavelli made contact and asked what was wrong with Hans. The interlocutor noted that he had checked in nearby areas, as he had asked before. After all, in the end, he learned how things were in the criminal world and understood how to act in order to maintain their positions. The hero interrupted him and said that it seemed like it was time to use force. The interlocutor noted that he correctly noticed, and the time had come for heavy artillery. The hero wondered how it was on time. After that, he said that in this case he was moving forward. The comrade asked, "But isn't he busy right now?" "Because he's afraid it will take a lot of time." The professor told him not to worry, because he would try to make sure everything was over as quickly as possible, and in one of the houses it was quite loud. The man got angry, and after that he immediately hit the table, and the boy asked him if everything was okay with him. The interlocutor looked at him quite angrily and asked what he thought about this. All Belfort was required to do was invest money in the project. These were the funds that they invested, and this scoundrel died, leaving them with nothing. The subordinate asked if perhaps they should find another fund, that's all. The leader said that this is precisely what he wanted to talk to the guys about, because it turns out that they don't have to think through further steps to scale their business. He can be the first to say what to do with those scoundrels from the Black Rose group. Suddenly his thoughts were interrupted by some sound from the side. The man drew attention to the man who simply came into them and asked what kind of scoundrel he was. They immediately shouted to him whether he was blind. Because it is very clear to everyone that they are closed. The hero came closer, and the leader asked if he was really deaf. "Let him get out of here, and that's all." Roger asked if he understood correctly that he was Henry, the leader of Alice Group. The man asked how he knew him. It turns out that this person is seeing him for the first time. Machiavelli smiled and replied that they had never met before. He was just quite famous. He also asked for forgiveness for forgetting to introduce himself to him. His name in turn is James Moriarty. The interlocutor asked him again if he was really the person he said he was. He knew very well that this was the name of the villainous consultant who runs the criminal system of the Kingdom of Delica, but this man had not hidden his identity for years. It was completely unclear what he forgot here, although now they know it. The leader of the group laughed, and said what he had heard about Professor Moriarty. The hero said that he was very happy, but the interlocutor wondered if he could take his word for it now. Machiavelli asked if he really considered him an impostor. The man replied that his appearance in such a place was quite unexpected. The professor then stated that his suspicions were justified, but everything was not so simple. Then he raised his own hand and said that in this case he would still ask them to refrain and not to pour too much in vain. Those present pointed their weapons at him. The hero glanced at them and said how much equipment there was, of course. He was sorry to disappoint them, but weapons definitely wouldn't help them here. Pointing with his eyes, the leader literally told his subordinates to shoot him in the shoulder too. The guys immediately started doing it, but because they pulled the trigger, nothing happened. And when this happened, they continued to look at their weapons and asked what it was because their pistols did not work. Machiavellian immediately used his magic spell and said that he had warned all of them. Henry was crazy when he saw this spell and realized that it was the silence of fire, but it is unclear when he managed to cast it. The professor saw the confusion on the faces of all these people, as well as their leader, and immediately smiled. Suddenly, the front door that led to this room immediately fell out and hit hard. Everyone present immediately turned their attention there, and were surprised when they saw a monster come out and roar. They immediately became very frightened and started screaming, wondering if it was a werewolf who had come to them. The main characters in turn also paid attention to the monster that was walking straight towards him, but knew that the situation was in his favor. Surprisingly, for everyone, the existence attacked, but stood next to him, literally protecting him. One of the robbers, quite surprised, asked if he had really tamed him, which means that the recent incident was also his doing. Hans thought about what happened recently. He saw the hero and said that he was really here and decided to use this personality. Machiavelli replied that he understood everything correctly, and asked him to be brought up to date. His friend said that this place was a criminal area in which their hideout was located. This very place is shared by 4 criminal organizations, the largest of which is called the Scarlet Group. They in turn perform the dirtiest work and in fact control the entire area, the hero said, which means they are their goal. The comrade replied that this was true and it would be nice to deal with them, but it would not be easy as their strength was too colossal. Therefore, perhaps they should not go ahead, but start with pawns. The interlocutor noted that this is not necessary, because this way they will only waste time. Going head-on will be much faster, so they separate themselves with dictionaries, and the rest will go on their own. Hans said that now is not the best time for this, because not so long ago they began to form gangs. Machiavelli's rock stands. This probably happened just after the death of Belfort Rixon. So let him wait a second, because there is some kind of connection between the Oleg group and the old man. Perhaps all these incidents and victims behind which the aristocrats stood occurred due to the fault of the Oleg group. Maybe they did all the dirty work for Belfort, Hans said. Probably the death of the money bag terribly enraged them. The hero noticed that this situation united the crazy scoundrels and thinks they came to their souls just in time. The friend said that he doesn't understand, because this is not just some lousy gang, they are not real mercenaries. And among them, there are even half-knights. Machiavelli said that it's okay. After all, they are far from the order of knighthood. The interlocutor was confused, remarked that he was not sure here, and the elder thought that he did not mean that they were Slovaks, but it was better to remain silent about it. Then he told Hans that he would need his help. He was surprised. But now, when he was in the guise of a werewolf, he thought, did it really mean that he decided to instill fear with his help? In any case, this is even great because she respects playing the role of a target, whispered to the hero, which reminds him that if a fight breaks out, she should not count on him because he will run away. Machiavelli replied that he knew and would just pretend that he was a formidable werewolf. Henry thought that he was the real James Moriarty or not, but he should not be underestimated. The man, of course, assumed that this man was using magic, but he didn't expect to see a pet werewolf, so he smiled and said that now he was sure. The man in front of him is who he claims to be and apologizes for not recognizing him earlier, the hero said, which means he was able to convince him after all. If so, then in this case they will move to the main purpose of his visit, and he is going to build a business in the city. The head asked if this was true, and what kind of business he was talking about. They in turn will be happy to help him in this matter. Machiavelli thanked him and said that just let him make it clear. He despises small and vile organizations. Namely, we are talking about people like them. The man did not understand what he was talking about, and the hero continued to say that, in other words, today he would put an end to the existence of the Scarlet Group. The interlocutor was amazed by what he heard in this information and understood where this could all lead. So after a few moments he immediately turned to his subordinates, and damn, you didn't finish him off. Then he tried to get the weapon that was hidden behind his back. But the hero immediately hit him with his stick. The subordinates took out their daggers and saw that their leader was being attacked, so they called the guy a scoundrel. Hans became wary and whispered to Roger that it didn't look like these guys were running away from them, their heels shining. It was unclear what they should do then. His comrade answered him that he had prepared for his retreat. And after that he used 3 insufficiently and hit the ground hard. As a result of this action, dark magical power began to spread throughout the area. The members of the organization that were here saw a dark shadow begin to approach them, and they did not understand what was happening. And all this matter continued to spread and absorb the light that was here. When it was all over, the men were amazed and asked what happened, because they didn't see anything. Someone said that the elderly should turn off the lights, and it was unclear how they could do this in the pitch darkness. And Machiavelli stood up and was preparing to take out his weapon. He unsheathed his blade and then glared straight at all of his opponents ahead. As a result, he used dark magic of the 3rd rank, which was called the Dream of a Fool. The weapons of the members of this group were stained with blood. They literally attacked each other, using darkness as well as shadows to instill fear into the weakened enemy. This spell, which puts a curse on him, is called connection magic. The head was on the sidelines and saw how his subordinates were killing each other. Then he asked why everything was happening for so long. Let them kill him immediately. Someone asked for help and begged that all this should stop. Several men who already looked like knights drew their blades and used magic to strengthen them. They in turn began to wave their weapons chaotically and clear away the darkness that was spread throughout the area. And so, after the spell was broken, Henry turned his attention to the sides of the establishment in which they were. At the same time, he saw the main character who was near a pile of corpses. With horror he asked how it all happened. Machiavelli heard the despair in his voice and looked at him with a grin. Several men who looked like a knight immediately rushed to attack him and shouted for him to die now. The main character defended himself from them and thought that the aura was able to cut his magicians. So probably, these were the same knights whose comrades had recently spoken. In that case, he didn't think that he would lose to them, so after thinking about it, he immediately fought off the blow. At the same time, he immediately smiled and decided to do one action that was supposed to distract attention. He threw a bottle of some kind of purple liquid onto the floor, and the robbers immediately turned their attention to him. They jumped back asking what it was as purple smoke spread throughout the room. The man said that it could be nearby so he should retreat. His comrade said that he would under no circumstances be harmed if he covered the body with magic. When he said this, a few moments later you saw a weapon in front of you that was flying at his head. Then he used his blade to repel a dangerous attack and said that it was useless in relation to him. Suddenly, between the sharp blades that were flying towards him, a bottle appeared and broke on the sword. The man felt that something began to happen to his hand, as if poison was being absorbed there, and he began to scream in pain. The second knight, who remained on his feet, wondered if he had been poisoned by the dagger. But it was unclear how she knew that they were powerless against direct contact. The robber, whom the main character struck, held his hand and was interested in the clothes of the one he was hiding. Let him appear in front of him now, and he will finish him off at that very moment. Machiavelli heard him carefully, and appeared from the shadow that was below, and also pointed his weapon. As a result of this attack, he easily pierced the body of the man in front of him with his cane. Another knight tried to protect the head of their organization, and saw what really happened there. The professor in turn slowly began to pull the blade from his opponent's head, looking out of his eyes alive. After that, he pulled out the weapon with a sharp movement and blood gushed out of it, which spread across the floor. The man who turned out to be his opponent hesitated a little and asked if he was really Professor Moriarty. After all, how can they know that same person never had combat skills? The hero asked if he was obliged to explain something now, because in any case, his interlocutor will soon die. The man thought that the loss of his opponent's vigilance allows him to find out about weaknesses. That's why he thought that he would win as long as he acted carefully and decided to shorten the distance. Machiavelli saw that this knight rushed to the attack. Therefore, he again took out the bottle of poison that was in his pocket and threw it towards the man. He of course noticed this attack and immediately wondered if he really thought it would work on him. It turns out that all he needs to do is dodge this attack and then everything will be fine. While he was doing this, his weapon was moving somehow strangely. The organization member felt that something was wrong with his blade and immediately turned his attention from there in surprise. When he saw what really happened, he was dumbfounded because he realized that his sword was there and asked, "Just don't say that it was because of that very bottle." And the main character saw what happened to his opponent, and immediately took out a weapon in the form of a pistol, which was in his pocket. The knight realized with horror what was happening and decided that he needed to drop his sword and start dodging because it turns out that he had no problems with reflexes. But in reality, when I tried to do it, I felt that it was strange in my body and was amazed. With horror, he turned his attention to his stomach and saw how some strange, dark substance pierced it, after which his body immediately began to shake. Next, the man paid attention to the shadow that came from his body and realized that the attack came from there. But it was inexplicable how it came out of his shadow in the first place. The man thought that magic could only be used near the body of the spell, and he did not think that such a thing was possible. The main character pointed his gun in his direction and immediately fired after a few seconds. After he managed to finish off his next opponent, he immediately began to move forward without stopping for a second. He was heading to the head of this very group, which he had recently intended to completely destroy, and announced this. So when I approached him, I immediately put on my hat, and with a smile on my face asked why don't they continue talking. Soon after these events, which happened quite instantly, the drink was poured into the glass. Hans walked to the bar and asked how he drinks after this in general. The hero drew attention to him, and asked if he had really taken off his disguise. The interlocutor noted that he could no longer stand it when he smelled blood, so was this man lying next to him scared to death. Machiavelli replied that not yet, but now that he had received the necessary information, he planned to pass it on to the rest of the organizations. The friend said that he was sure he would figure it out, and it was interesting what he was drinking. The interlocutor noted that this was a 38-year-old Gorgonian. Aga asked. Hans asked to give it to him too. It's not clear why you're only here for a glass. The hero replied that he felt bad and he broke everything. His comrade said to leave behind because he had to try, even if he vomited. Then he asked what he would do with the remaining members of all his group. Roger said that he would find a couple of useful people, and say goodbye to the rest. On the second floor of the office, there are documents, and an account book. They will help him. Hans said that a lot of work awaits him. Doesn't he think that this is too much? The hero replied that he was prepared. It must be that the interlocutor does not know, but he has friends who can help. The guy asked if this is so. It turns out that there is no one better for this job. So does he really think that they will come to his aid? Machiavelli noted that they said that they would come as soon as they finished their work. He wonders if he really hates them so much. Hans said that this is so, because they are all crazy, although he knows that it is not for him to judge. But what is wrong with his face? Then he turned around and noticed that even if he was against it, they would still follow his plans. He remembered that the rector suspected him, and was not afraid to act so frivolously. The man told him to calm down because they would not follow them, because they would definitely not take the risk of my accident. Especially when the rector is closely watching them. But she will not cause a response either. Then the comrade said that all this sounded plausible, and what he still planned to call the organization. The hero asked what other name it would be. The interlocutor asked if he wasn't planning to take control of Leatherwelk. But if this is so, then at least he needs at least some kind of name. Machiavelli thought about it, and asked how many people they had. The guy replied that if you look, there are about 10 people, including them. The man said that in this case he had a great idea and therefore wanted to call it Unknown. Hans asked if he really wanted to call their group Unknown. His comment replied that that was the idea, so it really sounded bad. The younger one continued to pour the drink, and said that it was okay because he liked it quite a lot. After that, he handed over a glass and asked if they would drink one more. The main character in response to this also held out his glass, and with a smile on his face said that, of course they will. After that, they bumped into each other, and it was said that they were creating a new organization. Sometime after the incident, Selina turned to Professor Roger, and asked why he did not have an assistant. Machiavelli looked at her in surprise and did not even know what to answer about this. But he soon said that this is how it turns out. He doesn't need him. The girl noticed that 80 students attend his lectures, and isn't it completely difficult for him to cope? The man replied that there were no difficulties at all, and the interlocutor said that in this case, he was simply incredible. The hero thought that he had no helpers, and it turned out that he was hunched over here all the time. So, I turned to the woman and asked if she had an assistant. She replied that she did, but she didn't really need him. Although it turns out that she only has 3 of them, Roger was discouraged and thought that she had said that she did not need help or that the professor usually had 10 assistants. It was quite loud near the man because the teachers were discussing pressing matters, and he turned his attention to the side. There he saw Chris Benamor, who, as always, was angry in where he went. The hero realized who it was and looked at his assistants. Noticed that there were definitely more than 3 of them. The old man who was sitting next to him told the professor that he also needed to take a few. Matilda said that this was so. Otherwise, it would become harder and harder every day. Selina said that this was accurate, and that at least 5 were needed. Another teacher suggested that if he wanted, she could make a list of good students. The interlocutor said that she would also help, and Professor Roger agreed and thanked them. After a while he sat in his office and thought about the assistants. There were thoughts that they received additional pay and tutoring, so that even new professors have about 6 of them. Some assistants study magic under the guidance of their professor instead of their main training, so he thought that this was usually a 21st century university. He, in turn, of course, doesn't mind getting rid of small tasks, but who would be interesting for him to choose? Although, if you think about it, then he has a list. After these thoughts, he immediately reached for it. Then I began to gradually consider the list of candidates, and realized that this was not an urgent matter after all. After a short period of time, he noticed one of the candidates who attracted him, so he thought maybe he should choose her. Now the hero was heading through the corridors of the academy and going about his business. Something, or rather someone, attracted his attention because he realized that you were now spying on him. The man told Sylvia that if she had questions, she should just come out and ask. She was hiding around the corner and hesitated a little, but said that she was doing it now. She immediately apologized to him and said that he was passing by, and she just thought she would like to talk to him. Machiavelli drew attention to her and thought that this is not so, and students just don't pursue their professor. So does she really have nothing to do? While he was thinking about this situation, he looked at a detail that caught his attention. So the girl turned around and said that everything was fine, because he just wanted to ask you something. The interlocutor was surprised and asked if it was her. The professor asked if she had classes on Tuesdays and Thursdays from 10 to 12 o'clock. Sylvia asked if that was not his class time. In this case, she definitely has time these days. And does he really want to entrust her with something? After hearing the information, the hero began to approach her and said that this was great. Then he smiled and asked if she would be his assistant. The interlocutor was simply dumbfounded and could not even say a word. After this question, an awkward pause hung between them, and the girl thought about it and was also embarrassed. She couldn't believe that she had such an opportunity and hesitating, asked if he was really an assistant. But what was he saying? After all, how can someone like her even be his assistant? Machiavelli said that if he becomes her, he will be able to communicate with him calmly. Sylvia asked, but wouldn't that be suspicious? The professor noted that she shouldn't worry about it because she was on the list he was given, and that makes sense. The interlocutor said that now everything is clear to her, and Roger said that his wife next to him does not want to do this. When he does not insist, the girl became more wary, and said of course she wants to. The teacher asked whether she agreed or not, but if yes, then that's great, because within 2 days she should bring him documents about registering an assistant. Sylvia immediately agreed to this. The main character as a result of this thought that this was wonderful, because it was quite good for the first assistant. Now it will be much easier for her to know about the Black Dawn, and 2 days later the man has faithful assistants for small errands, and now an hour is passed. An inspired girl came to him with a document stating that she would be his assistant, and immediately handed it over. Machiavelli, after seeing her with the document, was a little dumbfounded, because he did not expect it to be so fast. But still he said that she really did well. The little girl thanked him. He thought that the assistant appeared faster than he even expected. A little over an hour passed, she had already brought the document. It was surprising. There were a lot of people in the audience as always, and each of them was talking to each other, creating noise. Renee sat with the princess, and said that it was quite noisy today, and the girl answered her that there was just a strange rumor going around among the students, and this rumor that Professor Roger was looking for assistants. The neighbor was surprised and said that it was really tempting. Adriana said that what is much more interesting is that he had not taken anyone before, which is why everyone thinks that he did not know about their existence at all. The interlocutor asked, "How come this is a professor?" The aristocrat interrupted her, and said that the most interesting rumors about this. Renee was surprised, and her friend said that we are talking about a universal stone that fulfills everyone's wishes, so they say that it is hidden somewhere in Theon's academy. The girl asked whether this could even exist in nature. The interlocutor replied, "Of course, and there are still many unsolved mysteries. This very place is the heart of Theon's magic." Perhaps she is exaggerating, but there is probably even some kind of artifact for this. Renee said that everything was clear to her now, and they continued their discussion. On the top row sat a girl who heard them and thought it was very childish. It turned out that it was Flora, and she was really sincerely surprised by the stories about the Universal Stone, because she thought that the authorities would have already appropriated it if there was one. But in any case, we can say that this Superman is recruiting assistants, and this also surprises her. Assistants in turn are students who receive payment from the professor. Naturally, only talented people like her are suitable for this. So she proudly straightened her hair, and thought that she would definitely be able to pass if she was highly recommended. Suddenly, the students began to say that the professor was coming, so everyone should be quiet. Flora was surprised by the situation. Suddenly, the students began to say who it was. They had never seen this student, and did she really have material for classes in her hands? If so, then perhaps she was Professor Roger's assistant. When the girl saw her, she was very surprised and wondered what was going on. Had he really already chosen an assistant? Machiavelli also your audience, and told Sylvia that this is a good job so she can already go. She responded positively. Next, the main character drew attention to the students who looked at him in surprise and did not understand what was wrong with their faces. After this, it was said that everyone should be more attentive because they were starting a lesson. After a while it was already coming to an end, and the professor said that that's all for today. Today's material will be on the exam, so don't forget, let them look at it. One of the students turned to the professor and said that she had a question. The hero noticed her and asked Julia Plumhart what interests her. The girl was surprised and said that he even remembers her name. Machiavelli thought that it was she who took first place at the reception ceremony and heard that she was also supported by a magic tower. Therefore, she asked what kind of question she had. Julia replied that it was not that important, and was interested in how he chose his assistant. The professor was actually surprised by this question and did not expect to hear it, so it was not clear why she was interested. But in response to this question, he said that he had chosen her himself. The girl asked if there were any conditions, for example, the highest magical skills. Or perhaps he needed a recognizable personality for this matter. At that moment her smile was quite sly. Roger looked at her carefully, and for him it was again surprising, because it was definitely not a question out of pure curiosity. Despite all this, he decided to answer, and said that he only looks at one thing when choosing his own assistant. This very factor is the character of a person, but if she has the proper character, then we can easily pass the interview. Then it's cold. He said that in any case, after her question, she might not even visit him. because now he definitely doesn't think that she can become his assistant if she tries to do this. Then the professor turned around and said that if there were no more questions then he would go. In addition to all this, their first exam is very soon, so they ask you to prepare well for it. The man slowly left the audience, and was about to go about his business. And when I did this, I turned my attention to the side because a person I knew was leaving there. His assistant was there, and he asked if she had really betrayed him here all the time. The girl hesitated about the hero, said that next time she should wait for him in the office. She agreed and wanted to say something else but could not find the right words. Machiavelli saw this and asked what happened. Sylvia replied that she didn't want to say anything like that, and that the professor just did a good job today. He noticed that this was so, and she also did a good job. Then he handed over the documents, and said that this was the task that was given for today. Let her take care of them until the end of the day. The assistant accepted them and said that of course. After this, the professor was about to go to his office, but suddenly he heard someone address him from behind. Therefore, he turned his attention there and saw that Flora was behind him, who wanted to talk to him. He again called her full name, and asked what happened. The girl hesitated a little and then said that she had heard that he had chosen an assistant. The hero replied that this was so, which she really wanted to become one too. The interlocutor became very tense at that moment, and shouted that, of course, no. Because why did she need this? Roger then asked in that case what she wanted from him. Flora turned her head away and didn't know what to say. Further stating that she would like to say thank you to him, because it turns out that he saved her that very time when she could not control the energy, and does not think that the advice he gave her was bad. The man responded to this by saying that he just did what a professor should do. It was enough for him that she took his words seriously, and took him seriously. The girl asked if he really felt bad then, because he probably used more magical power than she did. Roger replied that he was completely fine, and I thought that, to tell the truth, I almost died. Flora asked the professor how many elements he could control, because in class, she noticed that he controlled 5. Machiavelli replied that those 5 were really the only ones he could control. He understood that he could actually use all 10 elements, but there was absolutely nothing to be happy about, including magicians focused on one element. Failing to use any element before reaching a certain level is mediocre. But if they find out about this, he will be in trouble. Because he will simply say about 5. The student said that if we talk about such a number, then this is quite a lot. And the teacher said that if she had no questions left, then he would just go. She, in turn, did not want to let him go and wanted to say something. Machiavelli interrupted her, and noted that if she still changed her mind, she could apply to become his assistant. And he is sure that he will definitely become his own. Flora was surprised when she heard this information. After these words, the main character did not wait for her to tell her. He simply slowly left from there. The student remained in that very place, and also could not squeeze out a word after hearing the information. Then she lowered her hands and clenched her fists quite tightly and said that it was annoying. Professor Roger was heading towards the main office of this academy, and when he went inside, he asked the rector if he understood correctly that she was calling him. The woman sat, smiling as always, and said that she greeted the professor, and then asked if he had heard about the recent rumors that were spreading, namely about those rumors that say that the Universal Stone is hidden somewhere in their academy. The man noted that naturally, he had heard about them, but he thought these were false rumors spread by the students themselves. The woman in turn stunned him with the answer that this was all not true, and he was surprised. Then she showed a stone in her hand and said that the Universal Stone, which fulfills wishes, actually exists. It is a mysterious item that has unique powers and has existed for a long time. Machiavelli drew attention to him, and said that this was a relic. Jessica replied that this was exactly the case. It turns out that this is the same ancient relic of unknown origin, the power of which is hundreds of times greater than the power of artifacts created by great magicians. The main character, after hearing the information and asked if there really was such a relic in Theon, the woman replied that it was so, and they had owned it for quite a long time. The facial expressions on her face changed, and she said that it was still a strict secret. But since there are rumors, it means that information about it leaked out somewhere. The man noticed that someone had revealed the secret. The director said that perhaps this was so, but there were other options. Since the Universe Stone is strong, it needs constant maintenance for the area where it is stored. Information may have been leaked when the stone was being transported during maintenance. In the end, since this rumor is so special, she would like to know whether the professor could handle it or not. Machiavelli immediately drew attention to her and began to reflect on this situation. Thoughts appeared in her head about who from the outside it seems that the rector trusts, and entrusts this to him, but she doesn't really trust him just because he is in her faction. So the man thinks that she is trying to find out who is behind him and does this in various ways. Jessica told him to let her know if they noticed anything suspicious, or if he asked her to help them with the next transportation of the relic. Machiavelli said that he agreed and asked whether any of the professors were involved in this or not. The woman replied that yes, but they were assigned to different areas. The hero replied that everything was clear to him now. The woman said that there was still time before the stone was transported, so she asked him to behave as usual. After some time the man sat in his office and thought that information had leaked to Theon Academy. Therefore, he wonders if the Black Dawn has really begun to act, but Sylvia has not contacted him, and this is then strange. He, of course, does not know whether everything is wrong because of the First Order, or whether there is another reason for this. But it is clear that an incident may happen soon. So, besides this, there is something else. While the man was thinking about this, he reached into his inner pocket. From there I took out some little thing and looking at it I thought about a relic. Although I didn't even think about finding one here. Machiavelli in turn constantly changed his identity during his travels. Once he was a mercenary whom everyone knew. Also for another identity, he used a criminal advisor and more recently was a merchant. Therefore, it turns out that he did not just wander around the world with so many personalities. All this was done in order to find the missing part of this relic. So he is in this place only because of rumors that there is a relic in the Empire. But he did not think that there would be one in Theon. Of course, matter can indicate that this relic is different from the one he is always looking for, and perhaps he should use the Universe Stone to find the one he needs. The man's thoughts were interrupted by the communication sphere, which lit up, and it was clear that someone wanted to contact him. Hans was on the other end. He immediately said that he found out everything. It turns out that the hero dealt with the last group, but the other 3 organizations fell silent. But now we will talk about Piranhas. He needs help, so does he have time? The hero said that he thinks he can help in a week. The comrade asked what really happened. In response to this, I heard that Orlik had appeared in Theon. The comrade said that he had so many events, and was it really serious? Machiavelli replied that he agreed. Hans then asked seriously which school could the relic be. Perhaps the rector has a secret dungeon, the man said to stop talking nonsense. The comrade said that he didn't even understand jokes, and noted that he would still look for a time to meet. Machiavelli in turn agreed to this. Then I thought that he, of course, would like to go right away, but for now he would not hesitate because of the rector's orders. Thoughts about the universal stone that grants wishes were just spinning in my head. And perhaps this is a great chance to act now. The relic is quite difficult to find, and even he is an avid seeker of these religions, and has only found 3 so far. Judging by the size of the reforma he is holding in his hands, it can be said that there are 4 pieces left, so he will complete his relic when he finds all 7 pieces. In the end, if all this really happens, then he knows what will happen. And after I thought about it, thoughts about the situation immediately popped up in my head. He sat with his head bowed at his desk and spent a long time there. The subordinate asked if the princess needed anything else in response to which she said no, and he could leave. The interlocutor noticed that he understood everything and left. The girl was left alone and thought that she was very tired. It turns out that they all cannot leave her alone even for an hour. But everyone is to blame for her status and how she wants to live a normal student life. Suddenly her thoughts were interrupted by the door, which opened and a subordinate went there again. Adriana drew attention to him and asked what happened. The interlocutor told the princess that someone was asking to meet with her. The girl was surprised but headed there. And on the other end of the communication device was the commander of the National Security Agency, the woman NELT, and offered her deepest apologies. She said that she would return for such a late meeting before the princess, but this was an urgent matter. The girl replied that everything was in order and asked what happened. The interlocutor noted that she had recently heard about werewolves in Theon and was so interested in whether it was true. The girl replied that it was true. One of the professors had already dealt with them. The agent said that she was investigating a case related to this. Adriana asked what exactly this case was. The woman apologized and said that it was being kept secret. She, in turn, is going to meet with this very professor, so does she happen to know who he is? The commander said that it was about the new Professor Roger Silasai. Adriana hopes that she will make progress in her investigation. The woman thanked her and turned again. The girl asked what was required of her. The interlocutor immediately replied that the first princess conveyed information that she wanted to contact her. She is saddened by the fact that Usha has not been in touch with her lately. Adriana did not like it, but she said that she understood everything. The agent noticed that this was where their connection ended, because she found out everything and said everything. A few moments later the connection was interrupted, and after this happened the girl breathed a sigh of relief. After that, she thought that she guessed how she was doing. It turns out that she conveyed the information through the woman, and probably her sister wanted to show that she had not forgotten about her. But because of this, she was very uncomfortable. The subordinate asked the head what happened. She replied that it was working out. The new professor took care of it. In this case, she needs to meet with this professor, so she asked about Annie how the investigation was going at the plant. The girl began to report that she looked at some pieces of the document that were not completely burned. It looked like something was being developed or researched there. In any case, it is impossible to find out the details. The boss said that they cannot continue to work with this, and is there anything else or not? The interlocutor noted that there is one more point. We are talking about a Black Dawn, because the Scarlet Group recently disappeared in Lezervelka. The woman asked if this is really what we are talking about. Also wondering if this was relevant, Annie said no, but they should take that into account as well. Jessica said that this is not true because everything is fine, and there is no need to worry about it so much. They would rather focus on their own investigation. The subordinates should check Laserwell a little more, and then they will go to Thien. The girl replied that she understood everything. And then a new day came, in which the main character continued to do his business as a professor. He drew something on the board and at the same time thought that over the past few days, many different rumors had spread. It turns out that students can move like during the werewolf incident. Because of this, we can say that there will be even more problems. Suddenly, the man turned his attention to the students' workspaces, because something attracted him. Usually they all sat cheerful and inspired, but now when he looked, he saw that they were sleepy and tired. And just to attract their attention he immediately hit quite hard, but on the table. Then he asked them if they were really bored, but in that case he would show them something fun. They were a little surprised, but the main character used his magic and summoned the element of fire right on the tip of his finger. Then immediately said that magicians always manifest magic, using themselves as the core. All this happens only because the magical power comes from the caster himself, but at the same time everything is not so simple at all. The man looked at the students again and saw that one of them was sleeping, so he stopped using his element, and a few moments later, he sent it straight towards that student who was sleeping peacefully. The guy woke up when he saw a fire in front of him, and immediately became very wary. But the main character continued to say that if they touch him, they can do the same too. It turns out that he said that magic manifests itself using the caster as the core, but in reality there are small spaces between it. Normally, about 1 meter is the limit, but if they find out that the use of their magical power can increase, they will go even further. He calls this system of spells the formula for assigning coordinates. The students were discouraged, and Clara wondered what kind of formula for assigning coordinates was, because she had never even heard of it. After this, it was completely unclear to her where the hell he had mastered such magic, so it was clearly visible that she was offended. The main character continued to talk about his subject, and then asked if they were really interested in it. Of course, this is just a small modification for the manifestation of magic. He turns out that one inspired magician invented this, but the man is not going to teach them everything. Now the students were even more surprised and asked each other why it was so incomprehensible, why he was telling them about it. Roger continued to say that he, in turn, wanted them to understand something, because magic develops from a solid foundation, and the full emergence comes only after that. To use magic correctly, they must learn everything step by step, even if they are bored, or think that he is saying obvious things. In any case, for their future they should do this. He soon offered to finish the lesson for today. But if they understand this magic, they can come to his office at any time. In this case, he would actually appreciate their efforts. Machiavelli after a while went to his offices, where they were already waiting for him. There was a subordinate who wanted to talk to him and approach him, but the main character noticed that the communication sphere was calling him. So I went to her and told the girl to stand outside for a while. She was a little surprised, but of course agreed to it. In order to play it safe between his conversations, the man used technology and isolated the space so that no one could hear him. After that, he sat down at the table and thought that it was time to contact someone who wanted to talk to him, so he contacted the director. The woman immediately told Professor Roger that all this was urgent, and he was even a little surprised. Elizabeth reported that the universe stone had been stolen. When the man heard this information, he was discouraged. The woman continued to say that she had underestimated her enemies too much. Machiavelli wondered what really happened. The interlocutor responded to this by saying that they knew about the spare storage for the stone, so they attacked them at a time when they were not ready. Despite all the rumors, she thought that everything would be fine, and they would quickly deal with this matter. But this was a cardinal mistake for her. At the moment, the Academy is pursuing them, and if they use the power of the stone, the situation will only get worse. The professor noted that, of course, he understands this. Then he asked how much time she thought they actually had. Director replied that the time was until midnight today. The man noted that now he understood everything, and Elizabeth asked if perhaps something was bothering him. The hero replied that he thought it would be better if he did not get busy with work. At the same time, one should not ask unnecessary questions. The woman said that in this case she puts it on him, and their communication session was interrupted. Then Machiavelli touched the noise-suppressing wall and thought that he knew that this would happen, but did not think that it would happen so soon. If we talk about those same guys, then it's not clear what they are thinking about. It turns out that he has not yet gotten rid of the rector's suspicions, and perhaps she considers him one of them. At this point, the professor can say something is definitely wrong, this situation is strange, and whether this is definitely the First Order. In this case, you need to think carefully. At this point, the man turned to Sylvia and said that she could come in. The casual girl was waiting for him near the front door, and when he heard him, she immediately entered and was delighted. Roger said that now it looks like the subordinates acted of their own free will. Sylvia lowered her head down, as if you understood that she was to blame, and said that everything was true. The man looked at her with a cold gaze and told her to explain from the very beginning what exactly happened in detail. The girl said, according to the investigation, it all started with the Third Order requesting information. While researching information about Thien, they found a document, but he belonged to the Universal Stone. By coincidence, rumors about the stone began to spread among students, and he believed the rumors, since he had already seen this information. Immediately after this, he learned about the existence and location of the stone. The Third Order soon told the Second about it, and he in turn decided not to tell about it. That is why they began to act on their own. This man's name is Jason. He has connections with the government, and is also responsible for all matters in the Second Order. The hero listened and noticed that if everything was so serious, he would definitely let the First Order know about it. So did that man really think that he wouldn't find out? In this situation the question arises, why is he doing this? The girl hesitantly answered that this was just her opinion, but she, in turn, thinks that she wants to take a place in the First Order. The Zero Order said that the 7 places of the First Order can always change one after another. Compared to his greed, Jason was not talented enough, so perhaps because of this he wanted to do something big. The professor listened to the information and said that he understood everything and was interested in how things were now. The girl was embarrassed and asked if she really planned to act on her own. Roger replied that she understood correctly, and they were already in pursuit of him. Their identities would eventually be revealed if they got in the way. Sylvia further said that he and his accomplices are now on the run after stealing the stone, but she only knows that they went towards a quiet forest. The man stood up and said that he understood everything, and it was time for him to start acting too. The assistant asked what she should do now. The main characters replied that she did not need to do anything. The girl was surprised. He continued to say that she had already done the work, telling him all the necessary information. So he thanked her for a job well done, but he could handle the rest himself and headed towards the exit. After hearing the words, Sylvia, as always, was embarrassed and wanted to say, thank you. But again, she could not squeeze it out of herself. Machiavelli in turn slowly left the office in which he was talking with his assistant. When I went out there, I immediately thought that I had just thanked her, so I don't understand why she was so embarrassed. He in turn felt that this was excessive devotion to the First Order, but it seems that she has personal reasons for this. The man walked forward and thought that now this is not so important, because he should take care of something else. Therefore, he concentrated his power and uttered the words, Atir Nocturnes. This was done in order to use the spell. Soon, dark streams of energy began to surround him, and spread out as if covering him in a sphere. So a few moments after the incident, his body was completely hidden in the darkness. It was already quite dark outside at that moment, and the night was taking everything into its domain. And the main character appeared from the darkness, and the spell that he used is summoning magic, better known as magic passage. Of course, we can say that it uses a huge amount of magical power, but in return, it completely hides the presence of the caster. Only because of this no one will be able to see or find him. The man was completely sure that no one could see him and calmly walked near Flora. The girl, who was walking out and talking with her neighbor at ease, suddenly felt something strange around her. That's why she became wary and immediately turned her attention to the side. The interlocutor, who was walking with her, asked what had happened. At the same time the friend only looked forward and did not see anyone there, but thought that someone had just passed by her, but she did not see him. But felt magic. It turns out that it was the magic of invisibility. And if this is so, then she should check. The neighbor asked her where she was running away. Several men stood near the gate, and one of them said that he would think about it. Only they went into the quiet forest. But if this was the case, then perhaps they should better take more people with them. The old people were interested in why such a forest still existed in general, because there were attempts to get rid of it. At that moment there was already a hero near them who was hiding. The man said that in any case, no matter what they did, the forest quickly recovered. But the people entering there went crazy. That's all. Blocking the entrance is the best they can do now. Somewhere in this forest some strange sounds were heard. Those whom the main character was looking for at that time were there. The younger one grabbed his head and made those sounds, and his body was shaking. The man told him to come to his senses. It was not clear whether he really wanted to go crazy like that guy. The second man turned to Sir Jason and asked what they should do now. It turns out that they are now surrounded, and they cannot hold out here for long. The man was aggressive and shouted at him to cover his mouth because he has a plan. The interlocutor saw that he looked somehow strange and acted the same way, so they all became wary. But the man was holding a stone in his hands and thought that they said that this was the universal stone, but this piece was absolutely useless. He in turn can say that this is a real force, so it is not clear why it does not work, and this thing does not react to anything at all. Suddenly, those present heard that someone had approached them, and the main one asked who he was. It turned out that it was the main character who asked if these were all the scoundrels. There were at least 10 of them here, and had the rest been caught. Jason turned his attention to this very man, and was amazed when he realized who he really was. The bodies of those present began to shake, and they asked if this was the same Sir Roger in front of them. The professor stood quite imposingly and said that this was Jason from the Second Order. He was interested in what he thought, why he came here personally. The old man was discouraged and wondered how he was unlucky after all. After all, Sir Roger, known for his ruthlessness, had really come. In this case, there is a high probability that he will die like this, so he was wary, holding the green stone in his hands. Then all the men fell to their knees and holding out the relic said that it is called the Universal Stone, so the second number wants to offer it to the First Order. The main character turned his attention to this pebble and began to closely study it with his own eyes. Immediately he reached out with his hand and then said that this was a really good job. But now he says goodbye to Jason. The interlocutor was amazed at the information he heard and asked what he meant. The main characters in turn naturally did not answer him and, touching the stone, immediately used their power, so that they pierced all these men through. The Second Order felt that he was dying and asked what it was. He did not understand why this happened. The picture before his eyes began to disappear and blur, and the stone was no longer in his hands. Roger took it into his hands and began to examine it carefully. And after that she said that if we talk about why all this happened, then he doesn't want to waste time on an explanation. The man continued to look at the relic in his hands for some time, and thought that this was the Universal Stone itself. But after a short period of time, something strange caught his attention and his gaze sharpened. Feeling suggested that he should not rush, because what was in his hands was definitely not a relic. There is an incredible amount of magical power there, but no more. Although the rector had previously told him that it was indeed a relic, the main characters became wary at that moment, and a few moments later felt something strange around. Then he turned his attention to the sky, and there appeared some kind of bright flash from which circles diverged. From the magic ball that hovered there, a beam shot out that was directed downwards. As one could see with the naked eye, it was a huge force that was going to hit the place where the main character was. So, after using this attack, a huge explosion occurred, and a blast wave spread over several kilometers around. At the same time, the explosion also formed a huge crater, and only luminous petals fell down. In the very center, right on the ground, lay the very stone that the rector had previously said was a relic. After everything that happened, someone slowly started to land right towards him. He was a woman who bent down to pick it up, and said that she shot with all her might. She didn't leave a scratch here. And it was Elizabeth, who has always smiled brightly and said that this was the end. At the same time, she currently has a fake universe stone. She thought that she really had to try so hard for this bait, so now she hopes that it will bear fruit for her. And if we talk about Professor Roger, then she wonders whether he was there at the time of the explosion or not. At the same time, the man was near the explosion site near one of the trees. At the same time, he used the very technique that hit him, and at the moment when he was there, he exhaled, because it was clear that it was damn close to killing him. Machiavelli remembered how a few moments before all this happened, he saw the attack. In order to leave the hall of the place itself as quickly as possible, he used dark energy, and thus a spell to hide himself. At that moment, as the spell was missed, the completed beam was already several meters from the epicenter of the explosion. The professor thought that the mayor's office would give him away when he used to spell, and in this very world where he was, there was no magic like teleportation. But nothing is impossible when a person uses the formula for assigning the coordinates and features of this magic. This is the power of 6th rank teacher, Elizabeth Willow. The main character saw perfectly well and did not understand why she came. But if she asked him to do it, it seems that the stolen universal stone also turned out to be a fake. Therefore, there were thoughts about whether she had revealed his identity and set a trap. Suddenly, due to the large loss of mana, the man again began to have a very bad headache. He realized that he could not get by with all the medicine, and immediately took it out of his inner pocket. Machiavelli knew that the situation was bad, because the teleportation magic had drained all his magical power, so he immediately took the medicine. After a few moments of consciousness began to return to normal again, and more came. The thoughts came that this could not be because she would not use such methods. This means that from the very beginning, this woman planned to do everything on her own. And for maximum efficiency, she hid the truth from her own allies. Now we can say that Elizabeth is a truly extraordinary person. Suddenly Roger felt that danger was coming from the side and immediately pointed the weapon there. It turned out that Flora was there, who screamed out of fear. A few moments later she came to her senses and, looking at this man in surprise, asked if it was really the professor. And the hero, in turn, was also quite surprised and asked what Flora Lumos was doing here. It was not clear to him why she was here because she must understand perfectly well that this forest is dangerous. The interlocutor immediately hesitated in response to this. Then her tone changed to aggression, and she wondered why he was here, because she was the first to ask about it. I was also wondering what kind of spell this was. The professor noted that it was none of her business, because this forest is a dangerous place for students, so let her go back. The student said that she was not so weak, and the hero thought it seems that she does not suspect anything. Perhaps she found another way to bypass those guarding the passage. Flora stood and wondered how to explain to him that she came here, feeling something strange, and did not even know that Professor Roger would be here. Suddenly, her thoughts were interrupted by another student who was following her and shouting her name. It turned out that this was the same friend who had not left her and stuck with her, but now she was lost and said that she was scared and did not understand where she had gone. The main character understood this whole situation and told the girl to follow him, because he would take her and her friend to the exit. Florida did not answer anything to this, but she understood that this situation looked quite strange. Before the professor saw her, she watched him from the side and saw how he grabbed his head, and after that he took out some medicines and took several of them, after which his tremors stopped. Flora was surprised after this and was now wondering what kind of medicine he could have taken. Perhaps he was sick with something. And so, together with the professor, they went to where the director was. The woman saw them and said that it was Roger himself. Suddenly, she looked to the side behind him and asked if they were two students. Machiavelli noted that they were wandering through a quiet forest. Elizabeth was surprised and said that if we talk about this place, then why were there any students there at all? Flora replied that all this happened because of her. The woman asked if this student was Lumos. The girl continued to say that she herself went into the quiet forest, but Charlotte ran after her some time later. Professor Roger found them. It was clear that the woman thought about this, and then said that it was clear now. The main character asked her what he should do with them. The interlocutor smiled and said that students often make mistakes. Let them just leave them. Then she asked what they should do now. Because of such an urgent matter, the coming should come first and sort everything out. The man told the director that it meant that the magic was from her. Since it was her, then he is sure that everything has already worked out. If everything was like that, then in that case, he would send these two students back. Elizabeth said that everything was true, and let him be kind enough to do it. After a while, she and the old man walked along the corridor of the academy, and he asked, if we talk about Roger Kalichi, then how is he to her? The woman replied that because of this event, she thought she could put aside all suspicions because she studied his reaction and did not notice anything strange. Willow smiled after hearing the information and said that it was such a relief because there was no one like him anymore. But everything was not so simple. He wonders why they spread the rumor in this case. Elizabeth smiled when she heard this. Then she raised her head up and said that they had to do this so that all the small rats would peck first. The old man heard this information and said that now everything is very clear to him. After that, together with the rector, they continued to move forward. So very soon we arrived at the stand on which the universal stone stood. The woman looked at it and said that the real one had been safely transported. Thank God that nothing happened to it. Because in the past, this stone destroyed an entire kingdom because it was in danger. Now that they know that they are truly safe, they can leave. And she doesn't want to stay here for long. Soon the door to this room closed and they left, but the dark shadow was already there. The main character used this technique of the young man, and when he realized that everyone had left, he immediately appeared here. The man turned his attention forward to that same stand and thought that at first he didn't believe it. But now it was definitely a jackpot. Of course, it was good enough that she left a mark on that same fake stone, and thought that the rector would decide to check the real one. As a result, the release of the magical power of the real stone is much higher than that one. In fact, it is even sucking it out by force now. But even so he does not have the power to fulfill his true desire. The hero began to come closer and said that he knew this perfectly well, because he had seen a lot of things and there was a limit to his strength. Finally, touched this universal stone and thought that in any case, at least he was able to tell him about the location of the remaining relics. In order to do this, Roger touched that very stone and made a manipulation. As what happened in the room, the man realized that more magical power was accumulating, so it was definitely trying to invade his consciousness. Because the hero understood this perfectly well, he told this very pebble not to twitch. Otherwise, if he tries to get into his consciousness, regardless of his desire, he will break. The bright light continued to be directed towards his streams of energy. But after a few moments it stopped, and the hero said that it was good. After he calmed the stone in his hand a little, he told him to now show him the location of the remaining pieces. After some time all this ended and the stone stopped glowing. The hero said that he knew it. He would not tell him about all the pieces. But even the information he received so far is good. After all, he could not even imagine that one of the very fragments he was looking for was so close. Soon Machiavelli returned home and received an appeal from his friend Hans, who asked what had happened. From fatigue, the man literally lay on the table and said that he had done what he had recently said, but asked to reschedule the meeting until tomorrow night. The friend replied that this was for the best. Otherwise, the deadlines were already running out, and it was unclear what had gone wrong with his voice or something went wrong. The professor noted that everything went exactly as it should. They in turn found the location of one relic, and it is difficult for the hero to recover due to constant work. Hans said that all this is understandable. So many events have happened, but if we talk about only one relic, then it is not worth it. Roger said that to be more precise, there are 2 of them, but one of them is already known. The other is located in the direct city of Larisvilk, where he is now. His comrade was surprised when he heard this, and the hero continued to say that according to the image that he was shown of the relic, he believes that it is in the auction house. Hans noticed that this means that we are talking about the Konst auction house. It is the only one in the area, and the guy heard that something big will happen there soon. Machiavelli said that maybe it would be an auction item. He should look at the list of items prepared for the auction and see if he would do an interesting job. Suddenly, he said that it wasn't difficult, and then they would meet tomorrow. The hero agreed to this and said, "See you." After some time, a new day had already arrived, and the main character was slowly walking through the academy. There he saw Flora standing in front of the door, and asked what she was doing in front of his office. The girl was scared when she saw him and asked if he was really inside the office. The man was so interested in why she was looking for him. The student immediately thought that she didn't know where to start the conversation. The first thing that came to her mind was to ask about the special magic that he used. Well, or you should ask about the very medicine that she saw, although it is quite difficult for her to ask everyone about this. There was an awkward pause between them, and the hero then said that if she had nothing to say, then he would leave. The interlocutor realized that there would be no other way out, and asked to wait. The hero noted what had happened, because if it was something unimportant, then let him remain silent. And when he turned his head to the side, he was surprised, because he saw that the element of water was floating in the air in front of him. There were also various other elements that the girl created. With a smile on her face, she immediately asked what he thought about this, about her form of assigning coordinates specifically. The man looked at them carefully, and then said that she really surprised him. He, in turn, did not think that there were already students capable of mastering the formulas. Flora proudly raised her head and began to say that she was simply original. She was the only one among the students who succeeded, so perhaps she should be rewarded. The man thought for a few moments, and then said that this is true, but for such a thing, perhaps he should give the highest score. And what does she think about this? The girl replied that this was just a number, and it was not worth her effort. In the end, she would like to get something else of similar value to the highest score. Machiavelli was surprised by her request and looked at her carefully for some time. Then he decided what he would do, and opening the door to his office, told her to come in with him. Naturally, the student entered and immediately began to examine this room from the inside, because she understood that it was her first time in his office. The professor began to say that the research laboratory was located in this direction. The girl asked what kind of research laboratory it was. After that, the man led her to the door and opening the room. She saw that same laboratory. I immediately took a closer look and wondered what the hell he was researching here. It turns out that I had never seen such a pattern before. It doesn't look like these are all simple drawings. The hero said that, to be honest, he didn't expect her to be able to do this. As a result, she even had to think about a worthy reward. As she knows, assigning coordinates is a mathematical formula, and it is also the principle of managing mana in one coordinate, and also the use of a formula in it. Flora thought that she just copied what she saw, and this is how it works. So the professor said that he would show her something else. Since she managed to learn this to repeat, then she needs a reward. After that, he raised his wand and prepared to do the spell. The student carefully watched what was happening, and a clear trace of magic appeared in the air. This spell was never completed. She was simply in a stupor and did not understand what it was. Some kind of magical spiral appeared in the air, which was more like matter. The girl felt severe discomfort, and understood that her head was about to crack, so it was unclear what this sensation was. After what happened, some time passed. Flora gradually began to open her eyes and was still in a bad state. The main character heard her get up and asked if she woke up. The girl was very surprised at that moment, and asked how much time had passed. The professor said that it was about 30 minutes. A student asked us what kind of general magic this was just recently. Machiavelli said that he called this technique the Klein bottle, and he ended up seeing it one day and just decided to repeat it. And he did it just for the sake of an experiment. The girl asked if he really created only this for the sake of an experiment. Roger said that he should forget everything he said, and was interested in how her nose and eyes were. The interlocutor was surprised and asked what he was saying because she didn't understand why. The hero immediately looked at her, and said that she had the ability to sense all the features of manifested Maya. At the same time, when she saw his formula, her pupils dilated and her fingertips trembled, so she felt the form differently. The most ordinary people cannot do this, and she must have been shocked by the magic, which she had never seen before. The girl asked if the professor was not interested in this. Now she is talking about her ability. Roger replied that this is not at all wrong because he is not interested in abilities. Although other magicians in turn may think differently, and it is better for her not to get caught with this. It's getting late enough now that she should leave. The student heard these words and stood up slowly and left the room. After that, she recovered at the front door and thought that it was unclear how he could be so calm after he recognized her ability. Or he had already met here with a similar ability like hers, and in general he rewarded her properly. After some time, the hero went to his comrade and said that everyone would never get used to his stylish appearance. The guy noticed him and asked if he had really come. Now he was wondering if he was still going to go there. The hero responded positively, and said that it was as usual. But then he asked where he got such a car from. The interlocutor said that he received it from the best of the best among society. And just like that, they are coming, which is the best place to do something like this. Machiavelli looked at his appearance, and said that it suits him. In this case we should already leave, and they both headed to the car. In the very place where they were supposed to be, it was quite loud and a large number of aristocrats had gathered. The professor walked slowly and said that it was too noisy and also bright here. The comrade noticed that after all this was a famous place. But is it worse than some dirty place? The man asked what floor the meeting place was on. Hans said it was on the 4th and asked her to fetch him. And when they tried to climb the stairs, the guards stopped them and asked where to wait, since they could not go to the 4th floor without permission. The guy handed over several pieces of paper and said that they could do anything. Naturally the guard accepted them, and then slowly walked away and told them to pass. And the main character after that said that the atmosphere on the 4th floor is really different. Hans said that he heard this place was used for meetings of underground organizations. As a result, in this way they created an unwritten rule. The man asked what kind of rule it was, and the interlocutor replied that he was saying that fighting on the 4th floor is prohibited, which is why there are no security guards on it. Machiavelli said that he was completely sure there was a reason why they invited them to such a place. Perhaps to see if they would follow this rule. The partners walked along this floor for some time, and suddenly Hans said that they should go here. The hero drew attention to that very door and said that it was time to enter in this case. The woman inside said that it was James Moriarty. She, in turn, is completely sure that he would not lie in such a place. She thought that he disappeared after an unsuccessful attempt to start a war in the kingdom of Delica. But now I wonder why he came here. Is he really planning to correct his mistakes? Her name is Violetta, and she is a black rose. The main character took a sip of wine and said that, of course not, what kind of nonsense is this? Because he could not even think about such a thing. The interlocutor noted that in any case, she could not trust him. Because how could a person without evil intentions destroy the Scarlet Group as soon as it appeared here? Machiavel in response to this said that he just wanted to get rid of the dirt that was in front of his eyes. The man said that enough personal conversations, and what he wanted in general. It was not for nothing that he accepted their invitation, and this was said by Luke from the Caracas group. The hero said that he thinks quickly, and he plans to increase his strength. The interlocutor asked what other force he had. Did he really want to create a second Scarlet Group? And the group's people were also sitting in the room. Old children, old man Dave. Roger said of course not, because he was wondering why it had become so stuffy here. And in that case, he would clarify all the misunderstandings right now. The old man asked what kind of misunderstanding he was talking about. The hero didn't listen to him, and said that there was something else before that. Because he wants to talk in person, Dave asked what he was talking about, but the little girl interrupted him and said that everything was fine. After all, it turns out that Moriarty understood everything. In ordinary cases they look down on her because she is a child. It was a member of the group of old children, Stella. The hero smiled and said that he wasn't stupid enough to look down on her because she was a child, and besides, she shouldn't worry. Because now he has no desire to create a second Scarlet group, but he plans to create his own business. So right now he wants to offer it to them. He gives them a job and they will rake in a lot of money. Comrade, at that moment it would have been well, and I would not have understood what he was talking about at all. Violet said that this was no different from the Scarlet group, in which case would he really force them to obey his orders? The man said that this is not so, because this is just a proposal, because if he wanted it, he would have started doing it a long time ago. He will also give them part of the Scarlet Group's business site even if they refuse his offer. Everyone was surprised, and the girl asked how he could give it away, even if he didn't refuse. Now she definitely doesn't understand what he's even up to. Machiavelli said that they probably already know that now it is dangerous for him to act openly. He needs his personal loyal forces, but useless battles will not give anything. They do not need to trust him. Even if he refuses, he will not lose anything. But the hero wants to get an answer here and now. After this proposal about the room, there was an awkward pause and everyone was thinking about what to do. Luke told this guy that maybe he would at least tell him what exactly this business was. Violet screamed at him why he was deciding without getting burned by it with them. The old man said that he didn't really want to interfere in a dangerous matter, and he himself must understand this. The hero reached out to his comrade and said that he promised there would be no dangers. They should know well what pleasures they are looking for. The interlocutor noted that this is probably music and opera, even if he doesn't tell them to do it. The man said that this is not so, and he will need more elegance from them, or rather telling a story through play, music and dance. Luke looked at the documents, and said that he didn't even know, but he was sure that he saw a future in this, so he suggested doing it. The hero replied that then he was looking forward to working with this leader. Violetta said that everything was interesting, and asked Moriarty what he wanted to get in the end. Roger said that he wants change. This is a forgotten area, and even despite the local industry and blacksmiths, only gray skies and a bleak future await him. After all, they maintain a clear sky above people's heads. The man wants to change this dark and gloomy alley into a place where people can live and see a bright future. He also presented this business idea to other organizations, so he asks everyone to familiarize themselves with this proposal before making a decision. The meeting ended, and Hans told the hero that his ideas were incredible to think that he received the approval of all three organizations. Machiavelli said that he just brought other people's ideas to life, but it was best for them to cover this topic. Suddenly, he heard that someone was asleep and asked if she wanted anything. He also asked why she was here on a company. It was Violetta who said that they should talk in private. The man told his friend to walk, and he would catch up with him later. The guy noticed that he should not rush, and so the woman told about the business to whom he proposed whether he really thought it would do well. The hero asked if she thought otherwise. The leader of the Black Rose replied that the current clothing market is controlled by the mines and rich merchants. She wondered if she really had a chance of doing so. The man responded to this by saying that their target audience is not them at all, and their goal is light and comfortable clothing that people can use in everyday life. In the end, if they like this idea of it, everyone will turn away from fashion, the interlocutor said. Yet they cannot shy away from trying to stop them. Roger said she needed to get over it, and she couldn't hide forever. Plus she didn't have to worry about protecting her sisters anymore. If she accepted his offer, he would be responsible for protecting them. And once her business was established, she could work her magic on fashion as well. Violetta was amazed and asked how he knew. The man replied that magicians can recognize other magicians, and it's not something complicated there. The leader of the group said that since she agreed to work with him, she could no longer hide it. Then the woman took off the dark veil that was on her face and a burn appeared from there. The hero then turned his attention and said that this was a burn caused by magic. Violetta replied that this was so. These were the tricks of a magician who thought it was his property. She noticed this too late, so even the healer's apostles of laments were powerless. And that's how the woman showed him her disgusting appearance. So, perhaps she will put it back on when she wanted to do this. Hero grabbed her hand and asked her to wait. Then he came closer and said that she trusted and showed him her secret, so it would be right for him to reveal her secret. Violetta didn't understand what he was talking about, but Roger touched her burn with his finger. A few moments after the incident, he used the magic of the final burn as if it had never happened. The hero asked her to look at his face, and when the girl did, she was amazed and asked how he did it. The man smiled and said that it was just real magic. All he can say is that she is too beautiful to hide her face because of this burn. Naturally, Violetta was embarrassed when she heard such information from the opposite sex. Then she put on a veil and said that now it was dangerous to flaunt such things. The hero noticed that everything would be as she said. At the same time, the girl said that now it was time for her to get to work, as he ordered. Their meeting today was significant. Suddenly the hero felt something and shouted her name, and the interlocutor turned around and asked what happened. Machiavelli immediately grabbed it with his hand and pulled it to the side, and it flew near the head of the staff. The head of the Black Rose turned her attention there and saw that there was a metal arrow there. Sir Roger asked her if she was okay. Violetta was scared but said that it was so because he saved her. It turns out that right now there was an ambush between them, but it is unclear who did it. The man reached for his weapon, and noticed that he, of course, had suspicions. But despite this, it turns out that a whole gang is heading towards them. Suddenly, those who were going to them said that it was James Moriarty himself. It was completely unclear to them how such a big shot could wander around here without guards. It turns out that he gave him a good opportunity. The hero looked in different directions and asked if these were the remnants of the Scarlet Group. It was unclear whether they had forgotten how the group collapsed. The thug replied that he remembered everything perfectly, that's why he was prepared. But Roger smelled some strange smell. After he said that this was dispersion and told Violetta not to use magic because it would be difficult to control it, a member of the group said that he knew even that. Then, with a smile on his face, he asked to wait because this voice was familiar to him. So it was not in vain that he waited. He, in turn, did not think that they would immediately grab two big shots. The leader of the Black Rose group said that all this is annoying, using the body in battle is not her style. Roger asked if she was going to fight. The girl replied that they had been caught after all and there was nowhere to run. Next, the man asked the lady if he knew how to dance. The interlocutor noted that he could dance well enough not to bother other people. The professor took out his weapon and told her to back him up in this case. Before the village, the calm atmosphere of the area was soon disturbed by the massacre. The remnants of the Scarlet Group attacked, and the man and the girl began to defend themselves. Soon one of them said that this was bad, because even with magic they were no match for them. But the leader who brought them here said that they were already tired, so there was not much left. Violetta noticed that her strength was no longer there, because it was not the same as when she was young. Roger asked her to increase her stamina when he was not done with this crap. Then I started thinking that I couldn't find the guy you shot, so I wonder if he really hit after the ambush. He in turn uses the hard-to-reach aroma of dispersal and easily controls the soy and murderous aura. It looks like there is a professional hiding among these guys, so the man turned to Violetta. She asked what happened, but the professor ran up to her and grabbed her by the arm and began to run forward. A member of the opposing group shouted that his subordinates were thick-headed idiots. How they let them down was not clear. So let them run after them now. Violetta asked what this man was doing, and the interlocutor replied that among them there were professional killers. As a result, if they continue, then the advantage will be on their side. Suddenly, among that same crowd of men, another one appeared, who was moving quickly. This man, or rather there were two of them, had daggers in his hands, and they were heading towards the main character. The girl noticed that they were being chased and said that this was them. Roger asked if she knew who they were. Violetta replied that she heard there was a group of killers who came from the southern desert. People who kill others for money. They here wondered if they were from the southern desert, then they really were Calisarp's killers. So he told the girl to be careful and not bite her tongue. While she was surprised, the man used his grappling hook and immediately tried to climb to the top of the roof. The pursuers in turn did not stop and also followed them closely. One of them immediately rushed to attack and threw some objects towards the people. Naturally, Violetta and her comrade in arms retreated to the side to defend themselves. She opened an umbrella, with the help of which she was able to neutralize that very blow. But after a few moments she was amazed, because she saw the probe which began to disappear as if poison had fallen on it. Machiavelli saw that his girlfriend was surprised and said that this is a special poison that the scoundrels Calisarpi use and it corrodes absolutely everything. Violetta asked what they should do then. The hero replied, either wait until they run out of throwing knives or get out of here. The head of the Black Rose said that she liked the second option better. The man said that then he understood everything. Next, the hero again grabbed his fighting friend and told her to hold on tighter in this case. The man went down to the streets of the buildings in order to disappear quickly. The killers saw that their victims were trying to escape, so they also rushed to attack after them. In a few moments tell him they didn't look at each other in order to understand what to do, and so together they rushed down in different directions in order to accurately reach their victims. The guy was attracted by the sound from Violetta, who asked him to wait a little. Then she stood all alone downstairs and asked if he really just left her here and left her. What a coward she was. She didn't even think that he was such a person. The mercenary took out several daggers and wondered if she was really alone, and the man had run away, although this was not the case because he was unlikely to leave her. This situation before his eyes is like a trap, and he is using this woman as bait. Therefore, this person can say that he is hiding somewhere very close. The killer realized where he was and turned around to strike with his weapon, saying that he was caught. But after a few moments I saw that there was nothing in the place where his attack was. And after that, out of nowhere, the main character appeared, who easily struck with his dagger. The killer was surprised at what happened, and before he died he asked how he did it. Roger smiled at this and said that it was just a feature of his magic, although he could tell that he took advantage of the scent of dispelling slightly. After these words, he immediately pulled out his own blade, and the man was finished. The hero thought that the one that remained on Manhwa, he used it to convey sound. Suddenly, Violetta shouted that she should turn back, because there was danger from above. The man immediately raised his head there and saw another killer. At the same time, the mercenary did not just attack, he used the same hook that the hero often wields. With the same action, the opponent easily snatched the blade that Roger was holding in his hands. Continuing his attack, he soon said that he was now definitely finished. Suddenly I saw Machiavelli reach into the back of his pocket and take out another weapon. The killer was actually amazed by the situation and wondered if he was hiding another weapon. A few moments later they clashed with each other, and then one of them struck his opponent. Luckily for Roger, he was more skilled, so his opponent fell to the ground dead. After what happened, the man told him that he acted well, but at the crucial moment he let his guard down. Suddenly voices began to be heard, saying that the sound was coming from here. They should be caught, because they would be finished if they let them go. The hero said that the scent of dissipation had almost disappeared, so she asked if he could leave it to her. The girl noted that it was not that difficult. Members of the Oleg group arrived at this place, and the old man shouted that he had found these scoundrels. But a few moments after he stated this, he saw a stream of mana in front of him. Further, in the place where all these people were, a powerful explosion thundered, and only screams were heard. Finally, the situation was resolved. And Violetta said that it seemed that there were no more henchmen left. She did not think that they were setting up an ambush after the group disappeared. Machiavelli said that it turns out that they were forced to do it. The girl asked what he meant. Because he doesn't understand who could have done this, the man replied that, most likely, the killers had taken possession of him, and it was definitely not Rickson because he killed him recently. Violetta was surprised and asked if he really killed him, and if it was serious. The hero replied that everything was true. It turns out that that person was involved in dirty deeds while he was financing the group. At one time he humiliated the honor and respect of other people. Therefore, Roger does not want to exist under the same sky with such people. Since they have already talked about this, he will hand over that person's recruits to her. So let him dispose of them as he wants. The girl said that in return he needed her to find the one who was behind this. Machiavelli said that he was going to ask her about it. Violetta replied that she would be busy with the business that he offered her. The man heard this, and asked if she really couldn't handle it. The head of the Black Rose exhaled and said that he knows how to hurt her pride, in which case he will take care of it, and do it even better than he expects. The man smiled after that, and said that was great then and wished her luck. After these words they did not go their separate ways and go about their own affairs. The girl shouted to the assistant to come to her faster, but the guy was surprised and asked why he was her assistant. The interlocutor got angry and said that he, the little guy, should silently drag his ass when she calls him. Hans said that he understood everything and asked him to remove his small rat teeth. Roger drew attention to them and said that he was wondering why it was so noisy inside. The girl drew attention to him, and it was Sheridan Ironfit, Roger's colleague and developer. Also a dwarf girl, the guy shouted to the hero, calling him his brother to help him. And Machiavelli said that he looked at the name here as fun. The hero noticed the colleague that it was enough to mock this man, and it would be better to let him take a look at this. She stopped and told him to show what he has. The little girl screamed. Did he really pull the wire until he was carrying another person? She said that it was only for one person, and the clamp now doesn't work. The man made excuses, saying that he had to do this. Sheridan said that it would take 10 minutes and let the mister wait here a little. Hans stood up and asked why this little shit hated him so much. The hero thought that it was because he was a weakling. He further said that comrade do not forget that she is older than him and let him be patient when talking with her. The guy said that at the first meeting he thought that she was a child. Roger said that he probably first saw her in the mines of the kingdom of Delica. The interlocutor noted that everything was correct. She was kept there as a slave. Machiavelli remembered everything and asked if this was considered captivity. When they found a girl in the dungeons, she was sitting near the explosives and making something. Hans said that they would have died in this if the bombs had exploded. The hero noted that even the captain of the knights would have died if something like that had exploded a kilometer underground. A comrade remembers how some left-wing types pestered him. Roger replied that he had already taken care of them, and they were from the hall in the group. As a result, there had to be someone behind these people. And if a friend could find out about this, the guy scratched his head and said that this is how they deal with items at auction. Suddenly, Sheridan shouted to the assistant. Was he really lost there? The man told him to help the girl first, and let him make sure that he did not touch the gunpowder. The main character was near the window and thought that if we are talking about 10 minutes, he thinks about us that he will cope in 30, in which case he will rest for now. And when I turned my attention to the window, I was a little surprised. But what I saw there, several people in cloaks moved around and Machiavelli thought that their movements were light and fast. He did not even hear their steps. A group of people moving synchronously at such a time looks strange. And perhaps they are the ones he is thinking about. The girl who stood at the head of this group a few moments later turned her attention to where the main character stood. But at the same time she didn't see anything and just froze, and her subordinates asked the commander what happened. The interlocutor replied that it was nothing because she showed her something. The hero heard this conversation, insisted that he was already covered from the window. After that, he thought that he didn't see anything similar to him. At first it seemed that they were knights, but this silver hair reminded someone. So most likely she is the patron of the Knights of the Night Serpent Jessica Lionhall. But it was unclear why she was in Laserwell, because the hero had heard that she had been assigned to investigate the murder of Old Man Rickson. In this case, did she really decide that this murder was connected with a recent incident? It's good that he got rid of the evidence, and no longer wants to intersect with this terrible person. And then Sheridan returned and told the mister that she had everything in order. It took a little longer, so she decided to put the rest of the parts in order. The hero immediately put on his device and said that it had become smaller and thinner, and the little girl threw it out to try it out. The man immediately pointed his hook towards the wall and hit it quite hard. After what happened, he said that it became even more powerful. The developer said that he made it twice as powerful, and now he will be able to use it on several people. In addition, she added a new function and let him try to clinch his hand into a fist and bend his wrist. Machiavelli asked what another new function was. He then did what the girl asked him to do, and out came a blade. Sheridan said she did it because she remembered what he told her, and would turn back if he relaxed his hand. Also, if he sees a small hole on the left side, he can shoot needles from it to paralyze the enemy. Roger thanked and said that he liked it. The little girl noticed that he had excellent taste, but her cowardly assistant kept saying that it was dangerous. Although he can say that all this was expected from the Academy Professor Theon, the hero thought that it sounded a little strange, but that's okay. The girl said that he looks great in these clothes, and just one look is enough to understand that he is a gentleman, just like some kind of aristocrat. The hero smiled when he heard this and thanked him for his kind words. Then he said that he would still find a good use for him. The colleague asked if he was really leaving. Roger said that he wanted to take a walk and ask her for something else. Jessica said that she came here because someone caused a commotion here, but these wounds were caused by magic. Was there some kind of fight between factions? The woman took a closer look at the bodies and said that she knew one of them. He named their groups. Annie asked how this could be because the Scarlet group had been eliminated. The boss turned her attention to the side and said that there were 2 more bodies there. After that, she approached one of them and took out a knife, with which this man was killed. Sniffing it, she could smell a sour smell, so it seemed like it was a special poison that the Cusp killers used. Lloyd asked if she really meant the organization of assassins from the Fatima dynasty. The girl noticed that perhaps there was a conflict between Kalpa and the Scarlet group. Jessica said that this is not so because they did not die from poison, but most likely were on the same side. The person she considers was killed with just one blow. The guy went up to the next one and said that this one was also killed with one. The picture looks like his heart was pierced from the back. The woman said that the killer went into battle at a short distance, and most likely they thought that their opponent was an ordinary magician. In the end, these people died because of their own mistake. The one who dealt with the killers is a Mac who knows how to handle a sword, and he is also the one who put an end to the Scarlet group. The subordinate asked why she thought so. The interlocutor replied that the collapsed organization had gone so far as to hire Kalkup's killers. This means that they had a huge grievance, I thought. If you look into it, then Rickson's finances at some point passed to the Scarlet group. There is someone who killed this aristocrat and dealt with the group, and also a burned-out factory appeared, and also Professor Theon who burned the werewolf to the ground. The boss said that they would finish there. She was exploring to leave. The guy asked. Really now, she answered positively. Because she found out everything she needed. Lloyd asked if he understood correctly that this was the case with the investigation. Jessica replied that not yet. The guy added, but they are not even one step closer to completing the matter. If they continue like this, then everything will be wrong. The commander said that she has guesses. She has one place in mind right now where there should be a clue. Selena came to Professor Roger and greeted him, then stated that she recently heard that he did not come to work today. The man replied that everything was right. He had no classes today, but I wondered what brought her here. The interlocutor was kind and said that someone was looking for him. She in turn passed by, so she decided to drop by to see him. Roger asked who was looking for him. The woman replied that we were talking about a knight in the State Security Service. Machiavelli immediately became wary and then said that he would meet him, then after which he headed to the academy, and Lloyd greeted him. At the same time, he asked whether he understood correctly that he was Roger Salici. The interlocutor replied that yes, it was him. And then he asked, why don't they sit down to talk? The knight replied that he agreed and thanked him for this. When he sat down at the appointed place, he said that he would introduce himself. His name is Lloyd, and he is an employee of the State Security Service. The professor then asked if he would like some tea by chance. The guy thanked him, but replied that he didn't want it, because he didn't eat while working. Roger noticed that he understood everything and asked what brought him here after all. The agent asked if it was true that he dealt with the werewolf who appeared on the territory of the academy. Machiavelli replied that this was so, and were there really any problems with this? The interlocutor said no. He would just like to hear in detail what happened. A man should not worry, and let him just imagine that he is communicating with a friend. The hero replied that he understood everything. At that very moment, he thought about what it meant that it was not Jessica Lionhole, and he, in turn, had already prepared to meet her. Since it's not her, there shouldn't be any problems. Roger said that he would start then, and the guy asked him to tell the details. After a while, the meeting ended and they shook hands. The security representative thanking him for his time. The professor said that he was the one who worked for the government, so he was glad to help him. Lloyd replied that it was an honor to meet him. The man reciprocated this. When the interlocutor left, he looked at his hand for a long time. The subordinate returned to his comrades and told the commander that he had arrived. At the same time, he asked if they had found any clues. The woman replied that there was nothing worthwhile. In the end, they even got an investigation warrant, but there was nothing useful there. But what about him? She wondered if he followed her instructions exactly. Lloyd replied that he did. He did everything as she said. Jessica became more serious and remarked that in this case, could it be that he was the one who devoted a lot of his time to training? The subordinate said that although he wore gloves, when they shook hands, nothing seemed strange to him. Since it could be said that it was the hand of an ordinary magician who had never used a knife before. When the woman heard this information, she was really very surprised. They in turn also therefore asked whether he was serious when he said this, and perhaps he was mistaken. The guy replied that this could not be. Jessica thought that if we talk about the hand of an ordinary magician, then, to be honest, this is not what she expected at all, since she thought that she had finally found a clue. But the whole case again becomes a mystery, so she turned around and said that without any leads, the investigation would be closed. Annie, in turn, should stay here. Let him report anything suspicious. The girl asked what it meant. And then before leaving, perhaps she should check it personally. She told the women that they couldn't because this was one of the conditions. And while they were talking, someone from the side shouted her name. Lloyd was surprised and wondered what it was. Could it be Rector Elizabeth Willow? The girl also didn't understand if they really knew each other. Jessica asked her interlocutor what brought her here. The rector asked what it was about that she could at least greet her friend. The commander noticed that she was too friendly now. Although she had not previously allowed her to meet Professor Roger in person, she might not pretend anymore. Elizabeth smiled and told her not to hurt their helpful newcomer because she liked him so much, and how could she leave him alone with her? The interlocutor asked if she really considered her to be a person who constantly breaks others. The rector noted. But isn't that so? Then Jessica turned around and said that she had gone, so the girl didn't have to see her off. Elizabeth asked to have a drink, at least tea with her. While he was not trying to find contact with each other, the hero stood near the window and realized that this was the rector, as well as the patron. At the same time, he has no idea what kind of relationship there could be between them. But thanks to her, he was able to avoid meeting this crazy woman. Lloyd is one of those people who shouldn't let his guard down, but his actions are good clues for him. First the guy checked if there was dust on the shelves. He himself looked clean and well-groomed, and the hero thinks that he is a germaphobe. If someone like him offers a handshake with his bare hand, it means he wanted to know something. Roger thought that just in case he asked Sheridan to make him artificial skin. In the end, it was completely not in vain. Understanding the situation, Roger thought it was a good try, but unfortunately he had prepared better. Now it was time to relax and prepare the test. Time passed quickly and a whole week flew by. Sylvia reported that the others had acted very carefully lately. It seems that the reason is the recent visit of Jessica's patron to Theon. The hero asked what she meant. The girl noticed that people were trying to avoid contact with each other. This was as much as possible. Now the private meeting is being held outside of Theon. Roger said that he understood everything. And is there anything else unusual? Sylvia said, speaking of this 2 days ago, 3 people of the Third Order were captured by the police. The man was surprised and asked about it. The accomplice replied that he heard everything correctly. It was not worth his attention, so she did not tell him about it. The hero noticed that they were so stupid that they were caught by the police. The assistant said that they say there were academy students involved. There were 2 boys and also 1 girl from his class. The main character thought that if we are talking about his class, then several students immediately come to mind. He asked if he understood correctly that it was Adrian, Leo and Tracy. Sylvia was surprised and noticed that it was them. The professor asked, but how in the world were these guys able to catch someone outside the city? The girl replied that it seemed like they were carrying out assignments at that moment. The man didn't understand what the assignment was, so the assistant said that low-class students had an assignment board through which they could pay for their tuition, and those 3 students they were talking about were not from the richest families. The hero thought that even if it were so that these guys caught the people of the Third Order, it was surprising. He, of course, continued to follow them, but this was beyond his expectations. The girl asked what she should do with the people from the Order. The professor said that if it's about them, then let her leave them, and that's it. Because he doesn't need those who can be overcome. Some students. Sylvia hesitated a little, but noticed that this was definitely the professor. So even absolutely right, the hero asked if there was anything else. The girl noticed that apart from the agreement to lie low for a short time, there was nothing more. The hero said that if this is so, then it's good. But then he got up from his workplace and said that then he should go. The subordinate immediately agreed to this, and so the professor headed into the classroom to give a lecture on his subject. He said that today the first testing stage begins, so I'm completely sure that they prepared diligently for him. As he said, he will teach the students who took the first 5 places in the list in the source code formula. Of course, he won't teach them the whole formula at once, but we'll divide it into 4 stages and teach them 1 for each test. If you discover that they are cheating, then let them know that they will have to pay the appropriate price for this. In that case, the test was starting right now, and he used magic to hand over the sheets. Soon the time was up and the main character said that the test was over. Someone was depressed and said that they understood everything when he allowed the notes to be used on the test. But it was so difficult that they were not even needed. The princess stood at the top of the audience, and immediately addressed Renee, who was leading below. But the girl did not listen to her and went downstairs, then turned to Professor Roger. The man looked at her and asked if there were any questions about the test. The student said that this is not so. She finished reading the book that he gave her recently. That's why she would like to return it. Roger will be on it. He said that she might not return it, and the girl was surprised because of this. The man continued to say that in the future she would again need this very book, and also the edition that he gave her was much more important. So she considers this to be respect for the previous owner, which is why she may not return it and keep it. And this is because he believes that only in her hands will this book be able to show its full potential. Renee was indeed very surprised when she heard such pleasant words from the man, followed by the princess who turned to her. She didn't understand what happened and asked about it, because the interlocutor ran away so quickly. The girl paid attention to her, and noticed that there was nothing wrong. Then she smiled sweetly and asked how she wrote the test. It wasn't that difficult at all. Not at all how she imagined it. After these words Adrian's face changed and asked about the removal. It was so easy. Renee noticed that she was probably very tired and couldn't pull herself together at all. This also happens, don't worry. Her Highness noticed that this is really the case. Because as a matter of fact, she had so many things on her mind that she could not properly prepare for this event. The director studied the documents and said, no matter how many times she revised them, she never ceases to be surprised. One can only think that Professor Roger was able to compose such questions. It turns out that this requires a strong foundation and knowledge of the basics with the correct placement of tricks and complexity of the test. The woman did not expect much from this tough guy, but he in turn greatly surprised her. The old man asked how she would compare him with Professor Chris Benamor, since they are both professors of incarnation, so he is sure that the sections in the test were similar. The rector shouted that it would be cruel to compare them. Chris poses difficult questions in the exam just to show off his knowledge, and she is sure that he has already looked at this very test. She would like to see what expression he has on his face now. The guy in reality was now looking at him, and his hands were shaking quite violently with anger. And when he could not stand his own aggression, he immediately grabbed this piece of paper and threw it at the door. Chris thought that he was wondering why the rector suddenly came, But how did he even take note of the questions from Professor Roger's exam? The woman brought the documents and told Professor Chris that he was also responsible for the incarnation section, so she brought it to him after thinking a little. After all, they could be useful to him when preparing the next exam. He was angry and thought that it was only possible to think about it, to be compared with some fallen nobleman. Let Roger seriously watch what happens, because this man will avenge the shame he caused him. And after some time, a new sunny day arrived at the An's Academy. Renee walked along the path and thought that she had already prepared for other exams, in which case she thought that now she could calmly win. Adriana immediately returned to school because she was shocked by this exam, and hoped she will feel much better. Her thoughts were interrupted by students who were on the sidelines and looking at her. The guy noticed who would just look at who they have here, isn't it a proud and noble commoner? The girl noticed that she was asking him to move away. The interlocutor blocked her path, and said that she was mumbling there because he couldn't hear anything. Renee asked if he was angry because she rejected him, for which he should be ashamed of being noble. The aristocrat became very angry when he heard this, and shouted that she was a pathetic commoner, and should know her place. Then he grabbed her hand quite strongly and shouted. From then on she followed him. The girl asked what he was doing and told her to let go. But that same guy didn't listen to her at all, and so he grabbed her quite tightly and then threw her to the side. The girl's body immediately fell to the ground, and then she began to rise. The interlocutor asked if she still dared to look into his eyes. It's just because of people like her that she's exploring teaching commoners her manners. Suddenly, on the other hand, another guy appeared and asked what he was doing here. The students who were there noticed him and said that this was Freddie Wilberg. Renee was also amazed and thought that there were rumors that he was cruel and merciless towards commoners. But why did he come here? The aristocrat smiled and said that he was raising the little scoundrel because he was noble. The interlocutor noticed that if he educates, it means he is mocking her. The boy said that this is not true, because this commoner dared to look down on the noble. Freddie interrupted him and shouted at him to cover his mouth. At the same moment he used magic and pinned the guy's body to the ground. With a cold tone, he said that this man is trash who has sullied the name of a noble man. It is unclear how much longer he will endure trash who has nothing better to do. After that, he asked if he was angry that the guy was now taking him into account. The interlocutor replied that, of course, not. Freddie said that in this case he was leaving and would not repeat it twice for sure, and the man agreed with this. When the others left, the girl turned to the aristocrat and thanked him for helping her. The interlocutor immediately drew attention to her and literally wanted to say something. The girl was expecting these words, but he noticed that he didn't want to say anything. Then he asked if he understood correctly that it was her lunch, and she would not be able to eat it anymore. Renee noted that everything was in order, because she would clean it of dirt. Freddie asked if she was going to do this with what touched the ground, and if it was okay, he could share his lunch. The interlocutor was surprised. They soon headed to another place, and she asked what it was, because she had never noticed it. The guy replied that this was his personal space. Even his bodyguards don't know about him. If he keeps him a secret from other students, he can come here whenever he wants. Renee said that of course she won't tell anyone. Then she drew attention to the food that the boy took out and asked if it was really his lunch. The aristocrat noted that everything was correct because he got carried away a little and did too much. Renee was surprised that he prepared it himself. In this case, she asked to let her try it, and it is very tasty. The guy said that he is really glad that she liked it, but asked to eat more slowly. The girl thought that she had been told before that he hated commoners. But he didn't look like that kind of person at all. That's why I continued to eat happily, and decided that I couldn't believe various rumors. At that time the streets near the academy were quite noisy. Selena turned her attention to the side and noticed that it was Professor Roger. He came closer to her, and she asked if his exams were really over. The man said that everything was right. He was already taking them to check them. Then I asked the girl if she might have a practical exam. She replied that this is how practical exercises are more useful for calling hotels. Therefore, he asks if he wants to look at them. The man hesitated a little after that, but when he saw the professor's puppy dog eyes, he agreed and thought that she seemed nervous about her first exam. So the hero told her that he would look at him. The woman was happy. She did not notice that he was following her then. Class has started and she said that during the exam they will communicate with spirits. So let them use magical power to communicate and make friends with them. First of all, she herself will demonstrate all this to them. This is where the professor concentrated her energy, and it was clear that different elements appeared near her. She touched the glowing ball that was nearby and greeted him. The students were dumbfounded by this, and said that this was the power of the spiritual professor. Selena asked if everyone saw this. All this is not difficult if they follow what she just showed and let them begin. The students immediately dispersed to a convenient distance, otherwise they would abandon their classes. The woman turned to Roger and asked if he wanted to try it. How easy it was. The man replied that he didn't want to, but was grateful for it, because he was not the type of person who liked perfumes. The interlocutor smiled and replied that this simply cannot be because the spirits are very kind. Let him look at the one she is holding in her arms. She suddenly noticed that he is friends. At the same time, she examined the others and they also behaved quite strangely. Selena realized that even the other spirits did not approach Professor Roger. The hero realized that she was surprised and asked if he hadn't told her before. All this is because the spirits don't like him. Before that, someone called him a son and said that he has the quality of a shaman, so the divine spirits protect him. Selena asked what was going on because there are times when he is not interested, but to think that they are scared. Machiavelli said that one can say that he is an exception, but still those who fear him are only spirits of the lowest rank. The teacher looked to the side and said that it was true that mid-rank spirits were calm, however. It was unfortunate that it would be nice for him to get close to the spirits. The hero replied that there are different people in the world. In any case, she is now conducting an exam. So is she sure that she can leave this to her assistants? The woman became wary and said that she really had a bad head, so she ran. Machiavelli, after she left, immediately exhaled with ease, thought, thank God his magical power is still enough. It would be bad if the middle-rank spirits also reacted. In this case, Professor Selena suspected him. Those spirits are not afraid of him. But it is behind. Only the lower ranks can feel the strange power, and this is ironic. His thoughts were interrupted by the gaze that the man felt on himself from the other side. It turns out that they are hiding between the trees. This energy is the spirit of the day, and of a high rank. So is it really possible that in this case, others did not feel it? Even Professor Selena, who is sensitive to spirits, does not react. A presence that can't be felt by a spiritual professor who controls mid-level spirits looks strange, and then this guy is strong. Roger can even say that this is not a spirit that exists in nature. It is a spirit that is controlled by someone, and if they are so clearly watching him, then there can only be one answer. Another First Order is hiding in Thien. Although it was unclear to the man why they suddenly decided to appear right now, and it turns out that they were simply watching him, doing nothing. Immediately, thoughts came to mind that they found out that Roger was fake. But no. Then they would not have watched him, but acted immediately. There is a possibility that those same people were sending him a signal, so he unbuttoned his shirt and said that it was somehow hot. After this, the temperature rose, and the hero realized that they were reacting to his words. Then he has no other choice but to go to them in order to meet. The main character came to a place where there was no one. And what will they do now, even if he does not react? Then at least the man will know who he is dealing with. Just because of this, he under no circumstances wants to miss this opportunity. After a short period of time, he came to a place where there was fiery energy. Machiavelli turned his attention downwards and wondered if this was a letter. The sign that was left stated that there was to be a meeting at this location this evening after classes. And after some time in the designated place, the main character was located. He saw a fiery spirit in front of him who said that he had arrived even a little earlier than they agreed. Roger paid attention to him and thought that there was no physical body, and he had a premonition that this would happen. Then he invited the interlocutor to get straight to the point, and what it was he wanted from him. The stranger asked if he really should get straight to the point because he, as always, is cold. But in any case, he needs his help. Machiavelli asked about this in surprise, and the spirit said that he was going to create chaos in the academy, and he himself knows that his role is destruction. But those same magicians put out the fires that he causes. The hero asked if he really wanted him to help him in playing with fire. Thought it was chaos, and it looked like they were planning a terrorist attack. The interlocutor said that if we talk about these games, he doesn't want to do anything like that. But after his subordinates, the Second Order disappeared. Unlike other members of the First Order, he does not work with anyone. With Roger's skills, revealing his identity and helping him should not be a problem. Of course, she does not ask for free work and will definitely compensate if he helps. It will be something like a mutual contract between them. The man inquired about the contract between whom. The girl noticed that of course between John Doe and Esmeralda. After Roger heard this name, he realized that it was not real, and it must be a code name like his. Then the interlocutor asked whether he agreed to her proposal or not. A few moments passed, and he said that he was refusing it. All because he can't do anything in the current situation. Esmeralda asked what he was saying. Let him wait, because she told everything. So is he sure? And even if he doesn't tell her now that he's just too lazy to do it, the man said that in his eternal situation he would agree. But now everything is different. The director still suspects him, and he cannot make informed decisions about her. The interlocutor naturally did not like all this. Then Roger turned around suddenly facing her, and said that if that was all she wanted to say, then he went, thought that he had received enough information. It was time to leave, when he walked a short distance away, Esmeralda to ask him to wait. She said that she thought for a few moments, and decided that she had recently learned interesting information. Namely, she says that she recently heard that he has his own subordinate. But how is it that someone like the great John Doe who can do anything has a subordinate? In addition to all this, he is a person from the second order. So does it happen to him that something is wrong here? The girl asked not to tell her that he was planning something secret from those very people. The hero felt a flame near his face, and said that she spoke as if she knew him well. This is especially strange for someone who came to him only for help. She not only rushes to her domain, she even suspects him. And all this happens only because he infiltrated the Academy, and did nothing outstanding. So does he really dare to look down on him? As Esmeralda asked what the hell was going on, he was acting strange. Roger said that he couldn't be the only one who didn't have an assistant when everyone else had professors. So he decided that he needed to choose someone from the organization, in which case he thinks there is no point in explaining this to her further. After these words, the man continued to move forward and the spirit followed him. Further, it was the girl herself who said that she was just joking, and wondered if it seemed to him that he took this joke too seriously. The main character turned around and said that he didn't care whether she suspected him or not. This time he wouldn't find fault with it. But at the same time, he should not even dare to doubt his loyalty to the Zero Order. And if this happens again, one of them will have to pay for it. Esmeralda hesitated a little and apologized after these words, adding that since she had nothing more to say, she was leaving. And now the very spirit of fire that had been in the air all this time began to gradually dissolve. After some time, when the interlocutor disappeared, the hero grabbed his head and thought that this could end badly. Thank God that he studied what this very John Doe was, and if he had not done all this, he would have died on the spot. The man stopped near the tree and decided that after thinking, the voice behind the flame was a young woman. If this is an elementalist who can control high-ranking spirits and flames, the elementalists are the first to become suspicious of the professor. Also, we must not forget about the students who can control the spirits of the flame. He remembered that Laser Welk was organizing an event to welcome new professors. Since all the sponsors will be there, Thea and all the professors should also be present. If she is a professor, she will be present at this event, and this is his chance. Between his thoughts, the main character headed to the academy and returned to his home. The girl looked at him from the window and thought that he was so focused on his work that she thought nothing had happened, but it seemed like she was worrying in vain. In the end, it turns out that he did not feel fear of her flame, and perhaps it was much stronger than she expected. If that was the case, then all the effort she had made was in vain. You can also say that she remembered here that an event will be held there soon, and this is bad. Although there is nothing wrong with that because the main role will not be hers, but someone else's. Renee walked in the garden and thought that she didn't expect to be able to have lunch with him again. It seems that her new acquaintance has no bad intentions. Even from childhood, she could determine who had evil intent or bad intentions towards her. The only people around her who do not have malicious intent against her are Adriana. But Freddy also recently appeared and helped her in a difficult situation. They are really good people like Professor Roger, who also speaks well of her. Although, if you think about it, he doesn't feel any good intentions towards her, rather sadness or guilt, but it's not clear why. The girl's thoughts were interrupted by her interlocutor, who greeted her and asked if she understood correctly that she was Renee, a first-year student. Then he introduced himself and said that he was Freddy's friend, Henry Presto, and he was pleased to meet you. It turns out that she had just been with his friend. The girl hesitated and asked how he found out about this. The interlocutor noted that he had his own methods, and he was also interested in what the guy had been doing lately. The student looked at him and thought that he had no evil intentions towards her, but she felt that he was dangerous. Henry noticed the incredulous look at himself, and asked if he had done something wrong, yet she didn't need to be so afraid of him. After a few moments he raised his hand and said that as a way to settle their relationship, let him help her. After all, he has a part-time job that pays well and is quite safe. I'm sure she herself knows that academy students are mostly commoners, and they, in turn, have no money. The girl asked why he was telling her this, because they had just met. He noticed that it was out of curiosity, because he was shocked to see his friend. It was strange that he was spending time with a commoner like her. Renee asked if it was really that surprising. She just thought he was a good person. The interlocutor thought for a few seconds and then began to laugh very hard and asked what kind of good person Freddy was. The student asked why he was laughing, but Henry said that he thought the same even after all the time spent next to him. Either way, he was just curious to see the two of them together. She could decide if she wanted to accept the proposal after she knew all the details. Therefore, with a smile on his face, he asked what she thought about this. After some time, the hour came for the very event that the main character was talking about. A large number of people had already gathered in the hall, and the atmosphere was quite noisy. People said that it seemed like all the main characters of the party were already here. The guy remarked that he heard the new professors have good skills, and after some time, Machiavelli also came with him. The man noticed that there must be various rumors circulating about him, and most likely it was the same Roger Chilichi who arrived at this event. The girl said that this is Count Chris Benamor. He is irresistible, as all the rumors say. The guy was pleased and only thanked him for these kind words. The hero carefully assessed the atmosphere and thought that everyone was looking for connections. First, he decided to study the situation and then go in search of Esmeralda. Suddenly, an old man approached him and asked if he was really Professor Roger, and he was Count Deckers. But the hero interrupted him and apologized. Then he looked rather coldly and said that he was not in the mood to talk right now. The interlocutor understood everything when he saw him and said that he understood everything and then he would not take up his time. Roger thought since he pounced on the Count, no flies would bother him. In which case he would use this to find Esmeralda. Selina apologized and said that they did not know this person so well, so she asked not to say anything. The hero paid attention because this voice was familiar. There the man stood in front of the girl and asked why she was trying to avoid him. The teacher was confused and did not know what to answer. Then the main character entered their conversation and told him to stop, because Professor Selina already has plans for him. This man immediately asked who he was, and the one who was next to him explained everything. The first asked that if he was a new professor, then what of it? This is scoundrel, because in any case he must know who he is. Then he turned to the man and said that he is the director of the Luke Company, and his name is Evan Luke. I'm sure he heard his company, and if he understood then let him get out of the way. Roger noticed the trembling hands of the girl standing behind him. Then he approached the interlocutor and asked if he hadn't told him that he already had plans with her. The interlocutor pointed his finger at him and asked if he had decided to joke with him. Did he really think that he would fall behind just because he was a professor at the academy? Who did he even take him for? The hero immediately grabbed him tightly by the hand. The man said that since he spoke to him in such a tone, he would speak to him in the same way. Did he really think that he would fall behind because he would still talk about being the director of the company? That big shot was screaming at him to let him go. Did he really want to be fired from his job? And at the same time wondered why such a huge force had disappeared. Roger continued to hold him back and said let him try it. Another guy got in the way from the side and told them to stop because people might get hurt. Evan shouted that he was a damn fallen noble, so the subordinate told the young master that he should calm down, because he was being watched. A few moments later, a blow to the cheek was clearly heard, and the aristocrat said that he told him to call him director. He hit the guy he was talking to, and he asked the director for forgiveness. Then the gentleman asked if he wanted him to calm down after such treatment. This Roger, or whatever his name is, he would get him fired. The hero looked at this and thought that everyone was eating even more than he expected. He wanted to run away, using Professor Selina as an excuse. Suddenly Elizabeth came and asked what happened, because she was interested. Evan shouted that she was on time. He asked how she trains the professors at the academy. This fallen noble tried to use violence against him. If they still want Luke Company to sponsor them in the future, they need to fire him immediately. The girl noticed that she was wondering who he was, and he is the son of the chairman. I asked if the owner of the company, Luke Chairman Theodore, understood this correctly. But why does some director throw around empty words? Didn't he discuss everything with his father, the guy said? Of course, his father would agree with this because he is his son. The woman asked if this was really so. Then she turned to the chairman who was standing behind, very angry, and asked if he thought the same. The guy noticed his father and was discouraged. Soon, Theodore apologized for his son's behavior in front of Elizabeth's reactor. The interlocutor replied that everything was fine, because she was even slightly refreshed. The old man drew attention to the main character, and thanked him for not putting it that way. The director said, since leaving everything as is a little ugly, how about this? The interlocutor asked what she was suggesting in general. The girl looked at the main character, and he humiliated him, and said that in front of everyone, the two of them could have a fair duel. Roger was stunned when he heard this, and thought that she was saying such a thing because she had handled the situation so well, but suddenly this. Although no, maybe that's a good thing. If the situation had ended, the guy wouldn't have accepted it. Chairman Theodore doesn't look happy about it either. The hero thought that a duel here would guarantee that there would be no trouble later, so he touched his weapon and said that he did not mind. Next he said to Evan, since he doesn't have magic, it's allowed for someone to fight instead of him. How about this? The guy said that sounded good, and he wanted that too. Therefore, he told his assistant that he would give him the opportunity to correct his mistake, and thought that if his assistant was fighting for him, then it was worth a try. After all, he has a fairly experienced magician, but after a few moments his facial expressions changed, and he said that it couldn't be. And not even a minute of the battle had passed before the opponent was already defeated, and Roger Teleki was declared the winner. From the outside, people said that the company's bodyguard Luke is also a difficult person. It seems that the rumors that he uses unique magic formulas are true. Theodore said that this is quite surprising, and are all professors in Theon really monsters of this level, the rector said. Of course not. Roger is just a rather unique person. In any case, whether the chairman understands correctly that he is not complaining about this, he noticed, as he thought, his face showed it, and he seems to be aging. Since it was a fair fight, he must accept. He shouldn't worry about his stupid son because he will have a good talk with him. The woman said that it was her expectation from the chairman that she was pleased that they were on the same wavelength. The old man said, no matter how it was, he wanted to ask her something. Elizabeth refused. Theodore noticed that he had not said anything yet. The interlocutor stated that he was going to ask her to introduce him to Professor Roger. He asked for forgiveness, but let him refrain from contacting one of their professors. The old man agreed. But the heroes have already gone out into the street. He thought it was finally over, and now he could focus on his goal. But suddenly he heard Selina, who ran out after him and turned to him. Machiavelli drew attention to her and asked if she was okay. The girl replied that yes, she received an apology personally from the chairman of the company Luke, and thanks for helping her. Then she asked where he was going now. The man replied that he didn't even know, because he had no plans. The interlocutor noticed that she was going to a meeting with professors of animism, and would he like to go with her? This attracted the attention of the hero because he was looking for just the person, so he decided that this was a great opportunity, and agreed to it, and soon they were there. The girl greeted the professor who invited her, and the interlocutor noticed that this was Professor Selina. But who was next to her? The elf said that this is Professor Roger. He heard that he was appointed to the second year as a new professor. The hero thought that no one really reacted to him. The man noted that this would not be discussed like that, because someone like him does not deserve to teach a second year. The interlocutor said that he was quite modest. Then the conversations continued with the hero. In the end I realized that all this was useless, because it turns out that he was carefully observing the three professors, but none of them showed any special reaction. In their recent conversation, Esmeralda had been difficult and short-tempered, so she wasn't the type to maintain her composure in a situation like this. This means that perhaps she is not one of the professors, although no, since he lacks information, he must consider all options. He needed to moisten his throat, so he went to drink, and suddenly a girl turned to him, and called his name. He looked at his interlocutor, and asked if it was Renee. Then he asked what she was doing here. The girl immediately hesitated. She further stated that she had recently been recommended to work here part-time. If he looked closely, several of her classmates were also here. Roger said that he understood everything and noticed that she should not be overtired and let her go home before it was too late. The girl thanked her, and said that she then went. Selina came up and said to the professor, "Here he is." "But isn't this his baby Renee?" The man asked if she really knew her too. The woman noted that everything was correct. She knew her before. Another assistant works here in the summer. I wonder if the hero asked whether she was talking about her assistant or not. But the interlocutor turned her attention to the side and said that she was talking about that little girl. She was a new student. She was already well versed in animism. And now we are talking about Joanna Levite. The hero turned his attention there and saw this girl. Therefore, I thought that if I think about it so carefully, then he completely forgot the students since she was a high-level animist. Only because of this did he think that she would definitely turn out to be a professor at this academy. When that same girl saw him, she turned around and walked away, and he didn't understand where it was going. Joanna walked over to the table and sat down the object she was holding in her hands, and then she stopped next to him. Roger looked there and wondered if she had really left just to put the tray down. Still, it looks like he's paying attention to things on a raccoon, and at this rate, he's sure to miss important details. Suddenly, I heard a conversation from the side, and there was one saying, "How about this? Didn't these guys want to start a business? They bought fabric and seemed to be going into agency production." The interlocutor asked what people from the lower class were thinking about. Machiavelli thought that this was probably Violetta, and she acts even faster than he thought, although she is trying to hide it. It must be, she is already into spare, so you can rely on her. The girl said that this is ridiculous, and how dare they not know their place, and conduct business as commoners on the territory of the imperial family. The interlocutor asked not to be angry because isn't it obvious that they will soon go bankrupt? You should just watch them over a glass of wine. The hero thought that they were just idiots. This is all due to the fact that their inaction will eventually turn into a huge wave, one that will change throughout the future. Soon those people who are laughing now will understand everything, and they and their friends too. And then the man's thoughts were interrupted by a sharp headache that covered him in an instant. Roger immediately lost concentration and fell out of his hands into the glass that contained the drink. Selena saw what happened and asked if everything was okay with him. The interlocutor noted that everything was fine here. It was just a slippery floor. Then he added that he would be back soon because he needed to get some fresh air. Professor Chris was also nearby and saw this situation, so he looked in surprise. Machiavelli went out into the street, and there were voices in his head about the power that they asked him to accept. He, in turn, asked them to shut up. And in order to get rid of this, he immediately took several pills that he took out of his pocket. After a short period of time, the voices in my head will subside. The man thought, concentrating on a quick duel, he used up too much magical power. He was too careless, and did not even notice all this. After the pain disappeared, he began to walk back. Chris Benamor peeked out from around the corner, and was watching him. He immediately wondered if it was the smell of medicine. The main character began to return and suddenly heard requests for help, but he did not understand what it was. There was a lot of fire around, as well as people running away, shouting that it was a monster, and exploring to escape. Roger looked ahead and saw a rather large fiery spirit, but he did not understand what the hell it was. The first thing that came to mind was that this creature was summoned by Esmeralda. The monster noticed new victims who were standing right in front of him, and immediately released a stream of flame from his mouth. Naturally, people noticed this attack and jumped away from the point of impact. And next they used their magic to block the fire that came from there. At the same time, the men did not understand where this monster came from. Someone noticed that they should stop thinking and prioritize evacuating people. One of the professors stood near the exit and directed all the people to leave. A spiritual monster appeared at the top of this huge building. People were asking in a panic what else it was. One of them was created by Angela Anderson, Theon's fifth-year animism professor, and the second by Justin Dantis, a fourth-year animism professor. And so the spiritual practitioners, as well as other people, began an attack on the huge spirit of fire. In the end they said that everything was bad, because not a single attack worked. You had to be careful about all this, because something was dripping from the ceiling. The guy used his weapon and prepared to fight off the flames as he had done before. But this attack did not work, and the streams of the day headed towards him, and also hit him. Those who were behind and saw this shouted that they should not touch the falling flames. But if the black flame touched their clothes, they should take them off immediately. The main character was also going to fight and thought that it was different from ordinary fire. It was something closer to his mother and destructive power too. If this is the case, then in this case it is not just a high-level spirit, but a spirit of the highest level that has already reached the 6th rank. Although I decided that I needed to stop and think about why it was a spirit in a humanoid form, because they usually take natural forms, for example, animals or plants. Something is definitely wrong. If you think about it, there is something strange about this monster. If you take a good look at his body, then there is no normal lower half there, which means he was incarnated with the help of a medium. The biggest advantage of using a medium to summon is that the identity of the hotel's summon can be hidden. We can say that in reality the silver tray that stands in the center of the table is very suspicious. So based on this, we can say that everything is as the man thought Joanna Loviot is Esmeralda. It is natural that now it is impossible to follow her, since the hero has found a way to break through. Then take care. When Roger was about to go and fight that same fiery spirit, he noticed that there was something there. Under the rubble of the building that the monster brought down, his student lay. At that moment she was still conscious and asked what happened. It was not clear what kind of huge monster appeared in front of her. If so, then she needed to run away quickly. But her legs do not move at all, because pinned by the rubble, the creature at that moment released a huge stream of fire. And this attack was directed directly towards the girl who lay under the rubble and could not move. Renee looked ahead and realized that this was a hopeless situation, so she immediately closed her eyes. But a few moments later I heard a voice, and when I opened them, I saw that Professor Roger was in his arms. He asked if everything was okay with her, and the girl was very surprised at that moment. So she looked around and asked what it was. When they got here, the man said that she had wounded her leg early. It wasn't very deep, so he would apply some medicine. The girl wondered what it was because for some reason she had a certain feeling of déjà vu about this situation. So, I immediately contacted the professor. He asked what happened. Renee asked if they had met somewhere before. Roger drew attention to her and said, "Why is she talking?" Because it seemed she was mistaken. The girl noticed that this was not so, because there was just something it seemed. The man stood up and said that he had finished treating her wound, but it was dangerous here, so let him leave quickly. The student asked what about him. The teacher said that he must do his duty and now let them leave. After these words, she agreed and thanked her for saving her. Machiavelli first looked at how the girl left the room and then turned his attention to the monster. The next action was to use the dark magic of Eternectarness. As a result, dark energy completely covered his body, and he soon found himself near the head of the creature. Then he began to examine it carefully to understand where to strike. After a short period of time, he announced that his games would end here. Animism Professor Angela channeled her fighting spirit forward. He immediately rushed to attack the fire monster in order to try to hit it. The elf also had no intention of staying still and immediately sent his water spirit to. The result of their actions was a combined attack directly on the upper torso. After this attack, the fire monster's limb immediately fell off and fell to the ground. Those who attacked him said that they succeeded, and he lost one of his arms, so there was a chance of victory. Justin thought that this was not so. He did not cause only damage, and as much as he expected. Besides, one attack was enough for the spirit to begin to disintegrate. The same limb that was destroyed moments later and began to regenerate. The elf saw this and wondered if she had really recovered, and at the same time shouted to Professor Angela to quickly recall her spirit. The monster at the same moment rushed at the creatures that attacked it, not long ago. The guy looked at it, and thought that they couldn't handle this thing with their current level of power. As luck would have it, the rector had already left. And perhaps he was the target of the spirit. After that, he looked carefully up again and saw some kind of shadow, but did not understand what it was. Soon the main character appeared in the air. The elf was surprised and wondered if it was Roger Salici. After the man appeared at the top, he immediately used his spell and attacked the spirit. The opponent saw this and covering himself with his own limbs tried to protect himself. Justin didn't understand what else this was because the spirit was moving somehow strangely as if you were trying to protect something right now. Then I carefully examined what was in the center, and saw that there was some kind of object there. Therefore he shouted to the others that he understood everything. This thing was caused by a medium. Machiavelli thought that he did not have enough strength at all because he could not use high-level magic due to exhaustion. Then I decided that in this case I needed to get closer, and immediately did so. Then he pointed the cane he was holding at the creature and prepared to shoot. Some kind of force began to appear near the tray, and the hero said that it was all over. It was ice, which completely covered him and a few moments later exploded. The fiery creature immediately began to scream very loudly, and then disappeared. Justin was dismayed by this, and said that this man still did it. Suddenly, all the production workers heard a voice speaking to a man. It was the same fiery spirit that said that he was a damned scoundrel. In the end, let them all be extremely sure that one day they will burn to the ground. Roger said that in this case he would try to do it if he could. The spirit continued to stand his ground and said that he would definitely see to it that they all burned. But just a few moments after he said all this, he disappeared from the authorities. The hero who had been hovering in the air all this time also descended after a few moments. Soon the elf asked him if it was true that his lower half was not normally formed. Roger noticed that everything was correct, and after a careful examination of the blurred parts, it turned out that that creature was connected to a medium. The interlocutor said that he was able to discover even this. The man replied that anyone in his place would understand this too. Justin said that this is not true because he did not notice it at all. In fact, since he is well versed in animism, he did not even think in this way. Contracts and animism are made to be fair to both parties, which is why force summoning, which spirits hate, is almost never used. And he in turn had never heard of a spirit that people hate. Roger asked if spirits usually don't look like that creature. The interlocutor noted that everything is true. Therefore spirits are representatives of nature. For the most part, they don't care about people. To think that such a spirit could exist, and it was impossible to react quickly, however, thanks to Professor Roger, the damage was minimized. Especially the magic that he used at the end. Was it really movement in space? The hero was very surprised when he realized what he said. Justine saw this and said that he shouldn't react so sharply to it. After all, he had lived for quite a long time and had seen a lot of things. Machiavelli said that it was true that he placed a little magical power in a certain coordinate, and then manifested it. The interlocutor asked if this was really possible. The man noted that at first it is difficult, but when you get used to it, it becomes quite easy. The elf thought that even when people get used to it, and cannot easily control it, unless they have innate abilities for spatial perception, or there is something else, so he asked how the man was feeling. He asked what he meant. The teacher said that when he used May, not being in the best condition, did he experience any strange symptoms? For example, he could hear quite strange sounds. The hero was still dumbfounded, since he understood that he accurately described his situation. Justin said that perhaps he was worrying for nothing, but he should know that sometimes there are people with more developed thinking than others. The world classifies them as a genius, but to do so is a little wrong. Geniuses are people who, in order to reveal their talent, break part of the barrier of human capabilities. Then those about whom he speaks do not exist at all. The man asked if this is not good. The interlocutor noted that at first it may seem like a blessing, but it is not so. All this is because people do not realize that their overwhelming barrier is actually a strong wall protecting from the outside. That's why he asked Professor Roger if he's ever heard strange noises in his head. The man said that the concept he was talking about was incredibly interesting, but unfortunately, it had nothing to do with him. Justin asked again if this was true. The hero replied that everything was true, but it was still very interesting. Is there anything else that could be added to it? The interlocutor noted that, unfortunately, this is all that he was told in his youth. The hero noted that we are talking about the youth of the elf. Then for people it is rather just a legend. The elf smiled and said that perhaps this was so, and at the same time he thought that he was such an extraordinary person, and he already thought about it, it seemed to him. As a result, he thinks that an ordinary person could not cope with this in a sober mind. Roger asked if there was anything else besides this. Justin looked at him in surprise, and the man said that he said before, they hear voices from outside. But I wonder if there is anything else besides this. The interlocutor said as far as he knows these are only voices. Ordinary people would not be able to perceive them, Machiavelli said, and if they imagine that they are capable of this, the teacher noted that in this case the next stage can begin. For example, if the symptoms are now worsening, he assumes that then he will start to see certain things. Also, he should not forget that this is just a big if, because in the end, if something followed after this, then most likely it is only one thing. And now the elf says that he could come into contact with them personally, that is, anyone. After some time, the hero sat at the table and looked at the newspaper. It was written there that there was a terrorist who attacked the banquet hall, and this was the identity of the criminal. The damage was considerable, and most of the victims were the cream of society. The man thought that if this was Esmeralda's goal, then she had certainly half succeeded. Even so, it was good for them too. Since they had figured out her identity, Roger wondered if he should pass this information on to Theon. Although this definitely shouldn't be done because the girl has only just begun to act. If her identity is revealed immediately, Black Dawn will suspect him, because he then destroyed the spirit. So it's not the right time yet, we need to watch and wait for the right moment to attack. On the headlines of the newspapers, he noticed only the guy himself. It was Evan Luke, and could he really be the head of the Const auction house? Increased auction security due to yesterday's incident, and it's quite annoying. Suddenly, the girl broke off the relationship. She wondered how he could invite a lady at such an early hour. The hero looked at her, and said that she had come after all. It was Violet who said that we should go, and he said that he was interested in how the slums had changed. And so they went for a walk along the roads, and the woman told him to look around because this street had recently been reconstructed. Roger looked at her, and said that it was much cleaner than before. The interlocutor noted that they used 80% of the budget to widen the road. As he said, soon this street will be filled with artisans. Other groups also follow his suggestions. Luke is working on a musical that will replace the circus, but their elders are preparing the magazine he mentioned. They plan to collect fairy tales and stories from unknown writers, although they told the children to spread rumors, but she is not sure if it will work. Roger noted that it is okay if they don't succeed. Let her just tell them that you did everything possible to advertise, by the way. Any business always requires an initial investment. The woman noticed that there were not many people willing to invest in them, but these newly opened ateliers are planning to start with more affordable clothes, but then gradually invest in luxury brands. The man noticed that she was all beaming with joy, to which she received the answer that this was, of course. So, because she dreamed about it. The hero said that it looks like they've looked at everything and they should go introduce her to people. The interlocutor asked, which people? What he means is not clear. The man responded to this by saying that we are talking about the people with whom they will work. The guy found a beauty and asked if she was free tonight. How about sharing it with him? The hero saw this man and said that here he is. Roger walked up to him, and grabbing his hand apologized to my lady, because he would have to steal it from her. Since he had an appointment with him, the girl was embarrassed, but said that she agreed. The guy said that they were supposed to meet later, and Machiavelli said that he thought he would be late if he left him alone. It was Alex, a member of the unknown group, who asked what the leader was talking about. The law accepted him, and also who was the beautiful lady next to him. The woman was not at all happy with this man and asked with disappointment if he was serious about working with them. The hero replied that everything was true. Maybe you couldn't tell from him, but his skills speak for themselves. The girl thought that maybe there was something more in him that she didn't notice. Alex said they should get down to business and asked the leader what treasures and what girls they're looking for. Violetta asked if he is sure that they can trust him. The guy apologized and said that he didn't introduce himself right away, but then he did it. He is a nobleman from the southern kingdom of Fatima, and would be glad to do business with her. The woman was surprised and asked if he was a nobleman. Roger approached her and said that he should be careful, because in fact he was a fraudster. The leader of the Black Rose Garden wondered if he had just tried to fool her. Alex asked why they called him after all. The hero replied that he would explain the details upon returning to the shelter. The interlocutor noted that if we are talking about a shelter, then is this really the place where these people come? That's just what will happen if he is disappointed. Machiavelli looked at him for a few seconds, and then told him not to worry about it. After just a short period of time, they headed to the appointed place. Hans came out in a very depressed state, and asked Roger if he had really returned. The man asked how the investigation went, because he looked tired. The guy replied that everything was fine. He just couldn't do it anymore. A voice was heard behind him. Where did he go? That's where he is. Also, the boss came, whom they had not seen for a long time. It was Beatrice Fatana. She told the guy why they stopped there, and after a while he screamed. Violetta asked if she was an elf. The man replied, how can she really see this? She is responsible for the production of medicines and gunpowder. He was asked how this could even be. Don't elves hate things made by humans? Roger pointed out that this is just a stereotype. The situation is completely different when other races subconsciously understand who is a fraud. Alex remarked to the leader that he was wondering what he thought of him. Several people asked if everyone was already here. Machiavelli said that they both arrived on time. One of his interlocutors was named Richard, but the other was Dave, the hero said. Now that they are all here, he should go inside and talk. Everyone gathered, and the man said that since Alex had finished introducing himself, now it was his turn. The man noticed that his name was Richard, and they would know each other. The guy asked if that was all he was going to tell them. Dave noticed that this man was still quiet, and hoped he would understand him. Then he introduced himself, and said that he did not have a last name. Hans noticed that he seemed special to me, and how did they meet the leader of the interesting thing? The boy asked if we are talking about Mr. Roger, that is, if you want to decorate yourself, then everything is simple. Because he is his father, the Auletta asked what he was saying. The hero replied that, in short, he is not his real son. This is a special case. The boy said that when he was born, he knew little about the world. They asked him what he meant. And he replied that he called Roger father because he taught him a lot. The hero said that he could introduce Richard himself, but before that he could take off his hat. The man did this, and it was clear that he had ears. Those present immediately asked if he was a beast man. The man said that he was right among the beast people. He was physically developed. He worked a lot where his strength was needed, for example, things like hunting whales. Hans asked if it was really a whale hunt, and if animals weren't afraid of water. Machiavelli said that was not the point. His strength and skill could lead his people. The man said that he lost anyway. That's why he decided to work for him. Roger said, one way or another he will be their main combat agent, so in this group he should be the second most powerful. He further stated that it was Violetta's turn. She hopes to continue working with them. The woman hesitated and asked to wait, because she only came here to show him the street because, as it is, she is quite busy. The hero noticed that since she was talking about business, it means she was already ready to work. She was embarrassed, and said it wasn't that she didn't want to join. And despite this, I'm not sure if she should join, because everyone has something that they are good at, but not her. Roger told Violet if he didn't think she had the skills to join them, he certainly wouldn't have brought her here. So there is only one reason why he brought her here and introduced everyone, since he was more than qualified to join. Then he extended his hand and said that he wanted to hear her final decision. So wondering if she would work with them, the girl lowered her head and began to think about it. And after a short period of time, she extended her hand up and shaking it, said that it would work. The man replied that it was just wonderful. After that, I thought that if I sum up the situation, they have all the necessary members. Now it turns out that he chose only the best of those whom he personally know, and they in turn are better in themselves than he imagined. Therefore, he soon said that before they began, let him introduce their goal. He had a smile on his face and said that very soon they would raid the upcoming construction. Violetta was surprised and asked if they were really going to attack the auction. The leader noted that she heard everything correctly, because they have what he needs. And at the same time they receive it, you can grab a few gifts on the way out. Alex raised his hand and asked the boss to wait, because he asked to be allowed to clarify something first. As far as he remembers, no one has managed to rob the very constant auction he's talking about. And over the past 20 years, there have been hundreds of attempts at this. In addition, due to recent events, security has been very well strengthened. At the same time, there are rumors about an artifact that allows them to constantly monitor the vault. That's why, if their boss is so confident in himself, then the guy believes he has a good plan. Roger immediately smiled and said that of course it was, and then asked Hans to bring it. After a few moments, all the information was on the table, so the man asked for attention. Right in front of them was a drawing of the building, but their very target is located right at the very place where he points his finger. After some time the meeting of the new group was over. Therefore, the hero was walking along the road near the academy where he worked, and suddenly saw something strange. Professor Selena was there, and Joanna was catching with her. But the most interesting thing is who they are talking to there. The girl turned her head and noticed who Professor Roger was. The man said that they had not seen Professor Selena for a long time. She replied that it was true. So much time had passed since the incident at the banquet. The person he wasn't talking to looked at the person and apologized. Machiavelli also looked back at him, and asked if they were talking about something important. The girl said that this was not so. He was just worried about what happened at the banquet. Roger apologized for asking so late, but how she was feeling, the interlocutor noted that she was fine, and that he seemed to have dealt with everything himself. Thanks to him, all the students were safe, and she turned to the assistant, asking him if she thanked Professor Roger. The hero looked at this girl and realized that this was Esmeralda, and that in her opinion, pretending to know nothing was the best option. The woman said that she was sorry if only she could help. The interlocutor noticed, and what was she saying because she was evacuating people? The interlocutor noted that this was simply all she could do, and she also did not have the necessary skills. So nothing more. Machiavelli heard her words and immediately wondered if she was really worried about this. Then he called her name again and said that, unlike her, he did not know how to smile brightly and be kind to others. Her attitude helped calm people down during the entire evacuation, so she did the best she could with the roles she was given. The girl began to say something under her breath that he called her bright and kind. At that moment she hesitated and said that she didn't even know whether she had the right to hear these words. The man was surprised by such a reaction. Suddenly, Selena noticed that classes had already started and apologized for wasting his time. She also thanks him for listening to her worries. The next time they meet, she will treat him to something delicious. The hero did not answer anything to this, and only looked at the girls leaving towards the academy. Suddenly Sylvia appeared behind him and said that she was so pathetic. How dare she shift her worries to the owner of the First Order? The professor looked at her and said that she would do well to learn to control her emotions. She was embarrassed and said that she would keep that in mind. Then the man said, now to the point, could she find out about one person for him? The girl said yes, if she instructs him to do it, then she will do it. And in this case, even to check on all his family and friends, he said that this was not necessary. He needs her to find out about Joanna Loviot. The subordinate noted that she would start doing this right away. Its director Evan arrived at the Const auction site along with his bodyguard. He stated that he had heard that they would come, but it was unclear how long he could wait for them. The guard said, "Gentlemen, why don't he wait inside?" He asked if they arrived at the same moment. Did he really want to ruin everything? This is a great opportunity for Luke Corporation to oust Lotion and expand its business. In addition, this is his only chance to regain his father's trust. Literally a few minutes later a car arrived and the guy said they were here. People started to get out of the car and the director greeted them, said welcome and stated that he was the manager of this auction site. Then he introduced himself and stated that his name was Evan Luke, the guy who got out of the car, and said that he was pleased to meet you. He had heard about him. He is the Lord of Arur Musla. It is an honor to see that someone abandoned by his family is still warmly welcomed. The manager asked to follow him because they would take care of them. Alex noted that there was no need to be so formal. They are about the same age. Why shouldn't they be just friends then? The interlocutor was surprised and asked if he was sure in this case he should go inside. The guy asked not to rush, because he was still thinking about it, and could he ask for a favor. The manager asked what kind of favor he was talking about. Alex said that on the way here he was given one valuable item, but he did not find a suitable place to store it. The interlocutor asked what it was. The Lord noticed that their family was currently using magic liquids to produce high-quality magic stones. Evan realized that these were magic stones. The guy said that this was a prototype for business, but he couldn't carry it with him everywhere. The interlocutor smiled and said that he was missing. The client remarked that if so, then perhaps he knows a good place to store it. The aristocrat replied, "Of course there is a suitable place in the basement. That's why he invites him to go there together." The interlocutor thanked him for this. At the same time, Alex had an earphone in his ear, through which he could not listen to him. Before this, the guy said that he would never have thought that things could turn out like this. The man found an exact copy of the clothes of the southern aristocrats, and he was impressed. The Aladamus have tried. Roger said that he was glad that he liked it. To hope that he remembers who he should act as, the guy said only, "Of course there is not much power about him. All this is thanks to his father's business, namely, the market for magic stones, and he is an influential and handsome young nobleman, the head said. Pretend not to have heard the last part, then turned to Dave. He asked if he could cope with the role. He just needed to remain silent and act as a bodyguard. He replied that if that was the order, he would do it. Roger said that lately the Loop Corporation has been trying to expand its influence through magical tools and artifacts. This affects magical liquids. They became a necessary ingredient to create magical tools. Alex asked if that was why he chose this identity to disguise him. The man replied that everything was right. He was using this opportunity to establish a connection. They were almost there. And let him put this in his ear before leaving. The guy asked what it was, and he answered a mobile communication device that Sheridan made. He said that he was Vigo, and now he and Melvin were heading to their destination. Evan heard a whisper and asked what he said. The interlocutor noted that he was simply admiring the interior design. The manager smiled and said that he found out that he had a good eye. Right now this was all they had to discover. It turns out that leaving the same elevator can be opened with just one key. As Han said before, he is guarded by armored knights. Recently, Roger said that their target is the basement of the Khan's building. It will not be easy, and all the auction items are stored 30 meters underground. In addition, there is an artifact that monitors every step of people. But this does not mean at all that all this is impossible. He told Richard and Alex that they needed to inspect the interior of the vault. Soon the guy told the leader that the reconnaissance was successful. Looking at the model, he was now sure that everything would work out. Roger noticed that if so, then it was a relief. After this, Alex asked if he understood correctly that they should just continue to act according to the plan. The hero noted that this was so. But did he remember the agreement? The interlocutor asked who he takes him for. Don't worry about it. Machiavelli said that in that case he believes him. You should finish quickly and return. The guy replied that he understood everything and was just returning, and then he would leave. Suddenly, he heard a voice asking why the leader wanted him to stay here. The guy thought that this voice sounded familiar, and when he looked inside the room, he was dismayed when he saw a man there. After that, he turned to the leader and said that they had one problem. Roger asked what happened. Alex in a slightly confused voice said that she was here. The professor did not understand who she was talking to and asked him to explain. His subordinate noticed that we were talking about Annie Joyner, and she was his ex-girlfriend. But the hero began to remember this name and did not understand that the authorities had forgotten her, so he ordered his interlocutor to run away as soon as he had the opportunity, because it won't end well if he catches her eye, especially for him. Alex said that he knows. That's why he goes when the chance arises. He looked carefully at the girl he knew and thought that she was the same as always. Then he approached the manager and called him a friend, said that it was time to leave. The interlocutor asked if he was really leaving already. He would like to talk about the matter they were discussing. The guy said that he would prefer that they talk about it in a more private setting and talk to him soon. Soon the guy returned to the shelter and asked if Beatrice had returned yet. Roger said that not yet. She was analyzing what he gave her. Then I asked this guy to explain everything in detail. Alex said that the structure of the auction house was approximately the same as on the map he showed them. But what is more important is the storage location of auction items. They are divided into 3 rooms, based on importance. The most valuable items are placed in the rooms with the largest quantity. The duration of the auction is 3 days. Every day, items from one of the rooms are put up for auction, starting from the first. Hans said that they found out that he needed the item in the 3rd room, Sheridan said, which means they should aim for the 3rd day of the auction. Roger noticed that this is not how their plan will be implemented on the 2nd day. The interlocutor asked her why this was so. The man said that on the 3rd day, security would be strengthened. Alex added that on the 1st day of the auction, too many outsiders would come out. So the 2nd would be the right time. The leader asked Sheridan what about his request. The little girl replied that everything was almost ready, and in 3 days she would definitely finish. Next, the professor turned to Violetta, and asked if she could look for a specialist in construction or interior decoration. She said that she would ask Olkis to help with this. She further noted that as far as he knows, a knight from the intelligence service will be present. The Order of the Knights of the Intelligence Service is quite famous. And will everything really go smoothly? Alex replied that this was just a low-ranking knight, and there was nothing to worry about. And the girl asked why he thought that there would be only one recipe. When the group's plan comes, their action may become much larger. The guy said, speaking about this, it seems to him that he knows the ego. Sleep asked, what if we meet during the operation? The interlocutor noted that they met each other a long time ago and should not worry, because he perfectly fulfills his assigned role. Roger said that there would be no problems. The information he did not receive was enough today. Violetta said that it was good since he thinks so. The man continued to say that this is just a hypothesis, so the plan remains the same. The locomotive arrived at the laser walk platform and there was a lively atmosphere. The girl just got out of it, and shouted with inspiration that she was finally in the city. Then she turned to her assistant, and said that it would rain soon. Stop fooling around and let him go to her. He said that he had too much luggage and asked him not to rush. Her name is Betty, and she is this detective's assistant, and then asked why she even took so many useless things with her. The interlocutor asked how useless it was. Did she really mean things that give her endless inspiration? Suddenly several papers were blown into the wind. The assistant was horrified and said, "What the hell is this? Who the hell carries around documents about incidents like the last 5 years?" Rachel said that everything they had was very necessary. Besides, shouldn't he move faster? The girl asked why this was so. The detective answered somehow why. After all, she said that it would rain soon. Betty said that this was a problem and asked when he would go. The girl noted, given the humidity, precipitation, and some other factors, she could say for sure. After that, she extended her palm and began counting down from 5. The interlocutor noted that if it was 5 minutes, then she should hurry up. But she in turn continued to count down the seconds and now stopped at 1. After that, the assistant immediately shouted to Rachel that it was raining. She reached for her lock and said that she knew. She also added that they need to quickly take cover because all the pages will get wet. The assistant began to collect them and said, "Wait a second, because they can't get wet." The girl in turn should know how meticulous she is in this regard. Suddenly I saw the rain stop and immediately looked up, and there was already a waterproof dome above them. The detective asked if she was surprised and the interlocutor asked if she was serious, if it was in her plans, why she didn't do it from the very beginning. Green Salon Water title holder, Private Investigator Rachel Salmo just smiled. Soon they were heading to the shelter, and the assistant asked why they came to Leatherwalk. The detective noted that she had heard strange things happening in this city lately. The activity of suspicious organizations has increased, as well as the ambush of werewolves, the interlocutor asked. She asked about the one-time appearance of werewolves and unusual phenomenon. Rachel said that these were very unusual werewolves. The girl asked what this meant, how unusual they were. The detective continued her speech that, in addition, his traces were left here. Betty noticed that she again did not finish telling, and whose trace she was talking about now was interesting. The girl said that she was now talking about James Moriarty. The interlocutor was surprised and said, "Didn't he die when he fought with her?" Rachel sighed sadly and asked if she still believed in this stupid rumor. The assistant noticed that there was a rumor that they fought at the waterfall. There was a cliff there, so they fell together in the finale. The detective noticed that this was already true. And then the interlocutor wondered if she was the only one laughing at her now. The girl said that the difference between these rumors is because that person did not die, because her intuition constantly tells her about this. Betty noticed, again she talks about her intuition, but what about her amazing abilities for inductive reasoning? The detective noted that this is not just intuition because she has evidence. Her evidence is the newspapers and the data that she is now carrying. 5 years ago in the kingdom of Datora, werewolves raided civilians. It was the so-called Bloody Night when a large and twisted monster appeared. People also called it the Beast of Javota. The man who hunted this monster was none other than Abraham Van Helsing, but he abandoned his reputation and no one saw him again. Betty asked what she meant by this. The detective noted that something happened 4 years ago. A situation occurred in the kingdom of Fatali adjacent to the empire, in a country ravaged by exploitation. The nobility and a mysterious thief with a black shadow appeared. His name was Arsène Lupin, and he acted for about a year and stole a lot of treasures. Then he disappeared and never appeared again. 3 years ago, a man also appeared in the kingdom of Delica, and this is the one who tried to start a war too. They named him James Moriarty, and soon he also suddenly disappeared and was never seen again. Another civil war that recently broke out in the kingdom of Utah was the winner of this war. But it was he who disappeared at the end of this war, Betty said. The main thing is that it can't be that she's trying to say that all these people are the same person. Rachel noticed, according to her calculations. It seems to be so. Here is the most recent place according to known information where he went. This is the city of Leatherwell. The assistant asked why someone with such abilities would hide his identity and wander around the world. The interlocutor asked how she would know this. In any case, it can be said that he is a man who once led the empire into chaos. But if he is still alive, then they will have to finish him off for sure. So she says you should go because she found a good place where they can stay. The interlocutor asked them where it is. The detective smiled and said that she was talking about the Kunst auction house. It was just that it was quite noisy in this house, and the manager came out to thank the girl for coming. He bowed before Her Majesty at the table, Princess Adriana van Exilian, then introduced himself and stated that his name was Evan Luke, and he was the one in charge of the auction. The girl was not in the best condition, so she said, "Nice to meet you, she is a little tired now, and could they show her the room where she will live?" The guy said that of course he would immediately show her to the VIP room. The interlocutor thanked him for this. Then she headed forward and was surprised how much it all cost. But if even one of them were sold, how many families could be helped? Just in this place, the main character was already there, who used a micro earphone and drew everyone's attention. He told his subordinates that he was ordering a group of unknown people to begin an operation. Alex smiled and said that this was great, because his hands were already itching. He thought that he would die of boredom after such a long wait. Then he thought that first of all he needed to meet Violetta downstairs. Suddenly something attracted his attention. There he noticed Annie, who had her back turned to the book, but realized that this was bad. He did not understand why it was there. He turned to Violetta and said that it would take some time to untie the laces and go downstairs. The girl thought that they had just started. And already everything was going awry. In that case, if it comes down to it, she'll have to do it in person. The first point of their plan is that they must find the key to enter the elevator. Roger remarked to Alex and Violetta that he leaves this to the two of them. So she turned to the man, called him handsome and asked if he could help her. She seems to have had too much to drink, so she asks if he will show her to her room. After some time he accompanied her, and she thanked her for this. The man said that of course he could not ignore the guest who came to the auction house. In that case she can rest a little in his room. Violetta said that he is really very kind. And the interlocutor closed the door, and said that she needed to sober up in order to find her room. And this was done so that she would do this. Then he came close to her, and asked if she wanted to play a fun game with him. The girl smiled after that, and said that she really liked funny games. But when he reached out with his hand, she immediately grabbed him and threw him over herself. The man was discouraged by what was happening and therefore did not even have time to react. And Violetta, who pulled off this action, asked how he liked this game. The girl exploded her hand and did not think that she would knock him out with one blow. Apparently, it was not in vain that she learned to strengthen her body with the help of magic. And then she headed to the stand, which had a huge number of keys, and wondered where they needed it. It was very loud near the stage where the auction items were to be presented. The presenter introduced himself to the ladies and gentlemen, and thanked them for once again visiting their Const auction house. And without any further ado, you should look at the first lot of the second day. People say that this jewel was cried by the mermaid herself. So the stone that was presented and not having before was called a mermaid's tear. The audience was inspired. People said that it was very beautiful. Soon the bidding began at 1,000,000 dinars and it already reached 200 million. Adriana wondered if this was really a mermaid's tear because it looked so unusual. The person who was sitting next to her said that she might seem beautiful, but it was definitely fake. It was Detective Rachel who approached the princess and said that she seemed to be bored with the auction. The girl asked if they had really met before. The interlocutor noted that this was not so. This was not the first time this had happened. Her Highness asked in surprise. Then when she recognized her, the girl replied that she looked quite bored. Not many people would openly show displeasure in a place like this. Does she know that her hair is slightly rumpled in the back, so she was lying in her room recently? Although the smell of air freshener from the room lingered on her, she did not wear perfume. This was not for a nobleman who should pay attention to what others thought. In order to ignore what other people thought of her, in a place like this she must be royalty. There were also rumors that a princess came to this auction, and Adriana noticed that since she was sitting in the hall with her, it means she was an unusual person. The interlocutor noted that she really forgot to introduce herself. Then she handed over her business card and said that her name was Rachel Selma. She, in turn, was a detective. The girl said that she was familiar with this name. Is she really that famous private detective? She is a water magician who also received the title of Greenwater Celadon. The interlocutor noted that it was an honor for her that she recognized her. The princess was interested in what she did in her capacity, and in response she heard that she was invited here. This happened immediately after she arrived in the city. By the way, to be honest, there are more such events there, and incidents always happen, and so she asked to call it just her detective instinct. Roger walked along the hall and thought that everything seemed to have gone wrong from the very beginning, but Violetta is doing her job as best she can. Now he needs to team up with the guys. Suddenly a guy saw him, and asked who came here. Evan noticed that they met again, and what a coincidence it was, and the last time they saw each other was in that banquet hall with Roger Seeless. He doesn't even know what he's doing here, but he's very happy to see him. The hero looked at him, and realized who was in front of him. The interlocutor asked whether he liked the auction. The professor noted that this is how it is somehow worth visiting. The manager asked what else this meant, and as they say, he can see as much as he knows. Machiavelli remarked that all this was true. And then he went. Evan asked where he was suddenly going, and it seemed like he was the only one, so let him see him off. He remarked to the guards that this was an important guest, so let them treat him politely. They immediately agreed, and the hero wondered if he was specially following him. Apparently, he wanted to show his power here, but the plan they made will fail if they go after. Roger needed to be unknown and said that at the moment he could not move and was waiting for reinforcements. Hans was surprised and realized that he was reinforcements. Dave just turned to him and said that he thought it was time for him to go. The interlocutor noted that he knew, and so this device should help him get to any place. In addition to all this, let him call him Kafka. The boys said that this is for sure. And then can he call him Duma? They answered him that they were going to call him that. Hans thought that they would be delayed a bit, and in that case he had no choice but to go with Dave. After trying to use the device, he asked if it was jammed. It just blinked red and showed that a signal had been detected. The boy said to look, because it was blinking red. He replied that it was good. At least it was working. Suddenly a security guard approached them from behind and directed a beam of light, and asked what they were doing there. At the same time, he told them to show up immediately. The guy realized that this was bad because they didn't get caught, and he didn't even think that they would patrol this alley. After that, he turned to his friend and told him to do at least something. The guard shined a beam of light on the boy and asked what the hell was going on. It was just a child. Then he began to ask him what he was doing here. But after a few moments, he did not see him rushing at him with his fist. Dave knew perfectly well what he needed to do, so he hit him quite hard right in the stomach. The man immediately fell to the ground and lay completely unconscious. Hans did not understand what the hell was happening, where he knocked out this man with one blow. It's not clear who the hell he is anyway. Then he asked if he was a knight. The boy asked if he was really talking about a Superman who graduated from a military academy, received an official knightly appointment, and is significantly stronger than an ordinary person. The guy said, forget it, and this is a good job. This very guy should be tied up. Then they will hide him in a pile of garbage. An ally, this sounds good. Suddenly they heard another guard who was looking for his comrade. Dave, using the voice of that person, asked to wait because he was here. Hans was surprised when he heard such tricks. The man asked his colleague what he forgot in that alley. The boy replied in a strange voice that he should not go there, because he needed to take a leak. So he will return very soon, and we should wait a little besides. Everything was examined there, and there is nothing strange here. The interlocutor said that this disgusting thing should come to him quickly. The boy asked his friend how he liked this performance because the voice was the same. Hans was interested in how he did it, and who he was anyway. In any case, you should just turn off the device and go inside. The boy immediately agreed. Alex stopped near the wall, and then exhaled with relief, saying that he had finally made it. He in turn could not think that they would be there too, and how difficult it would be to go down the stairs. It turns out that now he better hurry up and meet Violetta, and then take the key. And when he opened the door and walked out right on the way, Violetta appeared and hid herself. The guy saw her and asked if this miss was okay. The interlocutor replied that she was fine, because she just slipped a little. Then with a smile on her face she raised her head up and thanked him for catching her. He replied that he should not worry about it. But at that moment the girl secretly gave him the key. The security guard stood very close and watched what was happening, but this did not arouse his suspicions. Alex walked a short distance, and then addressed his comrades through the earpiece. He announced that he had the key, so he went to the elevator. Richard called himself Melvin, and said that he would be waiting for him at the elevator. After some time he was actually there, and used his magical power. Therefore, absolutely no one could see him, and even Alex, who was passing nearby, did not feel or see him. When the man saw his comrade, he finished using the spell and said that he was there. The guy was surprised and said that he really scared him. Therefore, he asked if this was a manifestation of the spirit that beast people used to hide their presence. The interlocutor only responded by asking for the key. Alex noticed that he was straight to the point, and he had it, so he should hurry. Peeking around the corner, he noticed that, as expected, the number of guards had increased. Then, using an earpiece, he gave his fictitious names and said that they had approached the entrance. Sheridan also gave her call sign and said that she understood everything, so she was moving forward. She walked slowly for some time, merging with the crowd of people. But after that, a kind of fog began to appear from under his feet. Those present were surprised, asking where the steam came from. They coughed because of him, and did not understand what was happening. Perhaps this terrorist attack. The girl noticed that it was even better than expected, this special tear gas. The guard, who was also in your room, said that everyone should take cover. The other guards also need help, because they do not have enough people. So he asked the knight if he could help them. He said, "Is it really chemical terrorism, damn it? 2 of them will stay here and protect the elevator and let the rest go." Alex saw what happened and said that it all started. Then he turned to an ally who was standing nearby and asked if he could take care of those 2. He immediately agreed. When they saw Richard, they said that he called himself because this ozone is under protection. Alex immediately raised his hands and asked them to wait a little because there was a commotion there, and they got lost trying to find shelter. In general, if you think about it, don't they know who he is? Because he came here last time with his friend Evan Luke. He remembered exactly when he saw them close. The two of them were here then, and didn't know where Evan was. The man said firstly, not to come closer and stay in the same place. But as soon as they finished this sentence, Richard immediately rushed forward and hit them with both fists. The guy was dumbfounded when this happened and asked what the hell. He was wondering if he didn't at least kill them. The beast man said he was avoiding vital points. Alex came closer and then thought that the armor was bent with one blow. It was not at all clear how the leader of their group found such a guy. After that, he reported to the general channel that he and his friend had dealt with the guards at the entrance. Hans said that they would move out in this case. So he took the device that was in his hands and immediately pressed the red button. At the same time, he said that everything was fine, and then they went in and acted according to plan. The partner said that he understood everything. The presenter was just announcing that this was the next lot of the auction, and they were starting the auction with 500,000 diners. Soon they reached 10 million. The main character in fact was in this room and looked to the side, wondering if the guards were still chasing him. It would be quite difficult to move freely, and judging by the radio conversations that he hears, everything is going quite smoothly. Suddenly, her attention was attracted by one person who was sitting upstairs. Roger was actually dumbfounded when he realized that this girl was Private Detective Rachel Selma. Immediately he remembered the day when they were at the edge of the waterfall, and he asked in his mind whether this girl was there or not. They will die if she continues to do this. The interlocutor rushed at him and pushing, they flew down, so she said that she didn't care. And even if she couldn't defeat him now, she would pay with her life to convince them of a villain like him. Then she said that in that case, James Moriarty was preparing for the finals. The main character's thoughts were interrupted by the girl herself, who looked in his direction, and he immediately turned around. He, in turn, could not understand at all what the hell this woman was doing here at all. It turns out that he changed his appearance so that she could not recognize him. But this is the devil, incredibly skillful, and even earned the title of Green Saladone Water. But if it gets in the way of the operation, all further plans will go down the drain. Therefore, the head appeared in the mind of the father. She had not guessed by chance yet the plan, although this was not so. In that case, she would not have been so calm. It turns out that Rachel does not know what is really happening now, and the man can only hope that his subordinates will quietly and quickly complete the task. The man who was supposed to keep order at this auction yawned. He noticed how boring it was and what kind of brave scoundrel had thought of robbing Constant. His colleague told him that you weren't distracted by trifles here. The interlocutor asked what he was worried about because they have all these amazing artifacts. This one conveys a picture of what is happening. The guard replied that it was true. It was a pity to use such an interesting artifact only for security, and suddenly looked at the screen and asked what it was. A colleague asked what happened and what he was asking about. But it was unclear in response that he heard that there was interference in 2 rooms. But the man said that in his opinion everything was in order. The guy noticed that he was thinking. He was imagining things like this. Then the guard immediately stood up and said that he should wait a second. What the hell is this? The interlocutor said that he scared him, and asked what was wrong. The man shouted that this was an intruder. He cut through the wall and got inside, but this very place is deep underground. The manager was informed of this information, and he asked what else it was. Let them repeat it again. The guards said that there were reports of a violation in the second security room. Evan asked what about the guy who guards the entrance. In response, I received the words that since the intruder was able to get inside, something happened to him. The guy said that it didn't matter. In this case, let them immediately call the guards. Their chief said that this is excellent. It seems that everything is here. The intruder dug a tunnel and got inside. He told several subordinates to check the entrances to the sewers around this area and let the rest split into a group of porters and an assault group. Also, let them go with him to the storage facility. And they agreed. The man who looked through the artifact looked at the situation and said that the guards were going down the elevator. The manager was very worried because of this situation and did not understand whether these people even knew how much these artifacts cost or whether they really thought that he would just watch. Therefore, he asked that this is not done. The main task is to transfer the items to Storage 3. The assault team must go to Storage 2 and capture the enemies. The knight said that he understood everything. The group of porters should begin moving the items from Storage Facility number 3, and the assault force should follow to Storage Facility number 2. And then the assault group reported that they were opening the door to the right place. The interlocutor noted that the base was in contact, and the enemies were still a storage facility. Evan shouted to quickly go inside. The guards immediately followed his order, and when the chief entered there, he shouted that the intruders should not move. But suddenly they saw an empty space in front of them, and therefore reported that there was no one here. The manager was simply dismayed by what they said and asked how it was that there was no one, what they were carrying at all. The knight replied that there were no signs of intrusion and the item was untouched. The boss then aggressively asked what they thought he was looking at now. He was wondering if they had definitely confused him with another room. The very second he asked, and then everything changed on the screen, and it was visible how the knights were checking that room. Evan and the subordinate were dumbfounded, asking if the screen had changed and it was fake. The guards then asked what they could do. Perhaps they should return it to the third storage facility. The guy replied that it was not necessary. Let them move it to another place. The interlocutor agreed and said that they would pass this on to the security guards of the group of porters who are now in the elevator. The manager said that it was bad if it was a fake screen. Does this mean that someone reproduced fake frames in real time? The subordinate thought that someone replaced the frames that the artifact reproduced with their own. But for what purpose and what were they going to achieve? He simply swapped the frames, suddenly understood everything and shouted to the main one that it was a trap. The second room was just a trick. Because it turns out that the robbers were targeting the third room from the very beginning, they planned to intercept the transfer of objects, which they did as directed. The assault group turned to the base and asked if they were in touch. In response, they heard that they were not in touch, and what had happened. After this, it was said that the elevator that led to the surface was destroyed and collapsed. But Evan couldn't believe his own ears and asked what they were saying. The guard said that they wouldn't leave here without an elevator, so they were asking for help. The workers said that they did not have internal forces that could help them and perhaps ask for help from the police. The manager shouted that there was no need. The reputation of the auction would collapse. If they find out about this situation, then everything will be bad. The interlocutor asked, but what should they do then? The guy was panicked and shouted that he couldn't know this. One of the guards shouted that in this case they would go there and try to stop them, so let them gather all the guards. So when they talked about it, they tried to leave the room, but for some reason the door did not open. They started knocking on the door and said that it would not open because it was unclear what was happening, and these were the tricks of Sheridan, who laughed and thought that everyone was locked. As a result, their leader came up with a plan that was quite amazing. She didn't know what to do when she first heard about the vault artifact. Remember Roger asking if she could do something? He in turn wanted to replace the footage from the vault that would be shown through the artifact, so he needed that same device to hack the transmission. Remembering that situation, she turned to the leader and said that she was in touch. Immediately after this, she reported that the mission to steal the artifact was successful. 30 minutes ago, several guards were beaten and were sitting in some kind of box. Dave asked his friend if it suited him. The interlocutor noted that it seemed to fit, but for some reason it fit so tightly to his stomach. It was so uncomfortable. Alex said that Richard dented the armor badly during the impact, and they patched it up but could not completely repair it. Hans noticed that then he was very comfortable with it. He further added that they will be there for blood, so I'll see you a little later. The interlocutor said that he understood, and then I'll see you downstairs. After that, he breathed out a sigh of relief and told Richard that it was good that they did not encounter a security group. The man asked to wait, because it is necessary to check the location of those guards. The guy looked at him and thought, could he really use the manifestation of the spirit in this way? And so the comrade reported that there were 8 guards in total, and they were all scattered in different rooms. Fortunately for them, there were 2 guards nearby who had separated from the rest. Alex was soon saying that he couldn't believe they were just hanging around the storage room. Well, that made it easy for them to be taken care of. After that, he looked at Richard and asked him to be patient a little, because not everyone is as big as him. At the same time he told him to get ready because everything would begin very soon. They soon arrived at the rest of the guards, who told a group of porters to begin moving items into the third storage room, and the assault group had to follow him to the second vault and destroy the enemies. Someone said that he was again forcing his subordinates to work for his achievements and merits. The interlocutor noted that he does this because in Kansta, there are not many opportunities to stand out. So you just need to take your responsibilities seriously. In response, he heard that this was for sure, and they would be punished if they did not work at 100%. Soon they were in the elevator and said that they had successfully entered the elevator with the objects. The base said that the assault team is sending a group of porteurs, according to instructions, to carry all the items to a safe place above. Soon the same time came and the comrades thought whether they should start already. Some smoke appeared in the elevator, and the other guards asked what was going on, but soon everything became quiet. And all this happened because the attackers had already neutralized them. He picked up a metal spear and said that now they only had 1 step left and threw it straight along the ropes that held the elevator. Hans asked what he was doing, and the guy replied that he had damaged the lift so that the guys below couldn't get up. So it's time for them to get out of this place right now. Soon he asked if everything had already been loaded. If so, then you need to sit in the back seat, and they set off. Hans stated that he would return. The plan itself had changed, so he needed to quickly check what. Sheridan asked if he was talking about the item the leader was looking for. He replied that it was so, and knew that the real one was in the auction room. But he could not distinguish it from a fake. If this fake, they had to look for it again. The girl noticed that if the leader is with him, then everything is in order. Then they began to talk about whether they had loaded all the items, and that Violetta had returned. Roger's comrade thought that if you think about it, all these guys are not bad at fighting. It also seems that this is not the only thing they are good at. At the same time, Ollie can do his gather information, so he wonders if he'll just be left behind. And these reflections actually disappointed him, and he would not have wanted that. So he slapped himself on the cheek and asked in his head what he was even thinking about. If that were so, the leader would have replaced him long ago and abandoned him. You should focus on giving him the fragment, the relic intact and safe. Then he turned to Parader and said that he probably couldn't answer right now. So let him listen. Everyone managed to escape safely, and he will collect the item he was talking about and bring it. It looks like the battery for the communication device is almost empty. He will be waiting for him in the central hall, so they will meet there. The hero thought that everyone managed to escape, and that's great. And a similar situation reached these guys. In this case, the man can easily leave and meet Hans outside. The guy walked along the hall and thought that there was no one there. This was because of the sleeping powder that the small one had scattered. Suddenly, he turned his attention to the side and saw people there, so he didn't understand why these guys were standing there. If everything happened like this, then most likely something is wrong. The old man saw that a man entered them, and using his magic directed it in his direction. The guy only noticed this attack at the last moment, and did not understand what happened. A few moments after the incident, a huge explosion thundered in that direction. The main character immediately turned his attention there, and did not understand what happened. And into the very hall in which he and the rest of the people were, a man entered and shouted to everyone to lie down. There were some masked robbers who said that anyone who moved would die immediately. One of the aristocrats who rose to a seat and asked who else they were. Did he really not know what kind of place this was? That person was immediately attacked with electricity magic, and the interlocutor said that he told him not to move. When people saw what happened, they panicked and shouted that they should run away. Because there were no guards, complete chaos began, and everyone was fighting for their lives. The enemy wizards used their spells and said that they should just kill everyone. But after that they would take their valuables from the corpses. Roger didn't expect this at all and wondered if they were robbers. But when they got into the auction room, he then realized that this bad thing happened because of them. Then the man saw some old man running towards him and shouting that these were all greedy nobles. Then he opened his outer clothing and said that not everyone died, but there was dynamite. Machiavelli saw it, and realized that it was iron with dynamite, which the Liberation Army was using. It turns out that he is definitely not mistaken because this is the same method as the Liberation Army. It was not only robbers, the army also targeted this place. So the main character without hesitation used his weapon and killed this terrorist with a spell. In any case, after this there was a fairly large explosion, but not at the same distance as it could have been closer. The man remained unharmed and thought that he could have died. In addition, the entire building should be under fiery silence, so it is now unclear how the bomb exploded. Maybe it was custom-made gunpowder, but Roger got rid of it when he played the role of Moriarty. His thoughts were again interrupted by a scream from a girl who was leaving this room. She turned her attention to the dead guards and shouted that this curse was most likely black magic. The professor thought that the robbers and the Liberation Army, and now also the black magicians, the situation is very bad. So do you think Hans is safe? Adriana ran away and thought that she didn't get out. And who are these robbers in Kansta and what is happening? I also wonder if the detective is okay. Suddenly, I heard the robbers shouting that they had found the princess, so they should run after her. They, in turn, would show the strength of the Liberation Army to the royal family. The girl saw and thought that she knew that she shouldn't have come here. It would be better to sit at the academy and study. The rebels quickly approached her and said that now she would die. Suddenly they heard a voice that said that their voices were too loud. Then introductory magic appeared in the sky, and they asked what it was. It turns out that these were bubbles that were sucked in. The robbers said that they could not get out, and there was only one thing left for them. So one of them decided to detonate the bomb that was on his belt, but realized that they did not work. The guy asked how it was. A special gunpowder should bypass the fiery silence. These people were attacked by Rachel, who used her magic and told them to surrender. Because she can tell that no matter how special he is, gunpowder is still gunpowder. All she had to do was get him wet. Betty just came up to this place and said that everything was clean for her. The boss praised her and said that she also just finished. Suddenly, they saw another rebel fall and someone asked the princess if she was okay. It was Annie who used her weapon. The girl said that she was the one with Jessica at the time. The agent remarked that she was flattered that she remembered her. But her name is Annie, and she is from the Order of the Nightcrawler. The detective attracted attention and said that it seemed that everything was clean and suggested that they join forces and get out of this place. The princess asked where these guys even came from and how big Const was in her security. Rachel stated that, by the way, she had not seen a single guard nearby. For some reason, all the guards left, and all sorts of organizations decided to take advantage of the chance while this was happening. So it's dangerous here. And in this case, I propose that everyone discuss this when they get out of here. Suddenly, something caught her attention, and she shouted that it was bad because there was something wrong with the building. One day Hans asked his boss why he accepted his team. The man asked what kind of questions they were. The guy noticed that he himself knows very well that he is a coward and constantly left all the battles to him, although he has strength that others do not have. Roger said that he accepted it precisely because he is a coward. The interlocutor asked what kind of strange answer this was. Machiavelli said that he knows very well about his power, more precisely how dangerous it is, and what responsibility it carries. And isn't he then afraid of hurting someone with his own power? The comrade did not answer anything to this, but the words really surrounded him. He further stated that he was an orphan, so he spent his youth in an orphanage and did not get along with other people. But at the same time, there was one girl with whom he talked, and she was like a sister to him. In the end, she was such a bright and sweet child, and he was nothing compared to her. One day she found a homeless Inca treat and brought him to them. He really was so cute and remembers him petting him. But then that same creature bit him slightly. The hero stopped him and said that he might not continue, but the comrade clenched his friendly hand into a fist and said that this was his first transformation in life. And also at that moment his first murder took place. If only the dog had not bitten him on the hand. If only he had known about his damned power a little earlier, although not even that, he shouldn't have accepted the kindness of that same girl. After these words, the guy sat in a rather depressed state, and his friend turned to him. He went on to say that if the time came when he found himself in mortal danger, he held out something to him. The guy turned to the boss and asked what else it was and what animal he made this thing from. Roger stated that when the time comes and he runs away, leaving everything behind, the hero will not blame him. But if he wants to fight back and not run away, let him use this as his trump card. In which case, the man will fully respect his choice. After what happened, Hans gradually began to open his eyes. At that moment he had a deep wound, but he was still conscious and did not understand what had happened. An old man who approached him and said that today should be a lucky day, because whoever it was, they had greatly weakened the guards of Const. The wizard told him to hurry up and take the bag because the building was still shaking. It seemed that people had already realized what was happening. The interlocutor noticed that he was impatient, and would take it now. Then he said that the guy who was lying there was just an idiot because he thought that he could hide the mana of the relic in such a bag. When that same old man took it away, Hans immediately reached after him and grabbed his leg. He then told the man to put it back because he needed to give it to his boss. A man saw him and asked him when he was still living, similar to the actions of the curse. In the end, it worked as planned, and then he hit his opponent quite hard in the stomach. Afterwards, he said that he couldn't even move, but was already telling him to give this thing back. The guy was in enough pain from this blow, and he also received a strong suppression of his strength. The curse spread throughout his body. The old man began to laugh and asked if he had really been holding on to willpower all this time. Of course, this is amazing, but he didn't have long to live. Such beings will simply leave him here to die. In the end, let him try to survive this if he can at all. Hans understood that this was all very bad because his body was so heavy. But that relic was definitely not intended for these scoundrels. And if there had been someone here instead of him, they would not have allowed the relic to be taken away so easily. In this case, the guy will lose the trust of the guys, and from the very beginning he was a coward who would be nothing without the help of his boss. And all this because he is weak and until the very end remains only ballast for him. After these thoughts, the guy tried to get up, but suddenly he heard some sound below. He immediately turned his attention there, and was stunned by what he saw there, because he realized that it was the same thing that his boss had recently given him. Then he grabbed her with trembling hands and said that everything was right. Because if this was the end, then after that she needed to act. So I took it out of its sheath and thought that it would allow him to give everything he had right now. In order to transform and use his power, he plunged the blade into his hand. Of course, it was quite painful and he screamed because of it, but he soon began to transform. At the same moment, images from the very first incident when he killed the girl began to flash through his head. The old man heard some sounds from behind and said, What a tenacious scoundrel this is. How did he finally get it? And when you turned around and looked back, you saw how this man was turning into some kind of monster. So a large shadow loomed over him and the other magicians who were behind, and they began to be afraid. The old man was really in a panic at that moment, and asked what it was all about. But before we could even say anything after that, we were attacked by the creature in an instant. Rachel, who was not far from this place, felt something rather strange. Just like Richard, who was already quite far from the building, also felt it. And of course the main character did this and immediately turned in that direction. He was about to run away from this auction place, but he realized that it was Hans. Alex asked his health where he was looking. The interlocutor noted that he was looking where they had just come. The guy asked if he really meant the construction house, but what was wrong with that place? The beastman answered him that he felt the tall, strong predator, and that creature is in fact very dangerous. Its presence as well as its smell is surprising, and this creature is definitely unusual. He had only encountered a beast of this level a couple of times, although no. He might even be stronger, or a corner of the beast he had encountered. And Alex thought that if he was at the auction house now, then Roger must have run into him. At the same time, he remembered how he turned to the leader shortly before and said that he had a question. Last time he said that Richard was the second most powerful among them. Since you are wondering who was the first, is it really him? Roger replied that it was not him, because he did not include himself when he made this assessment. The guy noticed that if so, it means he is in first place. The leader replied that he is in third. Despite the fact that he studied well at the Imperial Academy, he has not yet reached this level. Alex asked about this case. He doesn't understand who is in first place then. Machiavelli without hesitation answered this question that he was talking about Hans. Heaven was horrified by what was happening and asked why it was his goods that were destroyed, as well as the auction house. He said that now he was definitely finished. The subordinate noted that he managed to escape safely, and the evacuation of their guests was also being carried out accordingly. The boss noted that if we talk about the guests, then we should wait to see where the princess is. The interlocutor noted that they had not yet managed to find her. The guy shouted, "What if something happened to her? Let him find her quickly." Suddenly there was a fairly powerful explosion and everyone turned their attention there. The manager was again horrified and asked what the hell happened there this time. After some time the heads of wolves were visible from under the dust that began to settle. Then a rather large hand appeared from under the rubble and hit the ground. The people who saw what just happened said, "His name of the Lord, what kind of monster is this?" Right in front of them was a huge creature that had the heads of wolves on its skin, and its head was bone. The creature appeared at the place where the auction house is located and gradually began to climb out. The man saw the monster in front of him, and realized that what he was doing was quite familiar. The body immediately began to shake, and he asked in horror if this creature had returned again. After all, it was the monster that wreaked havoc in the kingdom of Datura 5 years ago. He was precisely this that humanity nicknamed it, the Beast of Gavadon. The monster was completely uncontrollable, so it gradually began to move forward. He in turn saw people and prepared to attack them. When Evan saw what happened, he realized that he had to get out of here and quickly began to run away. The beast noticed the movement in front of him and waved his hand, and the man who was under it asked for help. But the creature's attack was unsuccessful because one of its limbs was cut off. The one who did this turned out to be a man who was on a horse and said that the patrol order would protect this place, let people save themselves while they deal with this creature. The subordinates said that they heard robbers attack the auction house. But what kind of monster was this? The chief shouted. They did not behave more quietly with you, because no matter what happens, the safety of civilians is their priority. And in this case, let them focus on destroying the monster. The creature turned its attention to the one who attacked it, and immediately pointed its limb at him. The leader shouted to the rest of his order to disperse now. And at that moment, when they fled, they began to use their weapons in order to direct magical attacks. The man tried to break all this time but suddenly realized that it was useless. After a few moments he barely managed to dodge the attack that was made on him. But the creature began to use its other parts of the body when attacking. Because of these abilities, he could attack over long distances and in different directions. The radius of these attacks was quite large, which is why members of the order tried to dodge rather than attack. Their leader then shouted at them to take their time and wait for their own opportunity to attack. He wondered how fast the speed was for such a size. They were in quite a lot of danger, and it was unclear where this monster even came from. At the rate at which all this is happening, this place will be leveled, that's for sure. Rachel saw a huge hole in the wall and screamed for everyone to run there, just jump and leave the rest to her. And so those people who were with her followed her order and flew down. It was scary enough, but before falling to the ground, the girl used her power and sealed everyone in a bubble, which landed safely on the ground. Then I asked those present in the village if they were okay. And he said yes and thanked them. Suddenly, Their conversations were interrupted by a terrible sound that rushed from in front, and they turned their attention there. After what everyone saw, they were amazed because there was a huge monster there. The detective asked if this was the same beast of Gavadan. Annie noticed if he meant the monster that appeared in the kingdom of Datura 5 years ago, but she, in turn, thought that that same monster was dead. The girl replied that she was absolutely right, because she herself had seen his stuffed animal in the Royal Datura Museum. Although it can say that this creature is similar to that very monster, they have differences, because its forelimbs were very different from human ones. The agent asked if similar creatures could exist. Rachel responded by saying that they could not miss such an option. The chewy beast that Abraham Van Helsing destroyed reappeared here in Laserwalk, and the last traces of James Moriarty were also discovered here. In the end, the obvious fact is that this cannot be an empty coincidence, and everything points to the fact that these are two personalities of one person, in which case he is here. Now she wondered what James was up to in the city, although she soon realized that for now she would have enough thinking. Because this monster really needs to be stopped. And this is her main task. The detective used her magical powers and tried to attack the creature with the water element. The captain of the order asked if someone had stopped the movement of the monster, but whether it was an ally, although whoever it was, this is their chance. So let them attack. And so the rest of the order members began their attack because they believed that they could defeat him. The beast in turn tried with all its might to escape from the grip of the magical power that the girl had made, and she in turn tried to stop him and said that this was colossal power. After a few moments the creature's eyes began to glow red and it screamed loudly. Thus, after this he was freed from magic. Rachel was surprised, asking if her spell was not working. In the end, it turns out that she won't even be able to collect mana, so the howl of the magical monster prevents her from using it. But if the detective lets something like this stop her, then she doesn't deserve to be called green water, so she raised the umbrella up and started using force. Because of this water element, magical guards appeared that were made entirely of water. The order members were surprised, saying that these knights were summoned by a water magician, and this is great because they have a chance to win. Therefore, he ordered the others to continue their attacks immediately. That same beast in order to dispel the mana that was directed at its screen, and, at the same time the main character was moving slowly through a huge hole in the wall. He drew attention to the place where there was ominous mana and the black magician was located, and an animal bite was also clearly visible. So I wondered if his comrade Hans had actually used it. The man clearly saw the huge creature below, and how the knights, as well as the detective, were fighting with him, while understanding that this was a difficult decision for his friend. Then Roger used his technique and moved and also said that he could not leave him here, so he would return when he was well prepared. Then he looked at Hans again and asked him to hold on. At the same time, the beast continued to scream furiously and also tried to fight off its rivals. The wolves' heads gradually began to fall off the skin and people said that this was great because their attacks were working, so they should not stop. After all this happened, the eyes of the skulls that were on the shoulders also began to glow. Rachel noticed this and wondered if the eyes on his shoulders were starting to glow too. He was going to block the magic again, and she had to prepare for that. The bone skulls actually began to scream a few moments later, deafening everyone in the area. But the girl paid attention to her water guards and did not understand what it was because her magic was still working. Although some fairly strong vibrations appeared, and it was unclear what was happening. The princess attracted everyone's attention and made them look to the side. A mountain of dust was rising along the road from the other side, and it was clear that something was approaching. The detective noticed this, and when she looked a little closer, she realized that it was a horde of rats. They were united enough, and therefore they ran without stopping for a second forward. In the same way, when the girls saw these creatures, they did not understand what controlled these animals. Rachel wondered why exactly the rats appeared here, since she was most afraid of them. Therefore, in order to protect herself, as well as her comrades, she took advantage of the power of water. The creatures saw this attack, so they tried to avoid it, and the girls shouted that they were climbing the walls. And these small rodents jumped up and prepared to attack. You saw what was happening and immediately rushed to the attack in order to protect her. The princess also joined in and said that they would also help her fight, and the detectives immediately thanked her comrades for their help. The members of the order also heard that something was coming and said that they should stick together. The rats began to quickly approach the very heads of the wolves that had been cut off and lay on the ground. So after a few moments the transformation began and the creatures turned into a body. The captain of the order told the others to be careful because this monster controls the animals and it is not clear where they come from. Suddenly, he looked to the side and asked what the hell was ahead. It was surprising because the severed head, as well as the rats, turned into a werewolf. This means that this huge beast that they are fighting can multiply, and then it is terrible. Because there is a high probability that he was the reason for the sudden appearance of werewolves on the bloody night. The leader of the order shouted for everyone to concentrate because they must get rid of them before new ones appear. They must stop them, no matter what. And this is all because if they cannot stop these creatures, the Gavid and nightmare will repeat itself again. The new werewolves who had recently transformed immediately rushed to attack. Rachel continued to fight them, but she thought that they were reforming too quickly, in which case she couldn't even focus on the beast of Javadan right now. Also, that moment when she was fighting with the werewolf, the rats got closer to her, and she noticed it. Naturally, Betty came to her aid and said that there were a lot of animals here. So she needed to leave. The detective said that the civilians who had evacuated were left to wait. The huge beast itself again used its screams and thereby dispelled the magical water guards. Rachel understood that everything was very bad because they were distracted, and now she, in turn, had to do it again. But just as she wanted to recreate her guards, she felt the rats touch her shoe. The body then began to react, and the detective thought that the safety of civilians was the main priority. Because of this, she had to somehow stall for time until everyone evacuated. Then they shouted that at this rate they would not make it. Rachel said that they should evacuate first. At the same time, she thought that it didn't matter at all what happened to her. Suddenly I noticed a huge creature which suddenly recovered and began to look to the side. Also, the werewolves who had just been fighting stopped moving. Everyone else began to do this too, but it is not clear what they are looking at. But the gaze of all those same creatures was directed only in one direction where dark magic appeared, and a man who was quite familiar to everyone had already begun to emerge from it. The werewolves stared intently and could not take their eyes off that place. The detective also looked there and realized who it was, which surprised her very much, and the main character finally changed into his recent costume and appeared in front of everyone. When he did this, you immediately looked at your opponent, and she thought it was James Moriarty. The huge creature now stopped and did not react in any way, but only looked in one direction. Betty asked Rachel if she had just told Moriarty if she was sure it was him. The girl said it was a mask covering her face and equanimity in front of monsters, and also a rather frightening aura that she feels and is sure that it is definitely James. The person who is not far from her is the most dangerous creature here. The monsters have also understood him. The main character said that he hoped he would recognize him, but it seems in vain, although he understands that it is very difficult to resist the madness of the beast. Although the man perfectly felt that Hans was still alive and was somewhere out there. But saving a subordinate who is in danger is precisely the responsibility of the leader. When the monster turned its attention to him again, he realized that there would be an attack and prepared for it. Roger, using his air movement, also rushed forward and prepared to hit the monster. The very first thing he did was land on his head, and when he realized that he was in a stable position, he swung his weapon and plunged it into the eye. Rachel shouted that he was moving very quickly, and it turned out that he disappeared and appeared in the blink of an eye. But at the same time, it was not clear whether this person could really teleport. Just a few moments later, the heroine stopped and rushed towards the werewolves who were on the ground and easily cut off their heads. The detective saw this and thought that there was no point in cutting off his limbs, because severed heads simply become new werewolves. But then, when I looked in front of me and saw the tin, I was dumbfounded because it began to disappear. The girl wondered if the heads really had disappeared. Perhaps it was a sword made of a special material. Well, or is it some kind of magic? Suddenly, she saw that an attack was made on her and defended herself from it, and also decided that now was not the time to look. They were attacked by a huge beast, which now could not see in one eye and felt only power. When Rachel confronted her comrades and asked if everything was okay, she was told that yes, and she said that they might be overwhelmed so they should get out of here. Therefore, I suggested that I trust him for now, and it seems his goal is to get rid of the beast. It's a little offensive, of course, to admit this, but he is an incredibly experienced person. The main character again used his movement technique and disappeared. And a few moments later he appeared in the sky directly above the head of a large monster. The man took some bottles of liquid from his pockets and threw them down. They immediately began to fall and crash against the bonehead, and the wolf heads that were spreading across the skin began to scream because of this. Rachel noticed this and asked what kind of tear gas this was, because it was unclear what he was up to. When this substance spread throughout the area, heads began to fall off the body of a huge monster. Roger wondered if giving up his damaged heads to grow new ones using tear gas would end up being smarter than the original. However, he himself understands perfectly well that he is weakened after molting. After these words, some kind of copulation of power appeared in front of the monster. This very attack was made by the main character, who landed on the ground on a magic circle. Then he touched the circle with his fingers and said that there was no need to be distracted. Several stakes appeared from under the ground, headed upward and pierced the limbs of the animal. After this happened, the main character said that he decided to create new werewolves. In this case, he told them not to attack and took several pistols into his hands. Naturally, the little monsters rushed to attack him, but were soon killed by bullets. The hero continued to fire his weapon using his spells and thought that of course there were many of them. But even despite this, everything is already coming to an end. The creatures were killed literally a few moments later, and Roger told the monster that now no one would protect him and it was time to finish. The beast realized that things were going badly enough, so he tried to move his limb to pull it out. The stone stakes soon collapsed due to the enormous power that was directed at them. The hero asked if this creature really wants to fight to the very end. Then he asked him to stop making a fuss and let him get out of there, because this body definitely does not belong to him. And at that moment he pointed the barrel forward. The beast did not stop in one place, and immediately rushed forward with all its speed to attack. Naturally, James saw that he was being attacked but continued to remain in place and aimed forward. At the same time, the monster lost concentration and someone stuck a syringe with an antidote into his back. And after that he began to introduce it quickly enough so that Hans became the same. When the creature penetrated the blood, the eye of the large monster almost tore into pieces and glowed very brightly. Then something happened that the man did not expect because the large body fell into pieces. The hero turned his attention to his subordinates and said that they arrived here just in time. After that he came closer and said that he should go back. He looked at the Ghanaian who was in human form, but unconscious. Members of the order were very close and said that the monster had stopped screaming like that. Had it really died, it was bad, because nothing was visible at all because of the dust. The subordinates turned to the leader and asked if perhaps they should check, but he did not answer. He further stated that there were still civilians there and let them first ensure their safety, and then check them. The man asked James if he was sure he would be okay, because they planted such a huge harpoon in his neck. The hero noted that everything would be fine, because he has an amazing ability to regenerate after transformation. They saved their comrade, so they should get out of here before the knights arrive. Suddenly a girl from the side shouted for them to stop and asked if they had met before, and then she stated that they had not seen James Moriarty for a long time. The hero looked at her and saw that it was Rachel. The man called her name and said that they really hadn't seen each other for a long time, and then asked if she had really been looking for him all this time. The girl replied that everything was correct because she knew that he did not die then. Annie asked the comrades who were standing nearby if it was really Moriarty. The main character said that it seems that she does not value her life at all, which she barely managed to save. She had to pretend that she did not recognize him. In this case, it would be better for both of them. Rachel asked if he really thought that she would give up so easily. It seems that he underestimated her, and called him James Moriarty. The interlocutor noted that she spoke incorrectly because he is Abraham Van Helsing. And the girl added that he is also Arking Lupin and Machiavelli. These are all his personalities. So under what name he lives in this city is interesting. Now that she realized that he constantly changes personalities, running away is completely useless. And all this is only because she will pursue him to the ends of the earth. The man touched the mask that was on his head and said that she was right. He had underestimated her. At the same time, he thought that she knew very well that she was sharp and decisive, but did not think that she had examined his past. If he ran away now, she would still continue to pursue him. And in that case, he would not be able to hide if his identity became known. Of course it won't be easy at all, but it seems that all that remains is that he will have to kill her. Rachel asked all the troubles caused by the Exilian Empire, whether it was his doing or not, or should she say that it was the doing of his organization. He is after all James Moriarty, who is after all a member of the Black Dawn. The main character was surprised and did not understand what she was talking about. The detective noticed his surprise and said she must have hit the nail on the head. Let anyone look at his strange reaction. James thought that maybe this was good. Then he said that is expected from Rachel's old enemy. It turns out that she even understood this, and he will not stop her if she wants to grab her. But is this normal? There are probably terrorists and civilians left. He tells these people who have not yet escaped from the auction house. The girl asked if he is now threatening her with the lives of civilians. The interlocutor noted that he depends on her. He is not going to give up so easily. Even if she catches him, the lives of the people inside will definitely not be guaranteed. The rival got angry and said that he was a coward. The hero wondered that he had changed his mind, because she was annoying, but definitely skillful. That's why he uses her as a hunting dog to tear apart the Black Dawn for him. Then the man turned to his subordinates, called their call signs and said that they were leaving. At the same time, dark energy appeared near them. Rachel then used her weapon and asked if he thought she would let him go. But the hero easily defended himself from her attack with his strength. The detective noticed all this and decided to cast much more spells in his direction. Therefore, a large number of them were sent there from different directions. But the main characters created a seal and said that it had of course become better. But even with all this, he can say that it is not enough to stop him. Using brute force to attack, she rushed at Betty, who said that she would help her. Richard noticed this attack, so he jumped forward and easily defended with his hand. And the girl was stunned by what she saw and wondered if he had really blocked her fist with his bare hand. The opponent did not wait for her to think and immediately counterattacked, hitting her with enormous force. The detective asked if she was okay and the girl replied that everything was fine, just a scratch. Then Annie rushed to attack. And in order to fight her off, Alex stepped forward and blocked with his weapon. The girl didn't understand what the hell this guy was because his defense was no worse than that of a well-trained elite knight. And then she took out a small dagger from her sleeve and wondered how he could do that. And so while you were fighting back with other weapons, you easily shot with the one you had up your sleeve. But naturally the guy noticed this attack and easily fought it off. Annie was surprised. I wonder if he really blocked the stinging sword as if he had predicted it. And therefore, turning to a rival, she asked who he was. The interlocutor did not say anything in response to this, and suddenly some kind of green energy appeared, because of which the agent asked what else it was. Violetta flew to this place on her umbrella, who said that a detachment of patrol knights was approaching. They could no longer waste time here. The main character, after hearing the information, called her Poppins, and said that then he would not leave. Rachel heard it too and called James Moriarty to stop. He and his comrades were already in the sky and the girl screamed so that he did not think that this was the end because she would get rid of him and his organization. The man smiled when he realized that it was about the Black Blossom and said that he was looking forward to it. That's why they will definitely see each other again. And after a while, the whole group disappeared from sight. In the events that happened earlier, Rachel asked James why he did it. The man said it was unexpected, and he thought she would understand. So she doesn't understand whether she really thought that living among ordinary people would remain the same as them. Would they fit into their low standards? The whole world of these same creatures is so boring and tedious, and the people in it are so ignorant. That's why he feels relieved when he talks about it, and goes crazy with disappointment. The girl asked. But is this really the reason why he killed the child, just a teaser? James looked into her eyes and asked if it was a terrible mistake. Let her give up these thoughts because she herself understands everything. Deep down in her soul, she hears the same voice as him. Rachel lowered her head sadly and said that he should know that she hoped he was not a bad person, and also that all minor misunderstandings could be resolved through negotiations. But it turned out that she did not understand anything. If this is indeed the path he chose, then she will arrest him right now. The man understood everything at that moment, and threw his cold gaze at her. At this time, the detective was informed that the initial investigation at the scene was completed. She replied that she understood everything and did a good job. The commander of the order said that this was not so because they should not be grateful to her because if it had not been for her they would have taken twice as long. As the girl ordered, they seized the bomb from the terrorists. Rachel said that this was great and let them center the results of the analysis. The man noted that they would do this. Afterwards he said that it was time for him to return to the crime scene, and let him know if she needed anything. She began to think that there is gunpowder on which the silence of fire does not work. But it is not clear who is presenting such a dangerous thing to the Liberation Army. Clearly no one in the army itself is capable of such a thing, and there is only one thing that first comes to mind. This thought tells her about the Black Dawn, with which James Moriarty was closely associated. After the disappearance of the monster, his friends immediately came out. And because of this, we can conclude that this incident is a Black Dawn experiment. And first of all, it's worth analyzing this support. To catch them all red-handed, you need to be well prepared. So just let James Moriarty wait a little. After all, she is sure that she will catch him as soon as she finishes with the preparations. After a while, Hans finally woke up. He gradually opened his eyes and when he looked up he asked where he was. In that room, there was the main character who asked if he had really woken up. The guy immediately got a little scared. Roger asked him how it felt, whether he felt any pain or discomfort anywhere. His friend called him brother, and asked what the hell happened. And Machiavelli asked if he really didn't remember how he turned into a monster. His comrade remarked that, if we talk about a monster, everyone remembers it. And although it is surprising that he did not die, the hero then noted that it was a relief. He further stated that you have now given him something that he had just recently found. The interlocutor became wary, and noticed that he was asking not to be surprised, and to listen to the end. Because the point is to get it, you need to do something. The man told him to stop walking around and just give him what was in his right hand. Hans looked at the relic there and asked what it was, where he got it from. The hero noticed that he had been squeezing it since he transformed back into a human. His comrade asked if this was really so. Roger replied that everything was correct. No matter how hard he tried to extract it, he would not let go. So he had to wait all this time until he woke up. The guy was delighted when he realized that he was able to protect the relic, and could not find words. Then he extended his hand and told him to take it. Naturally, his friend accepted and said that Hans did an excellent job. After that, he got up and noticed that since he woke up, let him put something on. Something would be omitted, because he was going to tell everyone something. The interlocutor noticed that he understood everything. Soon everyone was sitting at the table, and the main one said that even taking into account the unpleasant surprises, they all coped with a bang. Therefore, the mission was successful, and they are great. They will not be exposed since the candidate failed, but it takes time to take care of the values. Sheridan shouted for a while that this was wonderful, and they were rich. But the hero noticed that he was rejoicing early, because it takes time, since this is stolen wealth. And after working together, they understood everything. Because each of his colleagues is unique, Alex said that this is so because he was amazed. And who would have thought that a person could turn into such a huge monster? As a result, he saw something like this for the first time. Richard noticed that he wielded a sword unusually, and really a knight. The guy replied that he was just a graduate student. The man asked how it was just a graduate student, and he fought on equal terms with the night wanderer. Alex noticed that, by the way, he was asking the leader who that young lady was. Because she was quite skilled, controlled the water and was clearly an unusual person, Roger said her name was Rachel Manhwa. She is a hereditary magician from a noble family, and these guys should also know this, because she is extremely skillful and a master who has been awarded the title of color. The guy said that he knew so, but how they met her, the leader replied that if we talk about it, it seems that they first crossed paths in the kingdom of Delica. At the place where the monster had just recently raged, the princess asked someone to help. Annie heard this and immediately ran up, asking what happened. But the girl pointed to Rachel's subordinate, and said that this man was not breathing. The agent approached her and asked since when this had happened. The interlocutor noted that she did not know because she thought that she had fainted. After a few seconds Annie realized that there was no pulse and her body was cold, so did she really just die? But how did it happen? Suddenly Rachel, who was looking for the girl, approached them and said that she had passed out again. The princess asked how she was unconscious, because she wasn't breathing at all. The detective noted that everything was fine with her. Just let them see for themselves. After that she moved closer to her, and then gradually began to undress her. Adriana was very embarrassed when she saw this and asked why she was undressing her. Annie asked to wait for the princess for a few seconds because she had a hole in her back. The detective noted that everything was correct. Let them watch carefully. The knight asked, but it turns out that Miss Betty is not a person. In response, she heard that this is true. She is an autonomous controlled robot automaton. Then she took out the key and they noticed that she looked exactly like a person. Rachel said that this is how it flows perfectly into society, using emotions. Annie added that if we talk about it, the humanoid robot is surprising because she has never heard of such inventions. Usually rumors spread quickly about such inventions. The girl said that it is not surprising that no one knows about this because Betty is a secret experiment of the Delica kingdom many years ago. So she's a secret enough soldier that everyone knows her. The girl turned the key and then asked if Betty was awake. The interlocutor just looked at her naked body. Then she shouted why she was in such a naked state. In response, she heard that she was unconscious and decided not to waste time. The girl said that this was savagery. Rachel added that it was time for them, so she asked them to collect things and materials for the case, and let her not forget. The subordinate was angry, but went to collect what she asked her. The detective then continued to say that she first met Betty in the kingdom of Delica, where she hunted Moriarty. They said that if she was talking about him, then she really knew from the very beginning. The interlocutor said that this was not so, because she only knew that he was a brilliant mathematician. At the same time, he was competent, so they discussed these topics a couple of times, and even then the man annoyed the hell out of her with this. His voice, which she heard at the first meeting, brought her to white heat. He always pretends to be the smartest. However, as soon as she found out that he was an evil genius, she began to pursue him. In fact, she met Betty while doing this. And that day she confronted him at the secret factory, and that production specialized in automata. There was a floor collapse due to an explosion and Moriarty disappeared into the ruins. And she followed him but lost her. Just as she was thinking about getting out, she came across her in these ruins in a place hidden from view. This girl was lying in a rather strange capsule that was not damaged. This was the first time Rachel had seen the successful outcome of an illegal secret project. Her codename was Beta. Somewhere in another shelter, Alex was wondering if Dave was also an automaton. Roger said that everything was true, but he should discuss this with him later. Hans noted that of course he understood everything, and he always knew that unusual individuals like him existed. Everyone immediately turned their attention to him. He asked what happened and where they were looking at it. Then I thought that in this case, all this is not surprising if you think about that girl. Dave noticed that the girl he was fighting with was also an automaton, like him. although he immediately understood that he didn't even know that any of the other children had survived. The leader stated that he also thought that all the automatons were completely destroyed, but it seems that she is now with Rachel Selma. Violetta said that it was interesting why the kingdom of Delica needed them. Although whatever one may say, they do not look like standard robots. Hearing this question, Roger coldly replied that they were needed for the war, because they are the rest of the soldiers who can be controlled at any time, and it is obvious that it was for this purpose that their mass production was launched. The girl asked what he was saying. Did their creator really want to start a war? The hero said that in any case, he himself went through this in the kingdom of Delica. Rachel finally finished her story and said that's how she met Betty, and shortly after that she woke up. The interlocutors listened carefully to this story. Of course, he didn't particularly like it all. The subordinate turned to Rachel and asked how long she would continue to chat. The girl noted that this was an excellent job. Then she told our comrades that it was time for her to go because her name was the princess asked where he was going, and in response she heard that the place where the girl was located was destroyed. That's the only reason she should find a new place, Adriana said. Although it was late, she wanted to say thank you for saving her, and in this case, she will personally reward her. So let her visit her as soon as the opportunity arises. The interlocutor said that she understood, and would look forward to it. After that, she turned to Annie and asked if she could say hello to Jessica from her, because she plans to stay a little in Leatherwell. The girl didn't ask if they really knew her, and if so, then of course she would tell her. The detective got ready to leave and said that then she would say goodbye to everyone, but would see her again soon. Regular classes were held at the academy and life was quiet. The main character looked at the newspaper and thought that as expected, there would be only hints about the monster, and unfortunately, the news about the Const auction house was being withheld. At the same time, who would have thought that Rachel Selma would pursue him all the way to Leatherwell? She also found out his false names. There will need to be a gag order placed on anyone with the last name Moriarty. The only good thing is that he was wrong about Black Dawn, although most likely this is not so, because he could have been right. Suddenly the ward came and turned to the professor. She told the man that she had finished sorting all the material. He said it was a good job. Sylvia asked if he was reviewing the events of yesterday. Roger replied that he was, because everyone was fussing about what happened. The girl noticed that people were discussing the fact that the Clockwork Knights had caught a monster, and who would have thought that they were really strong. As a result, she thinks that their calculations need to be reconsidered. The interlocutor noted that this is indeed the case. He thought, what if this was unexpected, because James Moriarty is not connected with the Knights in any way. Sylvia noted that if you think about it, then they came to the movement only because of this incident. The interlocutor inquired about the committee's speech. The girl replied that she was talking about the Holy Knights of Bratis. The man was stunned when he heard this information and did not answer anything. If we talk about the sacred people of Bratis, then there is an island remote from the continent where the religious order Luminesis is based. It professes the religion of the Radiant God. They have been hunting pagans and cryptids for hundreds of years and also perform purification ceremonies, justifying this as a mission to save humanity. This organization is no longer as popular as it used to be due to corruption and constantly changing doctrines, so the hero said that the Holy Knights are annoying scoundrels. They had been inactive for 20 years, but now as soon as they found out something, they had already climbed out. And the girl noticed that it was somehow suspicious, because these people did nothing on the Bloody Night 5 years ago, but why now they decided to intervene? The hero noticed that, apparently, they had completely brainwashed the people. The assistant said that if she was talking about this, then it was surprising because such rumors had not reached her. The professor noted that it was just his assumption. For now they will miss it, and ask what is there about his request. The girl noticed that she remembers everything. Joanna Levite is a student who is considered second order, but this is not her real name. The man asked if she was second order, then he came up with the idea that it's clear. That's how she hid her identity. Sylvia replied that this was so. She also found out that she was from the kingdom of Datura, most likely a survivor of the great fires of Lathan. The man thought that if we talk about this, they happened more than 10 years ago. But how did she survive? By the way, no one has ever found out the cause of the fire, so it is unclear whether it could actually be that fire monster. Then I asked my assistant how many survivors were registered. The girl noticed that there were 3, including the second order of Joanna. One of them is a minister of art whose name is Piero, but they don't know anything about the third yet. The man said that everything was clear to him, and noted that she was great. Class will start very soon, so you should prepare soon. It started. And the professor said that before they start, he will announce the results of the exams. Students will see a complete table organized by descending rank on the bulletin board after class. But at the moment he will announce the top 5 results of the first exam. He in turn thinks that they are all interested in who took first place. These students are Flora Lumos with a 100% result. And also Julia Plumhart, who shares first place with her. The students were surprised, asking if she really tied for first place with Flora, which was expected considering she was supported by the magic tower itself. The professor said that there are 2 in first place, so there is simply no second place, but in third they have Tracy Prayat. The girl was dumbfounded and Adrian congratulated her because it was amazing. Then the interlocutor was embarrassed, but said that if she wanted, she could be his tutor. The boy noticed that he was not needed, but he did not dare interrupt her path of knowledge. At the same time, the teacher announced a further list and said that Renee was in 4th place. But the next one who is in 5th place is Leo. The student said that this cannot be because in the top there are 3 fallen nobles and commoners. Soon Roger said that these 5 students can come up after class and pick up their elements. And now let them take out the printouts that he handed out in the last lesson. Today they will learn magic circles based on the release of mana. One of the guys thought that today's lesson was quite ordinary. The teacher said that magic circles are more stable than spells, and they are also ideal for use with talismans and artifacts. It is for these reasons that they are relevant to this day. In addition to this, most magic circles have exactly the shape of a circle even at their bottom. This is due to tradition and the belief that this way the spell is better protected from the influence of external forces, but they in turn will consider several unconventional circles. Flora turned her attention to the board and did not understand what the hell this was. Roger finally finished his drawing and directed the students' attention there. They were surprised, asking if this was some kind of magic circle. After this, many students immediately turned towards one girl. All eyes at that moment were focused on Flora Lumos, who was sitting at the bottom. The girl was surprised and thought why they weren't staring at her. Perhaps because of what happened in the first semester, they made her the leader of the student resistance. Although this is quite interesting what it all means, it is unlikely of course that the professor decided to invent some kind of fable. Suddenly, the thought came to mind. Had he really decided to do this? If it turns out that all this is really so, then she will be very disappointed in him. The professor noticed, as you can see, they don't really believe that this is really a magic circle, so he asks to look more carefully there. After the man manipulated complaints about one of the squares, some kind of energy began to form. The students were surprised when they saw this and said that everything worked, but it was unclear how he did it all. The professor noticed that the ultimate understands why they didn't believe it. A magic circle that is not shaped like a circle cannot easily circulate mana. Mana moves smoothly along a curved line in a circle, but if there are corners, the flow goes beyond the boundaries of the formation. Although right now, as the students can see, his magic circle was working normally, so he wonders what they think is the reason. Flora immediately raised her hand and also saw that someone else had done it too. The girl looked at the other person and thought that this child also wanted to give an answer. The teacher noticed that Flora Lumos was the first to raise her hand, so the girl replied that she was talking about the text. Because there is text in each square, this is what helped with the flow of mana. Roger said that she had noticed everything correctly, and if there was a remedy to help the flow of mana, the square magic formation can function properly. This time, he used Sada's magic square, which reads the same no matter which direction they read it. In other words, it's a palindrome. The boy raised his hand and said that he had a question because it is surprising, but there are any advantages to using a magic square instead of a circle. The professor noted that it is natural and easier to draw. A circular magical formation only works when the formation is perfectly drawn. It is not for nothing that there are certificates of masters who professionally draw magical formations. If you look from the other side, a square is simply 4 points equally spaced from each other, so it is much faster and easier to draw than a circle. The man will give the additional material, and they will see that the square is just an example. The magical formation can take very different forms. They, in turn, will take this into account and create their own magical formation. This will be the second part of the exam, so he will be waiting for their ideas. Sometimes after classes, students and teachers gathered in the teacher's room. The man said that Leo was second after Renee and asked to show him your hands. The boy saw some kind of energy appear in his palm. He was surprised, and the teacher said that this was the first of 4 parts of the source code calculation. He in turn calls it a structure, of course, but separately they have no meaning. The guy said that this means he should be in the top 5 in the rest of the semesters. Roger replied that that's exactly it, so let him work harder. When Leo came out after that, he looked at the palm and thought that it was just a part, thinking that this way there would be no easy information leakage. He, in turn, cannot carry out a reverse calculation, nor analyze only this part. But if he teaches a simple student such magic, then what will he do to entertain a person? And suddenly his thoughts were interrupted by some conversation that the party heard, and he turned his attention there. Leo saw that they were aristocrats, as well as Katie Ovley from his class, but it was not clear what they were doing there. The guy there was saying, does she really not hear them at all because she should be aware of her social status and behave like the parasite that she is? The girl immediately interrupted him and asked what if she didn't want to. What would they do if he didn't admit it? Leo wondered if we were really going to contradict the aristocrats in such a rude manner. The interlocutor who heard this called her a dirty wench, and asked if she really didn't understand yet, and also extended his magic wand to her. Suddenly, a boy from the side came up to them and said that this was enough. Could it be that several aristocrats were attacking one beast man? At the same time, it was unclear whether they had forgotten how closely they were being watched, since Jason Pelio had recently taken off, and he was just going to visit Professor Cheliki. And if they don't care, then let them continue, of course. The guy, of course, didn't want this, but said that they were leaving, and when he came closer he said that he shouldn't show off since he's so smart because he still can't get rid of peasant blood, and it doesn't change anything. The interlocutor smiled rather slyly and said that he should better monitor his grades. That aristocrat was simply horrified by these words, but did not say anything. Then he turned around and left, so he said that his ego was too inflated for someone who couldn't last a day without his gang. Katie asked why he helped her. The boy noticed that if she talks about help, he doesn't believe it, because before that, he saw perfectly well that she would have torn them into small pieces if not for him. The girl said that they needed a little lesson, and the interlocutor noted that her lessons required too much blood. Therefore, I should be glad that these idiots did not attack. Katie interrupted him, and asked if he wasn't afraid of her. The guy asked if this was really necessary because only they should be afraid. So why was she asking about it? Since she entered the academy as a beast man, despite their terrible attitude towards people, it means that she wants to go beyond this and expand her knowledge about the world. The student asked how he could know all this, and in response she heard that he had heard something about other people. Then she said a phrase in her own language and noticed that he was a good person. The guy didn't quite understand and asked what she was saying. Katie replied that this expression was in the language of her tribe, and in their language it meant a small but brave warrior. Leo got angry, and then said that he was warning her not to call him little. The interlocutor did not understand why he was so fixated on one word. Now we are talking about his strength, and this is important, and he proved it. The boy exhaled after that, and said that she could call him Leo. She asked what he meant, and the guy replied that it was his name, because it was difficult to call him a warrior. Suddenly Adrian came up and told his friend, this is where he is. Then he noticed that he accompanied Tracy to the professor, and heard that he had already received what he needed. And afterwards he stopped, and said that they were together, and he seemed to remember her name. The interlocutor said in advance that she was Katie only. The guy said that he was definitely glad to see her. He also added that they wanted to have dinner, and invited him to join. Tracy interrupted him, and said that they were not in the same relationship. The interviewee responded positively, and the rest of their friendship did not particularly like it. Renee walked down the corridor, and thought that she was a little disappointed because it was so easy because she thought it would be worse. It was sad that she couldn't even ask questions. Suddenly on the way she saw Adriana, who asked if the girl would have lunch with her. A friend saw her but apologized because she said that she had already made an agreement with someone. The princess smiled and remarked that if this was the case, then yes. Well, let him spend time. Renee apologized again and said that they would eat next time. Then I thought that it was quite joyful that she understood. But she herself was worried that she would be offended. But it turns out that her friend is so understanding and literally a real princess. Adriana, in turn, did not understand whether she had really reached an agreement with someone. If so, then it was unclear with whom and why she was going so far. In fact, she was really very offended by the situation, in which case she decided to follow her friend and wondered if she really had a date. But in general, who could look at encroaching on her innocent Renee, and she wants to look into his shameless eyes. While she was peeking out from behind the tree, a guy appeared behind her and asked who was there. The girl got scared and screamed, but the boy came up and asked what she was doing here. The princess realized who this man was and soon the three of them were sitting near a tree. Adriana noted that if she understood correctly, he was planning to have lunch with her friend. Therefore, he asks about all these flowers, as well as the field, is it really his doing? Then she called his full name asking about this. Freddie asked if there were any problems with this, but the girl didn't understand why the lone wolf had such passions. The guy replied that since she managed to follow his hobbies, it might be worth it to finally find her own. For some time after this they sat and looked at each other in an awkward pause, to diffuse the situation a little. Renee asked what brought her here. The interlocutor noted that she saw her going far into the forest, and became worried. Freddie noticed that these excuses look quite pathetic, and you can't control your friends like that. The interlocutor angrily asked what he was talking about. It was not clear what he was talking about, so they were angry at each other again. Then Renee turned to her again and asked the princess if she really had no friends. Adriana noticed that she also said that, but it was not clear what she meant. The interlocutor noted that she just noticed not so long ago that she had never seen her hanging out with someone. Freddie noted that this was a good observation because the princess had no friends and that was quite a shame. Renee said that this is simply impossible because she is truly unattainable due to her high status, but she is such a good person. The guy said that this is not only the reason for this, but all because of the first princess. The girl asked in what sense. The interlocutor said if she had heard about the battle that broke out over the succession to the throne in the kingdom of Utah. It is common for royal children to cut each other's throats for the throne. But the first princess was completely different because she is impeccable as a ruler, so her status as a monarch is indisputable and no one can resist her. Of course, the status of their third princess is very tempting for aristocrats. But why everyone avoids her? And the reason for this story is quite simple. Because the first princess, out of the kindness of her heart, accepted all her brothers and sisters, whom she had to cut with her own hands. Adriana heard everything he said and understood that this was not so, because she just needed obedient toys. And Freddie continued to talk while she kept the third princess with her. But no one dared to approach her for fear of falling into disgrace. And she doesn't seem to notice this. She gets active and jumps from club to club. He doesn't even imagine how hard it was for others. Renee listened to the story carefully, and then said that the first princess was really strong. The comrade noticed that this was absolutely not true because she was simply used to being alone. Many people stood in the way of this very girl, but they all disappeared somewhere without a trace at one moment. The girl asked how they disappeared and in response she heard that he did not know the details. But after that a rumor spread in high society, and it said that all other aristocrats should take care of themselves and beware of the shadow of the first princess. Soon Adriana thanked him for the treat because he had a good chef, but her friend asked if it was true that she had seen the beast of Gavaudan. The princess replied that she still couldn't believe that she was alive after this incident, because it was good that everything had turned out so peacefully. The girl thought that this was wonderful because she dreamed of such a life at the academy, chatting with friends and taking care of each other. Renee asked, but whether the monster really died. The girl immediately remembered the words of her comrade in arms. Before leaving, Rachel asked her if she could claim that this incident was settled by the knights, because the truth should not come out. If it turns out that people find out, then you have dealt with the monster. Unnecessary worries will arise, in which case sometimes a lie can be your salvation. After thinking about it, she said of course they took care of it. Her friend sighed easily and said that it was a relief. Then the princess said that she seemed to hate Professor Kalichi at the auction that day. Her friend was surprised when she heard this. So the girl continued to say that she only saw him briefly, but she thinks it was definitely him, although unexpectedly, because he is unlikely to be interested in inversions. Freddie thought that if we talk about this man then it seems that he saw him somewhere. And then the moment when they met flashed before his eyes. Several teachers slammed the door and shouted that this could not be done, because it is very bad to postpone a magic festival without prior discussion, so they ask whether they really don't care about the magic festival at all. This is a historical event that many people celebrate, and for Thean's students it is an opportunity to show their status. In other words, it is a matter of honor for the academy. Even though she is the rector, this is still an abuse of her own powers. The girl became thoughtful and didn't understand what was wrong with postponing the festival, or whether they wanted to find a way to find fault with her. Then Elizabeth, as always, smiled and said that she was sorry that they would find out about it in this way. But she simply did not have the choice and time to discuss it. But considering all the current events, the atmosphere for a celebration is not entirely suitable. Don't you think that the second exam test is coming up right now? Therefore, organizing a festival after it is a reasonable decision. Professor Hugo asked to be allowed to say something. But the deputy director interrupted him and asked what he was actually proposing. The man hesitated after that, and she said that if he had nothing to offer then his objections were empty words. The old man didn't say anything after that, but Chris, who was next to him, came closer. When he leaned over he asked the vice-rector what he would do right now, and so they discussed everything. Hugo said that nothing can be done now that the rector has made a decision, and the job is done so they can only accept the result. However, she thinks it would be right if she allows changes to be made in the course of the festival. The boss said that it will be as they want, and the interlocutor continued to say, since she changes the plan at her own discretion, then it would be fair for them to add some events of their own. Therefore, how about something new in the opening ceremony of the magic festival? The main character was in his office. He looked at the document, and saw that it was postponing the opening ceremony of the magic festival. Not a bad idea considering the recent turmoil and the mood of the people. Roger in turn realized one thing from the incident in the banquet hall. Esmeralda would definitely attack such a gathering of people as at the festival. In this case, he will try to find a way to force her to reveal herself, and then the academy itself will get involved to take care of her. Of course, it was strange for him that for some reason the great fires of Lathan popped up in his memory. As a result, not only as moral to survive them, but also to other people. So this is a very interesting fact, in which case you need to visit Lathan as soon as possible. The man's thoughts were interrupted by a fairly strong knock on the bypass door. He said to go in there. It turned out that it was Flora, and Roger asked if she had really come for her element. She was late, and he told her, Vice, at the first opportunity. The girl noticed that she was busy, and he wouldn't refuse to give it to her just because she was a little late. The man said, of course not, and asked to come over. Then he began his manipulations and congratulated her on the first place. The student noticed that she shared it, so the victory was not so pleasant, and Roger said that she already knew that this was just one of 4 fragments separated by magic. Flora said about the magic that she saw in his personal laboratory. The teacher asked if he really knew about Clayton's illness. The girl noticed that it was drawn in a cube on the board, and Machiavelli added that she had spied it. The interlocutor asked how she looked at it because it really catches your eye and how could you not notice it. The man said that you then at least pretended that you didn't see it. Because I understand, and where in fact her manners are. The student noted that in any case it is interesting what it is. The professor noted that he would still tell. The very magic club she's talking about and which she saw is called the Tesseract. Flora asked what else it was and the man said that it was also called a supercube. In this case, the girl asked what type of magic it clearly belonged to. The man noticed that he would not say that right away, because research has shown that magic can overcome space and time, creating the 4th dimension. He found this out himself. But it's strange to tell students about this, so he said something about spatial magic for reconnaissance of the territory. The student said if he doesn't want to tell, then there's no need. Because she already got what she wanted, so she'll go. And also noticed that, by the way, I wanted to ask how his body was. The man was surprised by this question and asked in what sense she was interested. Flora said that she didn't mean anything by it. It's a stupid question, so she asks him to pretend that he didn't hear anything. Roger continued to be quite surprised to where the child, but the student left safely. Soon the hero was already in the kingdom of Datura at the station of the village of Lathan. This trip alone was terribly tiring, Hans said. He didn't understand why they had to drag him here with him. Roger noticed that he hadn't been here for a long time. Then he noted that in general, this is a guy. He is not the person responsible for obtaining information. The comrade stated what kind of information extraction we can talk about together, which burned to the ground, and Machiavelli said that the rest of the survivors were still living here. Hans said that in that case he would have gone and found them himself, and then asked. But the hero replied that he was simply bored doing this alone. The interlocutor was dumbfounded and asked if he was serious. Then the man remarked that he should stop muttering and should hurry up before it gets dark, to which his comrade agreed. Besides, if we're talking about it, it's off to no end. Why didn't this survivor get away from here? Everywhere you look, there are ruins of buildings covered in grass everywhere. Roger said that this is not so because let him look over there. The interlocutor immediately looked, but the man saw in the distance a man who was painting a portrait, and said that it seemed they had found him. The man continued to draw and was in the process of creating a landscape. The main character and his friend gradually began to approach him, and Machiavelli said that they were exactly at the address. Then he asked if he really painted his paintings blindly. The artist heard them and said that it seemed he had guests. When Roger came closer and asked for forgiveness for disturbing him, the man replied that it was okay, because he was just finishing up. The hero wondered if he really could see and then asked why he needed the bandit. The interlocutor noted that he sees nothing, but feels everything. The man felt this and said that there was magic in the picture, so he didn't think that the magician would choose to live in such a place. Piero said he's not proud of being a magician, to be honest. He's not that good at it. He's been drawing for a very long time, so it's a natural skill. Then he asked what a presentable gentleman had forgotten in this wilderness. The hero asked if he really knew who he was. The man replied that this was absolutely not the case. But due to the lack of vision, he has a very developed sense, and the aura that he feels from him is very powerful. So nature tells him this. She literally whispers that a hero has appeared who saved the earth from a terrifying event a long time ago. The hero noticed that he has a connection with the spirits, and that means he can talk without hiding. Now we will talk about the fires of Lathan. He would like the man to tell him about the people who survived those terrible times. The interlocutor said that if you think about it, he didn't even introduce himself, because his name is Piero, and the hero noted that he is Roger Salici. The artist continued to say that despite the fact that this place has turned into lifeless ruins, it was once a beautiful, prosperous village. Machiavelli stated that he knew this very well. And his interlocutor said that he even remembered how he first arrived in this place. Then he was quite talented in magic, so his mentor of noble blood brought him with him. But drawing attracted him more than magic, so he often scolded. He even broke his brushes, not understanding what was so good about drawing. At first the man endured it, but could not withstand his pressure. It so happened that in the end he ran away and chose the path of an artist, wandering around in circles and decided to settle in this village. It was not easy to get used to that very unfamiliar situation, and without her help he would not have coped. The hero asked who she was talking about. Piero replied that he would show it to them right now, and reached for his brush. Then he stood up and holding it forward began to draw as if in the air. After a few moments, the view that was in front of these men changed to a drawing. Hans was dumbfounded and didn't ask what was going on. Had he really become drawn? Roger said this is artistic magic, which involves drawing for work. The artist pointed the other ahead and asked to follow him because the center of the village is right there. Altogether, they began to walk along the road, and it was clear that some people were ahead. Piero went first and said that this village was always full of tourists, a village shrouded in winds, and that's how Lahan was. But she was the pride of this place, and the hero immediately turned his attention forward. There he saw a girl standing in front of them, and holding some kind of basket. The hero said that he could not see her face, and the artist was afraid that he would not convey her beauty with his skills. This girl was kind and cheerful, always interacted with others with a smile on her face. And she also had an innate affinity with spirits and was also love. But the same girl's name was Esmeralda, and she also survived those same fires. And it was she who helped him get comfortable in this village. Thanks to her, there was always a friendly and warm atmosphere in the village, and it was peaceful here. But the most beautiful world was destroyed with the arrival of one family of aristocrats. The guy told Esmeralda that he loved her at first sight, and she would go with him. The innocent girl, in turn, did not even doubt his words, and it was an honor for her to accept the proposal from the aristocrat. That Roger said that of course there was no smell of love here. The interlocutor noticed that this was so. He longed for it with a force that came from a high affinity with spirits, but she had a kind and innocent nature at the same time. Only because of this, the girl was doomed to fall for obvious tricks. Of course, the villagers did not remain indifferent when they learned about the proposal. They did not wish her a happy life in the cold world of aristocrats. But even despite this, no one was in a hurry to intervene because her partner is a nobleman. Machiavelli said that if we are talking about the citizens of Datura of those times, then everything is obvious. When you go against the will of the aristocrats, like drink, you will be jailed for treason. In the end, they were just watching what was happening or whatever. Piero said that this was not so. In the end, someone intervened. One person plucked up courage. Therefore, everyone else followed him against the wedding, and at the same time that terrible tragedy happened. The villagers screamed and died so that she would not believe him, because he was deceiving people by introducing his cunning speeches. The aristocrats shouted at them that they were scoundrels. It is not clear who allowed them to open their mouth, and whether they even know who he is. The man shouted that even aristocrats do not have the right to drag away a young girl, and the women shouted to leave Esmeralda and get out of their village. In the end, the guy said that this wasn't even funny. At the same time, he got angry and called people pathetic bastards, asking if they really dared to contradict him. That's why he ordered his own subordinates to kill everyone, and the girl saw how blood began to spill before her eyes. The armed men of this aristocracy approached the civilians, and killed them mercilessly. In the end, the commander ordered people's houses to be set on fire, and his subordinates immediately agreed to this and carried it out. So after some time the village was completely covered in fire. Machiavelli, along with his friend, was dumbfounded and said that this could not be. But Piero said that not everything was seen correctly, because the cause of the fire was not a natural phenomenon at all. Exactly what they saw before their eyes is the bitter truth about the great fires of Lawton. Esmeralda did not stay away while going to the toilet and begged her to stop this and not do terrible things, because the residents of her village are not guilty of anything and she agrees with us. If only they would stop. But the aristocrat was adamant, so he looked at her coldly and said that it was too late. So let them look forward right now, and this is what happens when commoners go against the will of aristocrats. The girl was very bitter. She begged them to stop doing this. The guy looked at her and then asked if she was really desperate, but if so, then even better. After that, he said that his head hurt from the stench of burning stinkers and let them bring the girl to him as soon as they finished here. Naturally, his subordinates agreed to this. Esmeralda just sat underneath and did not understand why all this happened because just yesterday this place was full of smiles. And in just one day everything turned to ashes and it's just terrible. But it was completely unclear why this was so, and then a tear fell to the ground. The soldier who came closer to her said that this girl should be taken away. But suddenly some kind of magical energy formed on the ground which looked like fire. The man saw them and asked if this was really the spirit. The interlocutor noted that everything was true, and they were also low-ranking, so it was annoying. But just a few moments later his body was covered in fire, and he burned like a torch. The man did not understand what had happened, so he shouted at him what he was doing. These spirits were called by Esmeralda, who was very angry about what happened and told them to burn in hell. Therefore, very soon a large number of fiery spirits appeared and flew towards the warriors. It didn't spread fast enough, and the soldiers were killed by it. At the same time, the girl stood up and began to collect these spirits into one large ball, and then said that she would burn everything they had. That's why very soon a monster began to transform from the fireball at the top. And when he was completely ready, this girl said that now it was up to Quasimodo. With a crazy smile on her face, she told them to burn them all to the ground because she hated them very much. Then Pierrot noticed that this is how she burned all the soldiers that were there and soon left their village. It was on that very day that the man became blind. Roger said that he was well preserved for someone who had lost his sight in a fire. The interlocutor noted that, to be honest, he would have died if not for the help of one child. The hero asked which other child. When the village was completely enveloped in fire, the man and the girl stood at the edge. A few moments later he turned to the baby and thanked her for saving his life. The interlocutor said not to thank her, because she only did what she had to do. She was the only one who was able to save him, but the rest all died. Pierrot was very surprised and said that this could not happen. The interlocutor asked if she understood correctly that he was a recently arrived artist. She remembered how he wandered aimlessly around this area. The man said that she remembered everything correctly. The girl added that he had serious burns, and it seemed that he would go blind. Isn't that serious even for an artist? The interlocutor noted that even so, he was grateful that he was at least alive. The little girl said that if he was grateful, then she was not particularly grateful. The artist did not understand what she was talking about, but the girl said that these creatures killed all the villagers only because they objected to them. In this case, she will never be able to forgive them. Pierrot said that with such words it was the uncle who left. He was interested in knowing her name, but did not dare to ask. As a result, he was never able to leave the village after all this happened, even taking into account the fact that all that was left of it were nightmares. After all, this was the first place where they could accept him, and it seems that he became very attached to it. And he also has a developed sense of duty, so that he wants to protect the village. Years passed, and he learned to put magic on his brushes, the only way he could continue to paint after losing his sight. And that's the end of the story. Roger thanked him and asked that if he were a bad person, he would tell him such details of the story, the interlocutor said. Of course not, because he is careful. However, sympathy, compassion, and rage in his painted world, he sees all his emotions. As a result, if he were a bad person, then the man would not have felt them, which is exactly how he realized that he could be trusted. And the main character noticed that now everything is clear to him. The past men are full of pain, and therefore he is grateful that he shared this. Pierrot said that he was grateful to them, because for the first time he was able to speak out to someone. It had been hard for the man all this time because of his blindness, but now he even felt better. He further stated that he knows that this is quite brazen, but he urgently asks him to help those girls overcome this tragedy, because it turns out that they are wandering somewhere alone in their despair. Roger realized that if you think like that, then the decline in the kingdom of Datura was inevitable. They went to the trouble of hiding the truth about the fires of Lahan that you did not spread various rumors. But in the end, you definitely can't hide such a terrible tragedy from the people. Add to this social conflict and class inequality, and in the end you get a revolution. This happened due to the accumulated anger of the common people, even despite the failure of the authorities. There are still a lot of reasons why the kingdom fell after the Bloody Night. He can understand why in the end most of the nobles went abroad. Hans told his brother that in the end they did not find out anything significant. It turns out that they came in vain. The man replied not that it was so, because they found out the truth about the fires, and then asked his comrade to find out what kind of nobleman he was. The guy noticed that this noble woman from Datura was blonde in her early 20s and not thick. Roger said that the aristocrats of Datura fled to the Exilian Empire. Therefore, first he asked to look for him there. The man thought that he might be closer than they even think. Soon, the day of Theon Academy's strict examination tests arrived. The professor was saying that the second stage would begin soon, so let them come forward as soon as they hear their number. The man told the student that he believed that the square shape of the magic circle was the only possible option. He didn't even bother to change the symbols inside. I decided to follow the path of least resistance. Without even trying to challenge myself, it is unclear for whom he was even talking about the formulas of magic circles. Let him say thank you for the D and wait for the next one. Leo and the others said that the atmosphere was heating up. This was no longer a test, but a bloody massacre in the order of the day. The professor said that the next number was 13. Adrian noticed that this was his number, and his friend told him to go, and not talk about it. Roger asked why they had a rather bold combination of classical circles and symbols. It turns out that he preferred stability, and the mana from such a circle will not go anywhere. Unlike the forms he showed, they were quite primitive. The guy added to the classics and revised the mana drain, so this is a good job. And yet he decided to neglect the variety of shapes that he talked about and used circles, after which the interlocutor became a little wary. The teacher continued to say that given this shortcoming he would give him a B+. The student thought that another commoner received a higher grade, and the aristocrats received less again. The hero noticed that the next one is Floralumos. The girl was already heading towards him, and then showed her drawing. The man began to carefully examine it. Then I thought that these are hexagons like a turtle shell and it's quite interesting, and I don't see any errors in the calculations. That's why he said that Flora gets, and with a plus, because she technically performed a rather complex form. The girl was proud of herself when she heard this. The professor continued to call the next students to him, and looking at their drawings said grades. And now it was the turn of the last student, who was Renee. The girl came closer, and the man told her to show her the circle she had invented. The interlocutor closed her eyes, and at the same time rather hesitantly turned to the professor. Next I'll be a little bolder and say that she won't have an image of a magic circle. The students began to whisper what she just said. How could she not have a circle? Did she really just decide to fail Professor Rogers' assignment? The mission student and the man continued to look at each other for a while. The teacher asked what she wanted to say to all of this. He asked if he understood correctly that she could not invent a working magic circle. The interlocutor noted that she could, but it was problematic to depict it on paper. Therefore, he asks if she can use the space to show him. The man replied that he should do as he wishes. Renee said that she will do everything now. Next, using her magic wand, she began to draw. She thought for a long time about how best to bring her concept to life. But it was thanks to the book about attribute-less magic that it completely dawned on her. So right now she's going to show the professor how much she's changed. At the same time, the man carefully watched what the girl was doing and realized what it was. Although he could not even imagine this, because he realized that this was a three-dimensional magic circle. The girl smiled and said that she immediately understood that the teacher would understand her idea. Roger immediately told me that Renee was getting an A+. But at the same time, he is very sorry that this is the highest score that he can bestow on her. The girl did not understand what he meant. Machiavelli replied that her circle was excellent, and this was simply a wonderful job. With these words, he stunned the entire audience of students. Then he asked how she came up with such a formation within the established framework. It was hardly possible to conceive such a thing, let alone implemented. She said that she would tell about it. She simply adjusted the magic circle to her own flows of mana, and suddenly everything coincided in a simply amazing way. She didn't really control it. As in others, she outlined it herself. The professor said that he understood everything, thought that in his practice he had never encountered mana, that it moves without the owner's command, and maybe she did it instinctively. The book he gave her could serve as an impetus to discover her talent. So he said that in any case this circle is excellent, and she is great. Renee thanked for this and went to the place. The hero thought that it meant that the mana outlined the figure by itself. Until now it was believed that without attribute magic is inferior to attribute magic. And here, its bara demonstrates a complex three-dimensional magic circle. Does this mean that without attribute magic is simply a special type of magic, similar to spatial magic? Considering that spatial magic does not officially exist in this world, he only invented some semblance of it. But what if its magic is connected with spatial dimensions? In the end, if all this is really true, then he will definitely need this power. The hero announced that Flora Lumos, Renee, Julia Plumhart, Jonah Ovelli and Adrian were the top 5 who passed the exam while he was busy and let him come for the reward after the festival. The student said that he was screwed. It was unclear why he had D. This time there were only 2 aristocrats in the top, and that commoner was driving him crazy. This is the first time the girl has seen Professor Roger praise someone like that. In the end, even Flora Lumos did not receive such an honor. Renee wondered if it was just her imagination, or if Lady Flora couldn't take her eyes off her, giving her goosebumps. Adriana also noticed this, so she turned to her and asked if she really needed something from them. The interlocutor did not answer anything and just walked past. Her party neighbor apologized and said that she was simply not in the mood today. The princess asked what it was all about. Came and stared and left without even dainty to answer. Renee said that perhaps she was not feeling well. When the girls were in the audience, Charlotte asked what happened to Flora. Because she was behaving strangely, she didn't even look like herself. Usually she didn't care about other students. So is it really because she received the same grade? The girl herself was thinking about what kind of formation this was, and why she received so much praise for it. This really infuriated her, but the neighbor asked if she was listening to her. Flora replied that it would be better if she looked after herself. She at least tried to prepare for the exam or not. The interlocutor asked what she was saying, and the friend replied that Professor Marissa said that if a student does not prove himself in the exams he will be left for the second year. Charlotte realized that this was indeed the case, and therefore asked Flora to help her, even begged for it. Because if this continued, she would not see a passing grade. The interlocutor told her to just remember what is written here, and then she won't fail. The girl thanked her for this and said that she loved her. Suddenly a teacher entered the classroom and greeted everyone with a smile on her face. She also hoped that they had all prepared well. Charlotte was horrified, because she had just received those same notes. The class was coming to an end, and the professor said that the guys were just great. Soon she saw her neighbor in a depressed state and asked if she really screwed up. Charlotte noted that she barely had time to answer all the questions. Miss Marissa said that as soon as the exam was over, would they touch upon an exciting topic, one that they had never discussed in class. Flora said that it seems that the professor has prepared something interesting, the woman said. As the guys should know, the transfer of mana is carried out between two people, but if the transmitters are not experienced enough in this, then the process becomes dangerous. Whether they know what mystical phenomenon can occur, we are talking about complete amnesia. If we speak in the scientific language of the magic tower, this is a breakdown of memory. The students communicated. Can this really happen? And the professor continued to say that one former student had just given her talismans that could partially recreate a memory loss so that they could feel it. This is the latest development, so I wonder if any of the students would like to try this. Flora thought only if it would be possible on someone else. Professor Marissa was asked if this is not a dangerous phenomenon. The woman replied that if you are unlucky, then gaps in awareness will form, and confusion of memories will form. But they should not worry because this product has an extremely weak effect and there should be no consequences, although they should still be careful. All this is due to the fact that a memory loss can only be recreated by working in pairs, and the last memories that they would like to hide can be revealed by their partner during the breakdown. The princess turned to her friend and said that she should try it. Isn't it interesting? The girl replied that if she wants it, then she doesn't mind. But what if she comes out? What she would like to hide? Some secret of the royal family? Adriana said not to worry because nothing like that will happen there. Just nonsense. And all your information that she really would like to hide has already been blabbed out by that scoundrel Freddy. Renee noted that in this case she should try. The interlocutor noted that in this case, she would go and get him one ticket. Flora also took it, and thought that it turns out that the couple needs to pour a little mana into this scroll and they will lose their memory. This whole thing looks cute enough, and you don't even want to use it right away. Charlotte asked her friend why she was looking at her like that. Let her not say that she wants to use this thing on her. The girl asked what's wrong. Is she really against it? The interlocutor replied that this was not true, but that she was not mentally ready for such a feat. Flora told her to say so and that she was against it. Suddenly, some girl grabbed the guy and shouted that he was a traitor, and that he told her that he loved only her. The guy told her to calm down, and the beloved shouted that now she understood perfectly why he didn't want to try. The princess noticed that someone had already used the scroll. Renee said it was time for them to try it too, so her friend remarked that they should hold on to the scroll and pour out some mana. After a short period of time, everything they had planned finally came true, and again the girls soon regained their memory as it had been before. Adriana said that it's cool to see the memories while exchanging mana. It feels like a lot of time has passed, even though it hasn't, and Renee noticed that her friend should know something. The princess looked at her and asked what she saw, but the girl said, even if it's her birthday, inviting students she hardly knows to the holidays unnecessary. Adriana became confused and realized that she had known about her secret past since her first year. Although Renee could still understand her. By the way, she wants to ask what part of her past she saw. The interlocutor noted that she believed that something happened long ago, something that happened a long time ago. Renee asked about what meaning a long time ago. The princess said that she was still little there, about 10 years younger than she is now. By the way, she has already made it possible to see the memories through the eyes of an eyewitness. But it so happened that she was watching from the side, and perhaps saw what was happening through the eyes of her mother. There was a hut in the meadow, in which there was no one except them. She asked if it really turned out that way. They lived with their mother in a hut, and besides, they looked quite happy, and that's why the girl thinks that her mother loved Renee. The interlocutor apologized, but said that she didn't understand what she was talking about, because she can say for sure that she grew up completely without parents. Adriana was dumbfounded by what she heard and asked what she was saying. That is, does she understand correctly that she has no memories at all with her own parents? Renee said that everything was correct, and whether the girl was sure that she had seen her mother, the princess noted that she was sure that what she saw during the memory loss could not be confused with anything. It flowed to her with her magical power, and it was definitely her past. Her friend said that she herself said that she saw the past through someone else's eyes, not hers. The princess added that she said so, that this is unusual, and what she herself thinks about all this. The interlocutor noted that now she is confused. But this is not a fully studied phenomenon, so you never know what could happen. Adriana asked if she really didn't remember any of her parents at all. The girl replied that everything was correct because she was raised and educated by a teacher. The princess asked what kind of teacher? The interlocutor replied that she called him that, and nothing special. He is just an elderly grandfather, and he was quite stubborn, and no one could take him seriously. Adriana said she doesn't remember her parents. The teacher will remind her. Therefore, it is interesting that she even remembers about the past. Renee said she remembers how she met a teacher when she was 10 years old. The girl asked how it was possible not to remember anything before the age of 10. The interlocutor said that this was really strange. The princess added that perhaps her teacher had something to do with this. A friend asked if she was serious. Adriana said that she herself should plant no memories in her mind before meeting him. No matter how well he treats her, she also cannot blindly trust him. Renee wondered if the teacher really somehow changed her memory, because she doesn't remember anything about the past and about her mother. There are no memories at all. The friend looked at the girl and realized that this situation looked quite sad. Then I touched her hand and told her not to worry, because as far as her memory is concerned, it can still be returned. Who knows? Maybe her parents are still alive. Renee asked if she really thought so. The interlocutor replied, of course, because she can help her get her memories back. I thought that if possible she would really like to help Renee get her memories back, because this girl is her first real friend at the Academy. Freddy came to them and said that the third princess was here again. He didn't remember calling her here. Then he asked Renee if something had really happened because she looked somehow strange. The interlocutor wanted to answer, but Adriana interrupted her and said that this was between them. Therefore, he asked this man not to come here. Suddenly, Freddy's friend came up and said that this is the third princess and Renee's youngest. What a funny couple they are. Her Highness asked what Henry Presto needed. The guy smiled and asked not to frown. Did he really think that he was that villain? She talks about that person who spread rumors about her lonely birthday. It teased the girl. So she asked him to stop his mouth. She asked Renee if she knew this scoundrel, and let him not say that he was mocking her too. Henry said that such speeches in his presence were too much, because by saying this she hurts his heart. Her friend said that it was true. Because of Lord Henry, she took up that part-time job. The guy said that nothing happened. The interlocutor noted that she almost died due to a sudden attack. Adriana screamed as if nothing had happened, and knew that he could not be trusted. The student noted that it was so dishonest because he didn't want to. Freddy asked to stop, because they know very well that Henry didn't mean anything bad, although he hopes so. The interlocutor asked how to hope. Is he really going there? Then the guy noticed that in any case he was sorry and could offer a better part-time job as an apology. The girl asked if it was a better part-time job. Henry noted that this was true, and the payment would be 3 times more. Renee, don't think about it. She immediately agreed to it. The guy said that he knew that he could go all out on her, and they would discuss the details with her a little later. He then remembered that he needed to prepare something, so he said goodbye. The princess did not understand how her friend could accept the offer of this suspicious type. The interlocutor said that it was not so, because she needed money. So she agreed. Adriana asked if the educational system really required such sacrifices. Freddy remarked that the wealthy princess must have forgotten that not only aristocrats study here. Commoners do not have privileges, so most have to fight for every coin. Thanks to the efforts of the current rector, the situation has improved. Well, even so, the difference is still huge. The princess said that it is unexpected that he knows all this. Isn't he one of those people who are not affected by these people's problems at all? The interlocutor asked not to make things up because he only said what he knows. He'd better go because of someone here it's now difficult to relax. The interlocutor said that the lunch break was not over yet, so where was he in such a hurry? Freddy said that it was annoying. He received a marriage proposal, Henry said. Could this young lady from the Wagner family of vassals of the Lumos family be waiting for him? The guy asked if he wasn't sure again. It was their elders who had conspired again. A friend said that he heard both families would visit the academy during the festival. Therefore, it seems that they want to strengthen the partnership through marriage, but if he is against it, they will simply let him in, pushing for proposals as he did before. Freddy said this is how he started it, and who said that the enemy is one of the ways to realize oneself in this life. The interlocutor asked what he meant. Didn't he say that he would support his choice? After all, this is the duty of a vassal. The guy replied that everything was clear to him, and he understood it. Soon he sat with Flora and said that she had come. Although before she had only turned her nose up, the girl noticed that she had come because she had been lured. Freddy said that lately he has been hearing the name Roger Salsai quite often. The interlocutor raised her head and asked what was wrong with this, and the guy said she goes to his classes and thought maybe she knew something. Flora said that she had no idea why he was even asking about him. Freddy replied that he was just wondering who he was. The student said that they need to get closer to the point. Let her lay out what reason she is using for refusing the engagement this time. The interlocutor said that she did not need to worry about it since he would refuse anyway. The reason would be something, most likely, he would say that the food was simply disgusting, and then he will immediately turn around and simply leave this place. Flora said let him do as he knows. Then she asked him to wait because she wanted to ask something. Freddy noticed that if she wanted it, then she should listen. Flora remarked that she had heard dried mandrake was good for the body. Therefore, by chance, does he know where she can get it? The guy did not understand what she was even talking about. Roger looked at the document, and wondered if duels between professors were planned at the magic festival, and it was Hugo Boertag who suggested it. He probably wants the aristocrats to have the opportunity to rehabilitate themselves with the help of victory. The hero already has a lot of factory, and now we'll have to clean it up. Although if you stop and think about why he should try it all, he will simply lose quickly and go about his business so that everything is decided. The strangest thing here is that after the incident at the banquet, Black Dawn did not take any action. Sylvia said that nothing was happening there. In this case it is completely unclear what his morality was really up to. The man's thoughts were interrupted by a sphere that began to glow, and he realized that someone wanted to contact him. Roger asked Hans what happened. Did he really find out something? The informant said that everything was right, because he had finally found him. It turns out that there is one aristocrat who fully corresponds to the description. 2 hours later, after the hero received this information, he was already in front of the estate. He immediately went to the main door and knocked on it, asking if anyone was there. I took a good look around and realized that there was no post office and the area around the house looked neat. He definitely lived here. Most likely he has no other choice and will have to find out all this personally. And just as Roger wanted to open that very door, it swung open and a guy came out. Because of this, the hero had to jump to the side and he did not understand what else it was. Then she turned her attention forward and saw that the man who came out of this estate began to use magic. This attack was precisely aimed at him, so the man immediately covered himself with protective magic. And after blocking his opponent, he immediately jumped forward and hit him with his hand in retaliation. The opponent could not do anything, and together with him they flew inside. Machiavelli told him not to twitch and really wanted to raise everyone's ears. The interlocutor asked who the hell this is. He's been hanging around here since the very morning. Is it really that devil sent him and he wants to kill him? The professor said, what difference does it make? If he wanted to kill him, he would have killed him a long time ago, so we should talk. He then named the man Professor Charlie Phoebus. Or should he rather call him the killer responsible for hundreds of deaths in the Lotan fires? Before this, the hero asked his comrade if they were really talking about the ducal family of Phoebus. He had never heard of such a family in Derman. Hans said naturally did not hear until he had already lost a trace of their families there. Roger remembers that all the aristocrats disappeared after the bloody night, although they could have fled even before that. The professor said that maybe because of some other reason, the friend noticed that he was looking at the route as expected. He became curious, so he thoroughly investigated the incident. From a certain day, representatives of their family began to disappear. The number of disappeared became more and more. So a rumor appeared that the family was cursed. There was even a case where a fire appeared out of nowhere. They say that the last head of the family burned in that fire. Roger said, given the circumstances, the rest of the missing also disappeared. Hans noticed he thinks they were also burned. The remains of the family began to hide as best they could, but rumors inevitably spread, considering how many people were burned to the ground. The hero noticed that it turned out that they didn't run away on their own, but were driven away like lepers, and wondered how many survivors were left. The comrade said that he was only one. The man was surprised by this and thought that Esmeralda had not calmed down even after they were expelled, so he asked who the lucky one was. The comrade said that his name was Charlie Phoebus. Roger asked where he lived because he would like to meet before it was too late. Hans asked in surprise whether he really didn't know him. The interlocutor continued to ask him to tell him exactly where he was, and in response, he heard that he was in Thien. Now, the main character was sitting with this man and hit the table, saying that he was sure he knew what it was. Charlie looked at the thing on the table and realized that it was a dog tag used by a secret military unit. It was unclear why this stranger was asking him about this. Did he really want to help? And besides, he knew his face. It was this man who tamed that same monster at the banquet. The hero looked at him coldly and said that it would be great if he honestly told him everything. At the same time, he thought that his operative token would come in handy, although he didn't even think that he would ever need it. Thought that this guy wouldn't recognize him, but he immediately recognized this token. Could he be from a family of magicians, although he was expelled? Not sure if this thing is still really in their day, but he was really glad that she would help him talk. He said that at the moment he was investigating something and had just gotten on the trail of one extremely dangerous person. The interlocutor said that he was saying this for sure. She is the devil in the flesh, a flaming devil thirsting for his death. He still thought that the end was safe, but how greatly he was mistaken when he decided this himself. He will definitely be fried like everyone else by this she-devil. Roger listened to him and realized that it turned out that Esmeralda was killing this man. Perhaps she was slowly and painfully mocking him. Therefore, he asked how much he knew about this very devil. The name, appearance, anything would do. The man said that if we talk about this, he definitely couldn't remember. The hero got angry and asked what he was saying while thinking about the villains. Perhaps they should leave him to die. But Charlie continued to say that he remembers something else. A pretty girl in her early 20s with black hair. Roger thought that if we talk about this age then she of course looked mature, but she looked more like a student. Magicians and knights often look younger. That's why he can say that all this can happen. Then he asked if there was anything else. The interlocutor hesitated and then said that, of course, there is. He held out a piece of paper and said that she wrote him a letter. The hero could not believe that Esmeralda personally sent the letter. Then he read the information that was there, and it was written that he would visit him on the last day of the festival. Charlie asked what he would say, if he could catch her with evidence. The man answered of course not, because this is not enough, and the interlocutor asked in what sense. The hero noticed that he couldn't figure her out with just this, or that he wanted him to go through all the black hair at pretty ladies in 10 days. Charlie said that if you asked the aunt for help, something might work out. Roger called him an idiot, and asked me if he forgot that she calmly showed up to the banquet. The one that happened a couple of days ago. He and Theon's magicians will not be able to protect him. The interlocutor asked what he should do then, and Machiavelli thought that he should be used to catch Esmeralda, so he said that he was glad that she at least warned when she attacked. Since they know the date, he is safe until then. But she might change her mind if they act thoughtlessly. So no nonsense. Let her just wait. All he had to do was do nothing, and after a while the first day of the magic festival happened, and there the girls said that it was exciting. Adriana asked if this was her first magic festival. Renee said that to be honest it was. The princess remarked that if this is the case, they should have fun, and they will create good memories of the first festival, a friend said. For the first time, she sees only interesting things. Therefore, all this is very cool. The interlocutor asked to look there because this is a field of spirits where they appear to the people. Renee said that the kids seemed to be having fun there. It was also unclear what was happening on the other side because it looked creepy. My friend replied that it would be seen in visions. Restless souls were called there. This was done using necromancy to scare people. Renee said to look, because those guys dressed up as zombies. As Adriana noted that these were just students from a local college, and they didn't look normal yet. The girl noticed that in Thien there were simply 5 streams of students. The princess asked if she really didn't know that there was a small college at the academy. Renee noticed what they were doing to them there. That they couldn't even enjoy the festival. Suddenly, a friend said that Professor Raja was there. The girl looked in surprise. Then she said that you are right. He is there with Professor Salina. Adriana asked if she had heard that the professors will patrol in pairs, and apparently, today, and in the future. The girl asked the hero if he saw it because they sell love potions there, so it's interesting. The man answered coldly that it was interesting. At the same time, he thought that there was still time before the end of the festival, and he did not know what exactly Esmeralda should do, but he needed to prepare countermeasures in advance, even if he uses Charlie as bait. If she attacks the same way as last time, dealing with her without exposing herself will be a little difficult. Selena tried to reach him, and when she didn't hear an answer, she touched his cheek with her finger and asked what he was thinking about so much that he didn't even respond to his name. The man apologized and said that there were so many thoughts in his head lately. The interlocutor asked what kind of thoughts she would listen to if he didn't mind, and to begin with, Roger asked to remove his finger from his cheek. The girl apologized and noted that it was rude of her. After that, she continued the conversation. Is he really worried about tomorrow's professional duels? Machiavelli replied that he is a little bit. And at the same time, when she reminded him of this, he realized that he had completely forgotten about it. Selena said that, of course, she understood his excitement, given the kind of guests that would be present. The man asked if she would not be part of it. The interlocutor sadly noted that she would have been happy to participate, but her senior colleagues dissuaded her. I used to think that battles really don't fit with her image. Duels in themselves are dangerous. And if they also dissuade her, then everything is understandable. But at the same time, it was completely unclear to him why no one was dissuading him. So was it really possible that no one was thinking about him at all here? The girl asked if everything would be okay with him because he could get hurt. The professor noted that this would not happen because in the end it was just a safe spectacle. Suddenly the man heard Adrian say that it was a pity, because he thought it would be easy. But in reality it turned out to be quite difficult. They noticed to him that the goal was a bit far away, so he shouldn't be upset. Suddenly, the guy noticed Professor Roger and greeted him, and also asked if he was on his rounds. The main character came closer and thought he had a new company. Then she said that it was worldwide and asked if they really had a shooting gallery here. Suddenly, some man who was standing nearby said that a new participant had appeared and asked if this brother could shoot, although he looked like a dude. The one who had never held a gun in his hands, Adrian shouted to take back his words, because even if he looked like some kind of dude, Professor Rogers served in the army. The interlocutor said, "Is this frail man really a soldier? Where are his muscles then?" The student asked the professor to show him, and he took the weapon. The curator of this shooting range said that it seems he is confident in you and let him show that he can. After a few, the hero easily hit the target in front. Selena said that this was amazing, but the boy noticed that he hit without missing. The organizer thought that this was impossible, because he succeeded on the first try. Then he noticed that he admits, and it seems that this time he was let down. Since he broke the record, he deserves a prize. It was a masterpiece from their toy maker, and apparently he was inspired by a stuffed animal from a museum in the kingdom of Datura. The hero saw that this toy was the Beast of Gavada. Naturally, the man gave it to the students and Tracy, along with her friends, thanked him. But did he really give them his prize? He said that the children needed it more. Selena said that it was a pretty nice little toy, and Roger said that she should tell her right away if she liked it. The girl asked what he was saying because the kids were so happy, and she liked seeing their smiling faces much more. From Aki Valley, this was all surprising, and he said that he understood everything, and then stated that he should go, because the round was not yet completed. Somewhere at the Magic Festival, there was Sylvia, who thought that she had gotten carried away and completely forgot about work, so it was unclear what she should do now. The girl did not understand why the First Order gave her such a difficult task, and let no one tell her that this was a test for her. After these thoughts, she became inflamed and realized that this test of work was not to her liking. But all this, of course, was expected from her boss. The man saw her and asked if her lady would like to try one incredible delicacy. She, of course, agreed. Professor Selena also had weakness in her hands and said that this was delicious. The hero noticed that he saw that she was also enjoying the festival. The interlocutor was embarrassed and asked what he was talking about. Immediately after this, she asked him not to tell the other professors about this. Roger noted that he had no intention of doing so. At the same time, he is sure that they themselves enjoy it. Selena asked if he really thinks so. Today passed so quickly, and it's even a pity. Machiavelli said that there were 4 more of these holidays ahead. The interlocutor noted that this was true for the duel tomorrow, so they should finish going around them. Naturally, the man agreed to this, but suddenly his attention was attracted by Charlie, who was running ahead. Of course, Roger saw him perfectly well and did not understand what was happening and why he was running away. It is also unclear why he was here at such a time. Therefore, he immediately began to run after him and told the professor of the village that he was putting her there for a short while. She, of course, was surprised by this. The hero continued to run after that man and did not understand what this damn scoundrel was up to. Charlie grabbed a girl and threw her to the ground and began to choke her. The look at him at that moment was quite crazy, and he did not understand what he was doing, but he screamed for her to die. Also, continuing to strangle her, he said that she was a devil, but the girl could not say anything. After a short period of time, the main character appeared and shot magic at the man. 1. Charlie was dumbfounded and did not ask who it was. Roger said that he had warned him shortly before. He also told him to sit quietly all this time. The interlocutor realized who was in front of him, and immediately got involved. Then he shouted that at first he planned to do this, but this creature continues to follow him, putting his life at risk. After that, he told him to just look here. Because he caught that she-devil, the hero was surprised and thought how he caught it. It is not clear whether this is true and whether this person could defeat her so easily. Soon Charlie asked what he would say about this. The interlocutor noted that they would discuss the details a little later. Suddenly, Selena appeared behind the man and asked Professor Roger what it was. She was horrified and asked what was going on with them. The hero was a little confused when he saw her, and when he was about to answer something about this, she immediately began to fall and suffocate. Of course, Roger immediately picked it up, asking what had happened to her. The girl didn't answer, but he realized that thank God it was just a fainting spell. Although whoever wouldn't really be shocked by this, perhaps it was all really for the better, because there is time to come up with an excuse. He then got up and told Charlie to take her to another place. And the interlocutor in turn was very frightened and pointed his finger at that girl and could not even say a word. And the main character wondered what came over him, and suddenly Selena began to speak. And when he heard her voice, he was more unhappy, surprised by this outcome of events. The girl opened her eyes and said in a completely different voice that she really wasn't going to do anything until the end of the festival. That's why he doesn't understand at all why he's doing this. Roger saw her and realized that her iris had changed color. Although this is not even important because her voice also changed a lot. The girl pushed him away and said that it turns out that she was an idiot for keeping her word. Charlie continued to back away and told her to get lost and not come near him. But the interlocutor using fire began her transformation, which made him even more shocked. It was soon completed, so Selena looked completely different. It was exactly the appearance of Esmeralda, and she greeted Charlie, and now she was just the first order. A few moments later the girl asked what was going on because he saw her, and immediately fainted, which is quite boring. Roger turned to her and asked if she really had a split personality, or if it turned out that she was just skillfully disguised. The girl said that in the moment he saw through her, as expected, he is amazing. And this is their first meeting. Probably because at the meeting of the First Orders, they all hid their identities. The man asked her what she intended to do, and it was also unclear why she had revealed herself. Esmeralda said that since she decided to open up, there is no reason to hide anything. That's why she wants to finish this guy off and take her revenge. It looks like he doesn't plan to get up at all. The hero asked what if her second personality remembers everything. The interlocutor said it is unclear whether poor Selena will be able to hide her other self. This child is pure and innocent, and it knows nothing. She is the same as the past Esmeralda until the moment she met this man. Roger thought that so far this girl was behaving too carelessly, so if he attacked her right now, he would finish her off in an instant. However, if he kills her now, he will also kill her other personality, Professor Selena. Right now the man had to make a choice, but he hesitated because he knew her well. His thoughts were interrupted by a strange feeling because he realized whose energy this was right now in front of him. It turns out that this same Quasimodo and it are tirelessly vigilant, but it is not clear whether it remembers what happened during the banquet. Most likely now he will have to retreat because he has no other choice. Esmeralda said that she would probably go because she couldn't kill him while passed out. Then she approached the main character and touching him, told him to keep an eye on Selena. It seems that she really likes him. Just a few moments later, she again began the transformation of a completely different person. And now the main character was already holding the professor in his hands and realized that the real Selena and the energy had returned. The man thought that he even saw this with his own eyes. He still couldn't believe it. Then he turned to Sylvia and said that he would now name the place. So let him come quickly. Then he sat down on a box nearby and realized that he had made a mistake, one could only think. Because he did not recognize it right next to him. Joanna Lovett is just the girl who pulled Pierrot out of the fire. That's why she followed Esmeralda and joined the Black Dawn in search of revenge. Of course, there was no point in making exceptions, and he was obliged to suspect Selena too, although it would be easy to make a mistake about her. There was nothing suspicious about her at all. However, even after he learned the whole truth, it surprises him. Because right now my head doesn't have a picture of how he can even kill Selena. Will it be right to kill her? Given that she knows nothing about her evil nature. The reflection was interrupted by the assistant who asked if Professor Roger had called her. He saw that the girl came in some strange outfit with food in her hands, so he said it looked like she was thoroughly enjoying the festival, and it was a great job. The man said that everything was fine and asked to take care of this couple. Soon Selena woke up and the hero asked if she really woke up. The woman stood up and did not understand where she was. Even Roger said that it seemed that she had overdone it, and suddenly fainted right during the round. So he, in turn, carried her towards the first aid station. The girl blushed and said, "What a fool she is. How could she faint?" Seeing her reaction, the man realized that she didn't remember anything, and that was good. Then he stood up and said since she had come to her senses, perhaps he would leave her and let her rest. Selina hesitated a little and then thanked him. Machiavelli said that there was no need to do this, because he did what he had to do, and she said that not only for that, because thanking him for his advice and for enjoying the festival with her may not have been something he liked, but he still stayed with him, and if she has bothered him during all this time, she apologizes for it. The hero said that if he had found her annoying, he would have immediately told her about it. He didn't express dissatisfaction because he didn't even have it in his thoughts, because he himself enjoyed the festival today. Thanks to her. So, in turn, saying that there is no need to worry about it, Selena turned to him again. At the same time, she smiled and suggested that we enjoy the festival together next to you. In response to this, he said that of course he agreed because the festival is held every year. The girl happily said that they would go out together next year because he promised her this. Because the hero said that this is so and everything is so, but he understood that this situation worries him. A man entered the room and asked if this was Roger Selsai's room. From entering here was quite simple, because there isn't even a magic lock here, and he probably doesn't think about security at all. Then I got closer to the table and noticed that this was the most magical medicine. I was sure right now that it was for Roger, and it was a remedy for mana deficiency. Soon, interesting events unfolded on the second day of the magic festival in Theon's arena. You need to see the magic and the great aristocrats of the old and new magic tower there. The person who spoke about this could not believe at all that they were seeing them live, but this by chance was not the rector of their academy. It was really Elizabeth who said how many important people had gathered and were all waiting. The old man who noticed her said how many years, how many winters had passed. His prime friend does not say hello, but he will greet her instead. This is the head of one of the three great duke families, Nicholas Catatushan. On the other hand, the head of another of the three great duke families, Benjamin Lumos, asked why on earth he was his friend. And the director noticed that they had not seen Benjamin for a long time. Did you really come to visit your daughter? The interlocutor said that he was not obliged to answer such questions. The old man called him a friend and said that his daughter was studying at this academy, so it was unclear why he should be so rude, or he was no longer her father. A man from the colony was poking his nose into other matters. Nicholas noticed that you just looked at how you can be such a bore. And in response he heard that this was all better than being nice to the nosy Catatushan. Elizabeth smiled and said that the two of them got along well, as always. But for some reason she didn't see Duke Walberg. It seemed that all the representatives of the great families would gather. The interlocutor asked if she was really talking about David because he was supposed to show up very first, apparently got lost somewhere. Suddenly someone from the side asked who he was here. It was quite unexpected, but to see all three pillars of the empire together, I'm sure this year's ceremonial duels will exceed all their expectations. In the end, he tried enough for this. Nicholas asked him surprised if this was really what he suggested. Hugo noted that everything was correct. He really insisted on this. Suddenly the ladies and gentlemen were thanked for the wait. Elizabeth noticed that it seemed the show was already beginning. The presenter said that her name is Jessie Luna and she is a fourth-year student, and also today's presenter next to her you can see Professor Carter Love. He is a combat magic mentor who will go out with the presenter, and now they will move on to the participants, and the first duel will be opened by the first-year mentor to Matthew Sermon. Then she hesitated and said that his protest would be faced by the one with whom it was not an easy battle. The opponent was a popular new guy, whose professor was discussed by all and sundry. Roger. The hero thought that the duel had not yet begun, and he was already glaring at him most likely. The aristocrat was singing along with Hugo Borataga. There is not much time left until the last day of the festival, and he in turn cannot waste time here for the amusement of the public. And a few moments later it was announced that the duel was beginning. Matthew immediately pointed his wand towards him. Roger thought that he would just attack him because he would try to merge as quickly and as casually as possible, as he would definitely lose. One of the spectators asked a neighbor what would happen. Would they really not fight? The interlocutor noticed that they had been standing for 5 minutes and doing nothing. The main character's rival thought that, as he expected, Roger Selassie is not easy. He is too obviously allowing himself to be attacked, and he is clearly planning some kind of cunning counterattack. Machiavelli himself at that moment was already angry and did not understand how long he should wait. Let him hurry up and hit him with something because he was standing open on all sides. Soon, Matthew finally plucked up courage and decided not to wait until time ran out, and it was time to show what he could do. Naturally, Roger noticed this attack on herself and managed to react, so she cast a protective spell. The presenter announced that he easily blocked the attack with a flow wall. So could it really be the famous source code because she didn't notice the magic formation at all? The opponent realized that he had blocked it so easily, and the hero wondered if this was really the best blow. If he loses to such a weak attack, then everyone will understand that he is losing on purpose. From the face of the person in front of him, he can see that he is not okay. In his current state, he is even barely capable of attacking better. Therefore, the man immediately used his battle magic and thought that it was not at all polite to delay the battle against someone who was not healthy. Matthew noticed a fairly quick attack on himself and tried to cover himself with his hand rather than with defensive magic. A few moments later there was a blow, and the hero thought that he would definitely lose the next duel. Soon the presenter announced that there had already been 2 victories in a row, and Roger Selassie became the finalist. Machiavelli was horrified and did not understand whether they were serious, why they defended themselves so diligently, and then launched such weak attacks. He simply does not have the opportunity to lose with dignity. The presenter said that the final would begin 15 minutes from the start of the match. The man realized that it was just in time because his supply of mana was already running out, absorbing it even when he was just breathing, and thought he could cope like that. But he was mistaken. Just a little more, and he would simply die from mana deficiency. Then he looked into the cabinet where his pills should have been, but saw nothing. He didn't understand where they could actually be because he was sure that he had put them here. After that, I turned my attention to the carpet and saw shoe prints there, so it was unclear whether a thief had really gotten in there. But if you think about it, he didn't touch anything else. And that's bad because he doesn't have any time to get or make new tablets. And he in turn will very soon enter the arena for battle. The presenter announced that their final, which they had all been waiting for so long, would begin. She asked to be allowed to once again introduce their finalists to them. The chief mentor of the second year in combat magic, and a representative of the noble Bortag family Evian, and his opponents, on the other hand, are the invincible legend against whom any attacks are useless. Roger Selassie. The hero realized that he must be a relative of Hugo. He does not hope to win, whose circumstances are yours, and let everything end as soon as possible. They also announced the beginning. Suddenly, the opponent asked to wait a second, and he had heard so much that Professor Roger was magnificent, and fate itself brought them together. In this case, if you need to talk a little because there is no need to rush, he in turn knows all the secrets. The hero saw that this man took the pills out of his pocket. It turns out that it was he who went deeper into his office. But how did he find out about his condition? Did he really see a man taking pills once, considering that all his opponents were aristocrats? Someone clearly set up all this? Machiavelli said that it was now clear to him why all his opponents were playing for time. Who would have thought that professors would conspire so childishly? Aveyan said, isn't the real idiot the one who bought into all this? He should have taken better care of his own medicines. The hero told him to immediately cancel the match and give him his medicine, in which case he would close his eyes to all this. The aristocrat smiled and asked if he seriously did not understand and was still joking. Roger said that this was not so. He was not joking and let him do as he said. Because it gives him his last chance, he should think carefully while he is still able to use magic. The presenter said what an intense psychological battle, and the opponents finally began to move. Evian noticed that he was bluffing. Do they really think that it is so easy to frighten with his adult gaze and he will gladly show his best charm? It was announced that Professor Evian had chosen a 4th level spell called Magic Barrier. The hero realized that he was fast, and it was better to prepare an echo of memory in advance. The magical barrier is a special protective magic that blocks most spells, but attacking magic will also not work because of it. Roger thought about it. If only they didn't tell him that he too was going to stall for time. When he suddenly saw that his opponent used magic and immediately attacked him, it was really surprising, because he attacked the outcome of the barrier. The man noticed that he still dodged and his reflexes were really something. It seems that what he served was not a lie. Jesse said that he did it. Professor Evian summoned a familiar, and it was a growling asp. The hero realized that he was able to use magic in the owner's place, or the snake that this man summoned continued to attack the opponent, striking with magic. All that remained for the main character at the same time was to fight off these quick attacks. He realized that calling back the familiar would require too much mana. Therefore, he can only use homing mana. The creature that Evian summoned not only attacked, but could also defend against this attack. The man said, he knows all the types of magic he uses because he doesn't think he would come here unprepared. His familiar only knows how to attack. Then he inquired about the feeling of the uselessness of all his great magic. Roger understood that now everything was bad with paper. The audience asked why, as before Professor Roger was only defending himself. It was unclear why he did not attack, as he did in the beginning. Elizabeth asked if it seemed that the professor was not feeling well, and perhaps it was worth interrupting the match. Hugo asked in what sense to interrupt the match, since this was the final. Do they have the right to interfere in a duel? And everyone agreed with this, and the woman understood that this man was feeling bad. The hero at that moment heard voices that said that he was showing off, but he himself could not do anything. And that's what the lousy nobleman was like. Evian asked what he was doing there. Let him hurry up and attack him, or he didn't have a drop of mana left. Roger heard the sounds growing louder at that moment, and he tried to say that he covered his mouth. The interlocutor pretended not to have heard anything and told him about it. After that, he turned his attention forward and asked what kind of hole was in front of him. The hero continued to tell him to cover his mouth because he is too noisy. A few moments later a bright flash appeared and the presenter said what was happening there. Because there was a very bright light, and you couldn't even see anything behind. Evian was surprised by what was happening and wondered if this was really light magic, although there was definitely no such list of his abilities. So what the hell was going on? Just a few moments later, the bright light dissipated and a huge black hole appeared in anger. The man was stunned when he saw her, and did not understand what else it was. Some strange voices were coming from it, and a crash was also heard. Roger continued to hold his head and said what he told him before. This man needed to give in while he could still use magic. A dark force began to spread from a hole that appeared in the sky and varied in a circle. When Evian saw her, he was very frightened and asked not to come closer to him. He also told her to get away, but no one listened to him. The hero immediately shouted his efforts to make her stop. He further stated that if this swing suffered, he would give the other one an opportunity. At the same time, he asked whether this would suit her because he would allow her to act to her own free will. A man who was in the auditorium said that he saw something. Also, her host started shouting that they should watch because the wave of light suddenly dissipated, and it seemed like they had a winner. And it turns out that Roger Salasai is still standing right now, which is why this professor is the winner. But in the name of all that is holy, what happened next in the light of day? Professor Evian Baratag is clearly very unwell. The main character at that moment was already holding a bottle of pills and took one of them. Hugo saw that his relative was in critical condition and shouted to call a doctor immediately. He and the rest of the professors immediately ran up to the man who was lying on the ground. Soon, Evian was already in the room and the man was shouting that this was happening. It was not clear why his relatives were still in this condition. The doctor hesitated and noted that he did not know. Hugo shouted at him to find out because it was his job. The interlocutor said that the point was that he was physically fine and tests were needed to find out something. The main character entered their room and said that he was just in mental shock and it would pass with time. The vice-rector asked how he dared show himself to them. Even if it was just a duel, he did not go too far. Roger asked if he had really gone too far. Chris said that he should just wait, because he has a special remedy at the family medicine cabinet, so he will bring it now. The man told him to do this, and then the interlocutor began to leave the room. Hugo shouted that Roger should be sure that he would have to answer for what happened. How could he hurt his opponent so much? It was just an exhibition fight, and I'm sure he's pleased with himself, Elizabeth said, because he himself suggested not to interfere so that it wouldn't happen. Isn't that so? Or maybe she's mistaken. The interlocutor asked what she meant. Nicholas also looked in and said that that's exactly what he said. He heard it himself. Perhaps he still heard something wrong due to his age. Hugo hesitated and said of course not. What happened just shocked him. So it completely slipped my mind. The old man approached Roger and said that in any case the duel was over, and his name was Nicholas Katatushin. The hero also introduced himself. The old man said that there should be no noise in the chamber and offered to leave. The rector noticed if it was possible with them, because the Duke of Lumos was also outside. Nicholas thanked the man for kindly agreeing to follow them. To be honest, he was surprised that he had not heard of him before, especially about his speed and talent. Roger paid attention to the people who were there, and did not understand when all this crowd had managed to gather here. Then he looked at Elizabeth's smile. You realize that now everything is clear to him. Because all these nobles are here only because of him. The old man said, it seems to him, or it's noisy here if they came to him, so he asked for understanding. The hero noted that everything is in order. Then he thanked him for taking the place of the crowd instead of him. The interlocutor asked if he really knew, because he knew that he was special. Here he remembered that there was something he wanted to talk to him about. He apologizes that he himself asked him to meet, but forgot. But speaking, however, if there is something he needs from him, let him ask at any time. The hero thanked him and said that he would be happy to visit him someday. At the same time, I thought that he was pouring so much that he could see right through him, because he wanted to get closer only for his own benefit. But even if he figured out his real motives in this short period of time, the old man immediately retreated after realizing that he would not get anything for nothing. This is not just a representative of one of the three great duke families that are the pillars of the Exilian Empire, although even he has a friendly and relaxed demeanor. At the same time, with literally every step and gesture he analyzes those around him, Roger realized that there was nothing more to do here, and it was time to join Hans and Sheridan. Suddenly she saw a student and asked if it was Flora Lumos. It was not clear what she was doing here. The girl hesitated a little and said that she was just passing by. The hero thought that he doubted it very much. Therefore, he asked if she really came to see her father. The interlocutor asked what he meant, but Roger said that Duke Lumos was currently talking with the rector, so it would be better for her to come later. The student said that she did not come to him at all. The professor looked at her, and did not understand what this strange reaction was. It was unclear whether she really had a difficult relationship with her father. Flora said that she needed to go, because she needed to prepare for the next battle. The hero asked if she was also participating. Of course, given her skills he wouldn't worry at all, the girl said. Of course, she's participating, and it doesn't matter who her opponent is because she won't lose. Then she noticed that if he is interested in watching then let him come. But if he is busy, who doesn't need to, Roger immediately started talking about it. At the same time, I understood that the time would definitely be so it was really necessary to go. After a short period of time the heroes were near the fountain and said that his comrades were too early. Hans noticed him and asked if he was already here. The hero said that this was not a place for conversation, so he should walk. Sheridan said that she'd been wanting to visit a place nearby for a very long time, and perhaps she should take a look. The hero noticed that he seemed to know what this place was. He agreed, and his comrade asked if he hadn't talked about an urgent gathering. Machiavelli noted that it was quite difficult to conduct a commoner in general, if not for, a festival. The man greeted those present and said that he was Theon's first-year golemology teacher Brino, thanking everyone who came to see them. Then he doesn't start the demonstration, and they are the first to have the latest development of the on DT-3000. Hans asked what kind of bread of metal this was. The hero replied that it was not an easy block at all. The teacher said, as expected, a meager reaction. But he assures them that this is far from his true form. It is worth installing a stone of low-quality nutrition for him. And immediately after this action, the form of the golem will immediately change. Sheridan said that although it is clumsy and capable of crushing and moving heavy things, it is used for developing minds. It rolls so that there are no problems with transportation. Brino said that he is now satisfied with the reaction to this, and that's not all. Because this spirit can also take the form of a mount. The hero thought that it was just like a transformer from the movie. But he doesn't turn into a car, is it by chance? The girl asked if she could watch it a little more. Roger allowed her to do this, but refused to get carried away, and she agreed. But the informant asked if she really came here to have fun. Machiavelli asked him not to be so boring, because sometimes it is necessary to organize unloading, otherwise who knows how she will do it herself. A friend noted that this is true. Suddenly a girl appeared from behind and asked if she could pass. The hero noticed her and was stunned when he realized who she was, because she turned out to be Detective Rachel Selma. She asked if they knew where the arena for a magical duel was. Roger turned around and thought that he should calm down, because she did not recognize her. That's why it's better to cover up such moments with your disguise, magic and light. Then he answered that the arena is in that direction. He also understood that people are bad at recognizing those who have changed even a little, but he still worries whether it will work on her. The girl noticed that if he spoke there, then thank him for his help. Then she stopped and noticed that she still wanted to ask something. She immediately asked if they had seen each other before, somewhere with him of course. She apologizes for the sudden question, but he seems familiar to her. Roger continued walking and said that he didn't know, because he was definitely seeing her for the first time. But right now it was time for him to run. Hans asked him to wait for him, because he was also in a hurry. The detective stopped him and said that she knew that he was who he said he was. The hero wondered if she really had caught him after all. Then, with a smile on her face, Rachel began to ask if he was really the same professor. Having examined him a little carefully, she immediately understood everything. The hero thought that he would like to leave, ignoring her. But she may begin to suspect something if she continues to avoid her, and she needs to behave naturally. So he turned around and asked why she decided that way. The girl noticed that if we talk about this, then firstly, everything is clear from his clothes. They are made of high-quality materials and commoners usually do not wear this. But he has no goods to sell and no wallet with money, so he is clearly not a merchant, but also not an aristocrat, since she does not see the family coat of arms on it. If he chose to hide it, then there is a high probability that he is one of the sleeping nobles. But would a fallen noble dress up like that for some festival? Putting everything together, she came to the conclusion that he was somehow connected with the organizers of the festival, and perhaps a teacher. So could he really be the same Roger Selsai? It's true what they say. He makes a strong impression. The hero thought that she had learned so much from her clothes and it was time to do her legs. So he said that she was right, but he was really in a hurry. Rachel tried to stop them, but to no avail, and then asked if this was all the reaction, because usually her interlocutors were a little more impressed. Suddenly she heard the answer. Is this really so unusual? But if she has nothing to say, then he left. The girl didn't understand what exactly was wrong with him because he was so indifferent and principled. She had never met such people before. Or, although as she may remember, all this is not so, because there was such a person. And now she is thinking about James Moriarty. Although these thoughts, of course, alarmed her, and she would like to catch that person as soon as possible. Her thoughts were interrupted by Betty, who asked what she was doing there. because you will start soon. The detective said that she had wasted so much time on this. Then she used her own magic and directed a few drops towards the main character. At the same time, she changed and noticed that just in case he suddenly needs it, she should just let her contact her. Because it's a little noticeable when she is left unattended. Hans noticed to his brother that it seemed he had been discovered, but that it was really a business card. The man said that this was another annoying thing. Everything would be much worse if she recognized him, but perhaps he just wants to make friends, although he still attracted her attention and it infuriates him. Roger feels weak in a trace of magic, and she will know if he will throw him away. So Hans said it would be a good idea to lie low, and then get rid of the clothes that are now on him. The comrade noticed that she glanced at him, and wondered if he already liked these clothes. The chief remarked that he heard her, so let him understand. It turns out that just one clue will help her figure out the truth. So don't underestimate this girl. Hans noticed that this child was still chatting there, and even got the student involved. But therefore, he inquired whether the opportunity should go and pick her up. Roger said, "Leave it when she could still freely discuss her interests with another." A friend noticed that looking at him now he begins to think that his sudden becoming a professor is simply a vocation. He smiles, as if he is happy for his student. To be honest, he would be uncomfortable in such a place. Unexpectedly for himself, he envies that this is a well-maintained academy, because it will never suit him. Roger told Hans that in comparison, the academy students look like wonderful flowers growing in a magical garden. But still, their troubles are not at all the fault of these children. So why don't they then just continue to smile carefree? The interlocutor said since he says so, he has nothing to add. But still there was a small age difference between him and these children, so he treats them so differently. The hero asked what he was saying and let him remind him how old he was. The comrade said that this year he will be 24, Roger noticed. So that's why he calls him Big Brother, and apologizes for it. The interlocutor noted that he has nothing to apologize for, but the main character continued to say that he was really very sorry. Hans noticed that he asked him not to do this. Machiavelli combined how the drug analysis is progressing with you and the incident with werewolves. A friend said that he was translating the topic and seriously, he was wrong. After studying the drug, it turned out that it has hallucinogenic properties. And it seems that this is due to the pelham extract. The hero asked if this plant really came from Waldman. If this is so, then when they investigate this after their affairs, the friend stated that what he said before, how he did not come here is true or not, that he is considered the first order. The man said that everything was correct, and the friend noted whether he was ready for the consequences, because he was close to the professor. Then he saw the reaction and said that he thought so, that there was no need to ask. Even if everything happens according to the worst scenario, there is no need to feel guilty, because he can say that a man has already experienced this. As a result, he can say that there will still be innocent victims. No matter how hard he tries, the main character remembered how he was asked to take care of the youngest. And now looking at his hand, he said that he knew all this. The comrade stated that he only wanted to say that they cannot hesitate if this is necessary for the cause, and he himself knows that if he does not kill the enemy, then they will kill them. Machiavelli said that they, who live in a world of violence, walk side by side with death. The friend exhaled rather sadly and said that it was all true. This was the unpleasant truth of their work. Of course, it's quite a pity, but this is their reality. Soon it was the third day of the magic festival at Theon's open-air banquet. But Nicholas said how great it is to drink alcohol all day, and whether the man thinks so, the interlocutor noted, of course it is. But it was completely unclear to Roger why this guy continued to stick to him. Then he said to get straight to the point, and what he needed from him. The interlocutor noted in what sense, because he does not need anything from the professor. But if he is so interested in his intentions, he would say that he wants spectacle. Machiavelli remarked that he seemed to think he was an interesting person. The Duke noted that he should simply call him Nicholas. He is an old man, so most things are surprising. Even despite all this, he knows when to stop, so there is no need to worry. The hero understood that he was a cunning old man, and suddenly he turned his attention forward and saw a familiar face there. And this girl is Flora Lumos, but why she is there is unclear because she looks like she's nervous. The Duke noticed that this was the child of the Lumos house. The professor asked if he really knew her. Nicholas said that, of course, she was born with incredible talent. But how unfair it is, the interlocutor asked what he meant. The old man said that she was ignored by the whole family because she was an illegitimate child. So this was all very unfair. Flora stood and thought that she should calm down because there is no need to be afraid. You just need to say hello once and that's all. The current one is no longer the same as the one who lived with the family. So she will show him that the child about whom no one cared is coping perfectly well on his own. In this case, right now she will not be afraid at all, and so she wanted to turn to her father. But I heard voices asking who was there. Could it be that half-breed Flora? The girl noticed that this was already Brother Camel, as well as Katrina. The sister said, how could a mudblood call them by name? But the guy noticed that she looked good before she didn't even dare to look at them. So he turned to his father, and told him to look who was here, and the old man turned around. Then he asked her what she wanted, and they all watched. The girl immediately hesitated because she realized that her voice did not obey, and could not say anything. She must show them that she has definitely changed and that everything is different now. But it is unclear why she came here in the first place. Flora's thoughts were interrupted by a man who touched her shoulder. The student immediately looked in his direction, and realized that it was Professor Roncher. Machiavelli turned his attention to her family, and asked if they had any problems with his student. The religious order of Lamensis, which oppresses the sexes of people in the name of its one god, is guided by the scriptures about the true man, such as the Church of Lamensis. However, they don't just shy away from humans because purebloods are considered the upper class, but the demi-humans and their descendants are lower. The Church simply divides everything into, without giving rise to other opinion. Nicholas noted that it was difficult to grow up in the Lamensis family, which oppresses her all her life. If only she had been born in another family, everything could have been different. The hero wondered if that was why she was so obsessed with her grades, thinking that she would be recognized in the family if she became the best student. But even if it does, where are the guarantees that her wish will come true? So, Roger got up from his seat and the interlocutor asked where he was going. The professor did not answer and thought that if nothing good intervened, her life circumstances would not change in any way. You just need to leave everything as it is. Pretend to be blind and deaf, but still he just can't allow it. But therefore right now he is wondering if they really have some kind of problem with his student. It was unclear how he could sit and do nothing. Especially after learning about her problem, Nicholas said that he still intervened. He is a responsible teacher, despite his appearance. But really, this person opposed the head of the Loomis family. In the end, this professor is truly an interesting person. Flora was surprised, and with this surprise she turned to the professor. The Duke stated that this was a family matter, and he begged the professor not to interfere in this. Machiavelli replied that this seemed too serious for a family matter. Therefore, as a professor at this academy, he could not stand aside. And after a few moments, an awkward silence fell between them. Katrina asked if he understands correctly that this is Roger Salasai. His exhibition fight yesterday was simply magnificent. But is he really their Flora's teacher? Because she was surprised that she was considered an outstanding student. After all, she is a pathetic half-breed of the Lumos family. The girl herself sadly understood that now everyone would know about this. The man refused to ask for forgiveness. The interlocutor interrupted him and said that she had not introduced herself. Her name in turn is Katrina Lumos and she is preparing to enter next year, and besides her ability is rated very highly. He also asks what the professor thinks about this. His opinion as Professor Thien was interesting. The hero said, as a professor, he believes that she lacks the speed of embodiment of her charms. She does not reach the standard, and this is minus 10 points. The interlocutor was surprised. The man continued to say that the formation is also quite weak, and this is another 10 points minus. Not taking magic seriously is also a minus. The girl was surprised. Roger continued to say that she simply created 4 icicles. But if this is combat magic, then where is its lethality? She doesn't seem to have made the slightest effort to even understand why she uses magic, whether she was ordered to do it, or whether she is truly proud of it. On top of all this, she also has the audacity to be surprised that Flora is an outstanding student with her level of skills. Isn't that what Katrina Lumos thinks? Flora was dumbfounded when she heard all this. People asked what he allowed himself, because his claims were ridiculous. He only thinks that he has the right to vote. Being a simple teacher at the academy, all this is too much for some fallen nobleman. Nicholas approached them and asked everyone to calm down. A conflict of interest is inevitable, but they shouldn't get so upset about it. But Professor Roger also went too far in this case, and the man said that he would take note of this. Benjamin noticed, so is his name really Roger Silisai? His daughter acted rashly, because she is still small, what does she understand? At the same time he asks to forgive her because he's still an adult. The interlocutor looked at him coldly and said that of course the blame for the action lay not only with the child. The Duke then turned around and said how anyone here is getting bored. The rest of the children immediately followed him. Machiavelli turned to Flora and asked if she was okay. The girl hesitated and wondered if she really needed to thank him now. But why should she thank him? Because if she says, thank you, then it will look strange. The professor turned to her and said that it was time to go. Because it seemed that her friends were already tired of waiting. The girl immediately turned to him, not understanding what he was saying. But she didn't say anything, and only saw the man slowly leaving her. Then Charlotte came closer to her, and immediately turned her. The friend asked if everything was okay with her, and she should go back. Flora responded positively to this, but at the same time she was quite sad. Camille asked his father if he would really just let this arrogant professor go. His sister said that this was for sure, because he humiliated her in front of Flora. His son remarked to him that he should at least send a complaint to the academy, and also let him call this half-breed to himself. The Duke asked what was the use of all this. All they achieve with their complaints is a brief moment of satisfaction. This Kadadishan, still a cunning one, clearly spoke out in defense of Roger Selassie. Even Rector Thien saw, but did nothing. The son asked if he was going to pretend that nothing happened. The man replied that this was not the case until he retreated, but that was just for now. After all, the Lumos family does not forgive anyone for insults. Nicholas said that he would not tell Roger that he was worried about the students. The hero noted that he did what he had to do, and he did not know that Duke Benjamin was a follower of the Laymancy's faith. The old man noted that he was not just a believer. His faith bordered on obsession. Did the interlocutor know that an unwanted child born into a family of believers is branded? And this child would not have escaped this fate. However, to everyone's relief, there is no mark on it. Roger asked if Duke Benjamin really put his father's last grace into this. The interlocutor noted that this is not so, because all of this is thanks to the desperate protection of the mother of this child. But unfortunately, at the moment she has already left this world. The professor remarked that he had never heard of this before, and the old man said that simply illegitimate children are not discussed by outsiders. The family itself is doing everything possible for this. The man then asked how he knew about all this. Nicholas said that they had equal status. He must know at least one of his weaknesses, because he cannot be sure that he will not target him. The hero said that he understood everything and they are hiding information about Flora. It was clear that this was not for her own sake, but the Duke wanted to protect Flora out of personal interests. It turns out that this is what her father is like, but this is not the case with such a person. I don't even dare to call him a father. Nicholas noticed that he seems to me to be a talkative person, so I can tell him. Now it was time for him to go, and he needed to greet the others. Roger thought that in this case he would walk a little in a semicircle and leave. Suddenly, I saw some strange insect in the sky and wondered if this was Sylvia's paper charm. So we aimed at the bugs that were in the air and immediately caught it. The information said that in addition to Joanna's second order, another order showed suspicious activity. The hero wondered if she had really begun to act. I'm sure the letter says she'll make a move on the last day of the festival, and I remember the girl saying she really wasn't going to take any action. At least until the end of the festival for sure. Given Esmeralda's words when her identity was revealed, the letter speaks the truth. Then the likelihood that Joanna is now acting for personal gain is quite high. Roger needs to closely monitor the further situation. After some time, the fourth day of the magic festival arrived, and it was in a practical pharmaceutical laboratory. Machiavelli thought that he could use whatever he wanted as a representative of the teaching staff. If you were a subordinate, she saw this and went crazy with envy. You just need to indicate in the magazine what he uses and can take whatever he wants. It's a pity he didn't come here earlier. Suddenly, he heard that someone turned to him, and said that he did not expect to see him here. It was Chris who asked what he needed here. The interlocutor noted that he came here to make medicine. The aristocrat asked in surprise whether he really knew how to make medicine. To begin with, let him be instructed by the laboratory assistant, and he was somewhere in the zone for beginners. The man asked if he really also knew how to make medicine. The guy got angry and shouted that he actually specialized in pharmacy. Does the interlocutor know what a huge contribution to medicine the Benamor family made? The hero without hesitation said that he did not know. No, Chris was very angry. At that very moment I thought that he was deliberately mocking him. But it was unclear whether this person really understood the formation, and what he was going to use. When the guy looked at it more closely, he was shocked. Therefore, he shouted, if we talk about these ingredients, is this person really planning to kill someone? He sees the leaves of Patricia, as well as the buds of the pupa, and everything is deadly poisonous. So we panicked and started asking if you really wanted to kill someone now. Now, even if you mix these powerful reagents and neutralize the poison, he will receive a drug with a huge number of side effects. The hero noted that he is well versed in this, but it is not clear why he then teaches the embodiment of enchantment instead of pharmacy. The interlocutor noted that this is not his business. Roger replied that he did not insist on an answer and knew what he was doing so that he should not worry. The guy was still surprised by this. Chris thought that right now he was sure that he was bluffing, but that's okay because he didn't want to get into it. All the time while we introduced the ocean, created medicines. He did not stop climbing and looked carefully. Even when he saw this whole process, he still couldn't believe that without a single unnecessary reaction it happened in one sitting. He was probably making pills that embody mana from this. Therefore, the man then asked the man about the pills that embody mana. Roger replied that naturally, he needed it for personal use. The guy noted that they are different from his usual pills. I wonder what kind of disease he has that requires such dosages, Machiavelli said, so that means he knows his secret. But he thought he wouldn't ask, considering that he used it in exhibition matches. Chris stated that he did not know that his actions would entail such consequences, and he in turn only wanted to put him in his place and nothing more, but he didn't think that anyone would get hurt. Although if we talk about it, then honestly this is just a pathetic excuse. Therefore to say that he committed a pathetic act unworthy of a true nobleman, and even asked for forgiveness for it. In any case, what he made negatively affects everything except man or replenishment, and it can't even be called a cure. His mana transmission system could be seriously damaged if not completely destroyed in the long run. Then he put the bottle on the table and told him to use it along with his product. This is a special mana-regulating drug for their family. The hero asked if he would really just give it to him. The interlocutor noted that he is not guided by personal motives when it comes to the patient, and yet he is a representative of the Benamor family. Roger said that this was unexpected and he did not think that he was such a person considering what had happened. The interlocutor again became angry because of this, but the man said that the mind gives, he will not refuse, Chris asked. And now he gives me the powder of a magical plant that absorbs poison. It is not clear what he's going to do with it. Machiavelli began to mix it up and said that he shouldn't throw it away now. To be honest, the threat is quite real. Soon the professor contacted Hans and asked how Phoebus was doing. The interlocutor noted that he was obediently sitting in his room. The hero told him to keep an eye on it. Then he noticed the thing in his hands and thought that he had prepared it just in case. All that was left was to take care of Joanna Lovey. If she really acts on her own, that means these idiots are divided. The man will take care of Esmeralda, but he needs someone to take over Joanne. It turns out that Sylvia follows his instructions, but only as long as they strictly correspond to the plans of the Black Dawn. Joanna in turn is a student, so you can try to connect several people. 30 minutes after that, Adrian was near Thien's student dormitory. He came closer to the door and saw some kind of note, so he did not understand what it was. But at the same time, curiosity played in him, and he picked it up to look. The main character was downstairs and thought that this was great because the message was delivered. Of course, he wouldn't want to drag the students into this matter. This is the only way she can keep an eye on Joanna, especially so that she doesn't suspect anything. He thinks that Adrian will take the contents of the note seriously and get down to business. Even if he has to fight with his level of skill, he will not lose. But alone he can act rashly, so he needs insurance. Tracy also received the message. Like Katie, so the hero thought that with friends, he would not take unnecessary risk. It doesn't matter what he does. Ask for help from other professors or take care of Joanna himself. But if he's completely satisfied, all that remains is to do one more thing. Roger contacted Hans and said that he needed to check one more place, and now all the preparations were completed. Leo also received a note that he was reading. It was said that suspicious individuals had appeared in Thien, plotting evil. On the last day of the festival, Joanna Loviot should be found and taken care of. The guy didn't understand that all this meant that he was sure that the organ was a joke, quite accurate information for simple things. He remembers that he himself came to this conclusion, but at the same time, it was unclear who sent this to him. Whether he really got caught, now thoughts began to arise. This is not a tip for the Liberation Army. The person who sent this to him is clearly threatening. If the guy doesn't want to talk to you about his secrets, everyone is found out. You need to do as it says here. But at the same time, it was completely unclear to him what they really wanted. For some reason he doesn't want to join the Liberation Army at all. No matter how much you rack your brains, nothing will change, and it's useless. For now all he can do is what it says here. In any case, it's better than trying to fix everything alone. Suddenly he heard a comrade who turned to A. The guy said that something strange is actually happening right now. The interlocutor looked at him, and surprised. And Adrian said, look, he found a note near his room and read it. And it says that bad people were planning to do something bad on the last day of the festival. Leo wondered if these guys had also received letters, but what the hell was going on here? Esmeralda was sitting in the room and heard voices. She heard about the screams that begged for his help and asked him to spare at least the child. Also, silhouettes popped up in my head, saying that it was all because of her, and they should not have protected her. Nothing would have happened if she had just quietly left their village. So it's all definitely as moral disformed. The girl began to calm herself down, and said that it was all just a dream and that she should stop. She didn't want to hear criticism from the lips of the nanny who raised her. Indeed, very soon all this will end, and she will take revenge on Charlie by killing him tomorrow. But at the same time, it is not clear whether all this is enough and what will happen after her revenge, because if she continues to take revenge like this, she will completely destroy her own soul, and then she will never be able to become who she was before. Selena is her second essence, which she created in nostalgia for the past. And if we talk about this quite honestly, then she would like to continue to be her, laughing innocently and enjoying life with everyone. But it's unclear what she should actually do. Perhaps she should stop right now. The girl's thoughts were interrupted by Quasimodo, who asked what she was doing. It was not clear to him whether he was really going to visit the one because of whom they were all killed. Esmeralda wanted to answer something to this, but could not, because the spirit continued to put pressure on her and told her to take revenge for them. She is a fairly kind girl and he knows this very well. After a few moments the girl smiled and said that he was saying everything correctly. After this, madness flared up in her head again, and she said that she was obliged to take revenge. Soon the 5th day of the festival arrived and it was the last night of this holiday. Esmeralda changed to image and walked in the guise of Selena, strolling leisurely. When I saw that there were no people nearby and was approaching the right place, I immediately began to change my appearance. Charlie sat in the room and said that this day had come, but it was unclear where the hell he was. And at the same time, a girl who was supposed to take revenge was slowly approaching his health. The guy sat on the bed and trembled, and also said that he didn't even leave any contacts for him. If only they didn't tell him that he had been cheated. Right in front of the front door to this room, a shadow appeared and fell on her. Charlie began to look through the crack that appeared from the opening door. There in turn was Esmeralda, who asked if there was anyone at home, and she turned to Mr. Charlie Phoebus. But when she fully entered the room, she saw only an open window and no one else was there. Although it was surprising because she definitely felt someone's presence there. Not long before Charlie was wondering what it was, if mice had opened the door. He immediately began to run out of the house after them and did not understand whether that man had really sent the mice. But if he followed them, he would be safe. On the way, he began to think about the fact that he knew that Professor Roger would not leave him after all. Esmeralda looked out the open window and thought that he usually didn't leave the room, so he really decided to run away. But in the end, he repeats all the same actions that he should, because it is much more fun when he tries to resist. Even if right now her victim begins to run to the very end and does not stop, Hans informed Roger that the girl was already on the way. The mice he sent pulled out that same guy, and his ability always helps out in such situations. Machiavelli told his interlocutor that this is an excellent job and they are performing so that they should get ready. Adrian and his comrades were walking somewhere. Tracy said that going there was pure madness. They should at least warn the professors. Then she shouted at Leo to tell him at least something. He's always so proactive, and it's unclear why he's silent today. The guy noted that he thinks Adrian is right. Let him judge for himself what they will say when they are asked where they got this information from. The girl noticed that notes were planted under their door. The interlocutor asked if she really thinks that the teachers will believe because they don't even know who the sender is. Even if they believe, it's too late to turn back. The one who sent him the note thought that he wanted him to sort everything out himself. Even the fact that they attracted his friends was an attempt to keep him under control. This was done in case he goes against their will. It was subtly thought out, but you just need to do it as quietly as possible, and that's it. Suddenly everyone heard the voice and was ready. Joanna was asked whether they could act on their own if they were personally planning to kill someone, and whether it would be better to coordinate this with their superior. The girl said that the commotion and Thean is in the interests of the First Order, and now is the most opportune moment, since everyone is busy with the festival. There is no need to be afraid because this is all for the benefit of the Black Dawn. Adrian said that these are round glasses and black hair. It must be Joanna. Tracy said that means the notes did not lie. So they also got ready to move out. Charlie just continued to follow the mice, and ran into some kind of hangar. But very soon Esmeralda came after her, who said to see if this man was already exhausted. He was unclear what happened, and why he stopped. He had been running so well all this time. Let him listen. All his closest relatives had already been burned to the ground, and he was the only one left. So he had to learn to run if he wanted to survive. Charlie started swearing and didn't understand why he was doing all this. He shouted at her to stop all this. Isn't that enough? And the girl, the judge, asked her what she was saying. The interlocutor continued to shout how low he must fall for her to calm down at all. His family has not existed for a long time. Let him just look at him. Is it really not enough that since he killed those hillbillies? He simply taught them a lesson on the rights of an aristocrat for going against him. If these dirty commoners had not interfered she wanted, nothing would have happened. So all this happened because of her. If not for her, everything would not have ended so badly. The girl asked if he meant that it was all because of her. Then she got very angry and asked Charlie how he dared to say that. But the interlocutor continued his speech, saying that all this is so. To tell the truth, it was all her fault. They lived quietly and calmly, and then because of her they were all killed. In her head, as moral to her various voices that said that if it weren't for him, if only she wasn't there, everything would be fine, because it was her fault that they died. The girl had a panic attack after this incident, and tried to say that it was not so. Charlie shouted. In what sense is this not true? Because who, in her opinion, burned them all along with the village? Does she really think that someone blames him? It was unclear when it was she who brought the situation to a critical point, so here only she has no right to vote. Esmeralda of his aspiration shouted that all this was not so, and streams of flames spread throughout the districts. The main character noticed this force and did not understand what kind of pillar of flame it was in the warehouse. Hans told him that something seemed to have gone wrong. The interlocutor asked in what sense. The comrade stated that at first he successfully led Charlie straight to the witch. They began to argue when suddenly the witch exploded in flames and now the entire warehouse is on fire. Thanks to the fire put out by other equipment, the fire is not yet spread, but he is afraid it is only a matter of time. The mice have been incinerated, and he can no longer control the situation. Therefore, he said that he should quickly run. Roger said that he understood everything and would soon arrive there. On the way, he turned to Sheridan and asked what was going on with the festival. If she had found anything strange, the interlocutor noted that there seemed to be nothing wrong. Judging by his reaction, he needs help. The professor said that everything is correct. Could she accidentally distract the attention of the crowd? The girl smiled and said of course no problem, just give her a reason. Moments after she announced this, fireworks appeared in the sky above the festival. Some people looked at this action with joy, but someone said that there are a whole 30 minutes before the fireworks show, so why are they already exploding? Naturally, they were released by Sheridan, who was happy and thought that fireworks were in no way inferior to explosions. Perhaps she should make something similar when she returned to the shelter. Roger thought that everything was fine, for now they were all focused on this. But he didn't think that he would have time to get there at that speed. He should defeat his mom anyway, so he can't use out of her nocturnus. What if he noticed something strange and immediately stop? He saw some strange metal balls. He realized what they were. Hans said that everything is very bad at this rate. The flame will reach the festival site, so he does not understand where his brother is. Suddenly I heard some strange sound coming from the side and turned my attention there. Then I saw the main character running astride a metal horse. The guy asked if it was really him and said that this man was riding a golem, also rushing straight into the fire. The horse which came close to the fire jumped up and jumped over it. So very soon the men, if the horse stopped right there. At the epicenter of the explosion, he saw the fiery spirit of Quasimodo who hung over Esmeralda. The hero realized that the situation was much more serious than he had imagined. Then he turned to this creature and asked if it was true that they had already met him. True, at that time, circumstances did not allow him to do anything with it. The hero does not plan to fight Esmeralda. She is his colleague, so he is here to help her. The spirit continued to look at him carefully, and did not say anything, so the role wondered if he understood it. Him. He looked at the girl and realized that she seemed very unwhelmed. I also paid attention to Charlie, who was lying to the side, and realized that he too felt bad and something had gone wrong. But at the same time, there is a possibility that perhaps this is for the better, because this is the only chance to finish everything quickly. If the spirit was summoned by the host, they can simply destroy the host, and the spirit will disappear. But if it was summoned by the hotel, they will have to take it hostage to influence its spirit. Roger decided to simply use a tranquilizer to capture Esmeralda. He needed to get closer in order to hit it. At that same second, the man saw that the spirit was attacking him. A few moments later, his huge hand landed on the spot where the man was standing. The main character managed to use his moving technique to dodge. He did not understand what was happening because he was attacking him. Although most likely we can say that this creature did not believe him from the very beginning. Somewhere in the forest walked Rachel, who thought that she had finally felt silent. She just wanted to look around, but people continued to bombard her with questions. But at least Betty liked everything, and at such moments she even envies her. Suddenly the girl heard some strange voices and immediately drew attention to them. It turned out that there she saw people from the Black Dawn who were going to do something. The detective wondered what kind of gathering this was. Joanna told the others not to be afraid. Somewhere, everything is for the benefit of the Black Dawn. The girl wondered if this very Black Dawn really needed to follow them. Not far away in the bushes, Adrian said that she had round and black glasses, and it should be Joanna. The guy said that those same people started moving, so he told the others to follow them. The detective also noticed these students and thought that first she would quietly follow. The fire in turn continued to spread from this place, where the epicenter of the explosion occurred. Quasimodo told the man what a pity it was, because he should have killed him right away. At this, he turned to the professor and raising his huge fist to try to strike. But the hero saw perfectly well what was happening, so you easily managed to jump away. Then he thought that everything was bad enough, because Esmeralda's visibility was blocked for him. Because of this, he could not use homing magic. In addition to all this, it is unclear who would have thought that he could navigate so well in battle without a direct order from his mistress. This is probably the strength of the First Order of the Black Dawn. The fiery spirit immediately sent a stream of fire towards the man. Then, Roger saw what happened and used his technique of moving in space. Therefore, very soon he found himself far in the sky, but the creature saw him perfectly. The main character thought that all this looked quite bad because he did not have time to use the spell. Now, Quasimodo shouted, "He is still a persistent fly," and continued to attack him with fire. Here, Machiavelli realized that now was not the time to think. He flew away from the place where he was a few moments ago, and there was a strong explosion. Then, after this, the hero landed on the ground next to the golem on which he had recently arrived. Then he began to think that he didn't like all this very much. And would he really have to resort to divine power again? I soon realized that I shouldn't do this because the risk was too high. Therefore, he turned to the metal horse on which he arrived and told it to select defense mode and block the attack. The ghoul immediately obeyed him, and using its strength covered the man. Then the system announced that a life-threatening temperature had been detected, so it would now switch to an emergency defensive move. Quasimodo wondered if he really wanted to block this attack, but he even wondered how long it would last. Machiavelli in turn understood that this was only a temporary measure when the golem's reserves of protective forces were depleted. There would be no way left to fight face to face. If we talk about the poisonous byproduct that he made, then it's good that he grabbed. Because you have to use all possible methods in the fight. Beatrice told the boss that the mana inside the byproduct exceeds the normal limits. After consumption, it must be immediately thrown out. Otherwise, the circulation circle will be damaged. The man replied that she shouldn't be afraid because he could handle it. The girl said that this thing was also poisonous, and wasn't a dangerous. But the man continued to say that he could handle it while understanding that his resistance to the ranks was sufficiently developed. Using this most poisonous substance, Roger said, does he really want to compete in strength? Also calling this creature Quasimodo in rank 5, the monster thought that the air around him began to change. The main character a few moments later used an attack called Ocean Wrath. The creature saw that a stream was heading towards him first. Joanna turned around and asked who they were, but Adrian and his group realized that they had been noticed. The girl continued to say that she asked who they were. The guy replied that they were not deaf and asked if they were really going to harm people, but why this was so. Although they don't know the reasons, it is still wrong to do this during a happy holiday. The girl got angry and noticed that she expected to hear a lot from the uninvited guests. But happy holiday. So can he really be serious? Does this person even know that his happiness is built on other people's bones? Adrian responded by shouting that he didn't know, and that everything was completely wrong. The interlocutor told him to cover his mouth, and not dare to open it if he didn't know anything. Next, she said, to hell with it. He pulled it all out. He's still going to finish them all off and will start with their stupid squad. So the girl used her spell and immediately directed it towards Adrian. The guy didn't see this attack, but he realized that it was fast enough, and he didn't have time to do anything. Of course, this was bad, but suddenly a detective came to Kim's aid, using her power and putting up a shield. After she did this, she said how she wanted to just watch the development of events, but she couldn't stay on the sidelines when people were in danger. Tracy asked if she was really the same Rachel Selma, and what the green magician was doing here. The interlocutor smiled slightly, and said that she was pleased that she recognized her. There, she also has a lot of questions, but first they will settle the pressing problems. Since the girl has personal scores with these guys, she asked if they are really members of the Black Dawn. The main character continued to defend himself, and thought that he had used 5th rank magic, but could only tear off his paw. As a result, you will have to use even more powerful magic on it. Him. Quasimodo, using his limb, immediately charged after being attacked. When all this happened, he became very angry and said that he would finish off this human. The main character was stunned. At that moment he was wondering if he had really grown his paw in a second. With the remaining mana he would only be able to use high-rank magic twice. So you also need to find time in order to complete the spell, but the golem won't last long. In this situation, it turned out that this was the only thing left, and he apologized to his own teacher. Roger thought that the golem would probably crumble after what happened, but that would allow it to survive Quasimodo's attack. The blue energy that the robot in front of the man exuded disappeared and began to glow red. The creature received a fairly large influx of energy, and it began to hold the hand that attacked it. Quasimodo was overwhelmed. He didn't understand how this broken golem was pushing him with sheer force. so he asked what this little man had even done. Then he attacked again and said that he could not defeat him with his pathetic trick. But when he pushed aside the robot that was standing in front of the man, there was no one there. And it was unclear where he had gone. The fiery spirit immediately began to examine various sides and asked where he was hiding, telling the little man to get out immediately. Literally a few moments later, the main character's answered and said that he was here, and he himself was floating in the sky. There he prepared to make another attack, so he had a ship in his hands, so he told the monster to try it. But soon, the members of the Black Dawn began to fall one after another to the ground, and only Joanna was left standing. And so Rachel said that she was the only one left. And maybe she should listen. Give AF *****. Tracy told the guys to stop and look away because there was something strange in the sky. After hearing the words, everyone immediately turned their attention to the side and saw a ship there, but did not understand how this was even possible. Joanna realized what had happened because Esmeralda was there, and she began to run away. Naturally, the detective noticed this and started running after her, telling her to stop. Rachel didn't understand why this girl was running towards the ship. Were there really representatives of the Black Dawn there? Now, the main thing is that this spell does not reach the walls of Theon. But if she is not mistaken, then these are the same spells from the ancient book that she read one. A spell developed by Lexler, a wandering wizard. The rank of these spells was already 6. It was the main character who used this spell and said that it was called an oceanic icebreak. A few moments after the phrase was spoken, the spell immediately began to flow down towards the fire monster. After, Quasimodo got angry when he saw it and asked how he even dared to use it. The last thing he said before the attack hit him was that Roger Selassie was a scoundrel. A few moments later the attack reached its target, and there was a very powerful explosion below. The smoke gradually began to develop in the wind, and the main character held Esmeralda in his arm. At that moment, there was a needle in her hands, and the man understood that with this tranquilizer, she was now sleeping soundly. The spirits were closely connected with the consciousness of their master. In this case, Quasimodo will disappear very soon. But as soon as the spiral wakes up, he will regain strength and appear to the man who needs to seal him in order to completely get rid of him. And for that very sealing ritual, he needs the soul of a living creature. So for now, this is the only chance to get rid of Quasimodo and Esmeralda. But is there really no other way out? The man's thoughts were interrupted by the girl, who immediately grabbed his clothes. The hero was surprised by this, and wondered if the tranquilizer had not yet taken effect. Esmeralda was indeed conscious and asked him to run, because if she lost consciousness, she would no longer be able to control her. Roger asked what she was saying, but the fiery spirit was already behind him. At that very moment he was really very angry and attacked the place where the man and woman were. Naturally, Machiavelli used his protective magic, but asked what was going on. Then he saw that there was a monster in front of him, who said that it had been really close recently. Roger thought that he was struck by 6th level magic, but he had already managed to recover, that is, the call had lost control, and the monster was now independent. Suddenly, the man turned his attention to the side and saw that there was a red thread there. He immediately decided that it was she who connected Esmeralda and Quasimodo. Then he shouted that everything was bad because memories rise from the threads. So is this really a breakdown of memory? The hero saw a memory chip in which a man approached and said that this was already interesting. A spirit that absorbs Maya, multiplying its contractor's hatred and lust together, although he is more of a cryptid with the traits of a spirit. It's not clear who even cares what he is there. He turned to Quasimodo and asked if perhaps he would join them. What would he say to this? In return, this man would help him get what he wanted. But having seen these memories of the main character, he said that now everything is clear to him. He knows why he is able to move without orders to be summoned. And, Esmeralda, judge only the owner of the magical power and intelligence that he has attached himself to like a leech. In fact, it is the spirit that controls her. The man said that in the end she is only a follower and a puppet. And that means this is the first order of Quasimodo. Monster smiled and then said that he admitted that he had figured it out. But even if he managed to do this, it is already too late. Since he disabled Esmeralda, he will be able to use his power to its fullest. And right now it's the end for him as well as everyone else. Rachel approached the place where the fire was and said that she was definitely heading this way. But it was unclear where the flames were coming from. Behind the cover of the flames, she feels echoes of the magic of the icebreaker. The fire blocks visibility, so it is unclear what is happening there. Suddenly, the girl began to step back and said that the fire was getting even stronger. In order to calm him down a little, she used her water power and directed it at the flame. The rest of the students, along with Adrian, also arrived here. Rachel shouted at them not to come because it would be better if they brought help. Because she will not be able to hold back this flame for long, so she should hurry up. The interlocutor noted that he understood everything. At the epicenter of the battle was the main character, who was trying to protect himself from the flame. He thought that he wouldn't be able to hold out for long, and that's bad, because at this rate he couldn't do without the ritual. So would he really be unable to protect anyone again right now? Suddenly, he heard Selena's voice saying that everything is fine. So is he really hesitating because of her? Her? She doesn't care. So let him do what he has in mind while Paul feels and realizes everything she's done. She wished it all turned out to be just a nightmare because she had been so happy the last few days, but had been enjoying her own power for too long. The hero only drew attention to her, and then turned around himself. Then he touched his interlocutor's head, and said that this would all end as soon as she woke up. The interlocutor wanted to say something to him about this, but after a few moments she fell asleep. Roger said that it was not easy for him to decide on this, but it is thanks to Selena that he is ready for a nightmare or not, but it's time for her to wake up. The hero used his technique and a few moments later, in the places where they were hit by the monster. Then he began to circle around himself and asked where this man was hiding. Roger was right behind him and suddenly noticed that this was surprising. There were a large number of spirits there, and he asked if they really came because their mistress was in danger. This was timely because he would need help in order to protect her. It is because of this that he asked to distract this creature for a while. The spirits immediately rushed to attack him. Quasimodo saw and asked what kind of small fry these were. It seems he didn't even have any normal plan. Therefore, he tried to fight off those who naturally attacked him and said neutrality. It's his time, and it's time to go out because it's time to end this. Suddenly, the fiery creature turned its attention to the green light. Behind Roger, a tree appeared with symbols carved on it. The ninth note is the true foundation balanced on a powerful foundation, the root of all things, the reproducing element. Quasimodo understood that all this was bad and said that he needed to run and that he should not think about getting in his way. But at this point the main character has already taken advantage of the ninth Sephiroth of the Tree of Life called Yesoth. Therefore the beam that came from there developed incredible speed and hit the creature in front. After this terrible attack, the converted heroes, as soon as a large crater appeared in the ground, he immediately wondered whether this creature had died. Using such powerful magic was very exhausting and he had to be careful, otherwise he would not be able to contain the divine power. As moral to turn to Roger. Although she said that this was not so, because he was John Doe, she wondered why he saved her. The hero realized that the second night had returned and said that he did not save her. He just didn't like how that creature looked down on him. The girl raised her head and said that he was a pretty bad line. It is surprising to her that the mighty John himself would save someone like her. Within a few moments, Quasimodo reappeared and grabbed the girl. The moment this happened, he immediately turned to the person he was fighting. The main character was horrified and asked how he was able to recover from that spell. It was not clear to him where the limit of his survivability was, but the monster said that he would pull him out of the grave. So he squeezed Esmeralda's body and asked to give him more strength. Roger turned his attention there, and realized that he was draining her mana through their connection, so he cast spells and told him to let her go quickly. Naturally, this attack achieved its goal, but did not cause significant damage to the monster. So, Quasimodo looked at him in surprise and asked what kind of weak attack was this. Would he really not be able to use powerful spells anymore? But if this is all really true, then why not just die? The man realized that everything was bad, and there must be at least something he could still do. Suddenly I heard a voice from the side and turned my attention there. There he saw Charlie Phoebus, who was still conscious, and realized that he had been here all this time. That's why he can take advantage of this person and seal this creature with his health. The hero at that moment dodged one attack, but the monster was already shouting that this time he would miss me. Just as his attack was about to hit the person in front, it was cut off by the green. It turned out that it was Joanna who used it, who shouted for him to return it to her now. Quasimodo noticed then, and wondered if it was Joanna. The hero looked carefully at the creature and thought if it really couldn't regenerate his arm, it looked like he also had little strength left. And this was a chance. The spirit asked why she was interfering because he was carrying out her revenge. Wanted to stop their savior or something, the girl said to shut up, and the interlocutor said that she couldn't save anyone. She couldn't even save her family. Someone from the outside said that Miss Joanna couldn't save anyone badly, and also to claim that he himself as their rescuer is completely wrong. It was Piero who greeted Roger, and Joanna said, "It seems he arrived here on time, and finally he found out the name of his savior." The girl looked at him in surprise. The man noticed that all this happened after a conversation with Roger about long-standing events. He decided to face the past and began to think that he had lost his way, but thanks to his spirit, he did not get lost. Quasimodo at that moment prepared to attack and said that he talks too much and is annoying. Joanna noticed this attack, so she shouted at the bridge not to dare do this. The artist in turn easily defended himself, so he said that he believed now was not the best time to talk. Even despite his condition, he is still able to blind the monster, knows that his speech sounded bravo, but he will have to leave the rest to them. Quasimodo shouted that these were little men, and they were just small insects. This kind of magic is just childish pranks on him, and he will burn them off. A few moments later the creature saw his hand who was yearning for change. This was done by the main character, who thanked Pierrot, using the body. Charlie said that he had gained enough time to completely change the situation, and at this point it's time for them to end this Quasimodo. The monster was dragged towards the chains with which he was captured, and he began to scream. The creature began to say that this was already impossible. How could he call him to another person? Because right now he has a contract with Esmeralda, so there is no way he can connect him with anyone else. The man said that he is quite knowledgeable, but does not see the full picture. Ordinary contracts can be rewritten by a more powerful entity, and he will not be able to do anything about it if he weakens. The spirit screamed at the girl to help him. Touching Esmeralda with his connection, he said that she needed her in order to remain sane. Let her not let their connection fall apart and rather help him. The hero realized that everything was bad and immediately rushed towards the girl. Also Joanna saw the same picture and ran towards. Esmeralda herself said that if she really wanted so much, then she understood. After that, her personality split, and one of them reached out to him, so she told him to take everything. Quasimodo, as well as the other participants in this process, were simply dumbfounded by her action. The girl at that moment changed her appearance, and now Selena fell to the ground unconscious. The fiery spirit screamed that he was being pulled back and did not understand what she was doing. Was she really going to die with him? The interlocutor shouted that everything was true, but she also wanted to die with Quasimodo. They would immediately put an end to the senseless murders. Joanna screamed at the woman not to do this, but Pierrot tried to stop her, and said that she would be pulled towards them if she came closer. Quasimodo tried to somehow escape and asked that with this fire it was not clear why the flame was burning it. Esmeralda understood perfectly well that this flame devouring souls was a fitting end for her. This would at least somehow atone for her guilt before the villagers. And if we talk about this, then she really is sorry to the guys. Let them wait quite a bit because she is already coming to the... Now, suddenly the main character appeared, who destroyed the threads that connected her with the spirit, and asked why she was smiling. The girl felt that the connection had been stolen, and was very surprised by what happened. And Roger asked if she thought it would make her feel better if she just died like that. So she should stop lying to herself right now. Now, Quasimodo was almost completely shrouded in chains and began to scream very loudly after that. Joanna asked what else this was. Pierrot said that it was energy. These were the souls of the dead villager. The fiery spirit shouted that everything was really bad because his strength was leaving him, and he wanted to burn this world. Esmeralda watched what was happening and did not understand whether Quasimodo's energy was running out. The souls of the villagers were finally free. Roger noticed that something was wrong with her body, and she was becoming a spirit. The girl replied, "That's right. She was associated with Quasimodo for so long, but it's okay." From the very beginning, she knew that this would happen, and suddenly she heard that someone was turning to her from the outside. When she looked there, she saw that sister was there. The girl cried and said that she was so sorry because she was weak and stupid, so because of her everyone died. The woman replied that this was not so, because everything was fine, and it was not her fault. Then she hugged her tenderly, and said how hard it had been for her all this time. After these words, Esmeralda began to cry and could not say anything more. The interlocutor continued to say that she greatly regretted that she could not support her. Immediately after this she invited her to leave with. The woman cried even more and said that she agreed to this. A few moments later, these souls flew into the sky, and the hero wondered if the half-destroyed souls had returned to normal. Salvation is the end for a soul that has been forced to wander aimlessly on earth for a long time. This moment is still far away, but one day the end of his path will come. Soon, Pierrot said that everyone had already left, and the girl asked if that meant it was all over. The main character turned to her, and said that nothing was over yet. He tells her to leave the right now, and the interlocutor asks why. Roger replied that for the Black Dawn she died here today, so let her leave and simply never return. But Pierrot can bring Joanna out unnoticed with the help of his magic, the interlocutor said. Of course this is so, and let her rely on him. The girl said that she would do so, but why would she? And the man added that it seems that Professor Roger still has things to do, so let them come back. Joanna asked where they were going back to. The artist noticed in what sense this means, where they are returning to their native village. Roger approached Selena and realized that she was still breathing. He assumed that this was possible but did not really hope. Perhaps they shared not only their own body but also their soul. The woman opened her eyes and looked at the man, and he asked if she had really woken up. The interlocutor was surprised. The professor continued to say that specialists would arrive soon. Let her hold on a little longer. Selina asked him if he had already saved her recently. She did simply terrible things, and even if it was her alter ego, it doesn't change anything, the man noticed. It turns out she remembers everything. So I wondered how about making a promise to her. Because next year they promised each other that they would enjoy the festival again. This was precisely the main reason. After that, Selina pretended to understand everything. Then she smiled sweetly and continuing to look at the fireworks was glad that everything had turned out this way. So in the end she offered to do it for real. The people who arrived at the place said that someone was there, and the stretcher should be carried. They threatened Professor Selina, and Adrian asked if she was okay. The woman said that everything was fine. Don't let them worry. The guy turned to Professor Roger and noticed that he only asked him to look around. And the man replied that everything was fine with him, and he would get to the infirmary on his own. Rachel looked at the situation and thought that, including him, 2 professors were found there. But the member of the Black Dawn, whom she was pursuing, disappeared somewhere without a trace. In addition, there was 6th-level magic that she sensed behind the curtain of fire. So this same professor who made an indelible impression on her, could it just be an accident? Her thoughts were interrupted by a man who asked to call the fire brigade here, and the girl agreed to this. Hans told his brother that his mice got rid of evidence at the scene. Roger thanked him for this, and said that he would see him later at their hideout. On the way I thought that his comrade had successfully escaped, and this was great. He would finally be free when he concocted a report on what happened to the wrecked. Then he sat down on the bench and exhaled with relief, while realizing that they had already sorted out the most important thing. A few moments after he crouched behind the tree, a stranger appeared and said it was a great job. More surprising for the main character was that he was named John Duff. So, Roger immediately thought that he had not felt his presence at all, and he had heard this voice before. It belongs to the same person who spoke to Quasimodo in the memory that he caught during a memory breakdown. He addressed him that his John Doe is something lower in rank than him. So is this really the Zero Order of the Black Dawn? The stranger said that he had just dropped by the festival, and then there was such an exciting turn of events. And now, if he would accidentally tell him what was actually going on here, Roger thought that no one had even told him that the Zero Order would attend the festival. So does he really know that it was he who killed Quasimodo? Although if he knew, he would not ask such stupid questions. Now we can accept the fact that he does not know what exactly happened, and you just need to calmly answer the question. Roger said that he was asking for forgiveness from Mr. Zero Order, asking for understanding, since this unexpected meeting left him speechless for a moment. The interlocutor noticed, of course, this is so because he did not warn him in advance. But there is no need to worry about this. The hero said, first of all, the First Order is Esmeralda, that is, Quasimodo is dead. The stranger asked if he really understood this. After all, he is a different species, unlike them, so he needed an owner. In any case, this person is wondering how he died. Roger understood that he couldn't tell the truth for sure, but he could build a coherent speech on its basis. Therefore, he stated that if we speak as a result of this situation, he was sealed by Charlie Phoebus. Zero noticed that he sees spirits, sealing techniques work on it. But at the same time, something doesn't add up. Did Esmeralda just stand and watch when her spirit was attacked? And what about that person? Does he have such skill? Or everyone, someone helped him. The hero realized that he knew that this person just wouldn't buy all his life. Therefore, he stated that the exact circumstances of the case were unknown to him, and as a professor, he controlled the outskirts of the inn, which is where he came across Charlie. The man, in turn, seemed to be running away from something, and it seems that those who were pursuing him were Esmeralda and Quasimodo of the First Order. And even before that incident at the banquet, Esmeralda personally asked for his support, and there he met that spirit, and established its identity. Zero Order said that now it is clear to him because he knew about the plan for this girl's place. So whether it should have been carried out today, and what happened then? The hero said that he assumed that the Black Dawn would be discovered due to the girl's possession, so he followed them to prevent the worst development of events. And then, cornered by Charlie Phoebus, plus went to extreme measures using the soul as payment. He performed a sealing ritual. The man could not foresee this, so Quasimodo was unable to fulfill his revenge. He was dragged into the seal along with Esmeralda's since their souls were connected. This is how the First Order met its end. If he had interrupted the ritual, he would have been discovered immediately, which is why he did not stop Charlie. He couldn't do anything, so he asked for forgiveness. The chief noticed that the cornered mouse bit the cat, and how he fled the scene is interested. Roger said that after everything that happened, he approached the betrayals of people, and she turned out to be alive. But had already woken up as Selina. Thanks to her, he pretended to be a rescuer. to those who pulled their colleague out of the fire. The interlocutor asked, such a soul split and separated unexpectedly, whether she remembers at least anything from her alter ego. So Machiavelli said that he asked her, but she seemed to have no idea how she ended up in that place. And if he wished, he would immediately get rid of her. The stranger said, there is no need to prove anything, even if she remembers something. So let her not do anything. They don't need unnecessary worries now. Now they gave so much, used his power, the hero thought it was a relief. The interlocutor continued to speak. In any case, the position of the First Order is open again. Then, therefore he will soon be held at the top, Roger thought, which means that very soon he will see all the First Orders. But he does not even know where they usually gathers. Zero Order said that they had not gathered for a long time and asked if he still had the thing that he gave him the last time. The man understood, judging by the context, that this was something important for the meeting. Some clue as to how risky he would have to act. And in the end he said that he should also apologize for this. And the interlocutor asked what he meant. The hero noticed that he should remember that he was getting here on the train. He, in turn, was subjected to a terrorist attack. To his deep shame, he lost some of his luggage in the scuffle. The interlocutor did not answer anything to this, and soon an awkward silence hung between him. Then he handed over some little thing and said that nothing could be done. Let him hold it, and very soon they will see each other again on the spot, after which he, the interlocutor, abruptly disappeared. Machiavelli thought it seemed he was carried away indefinitely. He resolved the situation. Suddenly his thoughts were interrupted by a woman. It was Elizabeth who asked what he was doing here already, whether they had given him at least first aid. The hero said he was just following her, and just got dizzy in this crouch. The rector noticed that if he doesn't feel well, then let him seek help as soon as possible. But she will help him get there, so let him get up. Roger said that everything is fine, and he can go himself. But at the same moment when he stood up and saw that his head began to spin, and a few moments after the incident, the man completely lost consciousness. Soon Elizabeth said that she was very frightened when he fainted, and whether he was really better. The man replied that everything was fine. The interlocutor noted that it's somehow hard to believe that Professor Charlie really planned all this, and that the students were involved in this situation. Roger said, that's right. Even the incident at the bank would happen because of this person, and Joanna Lovett. The girl asked if he remembered the incident with the whole lying stone. The hero replied, of course he remembered. The director noted that it seemed that these two were somehow connected with the attackers who were trying to get the stone. The interlocutor asked why she got this idea. Elizabeth asked what Professor Charlie said when he put Theon on fire. The man noticed that he said everything for the good of the Black Dawn. The rector noticed exactly that. They found out that those who hunted for the almighty stone are also associated with the Black Dawn, so those people have already taken root in the academy. Machiavelli said that then we need to find out and interrogate them with all our might. The girl said no need. The two of them are finally safe, so that's enough. Despite all these crimes, no one has yet been harmed, so she is happy about this. Now it's time for her to escape, so she asks to take care of herself. The interlocutor wished her the same. Then he rushed around a little, assessing the situation in the room. When the rector left here he exhaled with relief and thought that it seemed that he was not suspected. Although she does not think that she completely trusts him, she needs them as leaders, so she will not take action even if she suspects. He and Professor Selena are on good terms, and we need to check the hidden objects, because he still has hope. He is especially worried about the fact that he gave him the Zero Order, and that amber stone that fell out after the death of Quasimodo. The stone itself is in place. But the box from the Zero Order is also there. The hero immediately took it in his hands and then opened it, and saw that there was a ring there. When he looked at it more closely, he realized that there was a magical seal inside, but it was built in such a way that the magic was activated when put on. Judging by the structure of the seal, this is a kind of dream magic that moves the knowledge of the bearer into the reality of dreams, who generally appoints dreams as a meeting play. Although this is quite a long time ago. After Quasimodo's death, the first 6 orders remain, excluding his 5 and one of them, Victor Dreadpool. If everything goes smoothly, then he knows who the others are at the upcoming meeting. Elizabeth said that she was glad to meet Rachel Selma. She not only supported the spirit of the holiday, but also helped identify suspicious characters in Theon. The woman called her to express gratitude and also to listen to her version of yesterday's event. She in turn thought that it was better for her to once again make sure of everything else. The detective replied that she would be happy to help her in any way she could, but she would have a small request to make of her. The woman said that it means that she could not find out anything about that fire. The interlocutor replied that everything was true because of the blazing fire, she could not see anything. At the same time, I thought that her testimony did not seem suspicious. She was chased by a strange group of people who mentioned a secret organization, and they led her to the scene. As soon as the wall of fire dissipated, there were only 2 professors there, and the one who revealed it to them turned out to be one of Professor Roger's student. At the same time, the woman does not see any correspondence with the professor's testimony. On the contrary, his condition speaks for itself. However, she feels that she is missing something. Then I noticed that there is that person the professor mentioned, but who is he? The rector looked at her in surprise and said that he was a retired professor, but that she was worried. The girl thought that she just knew that she wouldn't tell her anything, although she herself doubted his suspicion, so she said nothing like that. He just interested her a little. The interlocutor laughed, and noticed that he was an interesting person. It seems that we can only trust the testimony of Professor Roger, since he is the only witness to those events. The detective noted that this is probably true. Elizabeth said she thanked her for her cooperation and asked what her request was. Rachel replied that she would like to personally interrogate people who were in contact with the secret organization of the previous intrigue in Theon, because she herself was hunting for them. The main character heard some strange voices coming from behind the screen. So I opened the curtain and told the guys that they were great because they came to visit their loved one. And they each asked to try not to disturb others because they also need to rest. The students apologized and said that they were already leaving. The man told Professor Selena that she should be firmer, not oblige anyone to listen to each of her students. She apologized for this inconvenience. She seems to be causing him nothing but trouble because he was only here because of her. Roger said it was his personal choice. Therefore right now, don't worry too much. Flora entered the room and said that she heard the professor was hurt. I wonder if it hurts anyway. Her conversation was interrupted by Adrian, who ran in and asked the man how he was here. Leo told him not to shout because it's not allowed here, and the boy apologized, but Flora thought who else he was. Renee also came in and said that the other guys were also here. Selena greeted her, and asked if she had also come to visit someone. The girl noted that everything was correct, and asked how she was feeling. The woman noted that she was fine, and how many of them were asking them to come closer. Roger thought that it was noisy here. But however, this was for the best. It looked like he had been an understanding professor for good reason all this time. Suddenly I paid attention and noticed a man there who I did not expect to see here. Flora said that it was Freddie Wilberg, and Leo asked what he was doing here. Here, Adriana told her friend to look because he was really stuck alone. The friend noticed that he had said that he wanted to go with them. The guy turned to Professor Roger, and said that he had not seen him recently. The girls who were talking about him shortly before were surprised. Soon everyone was out of there. And the princess said that she was very glad that everything was okay with them. Renee noticed that this was true and asked where Freddie had gone. Her friend replied that he said that he was leaving, but that she should not pay attention to him. Before this, Roger asked how long it had been since they had seen each other, because they understood what he was talking about, because he believed this was the first conversation with him. The guy noticed that everything was clear to him, and it seemed that he was mistaken. Again, remembering this, the princess said that she did not understand what he was thinking about, because he was talking some kind of nonsense, and then said that he was mistaken. After all, no one can moan that there is a lone wolf in the head. Suddenly, the guy didn't turn up and the girls said that they apparently only attend lectures. Adrian noticed that everything was right. He would like to ask her as the eldest, but it was a little difficult for him to get close to her. The girl was glad that he was finally recognized. She beamed with happiness, and said that she was so polite and could call her little sister if she wanted. Tracy asked if they were too close now. Now, Flora thought that because of this annoying student, she could not finish speaking that time, and then this crowd around did not allow her to get a word in. By the way, it is not clear why Freddie behaved like this with the professor. To say that he has not seen the person he is talking to for the first time for a long time is a little strange. Isn't he the type who generally doesn't visit people he knows in the hospital? The guy saw Roger and said that's where he is. The man asked if he was stalking him, and perhaps there was some business. He personally had nothing to say to this guy, so let him go. The student said he initially thought he was imagining things when he first met him. It's about the case when he gave Renee a book on non-attributed magic. This book could only belong to one person who owns that same non-attributed magic. That man died and he could only give his book to him. Isn't it too arrogant to show up here after everything that happened? And it's not clear what he was up to, too. Roger smiled and noted that he should have hidden his face better than, although who would have thought that he would remember so much? And this was his miscalculation. Indeed, it's been a long time since we've seen the Fulberg's puppy. Then he was an ordinary child. But now he looks like a real aristocrat, so he's really grown up quite well. I wonder how many 10 or 12 years have already passed. The guy said that he had had enough of his useless chatter. Let him tell him what he had in mind.